Hello, I'm glad to see you on my channel. The events begin to take place in a city at night, where the street lights are bright and a large number of cars are driving. There was a young man in the car who was very sad and was thinking that he didn't want to give people a ride at night, but just wanted to go home, wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, a girl came out onto the roadway, and the hero began shouting at her with all his might to cross the road more carefully. The worried lady began to panic and immediately took out a knife to protect herself. At that moment, the girl started to climb into the car, and the young man shouted at her, because he did not understand why she suddenly ran out onto the road, and it was very dangerous. This girl was not simple, and she presented a knife straight to the protagonist's throat and told him to go to Jongluo immediately. Because the stranger behaved this way, the guy even had to drive through a red light and break the law. The speed of the ride was simply incredible, since the young man's life was in danger, and he did not know how to save himself. The impudent girl even ordered the guy to give her his phone, but he began to refuse because his phone was old and useless. This answer made the girl even more angry because she didn't care at all what kind of phone he had, and she still ordered him to give it to her. As soon as the stranger got the phone, she immediately started calling someone. It turned out that she called the police and said that her name was Liu Mei. She studied at Zijing School, and her friend had been kidnapped. Hearing this, the young man immediately realized that the stranger was threatening him simply so that he would get to Jonglo faster. Although because of this, he almost wet his pants. Feeling ashamed of what happened, Liu Mei began to claim that the driver had just heard all the information about her, and she would pay compensation for tonight tomorrow after school. Her younger sister was kidnapped. She managed to send her a distress signal, while the kidnapper did not see it. The determined hero smiled and exclaimed that saving people is a good thing, and helping beautiful girls is the basis of happiness, which is why he will do it. In order to get to the scene as quickly as possible, the driver began to drive even faster and now felt even more enthusiastic. Liu Mei felt unwell from driving too fast, so they stopped to let her feel a little better. Unfortunately, the girl had absolutely no time and she had to run. She also asked the driver not to forget to come to school tomorrow. Looking at this girl, the young man realized that she was indeed quite strange, as if something was wrong with her. Meanwhile, another stranger approached and asked the handsome man if he wanted to have some fun, but he immediately refused. Turning around at the last moment, the girl said that in that case, he could come back here tomorrow and would easily find her here. At that moment, Liu Mei was looking for her sister named Vivi and was panicking because she still hadn't found her. While exploring the abandoned building, the girl managed to find her sister, who was tied up and completely unable to move. Coming closer to her little sister, Liu Mei was grateful to God for finally finding her and immediately wanted to free her. Suddenly, someone nearby started clapping and watched as the loving sister burst into the abandoned factory alone. There were a huge number of criminals, and they all looked quite threatening. The main villain exclaimed that since the girl came here, she will not leave here again. Looking at these scoundrels, the girl immediately realized that it was a trap. A lot of grown men immediately started pestering the girl, saying that she was really quite beautiful and that they would help her relax. There was also another person nearby, but he was completely uninvolved in the attack on the girl. The hooligans immediately noticed another guy and immediately decided to find out who he was. Having started to twist his knife, the young man introduced himself and said that he was the girl's driver and that she had forgotten something in his taxi and he had come to give it to her. The worried girl did not understand why the driver came here and ordered him to run away from here quickly because it was very dangerous here. The brazen bandit started laughing and shouted that there would be another dead man, after which the boss ordered the taxi driver to be killed. The red-haired criminal began to swing the crowbar in order to strike the main character. Attacking with all his might, the impudent man thought that he could now easily beat the skinny guy. As soon as the man approached the young man, he discovered that the taxi driver was no longer there, as if he had evaporated. In fact, the smart guy was able to jump onto the container and began to mock the villain who was about to attack him. The protagonist possessed incredible and impressive parkour skills, which allowed him to easily escape from such a clumsy bandit. Looking at the criminals who were trying to attack him, the hero realized that a lot of time had passed since the last time he moved so quickly. But he still couldn't allow himself to relax. The boss noticed the brazen driver and wanted to know why he had prevented the attack on the girl, but the young man only said that he had simply come to the client to return his thing. The driver winked and told him to remember to give him 5 stars for service in the app. Liu Mei was truly surprised that this man was trying to make a joke at such a time. Continuing to listen to the uninvited guest, the bandits decided to deal with him and do everything possible to ensure that he also did not get out of this place. Many armed men began to attack the protagonist, hoping that they could defeat him easily. Smiling, the young man exclaimed that the beautiful lady would be in his debt for what he was doing now. Having jumped out of the container, the young man prepared for battle and understood that he needed to defeat his enemies. The first blow was delivered with the head. The guy hit his enemy with all his strength right in the forehead. The men immediately noticed that something was wrong, as the driver was fighting suspiciously well. Deciding to continue the battle, the boys said that they had indeed attacked the wrong person, and he was much stronger than they thought. The battle continued, and many enemies were defeated. The young man overcame them with ease. The boss watched everything that was happening all this time and did not understand how it was even possible that 10 people could not cope with one. Having easily defeated absolutely all the enemies, the boys said that now they needed to call a doctor, since they were no longer able to move on their own. Looking at her savior, the girl realized that he was truly amazing, and she could not believe that he was really a simple taxi driver. At the same time, the bandit boss decided it was time to use his plan B. Taking a pistol out of his pocket, the impudent man immediately pointed it at the girl's head and shouted that he now had a hostage, and the guy had no choice but to escape. Hearing this statement, the young man only smiled, because he found it funny. Feeling incredible aggression towards the villain, the hero decided to check whether the criminal could really harm Liu Mei. Pointing a gun at the protagonist, the enemy decided to shoot and wanted his enemy to finally die. Closing her eyes, the girl did not want to see what could happen to the young man because she did not want him to die. Determined, he realized he had to act and abruptly threw the knife at his enemy. The flying knife instantly hit the target, and the bandit began to scream with all his might, as he was in great pain. Thus, it turned out that a simple taxi driver was able to easily win the battle against a criminal gang. As he began to fall, the bandit could not understand at all how this was even possible, because it seemed to him that an ordinary person was not capable of something like that. Feeling intense anger towards the boy, the man wanted to do everything to ensure that the stranger lost the battle. The protagonist at that moment decided to attack again, and threw a plunger in order to subdue his enemy. The flying plunger instantly hit the target, making it impossible for the enemy to see properly anymore, as his face was covered. Looking at everything that was happening, Liu Mei really realized that the taxi driver was too good. He was like a knight descending from heaven on a dragon. This knight was truly the bravest and most courageous guy in this room, who literally defeated an army of bandits. Watching the main character, the girl even thought that she was hallucinating, since she really saw a knight in the driver. At that very second, someone ran into the room and put handcuffs on the guy, depriving him of the ability to move. It turned out that it was special forces who had seized the building and began to free hostages in order to hinder the bandits' activities. The excited father started calling for his daughter, as he was very happy that they had finally found her. Liu Mei and Vivi were also very happy to see their parents, as they had recently been captured by a large number of bandits. The mother and father began to hug the girl and thanked God that she was okay. The captain of the Special Forces team exclaimed that the hostages had been safely rescued, and that everyone else needed to be arrested. But the hero began shouting that he was an exemplary citizen who brought justice. Suddenly, some man said that there was no need to detain this guy. The muscular man began to warm up and said that all the Special Forces were free to go, since he would deal with this man himself. The subordinates immediately began to leave, as they agreed with their boss. He started to leave. The soldiers were talking among themselves about how the captain would personally deal with this guy, and he was really unlucky, since the boss was really very strong, and no one could fight against him with dignity. Soon after everyone left, the man began to look at the protagonist as if he was about to fight him. Laughing, the muscular boss turned to the young man to tell him something. But as it turned out, the man actually decided to ask his boss what he was doing there. And the young man replied that nothing special, he was just stretching his muscles. The guy also didn't forget to remind that a man should also learn to be vigilant in time and act carefully, as well as do his job well. Having handed the handcuffs to his subordinate, the hero told him not to call him boss anymore, because he was now a simple taxi driver. A few hours later, events continued to unfold late in the evening at the main character's house. After the shower, the boy looked at the photograph and thought about what his mission was at the moment. Thinking about everything that happened, he concluded that he had transferred to Zijin, and now he would finish school with honors, and also go to higher education to get a bachelor's degree, and he would definitely do it. The next morning, the event continued to unfold at Zijin School, where the teacher asked his students to welcome their new classmate, as he would now be studying in their class. As it turned out, it was the same guy named Lo Feng, who just yesterday was a taxi driver and defeated more than 10 opponents. His classmates immediately noticed this handsome guy and realized that they wanted to date him, and his classmates realized that another narcissistic rooster had come to them. It was at that moment that the two girls realized that the same guy who had saved them from the bandits yesterday had come to their class. Several classmates were very angry and wanted to make fun of Luo Feng so that he would no longer be so arrogant. One of the impudent fellows realized that it would be a good idea to trip up his new classmate. The impudent scoundrel wished for the newcomer to trip and fall on his face, because perhaps then he would not be a freak. But the main character was much smarter than this scoundrel, and with all his strength, he stepped right on the foot of his new classmate. The impudent guy immediately paid for his actions and began to scream in pain, as his leg was now incredibly painful. The teacher did not immediately understand what was going on and asked his student what had happened, but he only replied that everything was fine. A classmate who sat next to him decided to tell Luo Feng that he had better not get involved with Liao Qian right after he entered. The young man didn't understand why he shouldn't do this, but a classmate explained that although this guy wasn't particularly strong, the Heavenly League behind him was surprising. Many paid them not to be touched, since they were the school's yakuza. Hearing that these scoundrels were collecting protection money, the young man immediately realized that they were probably rich. After the lesson was over, a break came, and events continued to happen during the break. In order to start learning effectively, Lo Feng even started reading books during breaks, because he wanted to be much smarter than others. Suddenly, someone decided to kick the desk with all his might to attract attention. It was that same Liao Qian, and he came along with his friend, shouting that the newcomer probably didn't know about their rules yet. And now they would explain to him that everyone must pay 2,000 yuan for protection. Otherwise, the newcomer would become crippled for life. Classmates immediately began discussing that the new student was facing bullying and would now have to pay money because he was being threatened. At the same time, another classmate realized that the fee was only 1,000 yuan, but for some reason the price was doubled for Luo Feng. The bandit didn't care at all and decided to explain to his classmate that the new guy had stepped on his foot and that he should pay for the medication and that next time the guy should keep his mouth shut. Seeing what was happening here, Liu Mei decided to approach and ask Liao Qian what he was planning and why he staged a fuss in front of the newcomer. But the bandit could not understand at all why the princess was meddling in his affairs. This caused even more concern among the classmates, because now they realized that Liu Mei and Vivi herself were taking care of the newcomer. And perhaps they really knew each other. The protagonist decided to laugh at the antics of the bandits and said that they were probably stupid, because power is in knowledge, and they would understand this when they read more books. This statement only made the scoundrel laugh, and he could not believe that Luo Feng told him this. And since he did not want to pay money, they were going to beat him up. The impudent classmates immediately began to attack the newcomer in order to show their true strength, and so that he would begin to fear them. Closing his book, the young man exclaimed that he had said earlier that knowledge is power. That's why Luo Feng decided to show his true abilities and hit the two scoundrels with one book. Now his classmates began to worry even more, because they realized that the newcomer had dared to fight with the Heavenly League itself, and that he would no longer live. In fact, the protagonist tried to enlighten and teach them, and now they must pay for his efforts. The heroes also understood that as soon as the hooligans walked out the door, they would immediately run to their boss, like mongrels, to tell him what had happened. In connection with this, he ordered a message to be conveyed to the boss so that he would come to him after school to pay for his protection. Luo Feng insisted that the hooligans must convey this message, otherwise they themselves would know what would happen to them. Watching everything that was happening, the classmates were truly shocked, because they were surprised that a newcomer wanted to collect protection money from the Heavenly League, as if he was unbalanced. The main character's deskmate was also shocked, because he didn't understand whether this guy was really going to do something like that. Even Vivi and Liu Mei were incredibly surprised, because they wanted to take the initiative, and then this guy decided to stand up for himself. Meanwhile, the teacher arrived and did not understand why the hooligans were sitting on the floor, and Lo Feng was sitting on a chair in front of them. The English lesson began, and the teacher ordered all the students to sit down in their seats so that the lesson could continue. At that moment, the hooligans were holding their cheeks and experiencing severe pain, while simultaneously saying that Luo Feng was simply very lucky. This answer really struck the young man, because he didn't expect the hooligans to be so impudent. At the same time, the teacher noticed that there was a new student in the class, and she decided to introduce herself again, saying then that she was an English teacher named Jun Byun. Today they would look at the use of prepositions in English. While sitting in class, the boy noticed that English was really very boring and even began to yawn. Turning to the class, the teacher decided to ask a question in order to involve the students in the lesson process. All my classmates absolutely did not want to answer the questions in English, because they were incapable of it. They were very scared. But as it turned out, at that moment the main character had already fallen asleep, which is why he even began to snore. The woman immediately noticed that this guy had dared to sleep in class, and Odnoklasniki realized that he was in trouble now, and he would have to answer questions. The bullies were also glad that the newbie had made a mistake and now had to suffer at the hands of the teacher. The woman came closer to the sleeping student and began to watch him closely. Soon after, she grabbed the book and hit the young man on the hand with all her strength. During the blow, the guy managed to dodge, which is why he wasn't even hurt by the blow from the book. At the moment Luo Feng dodged, he continued to sleep, and his classmate was incredibly surprised as he realized that his desk mate was indeed not human. Becoming even more indignant, the woman began to try with all her might to hit her student, but he kept dodging, and she did not believe that he had been sleeping all this time. Lume watched everything that was happening, and her sister was shocked because it all looked very funny and absurd. The woman soon decided it would be a good idea to kick her student with all her might, but the blow missed, as the guy managed to dodge in time and was not harmed by the attack. Experiencing severe pain, the woman began jumping on her leg because she could no longer stand normally. The teacher's cry finally woke the young man up, and he decided to find out from the woman what had happened. Looking at the teacher, Luo Feng asked her what had happened. At that moment, the woman realized that she was now truly humiliated. Having become angry, the teacher began to speak to her student in English, and if he could not answer correctly, he would suffer. It turned out that this wasn't a problem for the guy, and he easily answered in English, apologizing to the teacher because he hadn't slept well the previous night. In the woman's opinion, this was not a reason, and if he fell asleep in class again, he would fly out the window and listen to the lesson outside. But Luo Feng liked this option, and he said that he would never be kicked out of class for this reason. The response irritated the teacher even more, and she didn't even know what to say to something like that. Feeling deeply ashamed, the woman realized that Luo Feng had perfect English pronunciation, even better than hers. Turning around, the woman said that she would forgive the student this time, but he should learn to manage his time more wisely. The newcomer was really good, and some of his classmates realized it, because he spoke English so well that even the teacher couldn't beat him. Smiling, the young man thought that he had fought abroad for several years, and for him English was like his native language. The bully began to complain, saying that the teacher had acted unfairly because he had forgiven the troublemaker. But the woman did not think so and decided to punish Liao Qian because he had spoken in class. Thus, the bully was punished and expelled from the class because he had disturbed the order. Sometime later, events continued to happen after the lesson. The students began to leave the classroom during recess in order to get some rest. But some of the students were quite hostile and were going to teach the main character a lesson. Concerned, a classmate realized that the Heavenly League was coming to their class and decided to warn Luo Feng that his enemies were very evil, and he would not be able to defeat them, which is why it was necessary to escape from the class as soon as possible. At that very second, someone heard the classmate's screams and immediately grabbed him. These were the same scoundrels who were the school Yakuza, and they had come to teach a lesson to a daring newcomer named Lo Feng. Starting to laugh loudly, the main character shouted that he would never in his life have thought that such a serious group would have a dwarf as its boss. The boss nicknamed the dwarf was very angry, and with an evil grin, exclaimed that Luo Feng would now be punished. The young man was not against the punishment, but he said that his classmate should be released first, since he had absolutely nothing to do with everything that was happening. In the boss's opinion, Tandai had just helped Luo Feng, and he couldn't just let him go. All the Yakuza servants were ordered to gang up on the main character to force him to lick the boss's boots. The mad dwarf was simply a worthless leader who was not even capable of fighting on his own. Having found the weakest boss, the protagonist decided to attack him, and grabbing him by the neck, ordered him to repeat everything he had said earlier, but only in person. Having grabbed the Yakuza boss, Lo Feng told his comrade to come and beat him up in revenge, since Tang Dai had previously told him that this scoundrel constantly bullied him. This was indeed necessary, because if Tang Dai wanted to become a real man, he had to do this, or else he would remain a useless coward for the rest of his life. Hearing these words, the cowardly classmate remembered how exactly this scoundrel had bullied him. Such actions on the part of the Yakuza boss deeply offended Tang Dai, and he really wanted revenge for what was done to him. Starting to swing his fist, the Izio guy shouted, with all his might, that he didn't want to be a coward, and didn't want to be bullied all his life, but wanted to become a real man. Tandai dealt his attacker numerous blows and shouted that he would never be able to intimidate him again in his life. These events were truly shocking to all of his classmates, as no one could have expected that the cowardly Tang Dai was capable of such a thing. So thanks to the short fight, Tandai was just happy and told his brother that if he was the boss, he would always follow him. Pointing a finger at his new comrade, Lo Feng exclaimed that Tang shouldn't talk nonsense, and if the wards wanted revenge on the guy who beat up their boss, then he was just around the corner. The shameless. But the smart guy, meanwhile, decided to approach the Yakuza boss and said that he was offering him a good deal and he had to pay for protection or he would throw him out the window. Soon after the incident, the boss started yelling at his men to bring him the money quickly because he had been captured by a crazy guy who was capable of anything. The bandit began to cry and said that all the money had been refunded, and Luo Feng asked his comrade to give all the money to the classmates who had paid for their protection. Also, the young man could not leave the Yakuza boss unpunished, and began to drag him straight to the window in order to finish the battle that had begun. The Yakuza boss started to fly down from the window, and at the same time he screamed very loudly. Thus, he got what he deserved. Watching the scoundrel fly, the young man at that moment hoped that the Yakuza boss would still be able to survive. In a panic, all the classmates started to run, because they thought that Luo Feng was the murderer, because he had already killed Huang Lauda. Tandai also began to panic and asked his brother why he did this, because now part of the blame would be on him. But the young man did not panic and said that the bandit was not dead at all. This news made the classmate happy, and he decided to look through the window to see what had actually happened to the bandit. It turned out that the scoundrel had actually been thrown straight into a trash can and suffered only from the fact that the place where he fell stank badly. Turning to his comrade, the hero exclaimed that now no one would dare to take revenge on him. After several hours, events continued to unfold near the school gates. Looking around, the young man discovered strange people who wanted to talk to him. They were men in suits, and they were looking for Luo Feng to come with them and talk to the boss, who had been waiting for him for quite a long time. The agents ordered the guy to get inside the car in order to drive to the place where their boss was, after which, the main character and the men began to go somewhere. The man in the suit decided to ask the young man if he knew who he was, and Luo Feng immediately replied that the person sitting in front of him was Zheng Vivi's father, Zheng Gadian, and that he was a famous entrepreneur and philanthropist. The boy immediately assumed that they probably wanted to thank him for saving his daughter, and he was not that greedy and asked for only 1,000,000 yuan, because that would be quite enough. But after such a statement, the man looked angrily at the young man and asked if he was deliberately pursuing his daughter. After all, it was really suspicious, because when Vivi was kidnapped, the guy was an ordinary taxi driver and was nearby. But today, he had already turned into a high school senior. But in the hero's opinion, this was just a coincidence. Perhaps it really was fate, and Boss Zheng had better think about the fact that he could become his son-in-law. And then, they wouldn't have to pay anything, and he would simply divide dozens of assets with them. These words made the man even more angry, and he asked if the guy really thought he was joking. In that case, the hero could not understand at all why he should admit to something he did not do, as if he were considered an idiot. Feeling very angry, the man shouted that he was going to call the police. The young man could not stand such behavior from his interlocutor and kicked him in the stomach with all his might. At that very second, a collision occurred, and the truck crashed into the car they were traveling in. A serious accident occurred, resulting in a massive explosion. But fortunately, Luo Feng and Zheng were still able to escape. Looking at the exploded car, no one could believe that it really happened. The boss immediately felt that he had been saved, but he did not understand what had happened, and only saw that something had exploded there, and they needed to leave there immediately, and also call an ambulance. Zheng's charges immediately started running towards him to see if he was okay. There was indeed no one in the truck, and the guy immediately noticed this, after which he decided to find out if Zheng really thought that this was also built. The worried elderly man claimed that Luo Feng could not have known in any way that he was waiting for him, and that he would go exactly this way, and that someone really wanted to kill him for a long time. And these people must have been connected with the kidnapping of his daughter. The boy laughed and started to walk away, saying that they should forget about it, because a good man is often misunderstood. This is already a common thing for him, and they should investigate this case, and he will go home. Starting to scream loudly, the boss ordered that security be strengthened for his wife and that this incident be investigated, because he was going to find out who did it and skin him alive. The boss also ordered that he be taken to the hospital, because the guy who saved him seemed to have broken his ribs. Several hours later, the events continued to take place outside at a night restaurant. Looking at the restaurant menu, the young man realized that even on the street the prices were very expensive. The friendly waitress came closer to the boy and decided to ask what he wanted to order. He replied that he wanted to eat a bowl of ramen with egg noodles. As he prepared to eat, Luo Feng thought only of how poor he was, how the money he earned from work was barely enough to pay for his studies, and how little was left for food. Sighing heavily, he realized that he had been unable to find an apartment at a suitable price to rent for a long time. Suddenly, someone started shouting that a cockroach had been found in the soup, and the dissatisfied customer immediately started calling the waiter. The angry men started behaving aggressively and yelled at the waitress because they saw a cockroach in their souper and ordered her to pay them compensation. The alarmed waitress didn't understand what the men were talking about, and they, in turn, continued to behave aggressively, saying that the girl now owed them 20,000 yuan, or the impudent visitor had another way in which they could come to an agreement without payment. Blushing a little, the impudent man noticed that the waitress was quite a beautiful woman and offered to spend the night with them, and then they would forgive her. These words made the girl even more nervous, and she realized that the scoundrels had started this on purpose, and she even wanted to call the police. This answer did not satisfy the visitors at all, and they overturned the table, ordering the girl to shut up. The hooligans could not understand how the girl could allow herself to accuse them of lying, because they had previously said that they had eaten soup with a cockroach, and if they said so, then it could not be a lie. As the conflict unfolded, the visitors also began to panic, as the hooligans belonged to the Black Fox gang, who were the bosses of the area. The gang member approached the waitress and said that if she could prove that there was no cockroach, they would leave. Otherwise, she would have to pay with money or her body. The young man decided to stand up for the girl and said that it was easy to check, and the guy just needed to spit out everything he had eaten. Having heard a rather strange answer, the man immediately wanted to know where this sucker came from who dared to answer him like that. Beginning to warm up his hands, the protagonist exclaimed that he had simply offered a solution, and it was worth checking whether the man was telling the truth. Blushing with shame, the scoundrel shouted that he didn't care that they were bothering the guy, and that he was just a stupid child. The scoundrel didn't understand at all how he could spit out what he had already eaten. The man's behavior was disgusting, and the guy didn't like it at all, so he threw a piece of paper at him. Having hit the impudent man with all his might, Luo Feng shouted that it would indeed be very easy to check, and now they would find out exactly what the scoundrel had eaten. Having received such a strong blow, the man immediately felt ill, and he actually began to spit out everything he had eaten. Although the young men had poor eyesight, the bully's older brother could take a better look and see if there were any cockroaches in what the man had just spat out. Looking at everything that was happening, even the visitors realized that Luo Feng was truly crazy because he was not afraid to get involved with the Black Fox gang. Another gang member grabbed a chair and began to try to attack the stranger, since he dared to contact them. There was a bottle lying near the guy, which he immediately decided to use in the fight. Luo Feng kicked the bottle and used it to make the attacking man fall. This strategy actually proved effective, as the second gang member also fell near the already beaten villain. The main character ordered the enemy not to get up and to watch how his friend decided to help him look for the cockroach. Although the young man acted quite cruelly towards these scoundrels, it was fair, and all the people who watched the duel understood this. For every resident of this city, Luo Feng's act was impressive because no one had dared to oppose such an influential gang before. The bandits, meanwhile, had already begun to run away, and at the end they shouted that they would return to take revenge. The grateful waitress began to say that she was really very grateful to the guy for saving her. Luo Feng then said that he did not need gratitude, and those bandits were just annoying him. The kind girl asked her brother to take at least a little money, and also said that he didn't even have to pay for his order. Although the guy could use a little money, he still said that he shouldn't be rewarded for his good deeds, otherwise he wouldn't be any different from those guys. It was then that the rescued girl said that she would not talk about money, since a hero like her brother did not need it. Coming closer to the post with the advertisements, the young man noticed that there was an apartment for rent nearby. The waitress immediately saw this and said that it was her advertisement, and that this morning the girl had just stopped renting an apartment from her. After leading the guy into the rented apartment, the waitress began to tell him that 2 girls used to live there, but today they moved out, and Luo Feng could just settle into this house. The girl also said that her savior might not pay for the overnight stay today. Her husband is responsible for the rent, but he works the night shift, so they will agree on the price tomorrow. After which, the sister said that she was glad to meet him and was about to leave, saying that if the young man needed anything, he could call her. Sitting down on the bed, the boy thought that as long as he stayed here, if the gang returned, he would be able to take care of them. Feeling the unpleasant odor coming from his body, Lo decided that he needed to take a bath first, because walking around sweaty was simply disgusting. Having taken off his clothes, the hero immediately climbed into the bathtub to wash himself. Meanwhile, someone nearby had already arrived in a car and was gradually heading towards the house where Luo Feng lived. It was a girl who looked quite good and was wearing a beautiful dress. The tired girl thought that she would never go to such boring parties again. When she started to open the door, the girl didn't even suspect that there was someone else in the apartment. At first, the stranger began to unbutton her dress because she felt that she smelled bad, since there was an unpleasant smell of smoke in the place where she was. As soon as the lady undressed, she immediately went into the bathroom to take a shower. But there she found an uninvited guest. Having started to get angry, the girl simply did not understand how to react, since there was some guy in her soul. Addressing the girl in English, Liu Mei greeted his teacher and wished her a good evening. Having closed the bathroom door, the teacher could not believe that there was a student in her soul. Having called the owner of the house, the woman immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. But the owner only replied that she did not know that only one girl had moved out, since her husband did not say anything about it. Soon after everything that happened, the main character and his teacher were sitting at a distance from each other and were very embarrassed. The polite young man asked the woman not to worry, because his sister didn't know the whole situation, and until he brought his things, he could leave and not tell anyone what he saw. Bowing her head, the woman exclaimed that the student could stay here. The boy immediately reacted and bowed to the girl's knees, shouting that he was very grateful to the teacher for not leaving him to spend the night on the street. Even more embarrassed, Teacher Jun said that Luo Feng could indeed stay here, but he had to promise her one thing, and if he didn't do it, she wouldn't forgive him. The conditions were that the student would have to take part in the national English-speaking competition in a month, and in any case, to avoid suspicion and sidelong glances, they must keep it a secret that they have a teacher-student relationship. But it was completely unclear how they could explain that they lived together. After which, the owner of the apartment came, and the teacher said that her cousin had arrived, and they were relatives. This was indeed good news for the woman, as she would have been very nervous if they had turned out to be strangers to each other, and she decided to invite them to her restaurant the next day, as she wanted to treat them to dinner. Starting to laugh, the young man said that in that case, they would see each other tomorrow, and his sister had nothing to worry about. So the two of them managed to get out of this difficult situation, and they were also given free food, and they happily accepted this offer instead of spending money. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the expensive mansion. The guy who belonged to the group shouted that his brother should stand up for him, because he hadn't been humiliated like this since childhood, and this would clearly hit the reputation of their Huan family. In my brother's opinion, it was simply impossible, since some poor guy, Tan Dai, and some new guy beat up Liao Qian and threw him into the trash. Still, his brother had to believe it, since Liao had told him everything in detail, and now the boy wanted to take revenge on his offenders. At school, the sisters talked to each other and said that they should talk to Luo Feng. The girls think that the young man is really very handsome, and they should definitely go together, because Vivi will feel uncomfortable when she is alone. One of the sisters nevertheless decided to approach the young man in order to talk to him. A little worried, the girl said that she wanted to invite Luo Feng to her birthday party next week. Nodding politely, the hero said that he thanked her for the invitation and would definitely come. This news really made my sister happy. And she also said that her dad would also like him to come, because he wants to thank him personally. The classmates immediately heard this and began to discuss that Vivi had invited the newcomer Luo Feng to her birthday party, and everyone present would like to be in his place. Suddenly, the bully exclaimed that Director Huang had ordered Luo Feng to come to him, and his little henchman named Tang Dai was already waiting in the office. After such a strange invitation, the young man nevertheless headed to the director's office. Looking at the disciple, the man immediately asked, "Is this guy really not Luo Feng?" Upon seeing his friend, the boy immediately decided to find out why Tan Dai was standing in such a strange position. As if he was grimacing, the principal slammed the table with all his might and asked again if the student who had come was really Luo Feng. Approaching the director, the young man introduced himself, saying that his name was indeed Luo Feng. So the principal saw what this student looked like and took out a document about school punishments for him and Tan Dai. Now everyone will have to write a 5,000-word explanatory note and then personally apologize to Huang Laod. Upon hearing about the punishment, the hero immediately realized that the director's surname, Huang, was the same as Huang Laoda's, as if they were relatives. This question made the man angry, because he did not understand what the student was hinting at, since yesterday he had forcibly thrown the student out the window. Fortunately, he ended up in the trash and survived. If his uncle Zheng Gaten had not vouched for him, he would have been expelled long ago. After thinking for a while, Luo Feng couldn't believe that Zheng Gaten had listed him as one of his relatives, and he probably realized that there might be problems with the director. Realizing that there was no point in talking to the principal anymore, the young man called his friend and told the principal that he could talk to his uncle about what had happened. After leaving the office, Tang Dai told his comrade that he was indeed right in guessing that Director Daoyan was related to Huang Lao, since he was his fourth uncle, and they probably wanted revenge. Looking at his friend, the young man noticed that every time he mentioned someone from the Huang family, he became noticeably angry, as if he had some kind of grudge against them. And as it turned out, this was indeed the case. Tang also decided to say that Zheng Geichen is really amazing compared to the Huang family because they are the trash of society. This made the boy feel satisfied, as he was almost related to Zheng Geichen. The hooligans had been watching the main character and his comrade all this time and did not understand how they managed to survive. After several hours, events continued to unfold after school. The comrades decided to invite Lo Feng to dinner because he cooked very well, and the hero happily agreed because he never refused free food. Suddenly someone came closer to the two friends and started laughing, saying that they were freaks. It was the same scoundrel who had been beaten earlier, and he told Luo Feng and Tang Dai that they would die today because his elder brother Huang Ma Chen had come and would now take revenge for the humiliation. Looking at everything that was happening, the hero could not understand what was wrong with this family and why they always wanted revenge, but Tang Dai was ready for a fight. The boy with big ears felt very angry towards this family because the father and sons were to blame for the death of his mother, and he also broke his father's leg. This story made the scoundrel laugh, because in his opinion, Tang Dai's father and mother were useless, and they should have known who they were dealing with. The young man clenched his teeth with all his might and continued to watch the impudent man who laughed at the death of his mother. Looking at his friend, the young man decided to calm him down, because it was obvious that he was very angry. The protagonist still decided to ask the impudent guys what they wanted to achieve, but the humiliated guy from the Huang family said that today they would see it for themselves. The vile scoundrel exclaimed that his brother Ma Chen would first break Tang Dai's legs so that he would remain crippled for life. Sneaking up to the impudent guy, the young man grabbed him by the neck and decided to ask him again what he had just said. The bandits' henchmen immediately grabbed their weapons and were about to attack Luo Feng, since he had captured their boss. One of the gang members ran with a baseball bat and was about to hit the young man who dared to attack first. But it turned out that the Huang family's ally missed the blow, and thus he hit his boss right in the back with a baseball bat. Seeing his opponent's disorientation, Law immediately took action and punched him right in the face with all his strength. The loser immediately fell to the floor, unable to withstand such a strong blow. The eldest brother of the Huang family immediately realized that his opponent was indeed quite good and possessed impressive strength. As he started running towards Luo Feng, the bandit thought that he could easily beat this guy up now. According to the elder brother, no one in the world can resist his blow called the First World Blow. The worried comrade began shouting at Brother Feng to be careful, as he could be hit now. Suddenly the enemy stopped and did not hit the young man directly in the face. The blow was stopped for a reason. In fact, Luo Feng carried out a super-fast counterattack, which simply left the enemy discouraged. Thus, all the bandits realized that even Huang Ma Chen's elder brother had been defeated, and was not a serious opponent for Luo Feng. Now the main character for the bandits was like a huge devil, who was very scary and simply impossible to defeat. At the same time, the older brother continued to scream in pain and could not even get up from the floor. Looking at the defeated enemy, the young man realized that his friends did not even help him. The angry opponent realized that he needed to act differently and took out his knife to carry out a sneak attack. Overcoming the pain, the bandit was about to attack Luo Feng using the element of surprise. But for the young man, it was a completely obvious attack, and he easily defended himself against such a stupid opponent. Having caught the knife, the hero realized that it was necessary to teach the enemy a lesson for using such a serious weapon. Because of this, Luo Feng began to repeatedly strike with his knife directly at the enemy who was trying to dodge. Feeling extremely afraid, the eldest brother of the Huang family closed his eyes so as not to see how he was being attacked. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that all his clothes had simply been cut with a knife, and his body was not harmed at all. The frightened older brother simply did not know what to do, since the enemy had not only humiliated him, but also deprived him of the ability to resist in a fight. Looking at his opponent one last time, the protagonist exclaimed that they should not laugh at him again to appear before him in the future, otherwise he would simply kill them. Thus, the bandits began to run away in fear, trying to take their boss to a safe place. A worried Tang Dai told his comrade that he was indeed amazing, but he had humiliated the Huang family, and they could go back. The hero didn't care much at the time, and he said that someone was probably helping him. and that now they'd better go to dinner. After a short journey to Tandai's house, they found themselves in a poor area that was quite dirty. Entering the house, Liu Mei could not believe that such old houses still existed. Although it was clean, it smelled strongly of alcohol. Looking around, the boy discovered a man lying on the bed, and not far from him were bottles of alcohol. Covering the lying man with a blanket, Tandai said that this was his father. Even though he drinks almost every day and makes a mess, the apartment always has to be cleaned up after him. While examining the apartment, the boy also discovered a photograph with soldiers. This is how the hero realized that the man had fought before, but now he was just lying drunk on the couch all day. The young man still decided to ask his friend to tell him about himself and his family, Juan. Outside, Tandai pointed to a construction site where they used to live, but the place was stolen by real estate agents at a very low price, and several people died that night. Among the people killed in that conflict was Tandai's mother, which made him very sad. His father was also there that night. That's why his leg was injured. Those scoundrels had power and influence. So they just hushed up this conflict with money. A few minutes later, the father woke up and noticed that his son had brought a classmate with him. Luofeng decided that he still needed to ask Tandai to drive him to the store for beer, since he wanted to have a couple of glasses with his father. As soon as the son left, his friend immediately greeted Uncle Tan and told him his name. Taking off his jacket, the protagonist exclaimed that he wanted to have a little sparring match with his uncle. The man started laughing and actually appreciated the joke, saying that an old man like him couldn't compare to young people like him. That is why, covering himself with a blanket, the uncle decided to lie down a little longer until they brought them beer. But Luofeng decided not to retreat and exclaimed that old man Tang, who was once part of the 17th Razor Knife Division, couldn't even spar. And this was a disgrace to him as a soldier. Hearing this, the old man immediately reacted and did not like what was said. As he began to get out of bed, he was surprised by the young man's impudence and could not believe that someone would say something like that to him. So the fight started, and the man wanted to teach the boy a lesson for such insolence. Meanwhile, Tandai entered the house and was surprised by what happened. The boy noticed that his father and his friend were beaten, as if they had just been in a fight. At the same time, the son also noticed that his father was truly happy. Such a joyful reaction had not been seen on his face for a long time. During a short conversation, the man was able to reveal that his son's classmate had also once been a soldier, and they decided to talk a little. In Uncle Tang's opinion, the youth of their time are already very strong, and he is not an opponent for Luofeng. Feeling genuine joy, the man noticed that his opponent had excellent skills and wanted to know if he was also a member of the knife squad. The boy smiled and exclaimed that he should aim higher, and then the man assumed that the young man belonged to the sword squad. The boy closed his eyes and exclaimed that he was not in this detachment either, and then his uncle experienced a severe shock. The swordsman squad is a select group of soldiers from the knife squad. Each swordsman must fight like 10 knives, leaving only the best among the swordsmen, the legendary Beyond squad. There really was a hero in this squad, but only for a couple of months. And then Uncle Tang started shouting that he couldn't even compare to the swordsman, and this guy in front of him was in the squad of the Beyonders for several months. And it's just amazing. Looking at his uncle's reaction, the young man thought that he was even at a higher level, but he was afraid that it would frighten his uncle if he said so. Continuing to talk with his uncle, the hero asked him to tell him what happened between him and the Huang family, because he had to take revenge on them. Otherwise, he would remain a useless drunkard. This conversation was quite difficult for the man, because he had already tried all sorts of ways to take revenge, but nothing worked. Through this conversation, Luofeng made it clear to his uncle that he was also at odds with the Huang family, and now they had a common enemy. Now he had limited capabilities, and he was not able to fight the enemy alone. But if they united, they would have a chance to win. Hearing this, the man couldn't believe that the guy really had a way to defeat such serious enemies. But instead of using brute force, they need solid evidence to crush the entire Huang family at once, so they need Uncle's help to find the evidence. The determined uncle realized that he also needed to take action, and he could easily find plenty of evidence of the Huang family's violations of the law. At the same time, Tandai decided to eavesdrop on the conversation, but he didn't quite understand what his classmate and father were talking about. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the bus stop. The hero patiently waited for transport to get to his home. Suddenly, a car drove up and stopped right next to the bus stop. As it turned out, it was Mr. Zheng. And the young man even began to suspect that he was following him everywhere, and wherever he went, he would still be found. After getting into the car, Luofeng felt that the gentleman was indeed a very rich man, and it was very suspicious that someone like him would need a poor student, and perhaps they could even be photographed by the paparazzi, and the guy would be considered an illegitimate child. In fact, this time the man was really looking for a hero to thank him for saving his daughter, and he also wanted Luo Feng to do something for him. It turned out that the gentleman wanted Luo Feng to become a bodyguard for his daughter, but the hero did not understand how this was even possible, because he was just a schoolboy and could not spend the whole day with his daughter. A bodyguard was needed only for her birthday, and the man had already found out who was behind those attacks. And she didn't like the bodyguards he offered, so he decided to find Luo Feng. This kind of work would pay well, and the man immediately began to take out an envelope with money. Looking at the amount of money in the envelope, the young man realized that there was more than 100,000 yen. And now, he simply had no reason to refuse, after which, the boss decided to kick the guy out of the car so that he could take the bus home, since he still had other things to do. But the guy didn't care about this at all, since with this money, he wouldn't have to worry about paying the rent for a few more months. After some time, the boy found himself at home, and when he opened the door, he was quite surprised. Teacher Jun's outfit was indeed quite amazing, as if she was trying to cosplay someone. This was not cosplay, but hanfu, which is a traditional Chinese costume that is worn only during ceremonial occasions. Although the boy knew a little about tea ceremonies, he decided to drink tea with the teacher, even though the girl had not invited him. Laughing, Luo Feng didn't understand why he wasn't invited, because there were several cups of tea on the table, and besides them was no one else at home. After smelling the tea, the young man immediately discovered that it was first-class Longjing tea, and in order to appreciate the true taste of tea, the hero decided to try it. But the temperature of the tea was bad, and the boy immediately thought that the teacher was just pretending to understand tea ceremonies. Teacher Jun became very angry at such statements and looked like a little girl. Bowing her head, the woman admitted that the young man was indeed right, but she simply liked to perform tea ceremonies. The old man who taught her them said that she had no talent at all. In the guy's opinion, it was not a question of talent, but a question of feelings. He just had a few groups with a woman. And as a sign of apology, he would prepare a drink for her. Having started making tea, the main character sincerely believed that only tea in which one puts one's whole heart can be called the best tea. After a short preparation, the tea was ready, and the teacher did not understand whether it was even possible to drink such a strange drink. After tasting the tea, the woman discovered that the aroma was incredibly pure and the aftertaste was very refreshing, as if her student had turned out to be a master in tea ceremonies. In fact, the guy was not a master. It is like the ability to be peaceful, quiet, sincere, and serene. The only thing that was missing in the tea was sincerity. Having heard such a secret of preparation, the teacher was truly shocked. However, she sometimes thought that Luo Feng was not at all like an ordinary student, because he had the ability to see through everything, so she decided to discuss something with him. Immediately after these words, the boy decided to leave, and then said that he was not interested in discussing Teacher Jun's personal problems, and it was time to go to bed. Reacting instantly, the woman asked Luo Feng to wait. Continuing to pour tea, Jun asked the young man to do her a favor. The woman did have a rather unusual request, as she needed Luo Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend the following evening. After such a strange request, the hero realized that he would not be able to sleep, and therefore decided to go for a night run. Having already run several dozen kilometers, the guy didn't even think about stopping and continued training. Remembering that request, he immediately replied that Teacher Jun probably decided to play a joke on him because he was a simple student, and was afraid that it would not work. As it turns out, this will only be necessary for tomorrow evening, because the teacher will have to see a man she doesn't like, and she wants the student to help in case something goes wrong. Reflecting on this situation, the young man realized that the teacher had barely managed to persuade him, and this really did seem like some kind of cliché. Suddenly, someone nearby started shouting very loudly that a child was being kidnapped. Some woman was beaten on the street, and her child was stolen by impudent scoundrels. Turning around, the protagonist immediately saw that someone was in danger. Using his ruse, the boy immediately started running to the crime scene in order to help the worried woman. Having reached maximum speed, Luo Feng had to perform a rather difficult trick. The running speed was simply incredible, thanks to which the hero managed to jump several tens of meters into the air. The river was successfully jumped over, and now the guy only had to catch up with the villains. Meanwhile, a man noticed that someone had jumped across the river, which was at least 10 meters wide. Hearing that someone was capable of something like this, the old man was incredibly surprised. Meanwhile, the villains were already running up to the car to load the child inside. Luckily, the young man was already very close and was about to punch the bald villain. After the first blow, the villain immediately flew several meters to the side and hit a tree. Feeling great fear, The bandit did not understand who this young guy was, but he took out a knife and said that no one would dare interfere in their affairs. The protagonist's anger knew no bounds, and he was literally ready to kill the bandit who dared to steal the child. Looking at his opponent, the impudent man simply could not do anything and stood rooted to the spot. Seeing that there was another villain in a car nearby, Luo Feng decided to eliminate him. Running up to the car, the young man hit the door with his knee with all his might, causing damage to the car, as if it had been in an accident. For an accomplice to the crime, it was simply a shocking sight, because he could not believe that a person was capable of something like that. The bandits lay unconscious after a short fight. One of them was right under a tree. Another bandit was lying in a wrecked car, as if there had been a serious accident. The third bandit simply trembled with fear and raised his hands, as he admitted his guilt. After examining the crime scene, the man was simply shocked that all this was done by one person. And the woman did not even have time to look at him. But he was a good guy, because he saved her child. Thus, the men discovered that the main actor had already managed to leave the stage. But in the old man's opinion, there was nothing to worry about. After all, the old man guessed who it was, since destructive force was used during this fight. And among all the people he knew, only one was capable of something like this. This was the man whose face always remained hidden. The next day, events continued to occur at school before the start of the lesson. The joyful comrade told his brother that after talking with him, his father quit drinking and even started training. Luo Feng was really happy that he could help his friend and asked if he would invite him to dinner again, and he happily agreed. Turning around, Teacher Jun ordered Luo Feng and Tang Dai not to talk during the lesson. Seeing the teacher's reaction, the boy immediately winked at her. After all, they were roommates. The woman was immediately embarrassed by such behavior and even blushed. Teacher Jun was previously a top student at Zhengjiang University, and she probably had many suitors. Tang Dai immediately realized that his friend had fallen in love with the teacher. The protagonist's friend had no idea that they were literally living together with the teacher. Evening came, and events continued to unfold until the important event. To ensure that the young man arrived dressed up for the event, the woman decided to give him a suit. It turned out that it was designer clothing that cost a very long time, but June didn't want to talk about it and simply ordered to put on a suit. 10 minutes later, the young man finally put on the suit and decided to show the teacher what he looked like in it. But at first the boy was embarrassed, because he did not say his clothing size. But the suit that the teacher gave him looked just perfect. A little embarrassed, the woman admitted that her student did indeed look quite handsome, and exclaimed that he would be introduced as a Harvard graduate, with his own company, with an annual salary in the millions. It was truly an impressive image, and the young man knew that he was so good that he would never have come up with such nonsense on his own. 2 hours later, the teacher also got dressed. She put on a chic dress, but Luo Feng waited for her for so long that he even fell asleep. As soon as the girl arrived, the boy immediately woke up because he heard someone talking to him. The teacher blushed and began to apologize for being a little late, but Luo Feng understood that this was natural. Going outside, the hero decided to call a taxi to get to the event. But the teacher immediately stopped him, saying that since he was an entrepreneur, with an annual salary of $1 million, he was obliged to have his own car. And this car was parked right under their house. It was simply luxurious and incredibly expensive. Seeing Luo Feng's shock, Jun simply told him to get in the car and come to the event. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that since the teacher was asking him, he could not refuse her. And for her sake, he was ready to drive even a tank. Together they got into the car and headed to the event they had been preparing for so long. All this time, sitting in the car, the boy only thought that he should not show that he was surprised. The teacher immediately confirmed this and also asked not to call her teacher anymore. In this case, Luo Feng wanted to know what to call the girl. Blushing, the teacher replied that she should be called Mei Mei. It was quite unusual for the guy, since he was used to calling the girl Teacher June, but he still didn't pay attention to it. He decided to ask her more about the person she didn't want to see, because what if he couldn't afford to get involved with him? Then he would just smile and pretend to be stupid. This man turned out to be the girl's fiancé, whom her parents found for her. They wanted a rich son-in-law for themselves. After hearing that the suitor was rich, Luo Feng immediately said that if he was offered 10 million to break up with Mamie, he would gladly agree. Despite all the conflicts, the couple still went to the event. After they arrived at the scene, it turned out that it was a huge yacht, and the hero immediately assumed that its owner was Bogach, but in fact, it was rented. Holding hands, Mamie and Luo Feng headed to the huge yacht, where they were already awaited. The staff present on the yacht immediately noticed that Miss June had arrived at the event and told her that her fiancé was waiting for her on the 3rd floor, but they did not understand who had come with her. At that moment, the girl exclaimed that her boyfriend had come with her. which was a simply shocking statement for the staff. Upon boarding the yacht, Luo Feng realized that the girl's rich fiancé belonged to the Situ family in Beijing. He had even heard that this family was quite large, and no one dared to offend them in Beijing. Suddenly, someone started shouting the girl's name and ran with flowers to greet her. It was probably that same suitor from the wealthy family, and he brought a bouquet to gain mutual sympathy from Mimi. Looking at this bouquet, the girl thanked her suitor, but said that she did not like the flowers at all. Without hesitation, the man threw away the flowers and told her to forget about them, after which he decided to ask Mei Mei why she decided to leave Beijing, like a free-flying bird that flew away into the distance. As soon as the man realized that the girl had not answered this question, he immediately decided to invite her to a luxurious dinner, which would include beef that had been brought from abroad. Having thanked her for the invitation, Mei Mei was about to refuse, but Luo Feng said that since she had already been invited, it would be impolite to refuse. Starting to blush with shame, the girl nodded politely and said that in that case, they would still go to dinner. At that very moment, the guy from the wealthy family noticed the boy holding Mei Mei's hand and immediately started calling security, since there was an uninvited guest on board. Seeing the aggression from the interlocutor, Mei Mei immediately calmed down, because this was her boyfriend. But the impudent man did not care at all, and he did not understand whether the boy was really not afraid to take his girlfriend away from him. Feeling a strong dislike for his interlocutor, the young man decided to act and grabbed the impudent man by the finger. Coming closer, Luo Feng ordered his interlocutor to choose his words better, otherwise he would send his headless body to his brother Meekin. The young man began to laugh maliciously, and ordered Situ to apologize to the lady for his behavior, and he immediately began to apologize because he was afraid of Luo Feng. Sith began to try to find out who his interlocutor really was, and why he dared to treat a member of the Sith family so disrespectfully. Trying to calm the impudent scoundrel, the hero exclaimed that he is his father, and they do not understand where such a scoundrel as he came from in the Sitgu family. Meanwhile, someone came closer to the guys who were in conflict and said that Luo Feng should show his interlocutor his respect, because if he had not known his brother in the past, he would have already died. This man turned out to be Mei Mei's grandfather, and this made her even more shocked. Looking at the elderly man who came onto the ship, the main character was truly shocked. The old man said that he came here to see his granddaughter, but he never expected to meet Luo Feng here. Thus, old acquaintances met, and it seemed that grandfather was truly glad of such a meeting. Coming closer to her grandfather, Mei Mei tried to find out when he managed to arrive and how he knew Luo Feng. In fact, they didn't just know each other, and after parting with Luo Feng, grandfather looked for him for 2 years, and then met him here. Feeling intense rage towards his interlocutor, the young man exclaimed that he should have fixed that problem, not looked for it. Grandfather explained that they tried to do this and sent people dozens of times to search, but they never found his body, Luo Feng. But this only said that not tigers, not wolves, not panthers, no animal should stop them. Because for him, does the fact that they did not find the body matter? Listening to this whole conversation, Mimi had absolutely no idea what they were talking about, and had no idea what they were talking about among themselves. Bowing his head, the young man asked Teacher Jun to forget about it, and said that he would no longer be able to help her, after which he was going to leave first. Realizing that it was impossible to lose such an important person as Luo Feng, grandfather exclaimed that after his departure, Xuanyuan Pavilion had become unpopular, and even 20 of the top masters had left one after another. To this argument, the young man simply replied that he was not omnipotent and did not intend to return, since he was now a simple high school student. Suddenly, a man stood in the protagonist's way and asked him to stop. Feeling hostile toward the boy, the man said that Old Man Jun asked him not to leave and he should have stopped. Looking at the stranger, Luo Feng said that he was not his opponent, and he was not in the mood right now, so there was no point in blaming him for this. Hearing such an answer, the interlocutor did not tolerate impudence and immediately decided to grab the guy to teach him a lesson for his insolence. The main character didn't like this at all, and he decided to teach his interlocutor a lesson. First, the guy hit the man with all his strength using his elbow, so that he wouldn't dare order him what to do. From such a strong blow, the man immediately fell and hit the wall. Trying to calm everyone down, Mimi yelled for the boys to stop fighting. The man was completely indifferent to this request, and he began to swing in order to strike the young man. The blow dealt had no effect whatsoever on the outcome of the fight, and Lo Feng decided to attack again. The enemy even began to tremble with fear, as he realized that the young man was indeed very fast and strong. Turning to Old Man Jun, The man apologized, saying that he lost. But in Jun's opinion, Jiang Tao should not blame himself, since he was defeated by an unusual person. After all, the man lost to the strongest soldier in China, the top 100 soldiers in the world, and the top 3 killer. The main character had a nickname. His friends and enemies called him King Lo Feng. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the disco. Many people were dancing and having fun to the music, and did not even suspect who was nearby. It was that same King Lo Feng, who decided to relax a little and have a drink after a hard day's work. All this time, the young man was only thinking about what happened several years ago. Previously, the main character accompanied a girl whom he rescued from a forest where a fire had started. A large number of dogs were chasing 2 travelers wanting to catch them. After a long chase, Lo Feng discovered that they were near a cliff with nowhere left to run. Lo Feng's companion didn't have time to stop before the cliff and fell down, which is why the young man kept thinking that she had died. He was the only one who managed to save her during this mission, and now he was constantly pining for his partner. Because of this, the main character was now very angry at his boss, who couldn't even find the girl's body. Meanwhile, suddenly a girl accidentally bumped into Luo Feng. The boy didn't immediately understand what was going on and why the stranger behaved this way. After all, it was quite impudent. The frightened girl started screaming that she had been a little hasty and had accidentally hit him, and for this she apologized profusely. All this time, the hero was watching the girl and was incredibly golden, but after he heard the apology, he immediately began to be kinder and said that everything was fine. Looking back, the girl saw that she was being followed and immediately realized that she needed to hide. The stranger immediately began to crawl under the table in order to hide near Lo Feng. Hiding under the bar counter, the lady begged for help because she was in trouble. A man with a bandage over one eye shouted that his charges were eyeless pigs because they did not see where exactly the girl ran off to. The boss ordered his subordinates to hurry because if the girl ran away, they would have big problems. Fortunately, the lady was still able to hide from the villains and remained unnoticed. Addressing the stranger, the young man said that she could already get out, since the bandits had gone far away. Although he, Inya, was against her staying there for a while longer. As soon as she got out of the steam room, she immediately began to apologize for this incident, and the guy advised her to run away from there, because the people pursuing her were really dangerous. As she began to leave, the girl decided to say goodbye to her savior, and was truly very grateful to him. Thinking about what happened, Luo Feng even imagined for a second that he had met that very girl. But it was only a momentary meeting, and it seemed like he had drunk too much. The bandits eventually found the girl, and the boss ordered his subordinates to grab her. Trying to ask the main character for help, the girl began to beg him to call the police. At that moment, the young man pretended that he didn't care at all, and didn't react in any way. Bowing his head, Luo Feng waited for the bandits to leave so he could calmly go to his home. Suddenly, one of the bandits came closer and told the guy that he better forget what he had just seen. Otherwise, he would not be able to see anything at all. Stepping aside, at the last moment the bandit told the guy not to dare provoke them. The gang of Black Foxes. Upon hearing the gang's name, the protagonist immediately became enraged and was incredibly angry, which is why he began to beat the villain. This event was truly impressive for the boss and other gang members, because no one could have expected that an ordinary guy was capable of such a thing. Blushing with anger, the young man could not understand how it could be that wherever he went, there was a gang of black foxes, as if a pig was giving birth to them. The boss looked at the boy and asked if he knew who he was talking to and whose bar it was. The bar patrons noticed that it was the famous Cyclops, which is why they did not envy the guy, because he had gotten involved with the Cyclops in vain. The Black Fox gang has 4 famous masters: the Great White Shark, the Black Dog, the Crazy Tiger, and the Cyclops. They all have their own distinctive features. Each one is fierce and strong, and they also have big people behind them. Cyclops exclaimed that when someone comes into the bar to do business or just have a drink, they consider him their brother. But when the customers create problems for him, they cannot sit idly by, which is why he decided to ask the guy's name. The young man grabbed his hand and exclaimed that his name was Sheriff Black Cat and ordered everyone to raise their hands. The bandits began to talk among themselves about how the young guy was probably just drunk and should be forgotten. But the Cyclops thought that they still had a reputation and it would be bad to ruin it because of such visitors. Turning to the Cyclops, the young man said that he was not going anywhere, and first of all he would take care of that chick, because he wanted to take her with him. This angered the bandits even more, and he said that this woman had just filmed their confidential negotiations, and if she did not return the video to them, they would not be able to release her. Hearing this, The boy immediately exclaimed that she seemed to have given him the video, and when he started rummaging through his pockets, he did not find it. The other bandits reacted immediately to this and ordered the guy to quickly look for the video if he really had it. At that very second, the young man looked angrily at these bandits, telling them not to come near him. The men immediately felt genuine fear and realized that their interlocutor truly had an evil appearance. Smiling, the hero noted that these guys were simply scum and dared to offend a defenseless girl. Trash always remains trash, and they will not hide their nature in any way, coming up with different names for their gangs. The people present could not understand at all how this happened, since an ordinary guy began to contradict the gang of black foxes. One of the bandits started shouting that the young man was provoking them and that he was looking down on the gang of black foxes as if he was seeking his death. The drunken boy exclaimed that he was really looking for death and told the face to try to kill him. Soon after, the young man noticed that his alcohol was gone, so he asked for more. The boss gradually began to think that abilities, there would be no more self-confidence, and he has enough courage to challenge all the bandits. That's why the Cyclops shouted that he was famous for his darts game. If someone could dodge his darts, he would let him and the girl go. The wards realized that this was not a secret technique of the Cyclops. Everyone said that he could kill with a dart so that the enemy did not even have time to notice. Suddenly, the girl screamed at the guys to let her go because it only concerns her and he has nothing to do with it, which is why she was going to give the video, since it was just a drunk passerby. But the boy had a different opinion and said that he accepted the bandit's challenge because he wanted to see if he could dodge his darts. With a wicked smile, Cycle was ready to begin and ordered his enemy to get ready. The music in the club suddenly stopped and there was silence. Because the young man had drunk a lot, he staggered left and right, and it turned out that it was quite difficult to hit him. The man at that moment thought that this boy should be grateful to him for the fact that he had the opportunity to see the Cyclops' skills. In order to master this technique, the bandit even had to go blind in one eye, and this guy was not afraid to publicly challenge him, and he was the first one who asked for his own death. It seemed that at that moment the main character didn't care at all, and he continued drinking alcohol. Having prepared himself for the throw, the bandit exclaimed that he would do it now. Swinging the dart with all his might, the boss threw it, not expecting it to be lethal. At the moment of the throw, the young man continued drinking, regardless of everything, as if he didn't care. Realizing that the enemy was very impudent, the Cyclops used a secret technique called 3 deadly throws. Looking at everything that was happening, the lady saw a vile old man who was attacking an enemy who was not even prepared for the attack. The enemy, beginning to laugh maliciously, asked the young man how he thought he had managed to take such an important position, and even if he could dodge the first dart, he threw the other 2 in such a way that no matter where he dodged, one of the darts would definitely kill him. During the attack, no one could have expected that a drunk guy would be able to resist such a complex move. Looking at the glass that contained 4 dots, the hero really couldn't believe that the opponent was able to throw so many dots, and it was truly worthy of respect. The rescued girl was happy that her savior had evaded absolutely everyone else, while the bandits were in shock. As the lady got closer to the hero, she truly realized how amazing he was in this battle, and since the Cyclops lost, they could leave this club. Suddenly, the bandit exclaimed that he did not allow anyone to leave and ordered everyone to remain in their places. Since the guy was really strong and was able to catch all 4 dots, who will be able to come out? However, this lady also has to dodge all the throws. Having stuck out her tongue, the girl began to resist, saying that now she has a little brother who protects her, and she's no longer afraid of anyone. After thinking for a bit, the main character realized that there was only one way to defeat the Cyclops, and it was quite unusual. In order to finally win this competition, the young man used his wits and threw darts. At that very second, the enemy was defeated and began to scream in pain as the dart hit him right in the eye. Trying to stay on his feet, the bandit did everything possible, and his charges told him to be careful. In extreme pain, the enemy screamed that he could no longer see and ordered all allies to be called in to deal with this guy. A few hours later, all of the Cyclops allies arrived at the club, and the army of bandits was truly impressive. The worried lady told her brother that there were too many bandits and that he had better run away, since this matter did not concern him. Laughing, the hero realized that this was actually what he was waiting for, and a little girl like her would be better off hiding somewhere until all this was over. While preparing for the battle, the guy really wanted to have a blast in order to finish off absolutely all members of the Black Fox group. Many enemies tried to attack the ordinary guy, but they didn't yet know how much power he possessed. Attacks on this young opponent were truly useless, as he fought them off with ease. The enemies simply could not believe that an ordinary person could possess such power, and began to feel low. The boy could easily defeat absolutely any opponent, and it did not present any difficulty to him. Using his physical abilities, the young man easily threw a heavy man several tens of meters. Such attacks were indeed quite effective, as the enemies suffered colossal damage upon impact. There were several other opponents nearby who were about to attack from behind, but Luo Feng was also prepared for this. With the help of his Tai, the hero was able to fight off this attack, using his agility and ingenuity. Every blow was impressive, and the opponent simply did not understand how to fight such an enemy. The subsequent attacks from the enemies missed, and Luo Feng used his advantage. Even the most muscular and strong enemies were defeated, because they didn't know who they were dealing with. One of the strongest opponents was defeated, and the bandits saw it immediately. For the next attack, the protagonist jumped several meters into the air to strike from the air. Now the guy didn't care at all what people thought of him, because he wanted to show his true strength. None of the bandits present could understand what was happening or how to fight such an enemy. The agitated Cyclops continued to scream in pain and asked the servants if they had killed the guy. The alarmed men had absolutely no idea how to answer this question and simply remained silent. Only one man dared to say that Luo Feng was able to kill more than 30 bandits from the group. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and realized that he was finally feeling better. Screaming with anger, the Cyclops didn't know where this guy came from, and it didn't matter that he defeated him today. After all, they will still take revenge, since the weakest of the 4 great masters of the Black Fox gang was defeated now. The unwavering youth asked the Black Fox boss what would happen next, as he didn't care at all. In fact, he didn't like being threatened. But the Cyclops was lucky that the hero was already tired today, and he really is always ready to fight anyone. Taking his jacket, the young man said that he was leaving, but the girl asked him to wait. Without turning around, the boy almost forgot to introduce himself, and said that his name was Luo Feng, and that he didn't want the bandits to accidentally find the wrong person. The surviving bandit asked the boss what he should do. The Cyclops immediately answered that he needed to tell the boss and the 3 masters that they had lost the girl, and about the boy who had helped her. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the Night City. The girl ran after the hero all this time and literally begged him to wait for her. Looking around, the young man could not understand why the girl was contacting him with a comma, since she was not in any danger. In fact, she just wanted to formally introduce herself, and told him that her name was Chen Jingmei, and that she was interning as a journalist at a news channel. Now it was clear to the hero why she had filmed their dirty trade and they were chasing her. And it was really so, because she had obtained evidence, and this time completely exposed them. In Luo Feng's opinion, the girl was too naive, because such a large and powerful group would not be imprisoned because of a couple of pieces of evidence, and it would be better for her to forget about this job and leave the city. The journalist then shouted at her brother to at least leave her his phone number so that they could call each other later. Meanwhile, the Cyclops reported to his boss, who told him that he had let him down. The mysterious man wore a mask all the time and never took it off. Even his charges never saw his real face. The masked man wanted to know from the Cyclops how it all happened, and why one guy was able to defeat an entire army of mercenaries. Trembling with anger, the man said that perhaps he really was weaker than the others, but that guy was simply amazing, because he had never met anyone like him. Another man stood nearby and asked the Cyclops to finish reading the manhwa, because his imagination was running wild, although now he had both eyes missing and he would no longer be able to read anything. Suddenly another man came in and boss called him a white shark. The white shark found out that the woman's name was Tsin Jim. She was interning as a journalist at a news channel, and about that guy, he was a transfer student to a high school. It seemed like he had been in a lot of conflict with their Black Fox gang lately. The other bandit also realized that it was indeed that guy, since he had recently dealt with Huang Ma Chen in just a couple of blows. The shark also knew that the crazy tiger's brother was the one who provoked Luo Feng first, and after he was beaten, he ran to the Black Foxes. And then, when he and the Black Foxes were beaten again, he cowardly ran away, swallowing his snot and tears. The mad tiger immediately went berserk and realized that his ally was probably looking for a fight, which is why they were going to find out who was stronger. Seeing the conflict between the tiger and the shark, the convoy immediately stopped them, as there was no need for it. After thinking for a while, the mysterious man allowed the tiger to deal with this guy and asked him to do everything carefully, because a person like Luo Feng is dangerous to them, and if necessary, he will spare no effort to get rid of him. At the same time, the young man sneezed because someone remembered him at that moment, thinking about what someone was probably thinking about him right now. The guy was very curious about who decided to remember him. Having parked his expensive car near the house, the young man decided to go inside to sleep. Opening the door to the house, Luo Feng found Teacher Jun lying on the sofa, asleep from exhaustion. The boy was, of course, a little surprised that the teacher fell asleep right there. After all, you could catch a cold like that, so he decided to cover her with his jacket. In the hero's opinion, he was being caring, because he was going to cover the teacher with his jacket. But the girl at that moment began to fear him, because she thought that he was going to do something and was undressing for it. A few minutes later, the guy received a serious blow and wanted to ask the teacher where she got so much strength from. Trying to justify herself, June didn't know that the guy would return so late, and he scared her a lot. Besides, she didn't do it on purpose, which is why she apologized. He feels sad. The young man said that it's okay, he'll just go to bed and everything will pass. Caring Mei Mei decided to apologize for today, because she didn't know what happened between him and her grandfather and why he was there. But it seemed like the two of them had known each other for a long time, and her grandfather had also said that Luo Feng was a king who shook the world. The boy did not dare to answer this question, and only said that the king could not turn into a beggar like him. The teacher didn't mean it that way, and decided to find out why he transferred to a middle school, and also how he knew people from Beijing and who he really was. Laughing, Luo Feng said that he was indeed a king who shook the world, and was also a Superman who had saved humanity more than once. The woman still did not believe the guy, because she understood that he was not an ordinary high school student. All this made the teacher think about what was happening, and she still did not understand who Luo Feng really was. The next morning, the protagonist went out for a run again and ran quickly to the meeting place. Stopping near a snack shop, the young man couldn't resist asking the chef to make him some pancakes with milk. After the boy finished eating, he headed towards the Zheng family's mansion. Looking at this building, Luo Feng was truly shocked by how rich this family really was. Approaching the entrance of the mansion, he was immediately met by Dongbo. He is a nobleman of the Zheng family. The man also informed that the gentleman had already left on business. Suddenly another guest arrived. It was Mr. Bao. He was an ardent admirer of the lady. Today was Vivi's birthday, and the man wanted to come early in order to give her a great gift. Such a guest alarmed the young man a little, but he was prepared for any events that could happen on his birthday. Meanwhile, the hero of the occasion had already left, and immediately saw that Luo Feng had also arrived. It was obvious that the girl was very happy to see the long-awaited guest. The green-haired guest noticed that Vivi looked simply irresistible and immediately fell in love with her. The worried girl asked the protagonist not to call her young miss, because she felt uncomfortable when he spoke like that, and asked him to simply call her Vivi. Mr. Bao prepared an expensive gift for the girl and pointed to a piano that he had specially brought from abroad. It cost him several million. While the protagonist apologized that he didn't have time to prepare a gift for her, so he just brought pancakes with milk and congratulated the girl on her birthday. Vivi laughed and exclaimed that she really liked the gift. Looking at everything that was happening, Dongbo was simply shocked that Vivi did not react at all to Mr. Bao's gift. A few minutes later, the girl was lying in her room, thinking that in fact she just took this gift, but she doesn't even like street food. The embarrassed girl couldn't even imagine what the main character thought about her, but she had a really pleasant feeling. Meanwhile, the boy was sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for the hero of the occasion. The green-haired guy decided to get to know the young man and told him that his name was Baoning. As it turned out, Luo Feng knew this guy because he and his grandfather Bao Jiaoji were acquainted. In fact, Baoning's grandfather had a completely different name, namely Bao Yuan, and the boy immediately thought that Luo Feng did not know him. The butler also said that it was normal that he didn't know Mr. Bao. After all, he was one of the 8 elite people in Yanshan, and Mr. Bao's talent was music, especially playing the piano. Hearing this, the young man immediately remembered that this guy was nicknamed the best player, but it sounded somehow geeky. The butler also reacted to this insult immediately and told Mr. Bao that it really didn't sound very good, and that he had better change his name to Best Musician or Best Pianist. Suddenly, someone else came to the birthday party and decided to find out what the interlocutors were chatting about. It was a pink-haired girl, and she greeted Dongbo first, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dongbo immediately recognized the girl and remembered that her name was Beibei. They had not seen each other for 10 years. The young lady was on the second floor, and the butler immediately wanted to call her, because he was sure that she would be glad to see Beibei. Looking at the girl, Baoning couldn't understand why he didn't know that Vivi had such a friend. The girl clearly didn't like this question, and she immediately wanted to hit the impudent scoundrel. Beibei's foot stopped right in front of Baoning's face, and he began to panic, afraid that he would be hit. Laughing, the girl asked if Fatso really wanted to know everything about Vivi. Watching this small duel, the young man realized that the girl was indeed moving quite quickly. Baby also looked at the hero and decided to ask if he was also a lover of knowing something, but the guy remained silent. Meanwhile, Vivi had already started to descend from the second floor and was glad that Bebe had finally returned. The two girls hadn't seen each other since elementary school, where they were best friends, but Bebe suddenly went abroad, and Vivi was very upset. As it turned out, the girl was no longer a lady. She had studied boxing abroad and returned to China only to attend Vivi's birthday, and also offered to be her bodyguard. Vivi happily agreed to the proposal immediately and said that they wanted to go shopping together, inviting Luo Feng along. But Bebe was against it because her motorcycle was a two-seater. However, the guys managed to come to an agreement among themselves, since Bowning had a car, and he could take Luo Feng to the store. A few minutes later, the girls were already heading towards the store, and Baby and Vivi were riding a motorcycle at high speed. At the same time, the protagonist urged Bowning to drive faster, since the girls might leave without them. The smug guy didn't understand why he had to be the bodyguard's driver, but he continued to follow the birthday girl anyway. After a short journey, events continued to take place in the market square. There were a lot of people around the shopping area, and they were all about to enter the shopping center to buy some clothes. Passers-by near the shopping center started talking about Vivi, and that she looked very beautiful, but her companions looked like some kind of pigs. Looking at the girl, Bebe also noticed that Vivi was like a princess, and everyone admired her. The young man had been watching the girls all this time, and it had gnawed at him that they were so easily spending the money that Boss Zhang had earned. At this time, Bowning was feeling very dissatisfied because he was given all the bags of clothes, forcing him to do all the hard work. Coming closer to the boy, the young man began to calm him down, saying that going shopping with Vivi was much better than playing the piano for her. Vivi has been provided for and accustomed to luxury since birth, and she really wouldn't be surprised by playing the piano. But her father is constantly busy with business, and he hardly spends time with her. After finishing shopping, the girls suddenly stopped, and Baby immediately asked what was wrong. It turned out that Vivi was just hungry and wanted to go to a restaurant to order a steak. So they all went to the restaurant together, and the girl was very happy that she was spending her birthday in such company, and she had a lot of fun. After overhearing the conversation between the girls, Bowning noticed that Bebe was acting like a guy, and he didn't like it at all. Luofeng decided to calm his new comrade down and said that this boy was probably saying bad things just to get closer to Vivi, and if he fell for her provocations, Bowning would immediately lose. Upon hearing this, the guy immediately shouted that if Vivi liked the steak in this restaurant, then he would buy the entire restaurant and give it to Vivi. Feeling awkward, the girl thanked her brother, but said that she didn't often eat steaks, and this slightly upset the potential groom. Despite the small argument, the hero still said that they needed to calm down a bit and continue eating. Meanwhile, the suspicious waiter was heading towards Vivi, pretending to bring food. In fact, it was an attempt on the girl's life, and the villain took out a knife in order to use it for its intended purpose. The young lady was in danger, and the protagonist and Beibai immediately noticed it. The determined lady immediately wanted to take measures to stop the assassination attempt. Grabbing the knife, she literally threw it at the waiter in order to perform one unusual trick. This knife flew close to the waiter and completely missed him. At that moment, someone threw a fork to prevent the assassination attempt and nail the weapon to the ceiling. The agitated waiter began to make excuses to the client, saying that he forgot to put the cutlery. Bebe immediately noticed that Luo Feng had interrupted her attack, because he not only predicted that she would throw the knife, but also threw the fork so that her knife changed its trajectory. Looking at the girl, the young man exclaimed that she really needed to relax a little, because lack of concentration leads to mistakes, and she could have taken an innocent life. Not understanding how this was possible, Baby was simply in shock and did not understand what kind of person was now in front of her. The protagonist at that moment replied that he was just a classmate of Zheng Vivi and did not understand what surprised her so much. Frightened, the girl assumed that the guy probably really wasn't an ordinary odnoklassnik. Hearing this question, Vivi decided to intervene in the conversation and exclaimed that Luo Feng was really amazing and he had saved her from the kidnappers earlier. The smug girl immediately realized that thanks to this classmate, Vivi was safe. This was indeed true, and the hero also told her that today he was her bodyguard. And this made Vivi happy, since she now had 2 knights in white armor. A few hours later, events continued to unfold at the amusement park, where the birthday celebration continued. While going through the various attractions, the birthday girl was very happy. She enjoyed having fun this way. But Bowning only suffered from it. Finally, the birthday celebration was over, and the sunset had arrived. The birthday girl thanked all her guests because she had never had so much fun. While talking to each other, the girls realized that they needed to go to the restroom. The events continued in the restroom, and Baby decided to contact someone on the phone. While chatting with a stranger, he told her that she had almost revealed her true identity and that it was just a stupid mistake. Upon seeing this message, Bebe immediately threw away her phone so that there would be no evidence that she was a criminal. As if nothing had happened, the girl left the restroom to take care of Vivi. Coming out of the toilet, Baby found Luo Feng, who had been standing there all this time waiting for her. Indignantly, the young man exclaimed that he was Vivi's bodyguard and wanted to know where she had gone. Looking at this guy, Baby thought that he probably guessed who she was and was deliberately following her, or he was just a pervert who was taking advantage of the opportunity. After they all left the toilet together, they immediately headed home to send Vivi to bed. The joyful girl was grateful to her companion and told her that she would never forget today. Finally, the lady returned, and Dongbo was very happy to see her, asking if she had fun. Thanks to the wonderful day, the birthday girl was in a great mood, and she was getting ready to change her clothes in order to continue the celebration. The protagonist stood near Bebe and said that he felt very sorry for Vivi. A young girl, as beautiful as spring flowers, constantly finds herself the target of ruthless conspiracies. But she could be as happy as she is today, every day. The birthday girl really did have an innocent smile, as if an angel had descended from heaven. But today, someone wanted to destroy that innocent smile from that angel, and that someone is her best friend. Looking at Bebe, the young man ordered her to stop pretending, because it no longer made sense since she had already seen his abilities. Looking at her interlocutor, the girl decided to ask if he really thought he could stop her. To this question, the young man simply asked if Baby really wanted to check this. Suddenly, Luo Feng relaxed and asked his interlocutor to also calm down. After all, he used to be a hired killer too. But now he is retired, so she can relax, and Boss Zhang pays him 100,000 yen for her protection, which is why he wanted to know how much Bebe's employer pays her. The interlocutor was very surprised and immediately began to deny everything that was said, as if the guy was not quite right in the head. The clever young man said that if her boss pays more, then he wouldn't mind joining her, and they would split the reward. He would take 70%, and she would take 30%, because in the end, he would have to be beaten. In a panic, Bebe began to leave, saying that she did not understand what the interlocutor was talking about. So, since she didn't agree, he would have to remain her bodyguard again. At that very moment, a loud scream was heard from the room where Vivi was. Realizing that the girl might be in danger, Bebe immediately began to climb onto the balcony. At that time, the main character simply continued running towards the building in order to climb it as well. Having jumped onto the building, Lo Feng was the first one on the balcony and immediately asked Vivi what happened. Baby also arrived on the balcony because she thought that someone had gotten there before her. In fact, the girl was just playing with a cat she found on her balcony. No one clearly expected such a turn of events, and Bebe and Luo Feng were simply shocked. At that very second, the girl noticed that there were bodyguards on her balcony, and she wanted to understand what they were doing there. Standing at attention, the young man exclaimed that everything on the balcony was clear, and Bebe asked him not to pretend to be an obedient soldier, because one soldier would be enough to protect Vivi. After a few minutes, events continued to take place at home, where the hero was sitting near the second bodyguard. After the situation happened, the boy started drinking tea, and Baby felt very awkward. In a calm tone, the young man told his colleague that she was too impulsive. Meanwhile, another guest arrived and said that he was glad to see Dongbo. It was Mr. Chu Q. A handsome man arrived at Vivi's birthday to congratulate her. Even Uncle Zheng didn't know he was coming. The guests present at the birthday party realized that this was the eldest son of the Chu family, a super rich teenager nicknamed Autumn Chu. The guy was surrounded by many bodyguards, and all of them were literally ready to kill anyone who dared to harm him. Chuko suddenly announced that he was inviting everyone present to visit the 5-star hotel he had booked and celebrate his birthday there. Looking at everything that was happening, Bebe realized that her mission had failed because Chukyu's bodyguards were mercenaries who had been retired from the battlefield. Feeling anxious, the girl decided to figure out what the hell was going on here and why someone was forcing people to leave this mansion. The bodyguard turned to the hero and his friend, saying that they also needed to leave. After placing the glass on the table, Luo Feng decided to figure out on what grounds he should leave. After all, he came here to celebrate his classmate Vivi's birthday and hadn't yet had time to eat the cake that she would cut. Seeing this guy, Chukyo immediately decided to find out who this person was. Bowning reported to him that it was just classmate Vivi. Smiling, the guy politely asked why a simple classmate shouldn't go to the hotel. There were already prepared dishes for every taste, And there would also be a lot of entertainment programs, and he definitely wouldn't be disappointed if he went there. The impudent bodyguard also came closer to the guy, and touching him on the shoulder said that he definitely needed to leave. Unable to tolerate such behavior from the young man decided to take action. He kicked the villain straight in the head and pinned him with all his might right onto the table. Feeling great difficulty while resisting, the man realized that he could not get out, and this guy was really stronger than him. The hero laughed and added that he never lost a battle, and if Chukyu couldn't make him leave, he would stay and eat cake. Watching this duel, the guests were simply shocked, because they understood that an ordinary classmate was facing Chukyu himself. Baby also realized that this guy was so treacherous, and he deliberately hit that bodyguard, and now he is using the Zheng mansion as a shield. Chukyu turned to Mr. Vivi's classmate and said that he came here to congratulate Vivi on her birthday and was not going to look for trouble. The boy didn't even want to listen to this rich man, because he was unhappy that people like him grow up rich and handsome. Besides, first he should have asked Vivi's opinion and not kicked out all the guests. According to the guest, Vivi definitely had to agree, because he had prepared a special gift for her that she definitely couldn't refuse. Unexpectedly, the hero of the occasion herself arrived, as well as her father, who wanted to know what gift the eldest son of the Chu family had prepared for his daughter. After kissing Vivi's hand, Chukyu immediately congratulated her on her birthday in person. Since Uncle Zheng wanted to see the gift, he could not hide it any longer, and asked the bodyguards to bring it here, because everyone had to see it. The muscular man began to take out the very long-awaited gift that Chukyu had been preparing for so long. As it turned out, it was a snow magic mountain flower, which had rather unusual properties. Some said that this magical flower could preserve youth forever. Everyone understood that this was not an item that could be bought for money, and no one could refuse it. Chukyu gave this flower to Vivi and hoped that she could remain as beautiful as a butterfly and live a very long life. The excited girl said that she was really happy with this gift, but she was afraid that it was too expensive for her and she could not accept it. Laughing, Luo Feng said that Vivi should accept this flower, because in truth, it is not that valuable, just like an ordinary flower from the flower bed near their mansion. This answer did not satisfy Chukyu, and he did not understand what this impudent guy said, and wanted to understand what classmates gave her, and Bowning said that he gave her street food. Because of this, the guests began to laugh, and almost died laughing, because they did not understand what a poor man like Lo Feng was doing here. In the young man's opinion, this flower was completely useless, and his street food would be much more beneficial. The people present at the event began to discuss that this magical flower that Chukyu spent a fortune and a huge amount of effort on was probably actually useless, and he should be ashamed. Thus, Chukyu realized that he had probably been fooled by the merchant back then, since he had sold this magical flower for 50 million yuan. At least Chukyu really tried to make a good impression, and all the guests could see his sincerity. The enraged boy decided to ask the hero if he was deliberately trying to humiliate him, since he saw that he also liked Vivi. Looking at her classmate, Vivi had no idea that Luo Feng might like her. The father of the Zhen family hinted to the boy that he should not leave the mansion, since he promised to protect Vivi, which is why the young man did not even intend to leave this place. Looking around, the guy discovered a piano standing nearby. Remembering about another gift, Chukyu immediately started walking towards the piano in order to give it to him. The guy did this only because Vivi's classmate provoked him, and he wanted to demonstrate a composition called Spring Breeze. By a strange coincidence, the celebratory banquet turned into a battle between two men for Vivi's favor. Chukyu really played the piano very beautifully, but it was not surprising, because he was still a member of the Chu family, and everyone there was talented and beautiful. Hearing the piano playing, Vivi realized that Mr. Chukyu was indeed very handsome and talented, but she knew that he was only here because his family wanted to intermarry with theirs. A little embarrassed, the girl asked Luo Feng to make his exit in order to show his favor to her. Vivi began to think that she was caught up in the rivalry between Luo Feng and Chukyu and would have to make a choice, but she was completely at a loss as to who to choose. Even Baby couldn't say it was a superb melody, but it definitely required years of practice. The guests at the birthday party started clapping for the guy because they appreciated the melody he played on the piano. Grinning, the evil young man asked his classmate if he could surprise Vivi with something. All this time, the hero simply sat silently and did not answer anything. The father of the Zheng family also watched the boy and thought that he could not afford to offend the Chu family. But he also could not leave Vivi defenseless, because he knew for sure that the assassins would come today. The protagonist finally decided to take action, and he got up from the sofa to demonstrate his skills. Turning to his rival, Luo Feng mentioned that he was not talented enough to write his own melody, so he would borrow Chuka's melody. According to the enemy, this was simply impossible, since there was no way to play this melody again after hearing it only once. In that case, if Luo Feng could play at least one verse of the melody, he would win, and he took action. The young man began to play, but the melody was completely different from the one Chukyu had played earlier. Listening to this melody, the guests realized that it was completely different from the one Chukyu played. Only Chukyu realized that this guy was playing his melody backwards, even though he had only heard it once. In fact, not only Chukyu noticed this, but Vivi also realized that Luo Feng was playing the same melody backwards. This time, luck was on the side of the protagonist, and Chukyu finally admitted his defeat. This event caused concern to the father of the family, since Luo Feng was still able to win. But by doing so, he offended the Chu family. Meanwhile, the lights in all the rooms suddenly went out and people started to panic. The young man and baby began to explore the area in order to understand what was going on. As it turned out, the lights were only turned off because they were bringing out the birthday cake. The main character didn't lose his composure and started singing the song, "Happy Birthday to You" for Vivi. All the guests sang along and applauded, because with this competition, they completely forgot that Vivi was the main hero of the occasion, which is why they all gathered together to sing a song and congratulate her. Hearing this song was a very pleasant event for the girl, as she was glad that so many people came to her birthday. The birthday girl began to blow out the candles on the cake in order to make a wish. But Baby was about to do something unpredictable and began to get up from the sofa. Digging in her pocket, the girl began to take something out and came closer to Vivi. It turned out that there was a knife in the pocket, and Baby wanted to do something very horrible. Luckily, someone stopped the enemy in time with his sword. It was Chukyu, because he noticed that Bebe was trying to take Vivi's life. The young man had no idea what Agent 98 was doing, as he had been sent by secret to help her complete the task. But it was at that moment that he learned that Bebe had probably betrayed all the agents. Bowing her head, the girl realized that Vivi was her friend and she was doing something terrible. Considering Bebe to be a traitor, Chukyo began to swing his sword in order to strike. Trying to fight the girl, the guy sincerely hoped that she would die first. But Bebe wanted to conduct the battle differently and told Chu that if he wanted to kill her, then they should go to another room. Immediately after that, the two of them ran out of the main room and headed to another room. Once in the room, there were only the two of them, and no one should have heard them here. The fight began, and Chuka wanted to do everything possible to destroy the agent who turned out to be a traitor. The abilities of the two opponents were truly impressive, as they fought equally. However, in Chukyu's opinion, Agent number 98 could not be his opponent because she was too weak. Meanwhile, the protagonist finished playing the piano, and Vivi really appreciated this amazing melody. The guests asked Vivi to blow out the candles and make a wish, as this was their family tradition. Looking around, the birthday girl discovered that her friend was not there, as she wanted them to blow out the candles together. The boy assumed that Bebe was on the upper floor and decided to go and check. And so that no one would get bored, Dongbo suggested that everyone sing songs to make it more fun. The impudent guy understood that he was ranked higher than number 98, and Bebe was a much weaker opponent than him. The girl's willpower was simply excellent, and she still tried to resist as much as possible in order to not give the enemy the opportunity to win. Bebe tried to strike with her knee, but Chu immediately blocked the girl's attack using his knee. Her leg actually went numb from this, as if her opponent had bones made of steel, which was why it was no wonder that he was actually higher in the rankings. Laughing evilly, the young man could not believe that the enemy was capable of only this, and it seemed that the organization had made a mistake in sending her on such a mission. Soon after, Bebe decided to strike the villain to finally shut him up. The young man couldn't believe how this scoundrel dared to injure his precious face, which is why he began to attack. The impact occurred, and Bebe's weapon was completely destroyed, as it could not withstand such a crushing force. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that Bebe was fighting with a guy and told him that Vivi asked her to blow out the candles with her. The impudent man was immediately angered by this, and he asked the hero who he was and how he had managed to sneak up so unnoticed. Hearing this question, Luo Feng immediately decided to find out if Bebe was really sent to kill Vivi. The girl nevertheless admitted that this was indeed the case, but she was unable to kill her friend. Even though she had plenty of opportunities throughout the day, the agent began to get even more angry because he did not understand why such a worthless person like this guy was talking to him like that and was going to kill him. Feeling hatred towards his enemies, the young man only exclaimed that he did not think so, and that today only one person would die. And this person will be the scoundrel who wanted to finish off Vivi, but now simply did not understand how he was killed in a few seconds. Not understanding how this was possible, Baby only watched everything that was happening, and understood that Luo Feng had instantly killed the man ranked 86th in the assassin rankings. Suddenly, the police burst into the room and ordered everyone to raise their hands and remain in their seats. The boy and his ally raised their hands, and Luo Feng realized that he was seeing his acquaintance. This acquaintance really didn't expect to see Luo Feng here, and thought that he had committed a crime. Because of this, the main character's old friend arrested him for murder. Suddenly, the father of the family came and saw that Luo Feng had killed the murderer who wanted to finish off his daughter. Because of this, the father of the Zhen family decided to explain that this was just a misunderstanding, and Luo Feng was his hired bodyguard. But in the man's opinion, the bodyguards could also be hired killers, and this must be thoroughly investigated with all the rigor and necessary procedures, which is why they will check everyone. Hearing this answer, the man could not believe these words and was very surprised by this turn of events. But the main character at that moment was very upset, because now he would be detained. Luo Feng still began to resist and said that he stopped the murderer and could not be the murderer himself. But if they wanted to arrest him, then that was fine. He ordered the police to call their captain Peng Wei here anyway, so that he would come right away, because he wanted to ask him if all the people in his unit were so stupid. The disgruntled police officers began shouting that if the young man did not want to be arrested, then they would start shooting. But the captain ordered them to stop. At that very moment, Captain Peng Wei came in and ordered all his men to put away their weapons. The boy began to explain to his captain that something was wrong with this case, and he suspected that the other guy was to blame for everything. They needed to detain him and take him in for questioning. At that moment, the captain looked at his old acquaintance and asked him to stop involving him in his problems. The grateful young man told Pei Wei that in that case, he would leave all his problems for him to solve. A wise man decided to ask his subordinate if he knew the killer nicknamed Joe. Joe is British by nationality and was recently wanted by 7 countries, including the UK itself, on the World Killing Star list, ranking 46th. This man was also involved in the kidnapping of young Miss Zheng, but now he has been killed by another killer. The evil captain told all this, only so that his subordinate would find the killer's employer within 7 days, because he needed to be put in prison. Having frightened his protege, the commander ordered him to quickly return to his work, because they had detained the wrong person. Watching the entire situation unfold, Bei couldn't believe that Luo Feng ended up going unpunished. That's why the girl wanted to know how it all happened, because the guy in front of her had just killed a top killer. And it was obvious that that captain was helping him. But Luo Feng only replied that he was an ordinary schoolboy. With a heavy sigh, the lady said that they should forget about it, as she didn't know who the organization could have sent besides her. But she had had enough and was leaving Vivi's protection in the hands of Luo Feng. But if something happens to Vivi, Baby will take cruel revenge. Although the hero understood that she could not do anything to him. Although the couple had hostility between each other, they still said goodbye and parted as friends. Sometime later, events continued to unfold at the Yanshan City News Bureau. The girl who was investigating the crime shouted to the editor-in-chief that she wanted to know what was going on here. Not understanding anything, the man decided to ask Jingmei what exactly happened and why she was unhappy. It turned out that the girls had previously said that today's news headline would be the exposure of the dark deeds of the Black Fox gang. Well, there was absolutely no mention of these crimes in the newspaper. That is why the dissatisfied Jingmei wanted to understand what exactly was happening in this editorial office and why they treated her this way. The man initially didn't even know what to answer to this, and simply began to think. After which, he took out some envelope from the locker and began to make excuses. This envelope contained the girl's salary. This time it was a little more, and the boss also put her salary there for 3 months in advance. The newspaper's boss said that Jingmei was not fit to work as a journalist, so she should take the money and get out of the office. Looking at the editor-in-chief, the girl immediately exclaimed that she wanted her flash drive with evidence back. To this, the editor-in-chief simply responded that things were howling that it was better not to get involved with. The additional 3-month salary was personally approved by the boss. He wants the girl to forget everything connected with working for them. Snatching the money from the editor-in-chief's hands, Jingmei threw it right in his face to show that he was simply a scoundrel. After all, even if the girl is dying of hunger, she will still not accept handouts from villains, and will not stop turning a blind eye to their shameless actions. Turning around, the upset lady began to leave and said goodbye to the newspaper editorial office. Meanwhile, events continued to occur near the orphanage. Standing near the bridge, Jingmei thought that her younger brothers and sisters would not be able to get new clothes from this house this month. This orphanage didn't even have air conditioning, which means all the children will be very cold this winter. The determined lady realized at that moment that she would not give up, no matter what trials fate might throw at her, and would definitely allow her brothers and sisters to spend this winter happily. After several hours, events continued to unfold in the Jung family mansion. The whole family drank wine, and the father thanked Luo Feng for saving his daughter. The girl's mother also asked the young man to eat whatever he wanted, and not to be shy. The woman also recalled that she had previously heard that Luo Feng had only recently moved to their school, which is why she wanted to know which school he had started at first. The kind boy exclaimed that he had transferred from a school called M. This really surprised the woman, and she wanted to understand who Luo Feng's parents were, although she apologized for not closing her family line because of the questions. But she wanted to know absolutely everything about this guy. Hearing the question about his family, the hero immediately said that he was the only one in his family. This answer immediately made the woman feel awkward, and she apologized for asking such a question. But for the guy, it was not a problem, because it did not bother him anymore. Although the hero had one old man who looked after him all the time, all he gave him were nightmares. If the hero ever meets this old man again, he will definitely beat him half to death and take revenge for the past. The father of the Jung family, in turn, said that Luo Feng had good skills and offered to remain as a bodyguard for Vivi. The boy immediately refused such an offer and suggested that the mister find someone else. Although the young man loved money, he no longer wanted to get involved in these family conflicts. The determined man exclaimed that he was asking to protect Vivi for another month and would pay 10,000 yen for each day. This offer made the main character think seriously, because the salary was truly impressive. The father of the family also decided to mention that after today, some disagreements had arisen between him and the Chu family. But fortunately, the man promised to help with this issue when needed. At that moment, the young man realized that life without money was not easy, but he also did not want to get into trouble. The boy finally agreed, but only for 1 month, since he couldn't stand it any longer. After family dinner, Vivi decided to play the piano a little to relax after a hard day. The girl really played very skillfully and sang beautifully too. In the young man's opinion, the song was truly wonderful, and Vivi's performance was simply brilliant. Suddenly, Vivi noticed that she was being watched and immediately stopped playing. Having finished playing, the lady decided to thank the guy for today, and she hopes that she is not too late with her gratitude. The joyful girl said that the young man had already saved her twice, and she was very grateful to him. The protagonist said that the first time it was just an accident, but today her father specifically hired him for protection, and this month he will save her as much as it takes. Although in any case, Vivi clearly should get into less trouble. Although this was indeed the case, in that case, Luo Feng would not be able to save her. As it turned out, the father was observing the ongoing dialogue and noticed that the young people got along well with each other. But his daughter hated the bodyguards the most. But it seemed like this time, everything was completely the opposite, and she really liked the new bodyguard. At that very moment, the young lady felt that she was starting to feel dizzy, and her condition was bad. Gradually, the girl began to lose consciousness, and the young man did not understand what the problem was, asking his father to immediately take her to the hospital. In fact, these were the consequences of an illness in childhood. Although they were not serious, for a long time my father invited medical experts from abroad. This happened every month, but all to no avail. Turning to the man, Lo Feng offered to examine the girl. Although in truth, he also knew a little about medicine, but he could probably help. After examining the girl, she immediately wanted to know what her diagnosis was. But the hero only replied that this illness was not worth worrying about. It's just that the lady has a really weak body. Chinese medicine can help her, and very soon she will be healthy. Hearing this, the man was immediately angry because he had shown Vivi to more than 200 foreign doctors, and only Chinese medicine could help her. Father really couldn't believe what he heard. At that time, Luo Feng insisted that medicine was now highly developed, and that almost any disease could be cured. In order to help his classmate, the young man wrote down several medications and asked her to take them as prescribed, once every 3 days, and in a month, the dizziness would no longer occur. Having sorted out the situation, the young man said that he was going to bed and decided to say goodbye. Looking at this boy, the man understood that he was too capable, and he was even afraid to imagine who he really was. But Vivi herself was very embarrassed, and she understood that Luo Feng was truly simply amazing. The next time, the man even thought about asking the guy to solve his problem in that place and try to have a second child. On his way home, the boy thought the 10,000 yen a day was just a dream. And the rent for the apartment had also dropped, for which he could thank Sister Lan. As soon as he walked a little away from the mansion, he immediately noticed a noisy crowd nearby and wanted to understand why so many people had gathered in one place. The crowd was watching the restaurant at the time as it was destroyed, and the broken windows caught the attention of passers-by. Near the destroyed restaurant nearby, a girl was sitting on the floor, crying from despair. Feeling intense anger, the young man immediately wanted to achieve justice and understand who did it. Approaching the upset girl, the hero immediately wanted to understand whether the gang of black foxes had done this. In fact, all this only happened because of the woman's husband. The man was a casino gambler and lost a lot of money, and then the thugs came to collect the debts, but she had no money. This was truly impressive news, which made Luo Feng want to understand how much the woman owed to these thugs. Continuing to cry, the lady explained that her husband owed the scoundrel another $500,000, although they tried to hide. But they found them, and were even going to cut off her husband's hand as punishment. After listening to the woman, the young man decided to find out what she was going to do in this situation. The determined lady realized that she did not want to put up with this anymore, and would quickly divorce her husband, because she did not want to get into such troubles because of him anymore. The hero thought about the fact that almost every family has similar stories, and perhaps it's better to leave everything as is. A few hours later, the events continued to take place in the apartment, where Lo Feng returned. Upon entering the apartment, the boy discovered some strange noise coming from another room. Teacher June was lying on the floor, and it was completely unclear what had happened to her. Coming closer to the teacher, the boy wanted to understand if everything was okay with her, and what exactly had happened. The situation was very strange, because she was unconscious, but her pulse was normal, and there seemed to be no reason to worry too much. Taking the girl in his arms, the young man realized that he needed to carry her to bed, since lying on the floor was not very good. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and did not understand what was happening here and why she was being carried somewhere. Feeling intense shame and anger, the art teacher slapped her student with all her might. Soon after, she became embarrassed and explained that she seemed to have lost consciousness. And when she woke up, she saw him and did something she didn't want to, for which she began to apologize. Experiencing severe pain after the slap, the hero still forgave her, since he was already used to it. The teacher also said that the practice exam test would start tomorrow, and as an apology, perhaps she would help him prepare for it, and could help him not only with her subject, but with the others as well. According to Mamie, the guy really needed help in preparing, but he only replied that he could easily handle such tasks. Having asked the girl not to worry, the protagonist said that she should expect only good news tomorrow. The next day, events continued to unfold in the classroom, and Tandai asked his friend if he was confident that he could pass the exam. Luo Feng convinced his friend that he could do it easily. Meanwhile, the teacher announced that the students would receive practice exams and that everyone needed to stop talking and start writing. To be honest, the hero was a little nervous, but since he said he would pass the exam, he intended to keep his word. After the exam, each of the students was incredibly tired because it was really difficult. Still, his comrade invited Lo Feng to go home with him, but the young man refused, saying later that he had some business to attend to. His classmates began to think that Luo Feng was probably hiding something, as if he was trying to go on a date with a girl. Suddenly, Vivi and her little sister shouted for Luo Feng to come home with them. It was at that moment that all the classmates realized that the guy, who was an ordinary schoolboy, was dating two school colors at once, as if he was blessed by heaven. Several hours later, the events continued to take place in the city at night. Vivi started to get out of the expensive car, and she was met by the butler Dongbo. Addressing the girls, the hero said that he had delivered them home safe and sound, after which he needed to return to his house. Looking at her bodyguard, the girl mentioned that he might not have to walk, and she would simply ask the driver to take her home. The slightly embarrassed young man replied that it wasn't worth it, and he just wanted to take a little walk, and they could see each other tomorrow. In fact, Liu Mei was very angry at this behavior and did not understand why Vivi was trying to please this guy. The hero declined because he had relaxed a bit in recent days and needed to keep himself in good physical shape, and jogging was ideal for this. Suddenly, some girl overtook Luo Feng and started running much faster. Looking at this girl, the guy immediately assumed that she had good speed. Perhaps she even studied at some sports school, and she also had a nice figure from behind. At that very second, the mysterious lady turned around as if she had heard what was being said about her. This even embarrassed Lo a little, because he didn't expect the stranger to pay attention to him. After a few seconds, the girl slowed down completely, as if she wanted to run on par with the guy, and her figure from the front was also amazing. Thus, the young man discovered that this girl was really trying to keep herself in shape. Unexpectedly, the lady asked if the guy next to her was really Luo Feng. He didn't even know what to answer. A little embarrassed, he still said that this was indeed so, but he did not understand how she knew his name. The green-haired girl in turn asked if Luo Feng really didn't know her. The boy couldn't understand why he should know some girl, because he just wanted to compete with her a little in speed. But the stranger asked him not to be so arrogant. Hearing about arrogance, Luo Feng did not understand at all why the girl said this, and began to feel awkward. Meanwhile, some man was passing by the couple. The villain held a knife in his hands and was very glad to meet school children who were walking on a date in a dark alley at night. It turned out that the bandit was not alone, and he decided to tell the girl that she should not worry because they were ordinary robbers, not rapists or murderers, and that is why they just wanted to get money, and the couple would be free. Looking at these men, the young man exclaimed that he did not quite understand what they were talking about, but they looked truly impressive. This answer made the scoundrels laugh, and they began to laugh maliciously, as if they wanted to commit some terrible act. The boy immediately stopped the bandits and asked if they really wanted money, since he had just gone out for an evening jog and hadn't taken anything with him. This answer immediately angered the bandits, and they began to claim that they were knights' companions from the Yellow River. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed that a year ago, bandits, who called themselves knights, appeared out of nowhere, each with several serious cases of theft. But the worst thing was that the victim of the robbery was a woman. Everyone was disgraced, which is why she did not expect that this time they would not ignore a man. A little shyly, the protagonist exclaimed that this was his first time, and they should approach this matter with all responsibility. Feeling incredible anger, the bandit shouted that the girl had crossed the line and he would kill her now. Previously, the bandit had no plans to kill, but the stranger simply infuriated him, which is why he wanted to commit the crime. Looking at the bandit, the young man was already about to counterattack and was preparing to carry out the blow. But at that very second, the unfamiliar girl Izio kicked the scoundrel right in the face with all her strength. In the boy's opinion, this was indeed a little unexpected, but he was glad that the girl was able to stand up for herself. The lady exclaimed that the police were looking for the scoundrels everywhere, but they did not dare to come out, and it would be better to immediately go and confess to the police station. Trying to get to his feet, the bandit realized that this girl was a samurai, with visible third-degree enhancement, and he wouldn't be able to handle her. The statement about the samurai made the boy think, since Teacher Jun had previously told him that there were many followers in this city who, upon reaching a certain level of strength, could become samurai. And it turns out that the visible strengthening of the third degree is also a level. Having stopped his thoughts, the hero finally realized that he must definitely help the girl. But she didn't need help, since she could easily beat up the bandits. The stranger was too cool, and she was only taking away Lo Feng's screen time. The brave lady asked the young man to call the police, because she saw that he was just standing and watching what was happening. Sometime later, the police arrived, and the pair of robbers were finally handed over to the judicial authorities. The friendly police officers thanked the couple for their contribution to the community and asked them to come in during their free time to give oral statements. Looking at the girl, the hero couldn't even imagine that she was so cool, and asked her to introduce herself. The smart girl asked the young man to return to school so that he could personally find out her name. Soon after, the stranger simply started running away, causing Luo Feng to not even be able to find out her name or understand what a third-degree enhancement was. The next day, events continued to happen at school, and the boy really wanted to know the name of that very girl. Looking around, the young man could not understand what Odnoklasniki were talking about so diligently. Suddenly, Tandai ran up and asked his brother to accept his bow. The hero sincerely did not understand what was going on and decided to ask his friend to explain in a human way what exactly had happened. It turned out that the class monitor was passing by and had already told them everything. This time, Lo Feng was the hope of the entire school, and later in class, an important event would be announced. The cool brother who has the best grades in the whole school and doesn't show them off, and perhaps Luo Feng will soon be the first to become the 5th handsome boy in the school. But this news really surprised the young man, because he did not expect that he would become the 5th handsome man in the school. The protagonist's admiring comrade merely nodded his head, as he was truly impressed by Luo Feng. After thinking for a bit, the boy decided to find out what this title actually meant and why they were giving it to him. I was suddenly shocked by such questions, and didn't understand why Feng didn't know about such an important title. According to tradition, the school selects the most beautiful students. The school flowers, 8 girls and 4 boys. The 4 main handsome men in Lublin already have more than half the girls, and perhaps Brother Lo Feng will become the 5th. After hearing the information about the 8 flowers, the young man immediately decided to ask if there was a girl in this group who was very good at fighting. The comrade immediately decided to think Could there be such a girl in the group of 8 flowers? After all, he had never thought about this before. This group even included Lu Mei, who possessed incredible beauty and charisma. The friend immediately began listing that the first of the beauties, the gifted Qian Yilin, was more delicate than a flower, and the likelihood of mastering martial arts was close to 0. There was also another girl named Sun Daiyin. She had a beautiful figure, but most likely she also didn't know how to fight. Listening to stories about girls, the young man could not stand it and asked the guy to stop, because the lesson would start soon. Coming into the class, the teacher said that he had good news for all the students today. A student from their class, Lo Feng, passed the trial exam better than everyone else, and in the future, all students should follow his example. Classmates immediately began discussing how the main character was really cool, and that they needed to re-elect the 4 handsome guys. No matter what, he would be surrounded by a crowd of girls after the end of class bell. Because of this, the young man began to feel awkward, because if he had known that everything would turn out exactly like this, he would have tried not to be so noticeable. Otherwise, unnecessary trouble might arise. Soon the lesson ended, and the hero thought only about the fact that under no circumstances should he force a girl to make the first move. And this time, he would speak to her first. Approaching Vivi, Luo Feng decided to ask if she was going home. And the slightly embarrassed girl replied that she was indeed heading home now. At that very moment, the boy was distracted by a friend, who asked him to step aside so that they could talk. It turned out that they had some kind of unforeseen situation. And Tandai handed his friend an envelope. It turned out to be a love note from Song Daiyin, who wrote that when the moon rose higher, the two would meet at dusk, at 6 o'clock in the evening, in a pavilion by the Lotus Pond. The sisters immediately began to discuss among themselves some news that shocked them greatly. Liu Mei revealed that one of the school's flowers wrote a love note to Luo Feng, although she didn't know who it was. But there was no doubt that she had a rival in her love life, which was why Vivi needed to step up her game. Even more embarrassed, the lady asked her friend not to talk nonsense, because she thought that she had no competition. Laughing, Liu Mei only asked her friend not to regret later that she had not caught herself in time. At the same time, Tang Dai told the protagonist that Song Daiyin was the school's miss. She was the best fantasy of all the guys, and she had long legs and an incredible figure. In fact, the guy didn't care at all, and he asked his friend to pass the note on for him. This made my friend cry, because if he had passed the exams with the best marks and was a handsome guy, he would definitely never have missed such an opportunity. Soon the young man and Vivi were getting ready to go home, and they had no idea what would happen next. It turned out that bandits would be waiting for Lo Feng, right near the school exit. The disgruntled scoundrels wanted to take revenge on the young man for what he had done to them earlier. They started smiling and clapping at the scoundrel, because they realized that this was the same Lo Feng who would be the 5th handsome guy in the school, and they didn't want to put up with it. Even if the scoundrel had to ask the director to stop Luo Feng from being 5th, they would do it. But first they wanted to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't get cocky, because Boss Huang was on their side, and they had nothing to fear. Looking at this gang, the young man realized that he had met them before, but fortunately, they should not take up much of his time. Although these bandits made a lot of noise, they were still quite easy to deal with, since they were all weaklings. Having calmed Vivi down a little, the hero asked her to wait because he was going to deal with the bandits. Having started to warm up, the boy asked the bandits whether he should deal with them quickly or stall for time a little, since it seemed that there were only idiots there who could only threaten. Looking at these faces, the hero even began to think that they probably already knew what awaited them. But perhaps they still had some kind of plan that they wanted to stick to in order to defeat Luo Feng. There probably was a plan, because someone was standing nearby and watching everything that was happening. This observer was Director Huang Daoyan, who wanted to watch the fight. Thus the boy realized that if he beat up the hooligans now, the director would catch him and accuse him of mass beatings. After which, the hero exclaimed that he was sorry to upset the villains, but their pathetic plan was visible through and through. He didn't even have to do anything to send them to the hospital. The most muscular guy started shouting that Luo Feng shouldn't be so overconfident, because he didn't have the strength to deal with everyone. The clever young man simply exclaimed that if the hooligans didn't start, he would start the fight, and before they could even blink, they would find themselves on Earth. Suddenly, someone started shouting and asking what was going on here. It turned out that it was the teacher who had previously asked Luo Feng to come to her office after school, and it was completely unclear what he was doing there. The friendly young man greeted the teacher and told him that hooligans were not letting him pass and were preventing him from carrying out the teacher's orders. The disgruntled woman began to ask the bullies what they were doing there, because classes were already over, and they still hadn't left. And if they dared to offend the newcomers, then they would have to deal with the management, who would immediately expel them from the school. Feeling afraid of the teacher, the scoundrels immediately said that they were leaving now, and before that, they were just chatting together. Teacher June warned the protagonist that all these hooligans have parents with money and status, and she can only scare them a little, so he needs to be careful. Thus, the problem was solved, and they and Vivi could return home. Meanwhile, events were taking place somewhere in the school, in one of the classrooms. The scoundrels were sorting things out among themselves, and the muscular guy hit the other one, because he was supposed to detain the teacher, but for some reason was unable to do so. The beaten accomplice in crime began to justify himself to Mr. Gan, saying that he himself did not expect this, but he had another plan to crush Luo Feng. The plan was that Luo Feng's only friend was Tang Dai. He was nothing special, so they could start with him and show him that they were not to be messed with. The bandits immediately realized that it was a really great idea to start with a friend who would not be able to resist during a fight. The bandits were simply very annoyed that the main character was constantly surrounded by beauties, and this really irritated them. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold near the lake, where the beauty invited Lo Feng. The girl was very upset because the young man did not come at her invitation, and she was going to remind him of this in the future. Sometime later, events continued to take place at Tandai's house. The friend's father and the main character were drinking. The man was very happy to spend time with such a nice guy. I turned to my son. His father asked him to go get a couple more bottles, because he and Lo Feng will definitely not return home sober. The boy didn't mind at all, and said that he would soon have to come with a few more bottles of beer. The protagonist immediately got down to business and decided to ask the man if he had called him this time to tell him something. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. He continued continuous surveillance for several days, and finally was able to overhear their shameless plan, and they were already crossing all boundaries. The young man could not wait any longer, and asked the man to tell him about this plan as quickly as possible. It turned out that Zhang Tahong, together with the Black Foxes, under the guise of developing the real estate industry, was carrying out child trafficking scams. This made the guy incredibly angry, and he slammed his fist on the table with all his might. Soon after, he decided to ask the mister if they had any more evidence. The man said that the black people had recently acquired a new product and were supposedly preparing to make a deal in the next couple of days. Now, no one will give them the opportunity to achieve their goal. At that very second, the man noticed that his son had been gone for a long time, and their drink had run out. At that moment, Tandai was in trouble and the hooligans were already talking to him. The scoundrel noticed that this big-eared guy had become arrogant lately and still decided to sign up as their enemy. That's why the impudent people wanted to teach the guy a couple of lessons so that he wouldn't become impudent. The frightened young man immediately decided to find out from the hooligans what they wanted from him, because he couldn't understand anything. The impudent man noticed that it seemed that, constantly following Lo Feng, the guy's ego had already grown stronger, and they wanted to test which was stronger, him or the brick. Trying to get out of such a difficult situation, Tandai ordered the villains to let him go, otherwise Brother Luo Feng would take revenge on them. The bully didn't listen to the guy and hit the young man in the face with a brick with all his might. The impudent guy was very angry that this fool's name was mentioned, because sooner or later he would get to him too. From such a strong blow, Tandai hit the wall and was in great pain. Trying to get up, the boy only wanted to say the name of his comrade so that he would come to his aid. All this time the scoundrels were mocking him and told him to scream louder because no one would hear him. As soon as the bully came closer, the young man immediately struck because he wanted to take revenge for the way he was treated. Thanks to Luo Feng, Tang Dai will believe in his own strength and will never become a pathetic coward again. This behavior on the part of the guy only encouraged the hooligans, and they immediately wanted to brutally beat him. The fight began, and unfortunately the weak boy was defeated, since the enemies were much stronger. Because of this, it was very difficult for Tandai to fight, but he did not want to give up and continued to resist. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the hospital. The doctors thought that the patient had very little time left, and they were going to provide him with emergency assistance. Initially, doctors needed to contact the patient's relatives, but the boy's phone was ringing off the hook, and he needed immediate help. At that moment, the doctor only replied that he sympathized with the victim, but he thought that they would cure him. But he would not be able to pay. No one would be able to pay him for this loss. Suddenly, someone shouted that the operating room should be prepared for emergency assistance immediately. This is what Dr. Jiang shouted, because she didn't care about the money at all, and she just wanted to save the patients. The impudent doctor simply asked the girl to wait, because in his opinion, it was against the rules. The lady's first thought was not about money or what was right, but about the fact that she was a doctor. Human life is at stake now, and she cannot calmly watch life slip away from her hands. If the worst happens, she will take full responsibility. Immediately after this, the operating room was closed and the life-saving operation began. The scoundrel only sighed heavily and saw that the arriving doctor was showing off, and he really didn't like it. The boy's father was already starting to worry because more than an hour had passed, and his son had disappeared somewhere. Moreover, his phone was turned off. Well, as soon as the phone rang, the joyful father immediately decided to ask his son where he had gone. At that very moment, he was told some upsetting news, which made the man scared. The protagonist immediately noticed his father's reaction and wanted to understand what happened to his friend. As he was getting ready to go to the hospital, his father exclaimed that Luo Feng urgently needed to go with him because Tang Dai had been badly beaten. Sometime later, the woman stood in front of the director, and he told her that he had nothing against her saving people's lives, but she also needed to take the money required for it. The man also believed that this time, at first glance, it was obvious that he was a poor student who had no money, but the hospital budget also could not be spent so carelessly. Addressing the director, the woman exclaimed that it was a question of human life, and she was confident that he could deduct everything that concerned money from her salary. These words made the director laugh, since there was nothing left to deduct, since the doctor's salary had been completely spent, and she could no longer continue the operation, since she would be fired. The doctor was only glad about this outcome of events, because he understood that the girl did not know how to think about the consequences, and in the future he advised her not to repeat her mistakes. At that very second, someone threw several wads of cash, which flew straight towards the doctor. A pile of money hit the scoundrel in the face, who was simply shocked by this turn of events. No one could believe that they could pay for an ordinary student to undergo an operation and cure him. It turned out that the main character had thrown away the money and ordered the director to immediately begin treatment in order to cure Tan Dai. The young man ordered his friend to be cured, because if you don't do this, he won't be so kind later. The impudent doctor also did not tolerate this, and decided to find out from the guy who he was and how he dared to insult him. The boy's father also convinced the doctor that this was his only son, and he literally begged him to save him. In the director's opinion, there was too little money, and he did not understand why everyone was making such a noise, as if they knew where they were and did not respect their elders. That is why the impudent director called his security so that they would escort the impudent visitors out of here. The frightened father began to insist that they had misunderstood everything and that it was just a misunderstanding. And the determined young man called his boss and said that he urgently needed money for one thing and decided to find out how much cash he could give. The boss immediately replied that he could give 1 million or more because he, as the great Gengaishin, could help with any issue. Nobody expected such an answer, and everyone was simply shocked because they didn't even think that an ordinary guy was acquainted with such an influential person. Even the principal couldn't believe that this student had just spoken to multimillionaire Zheng Gaishin. Absolutely everyone understood that it was undoubtedly Zheng Gaishin's voice, because they had recently heard him on television and also said that he was the investor of this hospital. In that case, if there are no more problems, the boy asked to continue the operation. The director immediately became happy and asked everyone to get back to work, as it was just a small misunderstanding. The boss was also worried and asked the doctor to be sure to use the best medicine, because they could not allow the patient to die. That is why the doctor asked the boss to be confident, because he put saving lives and patients first. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached the woman and asked her if she was Tan Dai's attending physician. This was indeed the case, and the boy immediately bowed before the doctor, telling her to continue the operation. The bald man said that Zhang was indeed a good choice. Despite her young age, she already had quite a lot of experience in medicine. No one listened to the man at all, and everyone immediately left the office. At the same time, the doctor began to doubt that this beggar was really acquainted with Gengaishin. The director believed that asking such a question was wrong, since they couldn't get proof right now. If this guy really was acquainted with the multimillionaire, the hospital would already be closed. Sometime later, the doctor came out of the office and said that the patient's condition had stabilized, and they could visit him, but they just shouldn't make him talk too much. The alarmed father immediately decided to find out from his son, who had beaten him so severely. The boy immediately said that these were Huan Laoda's men, and he told his friend that this time he was not such a coward and fought to the end like a real man. The hero was very upset by this, because he realized that these villains were crossing all boundaries. He didn't care if they attacked him, but if they attacked his friends, then they shouldn't be surprised by his anger. The guy was about to go and take revenge, but the doctor suddenly stopped him, saying that it would be a rash act, and if he does something wrong, something might happen to him that will make him pay. The young man only insisted that his classmates suffered because of him, and he could not turn a blind eye to it. The hero also hinted to the director that he had a good reason not to involve the police in this, and nothing would happen to him. Grabbing the bat, Luo Feng exclaimed that he was leaving the doctor to look after his patient, while a friend will take revenge for his classmate who was injured in a gang attack. As it turned out, the doctor had been listening to the conversation the whole time and realized that the guy was studying at Zijing. He had connections there and wanted to check something. Sometime later, the doctor came to the director and told him that the guy was just a simple poor student. The man said with absolute certainty that he had people at the Zijing school, and there was no way this guy could have 1,000,000, and that he was clearly hiding something. In any case, the director believed that it was necessary to use the best equipment and medicine to treat Tandai, no matter if he had money, but they needed to send him a huge bill. The father stood over his son all this time and literally begged him to get well soon and recover. The doctor came, and since the patient's family agreed, she was going to give him the vaccine. But then an impudent man came out and asked the doctor to stop. The scoundrel told Mr. Tan that the money he had brought today had already run out, and that the next payment was necessary to continue the treatment. The father immediately took out some money, but unfortunately he only had 500 wen, and he immediately handed it to the doctor. 500 wen was not enough, since one day in this ward costs more than 20,000, and one vaccination more than 3,000. At this rate, they will not be able to pay off the entire amount anytime soon. Feeling dissatisfied with the doctor, the man began to claim that they first needed to cure his son, and he would find a way to return the entire amount. The girl also claimed that the patient's condition was terrible, and if they didn't give him the medicine now and prescribed it, this action would have serious consequences. A crowd of people gathered near the office, and they watched the impudent doctor, because he only thought about profit and did not care about the patient's life. After passing the ward, the director and his bodyguards shouted at the crowd to leave because they had to follow the rules and the law, and they were working according to the regulations. Unable to tolerate such treatment of the patient, the girl ordered that he not be touched, because he was her patient, and as she said, so it would be. The director at that moment shouted that he was her boss, and if he said to discharge the patient, then that was how it would be. And since the girl did not want to follow his instructions, then she could get out along with her precious patient. The bodyguards immediately headed toward the girl in order to drive her out of the hospital. At that moment, someone shouted at the bandits to stop. It turned out that Director Su had arrived and was clearly unhappy with what was happening here. The alarmed bald man didn't understand what Director Su was doing here. He came for an inspection and didn't even warn them. Otherwise, they would have met him in person. The man immediately decided to ask Chief Chu what was going on here and why he was making so much noise. Feeling a strong sense of shame, the bald scoundrel only said that it was nothing special, just the usual hospital fuss, and that they would be better off going to his office and having some tea. But then, the director said that he didn't come for that, and he had more important things to do than tea, which is why he wanted to go to see Nurse Zhang Xiaoshui. Rubbing his hands, the scoundrel said that this doctor would soon be fired, and there was nothing to worry about. These words made Director Su nervous, and he decided to ask why the girl was being fired. At that very moment, a girl arrived and told the director that she had hoped that the hospital would be able to understand the patient's situation and give him more time to recover, rather than throw him out into the street. The dissatisfied man immediately decided to ask the bald man if he wanted to explain what had actually happened here. Other doctors said that this Ku Kai is just a snob and has no money. He immediately drives patients away and has never considered human life. Turning to the doctors, the nasty man ordered them to shut up and stop talking nonsense. In fact, Director Su came here solely at the request of Mr. Zheng. After all, he had previously been asked to transfer money to Miss Zhang for the treatment of a patient. The woman immediately accepted the suitcase because she understood that this was payment for Tandai's treatment. At that moment, the impudent director and his assistant could not believe that Luo Feng actually knew the multimillionaire Zheng Geishan. The director also did not forget to mention that he would have to conduct a thorough inspection and check whether they had disgraced his hospital. These words made the men fall to the floor, as they understood that this would cost them their jobs. Even the doctor didn't understand who Luo Feng was, since Director Su himself came to hand over the money to the hospital. Hearing this question, the man only replied that the young man was just an ordinary schoolboy. Meanwhile, events took place in one of the city's cafes, where strangers were having a barbecue. As it turned out, the scoundrels were discussing how they had beaten Tandai like a little pig. The protagonist clearly didn't like this discussion, and he decided to intervene in the conversation in order to restore justice. The bandits clearly did not expect that their strongest opponent would arrive to punish them. After some time, the scoundrels found themselves at a construction site, and their hands were tied. The hero decided to find out if these men really belonged to Juan Lauda's gang, and this was indeed the case. In order to restore justice, the young man decided to find out how many attackers there were when Tandai was beaten. The bastards didn't want to say anything at all, even if they were beaten to death, because they weren't going to give up their brother. Swinging the bat, the boy realized that it meant they were close with their partner, and if he continued to beat them, then perhaps they would finally get off the ground. To further intimidate the hooligans, the young man from Aizo hit the concrete structure with all his might, causing it to literally fall apart. The young man also decided to mention that he had previously heard that if a finger bone is ground into powder, no medicine can restore it. However, he was not sure whether he had enough strength for this. Because of such statements, the bandits were simply scared to death, and they understood that if they did not speak up, things would be very bad for them. The scoundrel, who was conscious, said that there were 10 of them in total, and they were all at the abandoned Ailumao market. Thus the young man realized that it was Juan Laud again, and he had already said that if he were attacked, he would laugh. But since the bandit dared to touch his friend, he would simply kill him. Still, the hero decided to spare the two scoundrels and left them at the construction site. Even though they were tied up, they remained alive. A few hours later, the events continued to take place at the abandoned market, where the protagonist arrived to restore justice. The main bandit was glad that Lo Feng had finally come, because he had been waiting for him for a long time, and his guys were starting to get bored. It turned out that the boss had specially prepared 100 people in order to finally destroy the young man. There really were a lot of bandits, just an incredible number, much more than 10 people. In the opinion of the protagonist, it made no difference whether there were 10 ants or 100, since they could all be trampled at once. After which, the boss announced that whoever could kill Lo Feng would become his deputy, as well as an honorary member of the gang. None of the opponents yet fully understood the power this guy with a bat possessed. The hero easily fought off each opponent, and they couldn't even get close. The master batsman was in action, and fought back with great dignity during numerous attacks. The enemies even approached from behind, but this did not bother the young man at all, and he easily continued the battle. Some of the enemies seemed much stronger than the guy himself, but he still continued to compete with them. Watching everything that was happening, the convoy even became nervous, because they saw that Luo Feng was doing quite well. Taking out a knife, the scoundrel exclaimed that the guy shouldn't even hope to leave here alive, because in the end, one direct blow from the knife would be enough. After a few minutes of fighting, the boy was again surrounded on all sides, and it seemed that he could no longer win. Smiling maliciously, the bandit shouted for the allies to kill Luo Feng. Everyone immediately began to take out their huge knives in order to finish the battle that had begun. No matter how tough the enemy is, he still won't be able to dodge so many knives. Starting to get serious, the young man exclaimed that he simply wanted to teach his enemies a lesson, but it looked like he would have to resort to more radical methods. To his opponents, he was nothing more than an arrogant scoundrel, and all they needed was a hit to win. Having started waving their knives, the bandits hoped that they would now easily win this fight. But what happened next, no one could have expected, since the scoundrels had never seen anything like this before. The hero literally disappeared, and the bandits never saw him again, as if he had teleported somewhere. It turned out that the young man was so fast that he could move behind his opponent in a matter of seconds, and he wanted to show how to really kill. Turning around, the opponent didn't even see the hero and began to get nervous, since he only heard his voice from behind. Immediately after this, the bandits began to scream, not understanding what was happening, since some of their legs began to give out, as if they had been severely beaten. One by one, the villains continued to scream as they experienced incredible pain. The hero was so fast that his opponent simply did not see him while he was attacking. Feeling anxious, even the boss realized that Luo Feng was probably not a real human, but some kind of demon. Starting to panic, the main bandit realized that he urgently needed to get out of here. It was already too late, as the hero noticed that the enemy was leaving and did not give him the opportunity to do so. Feeling the urge to kill, Luo Feng still decided to ask why the scoundrel dared to beat up Tandai. Without answering this question, the boss simply told his assistants to stop shouting and kill this guy quickly. Starting to smile maliciously, the young man asked Juan to look around, because it seemed that he had no one else to talk to. The agitated enemy quickly moved away to look at his allies. What he saw was simply amazing, as Luo Feng was able to defeat absolutely everyone. Now Juan couldn't understand how this happened, because so many people were beaten, and everyone was defeated, because of which it was not clear who this guy was. He could forgive Huang's gang for what they had done to Luo Feng, but he was going to send them all to intensive care for what they had done to Tan Dai. Greatly frightened, Huan fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy, since he did not know who exactly he was dealing with. The man had previously been ordered to attack Tang Dai, and it was Gan Meng who would not dare to act on his own. And he was currently in the office at elective. Having struck his enemy with all his might, the young man warned him, saying that this was his last chance to improve. And if there was another such provocation, he would simply kill him. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the lesson. A conscientious student named Gan answered his teacher, who praised him for answering well. Suddenly, someone literally burst into the office and broke down the door. It was the main character who immediately greeted the teacher. Feeling dissatisfied, the boy decided to find out if Ganman was in this class. Looking at the door, the man couldn't believe that it had flown open from a simple kick. The dissatisfied Gan immediately decided to turn to Luo Feng to ask how he dared to barge in while class was in progress, and whether he didn't know about his passion for learning. Raising his hand, the boy immediately said that he had a stomach ache and was going to go to the toilet. Other students also began to raise their hands to leave the room. A lot of guys were going to go out to deal with the young man, since he had clearly crossed the line. There really was a large number of enemies against the main character. There were actually many more of them. Luo Feng shouted that no one dared to touch his friends, and those of them who did so should step forward. The rest can leave before it's too late. Such statements were quite funny for the hooligans. After all, they had been planning to finish off Luo Feng for a long time, but never had the opportunity, and then he himself came. Still, the boy was ready for battle and asked to start it as quickly as possible, since he still had a night snack waiting for him. Soon after, the enemy began to run at incredible speed straight towards the guy, preparing to strike. Having dodged the attack, the hero saw that the enemy's massive muscles was not just for show. Gan only said that these were all the results of his daily training, and now he would show his true power. In order to win this battle as quickly as possible, the enemy began to strike with multiple blows. But it was a completely useless exercise, since the young man turned out to be much more agile. After a short battle, the boy realized that it was time to teach his enemy a little lesson. The enemy did not understand at first what other lesson he would receive, to which Luo Feng replied that it would be a lesson in traditional medicine. Getting ready to carry out another blow from behind, the scoundrel had absolutely no idea what the hell traditional medicine was. But while he was making the strike, for some reason he suddenly froze and couldn't even move. The allies couldn't understand what was going on and asked their boss to launch an attack. Without making a single accurate blow, the enemy literally began to fall, although he was not even hit. Now Gan was completely helpless and could not offer any competition, since he was not even able to move from his place. The other hooligans couldn't understand what had happened to their little brother and began to encourage him, saying that the fight wasn't over yet. When the enemy fell to his knees, he literally began to burst from pain, which he had never experienced before. For the hero, this spectacle was quite funny, because he understood that the battle would be over and he would win it. Having fallen to the floor completely, Gan tried with all his might to understand what exactly Luo Feng had done to him. In the boy's opinion, there was nothing special about it. He simply pressed on some acupuncture points, and now the enemy would be disabled for about 6 months. Feeling very angry, the enemy couldn't understand how Luo Feng dared to do this to him. In fact, the hero believed that Gan should be grateful to him, because if this were a real fight, he would have made mincemeat out of him and fed him to the dogs. Even the bandits' allies were afraid to approach such a dangerous guy, because he could cripple them too. That is why each of the scoundrels began to retreat, and literally begged the young man to let them go. Meanwhile, the teacher broke off and watched everything that was happening on the roof of the building. Looking at the teacher, the young man immediately assumed that he was not worried about Tandai's fate. Experiencing great fear, the teacher began to shout for an ambulance to be called quickly. Gan was seriously injured. Having sighed after a hard battle, the young man only thought about the fact that he could not kill his enemies, but he had taught them a noble lesson. Teacher Jun also came to the roof and wanted to understand what was happening here, because in her opinion, Luo Feng committed a crime for which he could go to prison. The young man simply replied that the teacher should not worry, because nothing would happen to him, and he also thanked her for her concern. Some girl was waiting for the hero not far from the exit and saw how he dealt with the bandits so coolly, although she had previously thought that he was weak. Then the hero recognized his interlocutor and did not want to play games with her anymore about guessing her name. Then the girl decided to introduce herself, saying that her name was Qian Yilan, and she passed the exam better than anyone else after Luo Feng. Waving his hand at the lady, the boy said that she was doing well, but there was nothing to be proud of, Next time she would be better, and it was unlikely that they would have another chance to compete. These statements caused dissatisfaction in the interlocutor, because she wanted to honestly beat the guy in the next exam. The hero still decided to have a little snack after the tough battle, since he understood that he had spent a lot of energy today. Looking at the boy, the woman noticed that something had probably happened to him, since he looked pretty terrible. To this, Luo Feng merely said that he was fine and also handed over several bundles of money, later saying that it was for rent. The owner of the establishment was really very happy that the guy was okay and that he was paying the rent regularly. The hungry boy thought about being given one more day because he still had one unfinished business waiting for him. The next day, events continued to occur at school. The school principal was very unhappy and wanted to understand what had happened to them that had resulted in a big scandal. The worried teacher explained to the principal that it was just a simple student, and in what school fights don't happen. To the indignant man, it was a bad argument, since this simple student sent 50 students to the hospital. It was then that the teacher revealed that it was all Luo Feng's fault, and they only needed to expel him so that everyone else would be happy. The angry principal couldn't understand why this black sheep was still in their school, since he should have been expelled long ago. Suddenly someone shouted out that he did not agree with Luo Feng being expelled. It was Teacher Jun, and she said that this time, Luo Feng had passed the trial exam better than everyone else, which meant that he was a genius, and they couldn't make such hasty decisions. Exceptions were only extreme cases. Another teacher was against this, because from the moment this student was transferred to their school, they had only problems, and it was better to expel him instead of dealing with all the parents of the affected students. In Jun's opinion, if we exclude Luo Feng, there would be many other schools that would be only too happy to take him in, and they would even beg him to join them. Taking a deep breath, the director agreed to talk to Luo Feng's parents to see what they would say and then make a decision. Jun understood that she had only won one day, and there was still a chance to avoid expulsion. Meanwhile, Vivi was at home and someone called her on her mobile phone. The interlocutor told the girl some news that greatly surprised her. The lady immediately ran into her father's office because she wanted to tell him something. Not understanding anything, the father just watched his daughter and decided to find out what had happened. Trying to calm his daughter down, the man tried to find out what happened. And then Vivi told him that Luo Feng was in trouble and needed help. Continuing to calm his daughter, the old man asked her to calm down and explain everything, because he knew that Luo Feng was a good person and he would help him in any way he could. At the same time, events continued to take place in the hospital, where the protagonist's friend was still located. Those injured in the school conflict were also transferred to this hospital. The protagonist immediately noticed that all the victims were brought to the same hospital as Tan Dai. It looks like he will now definitely have companions. The young man also decided to visit his friend, and he was really very glad that they had not forgotten about him. The joyful father said that all this was only thanks to the work of Dr. Jiang, although Dai's regenerative abilities are also quite good. The boy was really happy to hear this. He also said that he had successfully avenged Tan Dai, and if he listened to the sounds outside, he could hear the sound together. Feeling uneasy, the father remarked that they had probably caused a bit of trouble for Luo Feng. After leaving the office, Feng asked the man to leave the office to talk for a bit. The hero decided to tell the man that this time he had sent at least 50 people to the hospital, and he definitely couldn't avoid problems. Taking advantage of the time he has, he wants to finish off Huang Tong. If the man has any leads, then he is obliged to report them right now. After thinking for a while, the father remembered that today at dawn, the enemy would have a meeting with the Black Fox gang, and he assumed that there was a very high probability of concluding a deal. However, the location was unknown, so he decided to ask Mr. Tang if he had any idea how the bandits would act. Huang Chang, Huang Tong's eldest son, only acts on his father's orders. He has been seen in the Twilight Pub many times. The man can also send the guy a photo, and if he runs into him, he will know it is him. In order to continue his mission, the young man began to leave, because he had very little time. Sometime later, events continued to occur nearby near the Twilight Pub. Being near the pub, the hero watched every client, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. It even seemed to him that probably the enemies would not appear today. But after some time, the bandits finally showed up, and by their appearance it was possible to determine that it was indeed them. Before that, the hero made sure that this was indeed the same villain. Now it could be considered that he had waited for him. One of the 4 leaders of the gang of Black Foxes, namely the crazy tiger, Huang Qiang. The name alone already characterized him. Having started tracking the mad tiger, Luo Feng wanted to understand where exactly it was heading. Huang Qiang had already driven around the city several times at low speed, and such caution was indeed very suspicious. But suddenly, the bandit decided it was time to pick up the speed and started driving faster. After a long trip around the city, Crazy Tiger finally found himself near some mansion. After getting out of the car, the tiger said that no one was watching them, because only after that could he enter the building. But they still didn't know that the secret was watching them, and that surveillance was actually being carried out. While observing, the protagonist decided to call Peng Wei to tell him something. It turned out that the young man had decided to report to his old partner that there was a trade in kidnapped children taking place in the Huayanshan area, and he had to send reinforcements here to put an end to it. Luofeng Nabao understood that his enemies would meet their end, as they would be caught in the act of committing a crime. The guy brazenly approached Yu, who was waiting for him without the slightest fear. He didn't expect that Master Samurai Kenmo himself would send him here, and Huang Tong was very, very flattered. The main character overheard this conversation and became interested in what else it meant, and it seems he still doesn't know a lot. You told Mr. Huang Chang that the matter was urgent, and why didn't they begin inspecting the goods immediately? Huang Qiang agreed with him and asked him to bring the necessary goods here. He slapped his other hand and a loud bang was heard, and everyone around became alert. When the guy opened the elevator, there were a lot of people sitting there holding their heads. There were children there who begged not to be hit. One of them shouted that he really wanted to go home and see his mother. Huang Qiang explained to Yu that he only had 50. The goods were of excellent quality, and he believed their price was not at all inflated. The man approached one of the girls and said that this was not bad at all. Approaching her, the girl began to whine, looking at this scoundrel, and tears of fear flowed down her face. Huang Qiang turned to the man and said that he saw it, and he liked it. Then he asked to start the exchange. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist approached them. He explained that they were brazenly engaged in criminal activity and weren't even bothered by a twinge of conscience. Huang Qiang, seriously angry, asked who he was, and everyone around became wary. There were a lot of them around, and the boy found himself right in the center. He raised his hands up, grinning slyly at his opponents. The boy explained that they had two options: either an ordinary passerby or a prince from the underworld itself. Huang Qiang became even more angry and ordered his men to kill him, after which they took out their cannons. The protagonist exclaimed that it looked like they were asking for trouble. And that was a good thing, since he was just about to stretch his legs. The boy explained, as he moved in to strike, that he would have to teach them a lesson. One of the opponents was very surprised and asked how he could dodge bullets. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist snapped his neck. Then the opponent started shooting again, and there were many more of them. The boy very deftly dodged the bullets and skillfully confronted these scoundrels. They continued to shoot, but the main character again dodged, not allowing them to hit him. You looked at the boy in surprise and asked what kind of person he was. Huang Qiang explained that this was a student from Zijing, Luofeng. This wasn't the first time he'd interfered with their affairs, and this time they had an unforeseen situation. But if they sorted him out, they'd get a 50% discount on all their merchandise. You said that he had a chance to get his hands on all the goods absolutely free of charge, and why should they waste money? Huang Qiang was beside himself with rage and began to take out his pistol from his bosom. How dare he contradict him, and he approached his opponent. The man thanked Luo Feng for helping him so much in dealing with this garbage. Then the boy replied to the old man that he seemed to have no principles at all, and shouldn't he have been on their side? He felt very sorry for people like him. You spread his arms wide and asked the boy that he was strong enough, and that he would like to become his apprentice. Only then would he spare him. Luofeng replied that if he could withstand his blow, then perhaps he would agree. You smiled sarcastically in response and said that he did not understand the full significance of his position, and his blow was simply nothing to him. The protagonist asked him to shut up immediately and take his blow as quickly as possible. When the man approached him, he became seriously frightened and began to tremble with fear. You opened his mouth in bewilderment, and cold sweat began to run down his face. The main character had already approached him and delivered a powerful blow to the body. The man flew far back, turning over and hitting himself, simply shocked by this turn of events. He couldn't understand how this was possible. This boy was just mortal, so where did he get so much strength? If he hadn't used all his strength to defend himself, he would have died long ago. The boy asked what was wrong. He'd said his punch was a waste of time, and that he was overconfident. He began using overwhelming force against his opponent. The man exclaimed, looking at him, that it was wonderful, and it looked like he would have to show him all his strength. His eyes glowed with a bright blue light, and he suddenly disappeared in white clouds of smoke. Luofeng smiled and said that he really had pretty good speed. You thought that this boy was pretty good, but he still had a lot of growing to do. He, being invisible, began to approach the boy from behind to strike. But when he tried to hit Luo Feng, his hand somehow went right through. The boy exclaimed that he was quite fast and that it was a pity that he was not destined to hit the target. You said, looking at his opponent, that he would not dare to kill him. He called himself Tsang Mo's protege. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist struck him head-on, knocking him onto the rocks. The main character said that he shows off too much and would not disgrace himself anymore. Meanwhile, the children who were in the room were trembling with fear. Lo Feng approached one of the girls and asked her not to be afraid, but to be patient a little longer. He explained that the police officers had already arrived to bring them home. Indeed, there was already a police squad on the street who, having drawn their machine guns, began to approach the premises. They ordered everyone to remain calm and said that they were from the police and would save everyone now. The police burst into the room and one of them asked to immediately untie these poor children and call an ambulance. He thought that although the crazy tiger had been defeated, there were still many who had suffered from him. But this time the boss destroyed at least half of the entire Black Fox gang, and he is really cool. The masked man exclaimed that this Lo Feng had appeared again. He hadn't interfered with his affairs, yet he still continued to thwart his plans. This scoundrel has completely pissed him off, and now he'll stop at nothing. He wants news of his death within 7 days, otherwise he'll bury his men. Meanwhile, the main character was on the sofa in his cozy room. He was sleeping very soundly and drooling from his mouth from a rather sweet dream. The boy continued to snore very loudly, enjoying his sound sleep. Luofeng slept peacefully and did not feel that there was a stranger in his room. He came as close to him as possible and threw a huge pillow straight at his head. The main character suddenly woke up and jumped up, exclaiming that he felt an earthquake. A girl stood in front of him with her arms crossed over her chest and said that there was an earthquake near his head. And how could he sleep so sweetly after everything that had happened? Luofeng saw Teacher Jun in front of him and asked why she had such bags under her eyes. The girl blushed a little and asked how else he could ask, since it was all because of him. Luofeng said, clutching his head with his hands, that this was the last time and that soon he would have to leave. Then he would no longer bother her. Jun exclaimed that he had caused this mess himself and now he was running away. That wouldn't happen, and she asked him to get up quickly and go to school. The boy suddenly stopped and asked why he could study, and she asked him to guess. Meanwhile, one of the teachers burst into the room and announced that trouble had struck and a lot of parents had come. They were all very angry and looking for the principal. These are the parents of those students. They'll tear out the throats of all their teachers, all because of this Luo Feng. The man turned to Teacher Jun and said that this was his student, so he should bear responsibility for what happened. The teachers were already staring at the parents who entered the room. Jun told her respected parents that she wanted to speak out in Luo Feng's defense and ask for forgiveness on his behalf. She asked for another chance, and in return, they would do everything they could to improve the situation. One of the parents smiled and said they'd misunderstood, and that she'd simply come to ask for a day off for her child. The man also said his little brat had somehow managed to break his leg, so he'd like to ask for a day off for him too. The man was simply shocked and asked if they hadn't been beaten by Luo Feng. They looked at him very menacingly, and he immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Another guy mentioned that his son himself said he'd been hanging out with his classmates and accidentally broken his leg. The others said that was the case for everyone, so they'd just come to ask for a day off. Then the director, clutching his head, asked Teacher Jun to arrange time off for them for today. The director asked Mr. Huang if he had a lot of free time to go to the hospital and teach his lessons there. He immediately obeyed and was ready to carry out his orders. Jun explained that she'd been writing them time off all evening. It seemed they had reasonable parents, so he was saved in time. Luofeng thought that it was most likely Zheng Geishan who had done this, and he would have to ask him about it later. The boy started taking off his t-shirt in front of the girl very unexpectedly. Her face immediately changed, and blushing a little, she asked what he was thinking of. She explained that they were student and teacher, but the boy turned away and said he was going to wash up. In fact, he was also only able to sleep for a few hours, but now there are no problems. The main character was running very quickly along the road and noticed a shadow flashing next to him. There was a girl next to him who said that he quickly slipped away last time, but at least she found him during her morning jog. The girl asked the protagonist where he was planning to go next. Lo Feng looked at her in surprise and asked what he meant. The girl replied that he knew he'd done something wrong and would definitely never go back. She asked him to tell her which school he'd be going to now, and she'd go to the same one. And the boy stopped, looked into her eyes and told Qian Yilan that he had someone. He asked her what kind of stupid habit she had of throwing her fists at the slightest provocation. Did she know she'd never hit him anyway? The girl replied that he simply misunderstood her. and that she had said that she would not lose to him, and that she wanted to be in the same school with him so she could beat him. The protagonist told the girl that he might not leave Zijing, but she had to tell him something. Chen Yilan blushed a little and asked if he really could not leave. The main character, looking at the girl, said that last time they said that he was a samurai and what that meant. Chen Yilan immediately became angry and asked if this was what he wanted to ask her. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and, smiling, replied that that was exactly it. He wondered if she had expected anything else. The girl asked if he would return to Zijing if she told him. Luo Feng replied that of course, and that he always kept his word. Xian Yilan explained that samurai is a general term for people with superpowers, and they are usually divided into two categories: visible power and hidden power, each category comprising 3 sublevels. Luo Feng, looking at the girl, asked what the difference was between visible and hidden effort. Xianya Yilan explained that visible effort is external force, while hidden effort is internal force. That's the difference. Every samurai masters a method of controlling internal power, which involves channeling accumulated strength into the dantian, the seat of vital energy, which, when combined with kung fu techniques, allows one to fully develop all abilities. Samurai of visible strength, although possessing inner strength, regarded as nothing more than a fulcrum, and in reality, when attacking, they rely solely on the strength of their bodies. Samurai of hidden strength, although they can use their inner strength externally. In an instant, their weakness and softness are transformed into a solid, steely force. All this happens with the power of the floating leaves and flowers to unfold their might. Luo Feng inquired about Dantian. He just wanted to lighten the mood, but she immediately attacked him with her fists. With that attitude toward his jokes, their conversation wouldn't get very far. Chen Yilan explained that at the first grade of the early stage of visible effort, the force of one strike is equal to 300 jin. With each new grade, the force of the strike increases by 100 jin. Thus, the striking power of a person at the early stage of the 8th grade reaches a power of 1,000 jin. The main character listened attentively to the girl and asked what would happen next. She continued to explain that a full strength of 1,000 jin is equal to 1 ding. A person with strength of that amount or higher is in the stage of hidden effort. When their strength reaches 9 dings, they can be called a master samurai. Such people receive the highest position in society, complete freedom of action, and absolute power in their hands, under which the whole world bends. Luo Feng realized that 9 dings was equivalent to a blow weighing a full 5 tons. It was a bit scary, but he wondered how much strength he possessed. Xianya Yilan replied that, in her opinion, he deserved to be congratulated, saying he had surpassed the average man and become a samurai. His striking power was approximately 300 jin. Luo Feng replied that, in that case, he was in the first class of visible effort. He asked if she had heard of Qian Mo. She, too, was curious where he'd heard that name, since he was one of the samurai masters, with a strength equivalent to 9 dynasties, and such people could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The protagonist now understood why his man was so arrogant, and it looks like he messed up again. Qian Yilan told the boy he looked ill, and asked if he had a stomach ache. Luo Feng replied that he was fine, and that he had to go get ready for school. The girl asked if he had been expelled, or if they had allowed him to return. Luo Feng replied that he himself didn't know how, but there were no problems with the school, so he had no intention of leaving. Qian Yilan tried to catch her breath and began chasing the protagonist again. Didn't he have any problems at school and wasn't planning on leaving? But he made her grovel before him, and she promised to beat him up. Meanwhile, the fair-haired guy sat at the table, a cup of coffee steaming next to him. The guy didn't expect that this time, the most hidden military forces of the Huashu Imperial Palace would be involved. The fair-haired boy told Commander Peng Dui that there was no need to be cautious, and that it was better to sit down. This time, he had come with his sister-in-law specifically regarding Qian Mo. A couple of days ago, he had mentioned a child trafficker and was curious if it had anything to do with Qian Mo. The man said that a person or organization named Qian Mo was associated with a group known as the Black Foxes. However, all the evidence found indicates that the gang's leader committed suicide by poisoning himself after retreating. The guy replied that this was just like Qian Mo's style. He only had one question: who was able to deal with Qian Mo's subordinate? The man said that his man was indeed strong. 10 of their elite military police forces had to work together to deal with him. Then the boy rose from his chair and, slamming his hands on the table, asked them to stop talking nonsense. He asked Commander Peng Dui to think twice before lying to him, and from now on, they would take charge of this matter. He was obligated to report to them every detail and clue they had managed to uncover. This Tianmo was a master samurai, and their strength was clearly insufficient to defeat his man. He asked Commander Peng Dui not to turn this conversation into an attempt to fool the child. After all, he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison. Peng Dui thought that it seemed like the boss had gone too far this time, since it had reached the Huaxia Imperial Palace itself. The boss rose to his feet and asked to quickly tell who had dealt with him. Peng Dui replied that it was Luo Feng, and all the evidence pointed to him. The sister mentor stood next to the fair-haired guy, and when she heard about the main character, she became wary. The fair-haired boy asked the mentor's sister if she knew Luo Feng. The girl replied that yes, they went to the same school. At first, she just wanted to help him solve the matter, but she didn't expect him to have anything to do with it. The young man said that this man was no simpleton, and that it turned out he could even deal with Tianmo's subordinate. He feared that her only hope now lay with him. The girl explained that she would like to postpone her entry into the Imperial Palace for now, and that she needed to check something. The guy stroked her head and said that if she had problems, he asked her to tell her brother, and not to suffer alone. Meanwhile, the school bell rang, and the teacher told the kids everyone was dismissed. A boy approached Luo Feng and asked if he'd made it back. He exclaimed that it was simply Supa, since he'd heard they were considering expelling him yesterday. A second classmate also added that the whole school was talking about how he wouldn't return. The classmate remarked that school would be very boring without him, so he shouldn't leave. The main character smiled and replied that he would not leave and that he really loved to study, so he would definitely never leave school. Meanwhile, the girl asked Vivi to calm down, but he returned and cried all night long. Her eyes were very red from crying. Vivi asked her classmate to quickly help her fix it. Before she could finish speaking, the protagonist was already right next to her. Lo Feng thanked Vivi, looking her in the eye. She replied that it was nothing special. He had returned and she was very happy about it. The boy mentioned that he had no classes after lunch and wanted to visit Dai in the hospital later. He suggested they meet that evening. Meanwhile, someone knocked on the door and the rest of the guys watched the main character and the girl. His girlfriend stood near the door and asked the main character to go out. Then the boy said goodbye to his classmate, waving his hand at her, and headed towards the door. One of the boys said that while he was glad he was back, he couldn't have all the school's favorites chasing him around. He explained that he was very jealous of the boy. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at Qian Yilan and asked what else she wanted. The girl explained that she suddenly remembered something strange. He didn't even know it, but he knew about the samurai. Luo Feng said he himself didn't know where he'd learned the name and must have seen it somewhere online. He thought to himself that he didn't understand what had come over her and hoped she didn't suspect anything. Chen Yilan, arms crossed, asked him where he was last night, as he had bags under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept well. She asked him not to say he'd gone out for a jog in the middle of the night. She then asked him what his connection was with Qian Mo. The girl started waving her fists in front of his face again, and Lo Feng exclaimed that he was singing Wild Disco. When she was slightly distracted, he immediately started running away at the speed of light. Chen Yilan was seriously angry that he decided to play with her and said that she would definitely find out everything. The protagonist was already at Mr. Tan's side. He said the news was good and that the group of children was free and safe. Mr. Tan replied that he'd seen it on the news and that it was all thanks to him that he'd accomplished so much in one evening and gotten away with it. Luo Feng exclaimed that that wasn't all, and that there was more wonderful news. He hadn't been expelled and would continue studying with Dai. The man said that it was just great, and Dai had been so worried about it since the morning that he needed to tell him about it. And so they found themselves outside the ward. They were met by a nurse who asked if they were from Tan Dai's family. The boys both stared at her and asked what had happened. The nurse said that the patient's condition had worsened sharply and that he needed to go with her quickly. The boys asked Dr. Zhang what had happened. She replied that Tan Dai had a severe headache, and she immediately performed a CT scan. The man ran up to the doctor and asked how the situation was now and whether it was serious. The doctor replied that the patient had suffered a serious injury and that his recovery had been going quite well for 2 days. But unexpectedly, the medial nerve of the brain and blood congestion led to severe headaches and dizziness. If the blood stagnation isn't cleared, the situation will immediately worsen, and the patient will get even worse, even leading to death. The man became very worried and asked how and why this had happened. He was very worried and asked Dr. Jiang what to do, since she had to save Dai. The girl replied that they completely understood his feelings and were doing everything they could to heal each patient. For his son, there was only one solution: brain surgery, and it was a very risky operation. This operation is far more complex than others, and success in his case is 50-50. The man clutched his head in his hands and exclaimed that he couldn't lose his son. The protagonist asked Dr. Jiang if everything would be okay if he cleared this congestion. The doctor began explaining that after the cleansing, he would be able to recover. But now it was a matter of time and they couldn't delay. Brain surgery was the only option. Before she could finish speaking, the main character immediately ran to the door and asked her to wait a few hours. Dr. Jiang asked him not to dare act recklessly. She exclaimed that she would not allow it. Luofeng greeted her and asked for some medicine from the pharmacy. He explained that they were written down on a piece of paper and that he needed her to prepare it right away. The girl immediately took the paper with the medicines and asked him to wait a little. The main character said that despite all the difficulties he had to go through in the past, now he truly understands that it was not in vain. He remembered how he had previously begged the smelly old man to let him go and waved his legs while tied to a tree. His father asked him if he still had the strength to yell at him, and if it would be better spent trying to avoid burning his butt. He asked him to tell him that the divine 9-tasty huado soup could cure him. He asked to answer immediately. Otherwise, he threatened to set his butt on fire. Luofeng called him a scoundrel. The first taste of soup could heal his tendons, hidden wounds, and broken bones. The second taste specializes in protecting internal organs, and the main character was very angry. The third taste will cure rare diseases, normalize blood circulation, and balance the yin-yang system. Luofeng suddenly shuddered at the memory, saying that even just remembering it was too scary for him. Suddenly a pharmacist appeared in front of him, and apologizing, brought him the medicine. Meanwhile, the man sat next to his son, clutching his head in his hands, exclaiming that he was almost recovered. He was unsure whether to sign the agreement for the operation. The protagonist appeared at the threshold of the ward and asked Mr. Tan to give Dai this medicine, and he promises that his son will recover in just one day. The man approached the boy and asked if he was telling the truth. Luofeng replied that he was, and that he simply needed to be trusted. He handed the man a whole bag of medications, but the doctor rushed into the room and asked him to stop. She asked where he got the medication and why he was so arbitrary in deciding what would and wouldn't help the patient. She told Mr. Tan that she had already prepared the operating room. And in Dai's situation, there was no time to waste, even though the chances were only 50%. His life was at stake, and they couldn't afford to hesitate. Luofeng explained to the doctor that he had prepared this medicine, and he assured her that surgery would not be necessary, and that with his medicine the chances of recovery were much higher. Dr. Jiang became angry and asked if he had actually prepared it. If so, then it was even more unacceptable to give it. Traditional medicine is a science, not something a student can learn. She snatched the bag of medications from the boy. Meanwhile, he gestured to the man to help him distract the doctor. The man started screaming and saying that he was feeling very dizzy and needed help. He continued screaming and fell headfirst onto the table. Then the doctor approached him. She approached the man and began asking Mr. Tan what was wrong with him. Luofeng told the doctor that Mr. Tan seemed unwell and needed immediate help. The doctor asked the nurse to take him away. The main character said that she is a good doctor, of course, but she is fixated on the rules. Luofeng brought hot soup to Dai's lips. He asked him not to be afraid and promised to help him. They started pouring hot tea for the protagonist, and he reached for the cup. He said, tipping back the tea, that it was very tasty. The man smiled and said that this tea was too good to sell, and every gram was worth its weight in gold. Luofeng thanked Boss Zheng for helping him out so much. And if the parents of these 47 students had started a showdown, he would have been in trouble. The man asked the boy not to thank him, as he was honored to be able to help him. He also wanted to say that he needed to be more careful lately. He learned that a gang of robbers had infiltrated the city, and it was very likely that this was the next step of his enemies. Luofeng said he always reciprocates kindness with kindness and asked for confidence, as while he was here, he would definitely ensure Vivi's safety. Zhang replied that since he said so, he was at peace. Meanwhile, Vivi appeared at the threshold and, smiling, told Luofeng that she was ready. The protagonist approached Boss Zheng and told him that he would take the girl to school. The man immediately agreed and asked the boys to be careful there. Luofeng thanked Vivi for asking her father for help. And this time, he not only saved Dai, but also spent so much effort helping him. The girl replied that it was no problem and that she also wouldn't want Luofeng to leave them like this, because she liked him. Before they could finish speaking, a sound and the screeching of wheels were heard in the street. The girl was seriously scared and turned her head to the side to ask what had happened. The boy asked her to stay in the car and said he would go and take a look. Some guy opened the car door and called another guy an idiot. He asked if he had eyes and who would pay for the car repairs. The fair-haired guy held his head with his hand and apologized, explaining that he was in a hurry and was sorry. The main character got out of the car and asked the guys what was going on there. The man explained that the man, pointing at the blonde guy, almost crashed into them. Luofeng listened carefully to this man and began to approach the culprit. He said it was just a small scratch. The insurance would cover everything and no one was hurt, which was very good. The blonde guy told the protagonist he was a good man. He had some fruit from the village in his trunk, and he was asking him to share it. Luofeng replied that he didn't need anything, and that they had already left since they were also in a hurry. But the guy didn't let up, and started taking something out of the trunk. He asked him to be sure to take it, because he was sure he'd like it. But the fair-haired guy did not stop persuading him, and asked him not to rush. The main character realized that something was wrong, and this guy took a machine gun out of the car. When he started shooting, the boy dodged the powerful shots in time. The guys hid from this scoundrel, and he continued to shoot without hitting them because they were in cover. Suddenly, the scoundrel turned over, and the weapon flew out of his hands. Because Luofeng knew his business, he immediately shoved the man who was also injured into the car, and he was very scared. It was a trap. They deliberately used this little incident to dull their vigilance. The fair-haired guy climbed into his car. Next to him was his partner, who also shot at them. Vivi asked the main character what was actually going on. The boy explained that they were being pursued by a group of killers, and he didn't expect them to find them so quickly. He asked them to call the police quickly while he dealt with them. The boy asked if he thought they would help them, given that so many people were chasing them. Luofeng said there were already 6 cars and at least a dozen assassins inside. If they were ordinary criminals, he could have dealt with them quickly. But if they were such desperate maniacs, a brutal fight was inevitable. Luofeng exclaimed that this crazy gang even dared to open fire in the street. These are probably mercenaries of the Heavenly Network's retribution, and they themselves asked to find out who they were dealing with. The fair-haired guy was driving his car very fast and asked us to follow them. The man asked Mr. Luofeng why they had come here and why they hadn't gone to the police. He wondered if he had been bribed. The boy replied that they were psychopaths to carry around such guns. If they arrived in a crowded place, the consequences would be too serious. And he asked Vivi not to be afraid because he had a plan. The girl replied that she believed him, and the main character asked them to hide while he dealt with them. Vivi was very worried about him and turned around and asked him to be careful. Luofeng replied with a smile that it was not he who needed to be careful and clenched his fist. Some black car with tinted windows was already approaching. A man with a pistol in his hands began to come out of it when the other people with machine guns were already on the street. He called the boy a reckless fool and asked if he thought he could hide here. His naivety was even a little impressive. The man with the machine gun said he just wanted to treat him to some fruit, but he threw a rock at him. He'll wait until he blows his head off. The guys with machine guns split up to search. One of them said it was clear. The others also started looking for the main character and that man and couldn't find them. The commander gave the order to 2 guys to follow the stairs up as quickly as possible. The boys began to climb faster and faster. The protagonist was already watching them. He counted the 16 people below and then breathed a sigh of relief. He sat in the lotus position with his eyes closed and used territorial perception. Meanwhile, one of the guys with the machine gun grimaced and exclaimed that he would definitely find it. But the main character was already above him and asked what would happen then. The man did not expect such a turn of events and only managed to turn his head in his direction before he got punched in the face. The second man with the gun turned to them, asking who was there. But it was already too late, and he too received a powerful blow to the back of the head. Luofeng smiled and calculated that he still had 14 left to deal with. He had already approached the next one, and he didn't even have time to turn his head before he fell to the floor. The boy flew up to another thug and poked him in the neck with 2 fingers. He had already scattered many and was still counting how much was left. One of the men, who had not yet died, announced a general rally. Everyone needed to gather very quickly. More guys with machine guns came up and asked the leader what was going on and where the others were. One of the boys exclaimed that the elder one demands to get down to it, and as soon as possible. The man asked them not to panic, but they were the only ones left. The rest were taken out as quietly as if they'd been ambushed by 50 mercenaries. One of the guys asked the boss to take charge, but the boss replied that there was no point in doing so if it was a one-way ticket. They only have 15 minutes, and it doesn't matter whether they manage to eliminate the target. They need to get out quickly, otherwise they won't escape the Huaxia. He asked his men to listen to the order. From now on, he forbade them from moving separately. They were to look in all directions and gather together. The main character had already approached one of the guys and asked if they were looking for him. The boss asked everyone to listen to his orders. He forbids them from moving separately and asks them to look in all directions while gathered together. Before he could finish speaking, the main character was already behind him and asked if they were looking for him. The boys immediately became alarmed and wary. He had already dealt with two. The boy threw everyone aside and started using a smoke bomb, which scared everyone even more. There was a powerful explosion, and a bright yellow fire rose to the very ceiling. The boss quickly assessed the situation and asked everyone to immediately put on masks. He called him a scoundrel and asked how he dared to attack alone. The boy knocked over another scoundrel and he fell face down on the floor, screaming in pain. He hit another comrade right in the nose with his elbow, and scarlet streams of blood spurted in all directions. They were talking about him being in the southeast and the need to open fire. The second one said he was actually in the northeast. The guy asked them to stop the fighting and retreat immediately. The boss gave the order to get out of here immediately because there are too many enemies. It's good that there is no pursuit, and I need to quickly get into the car and get out of here. The boss, seriously frightened, broke out in cold sweat. He didn't have time to react and, shocked, flew far back from his car. The boy said that his opponent was only one person, and that was him. Luofeng smiled and exclaimed that it seemed like he had overestimated them and had dealt with them so easily. Vivi stood hidden, holding a frying pan. She said that so much time had passed, and Luofeng was still missing. Vivi continued to hold the frying pan in her hands when suddenly a shadow appeared next to her. She was seriously scared and threw the frying pan at her opponent with all her might. A metal frying pan flew at the guy's face, hitting him squarely. Luofeng remarked that it was actually him. The girl became seriously worried and ran up to him to ask if he was okay. The main character smiled and replied that everything was fine and that it wasn't that easy to blow off his head. Vivi was already nearby and, blushing a little, looked straight into the eyes of the main character. When they approached the man, he asked them to go out because it was already safe outside. When the boys went outside, police patrol cars pulled up. Luofeng glanced in their direction and said that the police had finally arrived and how slowly they were working. The blonde-haired guy was holding a gun. The guys asked him to stay still and put his hands up. He pointed the gun toward the main character and he immediately raised his hands. The boy asked him to stretch out his hands and looked menacingly in his direction. Luofeng obeyed the boy and stretched out his hands forward, not understanding why they were grabbed. The guy who was with them told his police comrade that he was his classmate and not a criminal. The boy told Chief Pin that a brutal battle had taken place at this abandoned factory. All the criminals were already unconscious, and there were more than a dozen of them. The fair-haired man was very surprised because more than 10 people is a lot, and he asked if this was his work. The guy replied that of course not, and they all just one after another ran into his fist and passed out. The fair-haired man asked him to cut down on the jokes and not get cocky. He'd see how he spoke after he'd tasted a 500 jin fist. Luofeng thought that such a fist was similar to the third level of visible effort. He looked at his opponent and asked him to act if that was what he wanted. He asked him not to think that he wouldn't dare do it, and approached him with a blow. Luofeng decided to test what skills he truly possessed now. Before the boys had time to get into a fierce fight, someone asked them to stop immediately. Shannel raised her hand and told the elder that this was all a mistake and that it was her classmate Luofeng. When Luofeng saw the girl, he said that she was here again and asked the elder if they knew each other. Shannel asked the protagonist to take Vivi first, and then she would sort everything out here. Could Luofeng really be a match for Chan Mo? And now, having taken out 16 assassins, who the hell is he? Luofeng asked Vivi to rest today and not go out anywhere. The girl immediately agreed and said that she would do so. The man thanked Luofeng for today. The boy replied that it was all thanks to Mr. Zheng's advance warning, so he was prepared. The man explained that this time, thanks to him, there were witnesses. They say the secret provocateurs were quickly brought under control this time. The danger has passed for a while, but they asked Luofeng to remain for protection. Luofeng replied that it was natural and asked Boss Zheng not to worry, as he would fight to the very end. In the meantime, he was going to check on Dai. The woman approached Zhang and asked if he noticed anything strange when the boy left. The man couldn't understand what she meant and, looking at her, asked what he should have noticed. The woman called him a stupid old man and asked if he really had lost his mind. It couldn't be that he hadn't noticed, since their Vivi had most likely already fallen in love with this guy, Luofeng. Although he was talented for a simple student, their social standing was nowhere near as good, and they were an unequal match. Mr. Zhang added that 18 years ago, there was a man who, as thanks for saving her life, set conditions that she agreed to. In 18 years, his son would marry Vivi, and once she was with him, no one would dare harm her. The woman sadly remarked that there were only 2 months left until Vivi's 18th birthday. She would definitely talk to her in a couple of days. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting on a sofa, smiling and holding a soft toy in her hands. The main character entered the room and asked the man how Dai was doing. The man replied that he had given him the medication as prescribed, that they had just taken an X-ray, and that he thought the results would be in soon. He asked if the traditional medication he had given him would work. Luofeng replied that in ancient times, such a surgery as craniotomy didn't exist, and people could only rely on traditional medicine. This time, he used Hua Tuo's lost secret recipe. A doctor appeared in the office and asked the old man if he really believed in these fairy tales. Luofeng told Dr. Jiang that eavesdropping on others was wrong. The doctor replied that she wasn't eavesdropping, but rather listening openly. The man asked the doctor about his son's results. Chang said that, to be honest, it was quite strange, since there was blood stagnation in his brain. But in today's picture, they are not visible, and she feels that this is completely impossible. The main character approached the doctor and asked how this was impossible, because nothing is impossible. Jan explained that she heard him just now saying something about Hua, and she wondered if it had anything to do with the medicine he brought this time. The boy thought to himself that the old man was saying that he couldn't reveal his knowledge, or it would be the end for him. So he told the doctor that his medicine had nothing to do with it. Jan said that she didn't believe it, and Dai clearly hadn't taken any other medications, and she asked to take a look so she could take it for examination. Suddenly the patient's father started screaming and talking about some kidneys, clutching his stomach with his hands. Luofeng replied that the medicine was for Mr. Tan's kidneys, not his son's. The man confirmed this, saying he had taken it and that his kidneys were not healthy, so he had to resort to folk remedies. Cheng said that Mr. Tang needed to exercise more, and then there wouldn't be any problems. She went to check on the other patients. The protagonist told Mr. Tan that for personal reasons, Dai's medication must remain a secret. The man asked not to worry, and said he would keep his mouth shut. Lo Feng sat at his desk and looked ahead. His classmates were nearby, very surprised by something. Tian Yilan was entering the room when she was greeted, having come from the class for outstanding students. The girl greeted them and said that her name was Chen Yilan, and that from today she would be studying with them. The kids were very surprised that she came to them. Now they have one more flower in their class. How exciting. And maybe one of them has a chance to say goodbye to a lonely life. Chen Yilan sat down and told the protagonist that they met again, and she hoped that he would help her with her studies. His classmates were amazed and envious of him, seeing all the flowers swirling around him. One of them, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed that he had lost hope. The protagonist turned towards Chen Yilan and asked why she came. The girl replied, clenching her fists, that she had come to protect him. He's been through so much lately that she came to help. She asked him delightedly and winked at him, smiling. The main character did not expect this and, covered in beads of sweat, replied that he was a little scared. His classmate asked Vivi why she was ignoring the danger. No wonder Luo Feng was so indifferent to her. It turns out he knows Chen Yilan. She needs to turn up the heat, or her idol will be taken away. When her classmate said this, the girl immediately turned around, blushing slightly. In front of us there is a secret base that rises as if to the very sky. Chen Yilan was in her most beautiful state and a little angry about something. She walked looking ahead very seriously and warily. Meanwhile, the fair-haired guy was in the training room next to the guys who were playing sports. When the girl entered the room, they immediately turned around and saw a third level of visible effort before them. She was so young, yet already ranked 88th in the talent rankings. One of the guys said he didn't think he'd even make the list by the time he turned 30. The blonde guy asked why they were chattering and ordered them to train hard. The boy thought to himself, looking at the girl, that his sister really was popular. Chen Yilan approached the man sitting in the lotus position and greeted Elder Fang. She explained that she had come for the assessment. The elder immediately recognized the girl as Tsang. He commanded her to move forward and test herself. Chen Yilan saw a strength testing device in front of her. It had the highest measurable strength. The girl immediately got ready and, putting her fist forward, decided to test her strength. She hit the machine with all her might, and a very bright yellow flash occurred. Apparently she didn't hit as hard as she thought, because the machine asked her not to worry and try again. Quan Yilan immediately closed her eyes and decided to catch her breath. She probably didn't gather all her strength, so she concentrated and struck again. This time it turned out much better, and the machine produced better results. Elder Fan told the girl that it was quite good, but training should not be neglected. The girl immediately obeyed Elder Fan and began to leave the training hall. When the fair-haired guy saw his little sister, he congratulated her and said that she had moved up one position in the rankings again. Chen Yilan immediately thanked the senior and said that this joy would be short-lived. This was merely the Kuanyuan department's talent rankings, and even within that ranking, there was no end in sight. But even just being included was a significant honor. The list was full of weirdos, and there was no need to compare yourself to them. The girl looked towards her brother and exclaimed that indeed, everyone is a wanderer. They both looked at the table and saw that her ranking had risen by 1, and Yan Luowen was in first place. Lo Feng exclaimed that some girls were always stalking him and that it was no longer acceptable. All he had to do was change the neighborhood. The boy chuckled and became interested in who was cleaning the river at such a late hour and how hard it must be. In front of him was a man who thought that his life's path would end here and no one would help him. While he was tying some bag with a rope, the main character was already next to him. The man was on a boat and the boy asked him what he was actually doing. The guy turned his head in his direction and asked who he was and how he got on the boat. Luofeng looked at him sternly and said, looking at him with a serious gaze, that he knew. The man thought that it was immediately obvious that this guy was a master. He had discovered him, and he had to catch him off guard and attack. Otherwise, he would kill him right here. Lo Feng knows that in their area the garbage needs to be sorted, but he hasn't sorted his, so he secretly came here to quietly throw it out. The man said that was true, and that he was very perceptive. He asked if the boy would help him. He thought to himself that it was a good thing the boy had some mental problems and needed to hide. But this won't work, and he will harm the environment if he throws everything into the river. So as soon as they land on the shore, he will sort everything. The man shook his fist and said he hated sorting trash. He wouldn't sort it if it killed him. Luofeng said that it wasn't that bad, or maybe he was just a dishonest person. Since he realized that this man was a criminal and a scoundrel, he stuffed him into a bag. He tied the bag with the same rope and began to sail in the boat, casting his gaze somewhere. The boy exclaimed that he felt like he'd just nearly drowned someone. Who could then clear his name? And he was innocent. The man thanked the young man and said that it seemed his day of death had not yet come. Luofeng replied that it was a good thing nothing had happened to him. If he had accidentally drowned him in the sea, there would have been problems. He asked the gentleman if he was sure he didn't need help. He immediately thanked her and said that he had something to do after saying goodbye to the boy. When the main character was left alone, he thought that it seemed he had managed to get out of it after all. A girl called him and said that she was dizzy and asked if he would meet her. Lo Feng asked where she was, and after clearing her throat, the girl said that she seemed to be on the large Maud Bridge. The protagonist replied that he thought she was poisoned, but she was just drunk. But he promised to come to her right away. The girl was already sitting on the edge of the bridge, looking down. Some guys were also on the bridge and were talking about how if the money hadn't run out, they would have drunk until the morning. When one of the guys grabbed the second one, he said that there was a damn attractive girl in front of them. The guy was very drunk and told his friend that she was his type, and he loved girls like her. He started to approach the girl, and calling her a beauty, asked if she was lonely there alone. He licked his lips and approached her, asking if she wanted to have fun with him. The girl became seriously angry and scared. She asked them what they wanted and asked them to leave. But the guy didn't let up and called her a girl with a tough character, just like he liked. He asked her to let him kiss him. Suddenly he felt a powerful blow behind his back, and someone pushed him away. The main character was already next to the girl and caught her in his arms, saving her. Luofeng asked Master Jun if she was okay. He asked if she could hear him. The boy asked her not to sleep and asked who she thought he was showing off to. But the guy who was pestering her called the boy a freak and said that this drunken body was intended for his love pleasures, so he asks him to get in line. Luofeng apologized and said that the time for jokes was over and he would take her away right now. Then the guy asked what nonsense he was talking about and said that he had already booked this girl. The guy asked his guys to help him, but the main character had already scattered these guys. He began to hit the villains with all his might, and bright yellow flashes flew in different directions. All the boys started falling on their backs to the ground, screaming for help and sobbing. Lo Feng very deftly scattered these scoundrels, and without letting go of the girl, looked around. He laughed and said that these scoundrels won't calm down until they get punched in the face. After he brought the girl into the room, he covered her very gently with a blanket. He told the girl that something bad must have happened for her to be so drunk. He wanted to leave, but she grabbed his arm and asked him not to go. Lo Feng asked if she was sure. Then the girl asked her mother not to leave and said she wanted to suckle her breast. The protagonist didn't expect this from Teacher Jun. Did a teacher really have such habits? In the morning, the girl grabbed her head with her hands and said that it was splitting, and it seemed that Lo Feng had brought her home. When the girl woke up, the main character entered the room and put milk on the table. The boy saw that the girl had already woken up and looked at her with a questioning look. The teacher asked why he put the milk like that and whether he heard something yesterday. The boy, sweating a little, answered the girl that he hadn't heard anything. She exclaimed, slamming the door, that it was very good if this was so. Otherwise, he would have to rack his brains over finding a new apartment. The protagonist said that she was very angry and how good it was that his quick wits had saved his life. Meanwhile, one guy was sitting on a chair and there were a lot of people around him. One of the boys asked the elder Liao to just say the word, and then he would immediately find and deliver this dawn. This was beyond all bounds. They had arrived at the appointed place with such determination, and in the end, they had to resort to such low tactics. The elder replied that for now he was left alone, and he wouldn't bother anyone, and he would punish anyone who bothered him. He is asking for a thorough investigation into this matter, and expects the results within 3 days. The boy immediately listened to his elder and said that he would definitely sort it out. Luo Feng thought about how Teacher Jun went to meet her grandfather yesterday. He became curious about why she was suddenly so upset. Perhaps something bad had happened to her mother. Chen Yilan appeared behind the protagonist and told him he'd had a good run from her up until now. She grabbed him by the collar. The boy replied that he was deliberately avoiding her, and what did she want again? She hit him again and said that if she hadn't covered for him that time, he would have ended up behind bars for a checkup. Luo Feng immediately thanked the girl. Chen Yilan explained that he knew the research results had been published. Zheng Gaichen's main enemy was a mercenary army that destroyed everyone with terrifying force. The boy was surprised and asked if he was telling the truth. The girl replied that after all, they were mercenaries of the Heavenly Network's vengeance, and each of their members belonged to a clan of criminals. Moreover, each of them has a weapon with him, and he can judge for himself how strong they are. The main character, after listening to the girl, smiled and exclaimed that it was pretty cool. She said that she had previously thought that he was at the first level of visible effort, but after what had happened, she thought that they were about equal in strength. She wanted to ask who he'd learned martial arts from. To which the boy laughed and replied that she was very perceptive. He really wasn't at the first level of visible effort. She asked again what level he was actually at, and the boy said that he was at the platinum level and that he had been taught by a blind Tibetan monk. He initially studied Hongquan, then surpassed that stage. But then his progress slowed. He was lucky enough to learn Sinyaquan and gain the dragon skills. Qianya Yilan noticed he was talking nonsense and asked him to tell the truth. Lo Feng ran away again and replied that he didn't have to believe it, but he had already run around enough and it was time for him to go to the hospital. Qianya Yilan noticed that he ran very fast and wondered if his strength was actually higher than hers. She wondered who this Luo Feng was. When the protagonist arrived at the hospital, his comrades were already waiting for him. He saw Dai standing before him and asked if he'd been discharged yet. The boy's father replied that this was indeed the case. The staff said Dai's situation had stabilized, and all that was left was to rest at home. Everything would eventually return to normal, thanks to Dr. Jiang's care and attention. Luo Feng inquired about Dr. Jiang's whereabouts. He decided she deserved a proper thank you. But the man sighed heavily, lowered his eyes to the floor, and answered the protagonist that the doctor had already left the hospital. Then the angry young man asked who dared fire her. He exclaimed that such a good doctor couldn't be fired, and he decided to contact Zheng Gaichen immediately. The man explained that things weren't as he thought, and the doctor had quit without thinking about the consequences. In fact, she had already caused great damage to the hospital. After treating Dai, she left immediately, and he didn't even have time to thank her. Luo Feng said she really was a good doctor and he'd go and try to contact her. He decided to see if she'd agree to dinner as a token of his gratitude. The girl replied that there was no point in inviting her to dinner. If he wanted to show his gratitude, he could just go out for a bite to eat with her. That's what they agreed on. Chang turned to her father and said that Luo Feng had just called and would come pick her up. Her father mentioned that he would soon meet a young man who knew the recipe for the divine 9-flavored huat wo soup. The protagonist was sitting on the commuter train. He thought that she had agreed too quickly, but who knew that in order to have a bite to eat with her, he would have to travel 2 hours by train. It would be simply deadly boring here, but he decided that it would be better if there was no one else than this little thing next to him. The child turned to the protagonist, calling him uncle. The boy asked to be called brother and asked what was going on. The boy replied that the road was boring and asked if he wanted to play with him. He explained that he had NS with him, and they could play together. The protagonist decided he could at least kill some time this way. The boy really enjoyed playing with his friend in the seat next to him. He turned to his uncle and said he hadn't expected him to be such a good player. Luo Feng asked him to call him simply brother and thanked him for it. The boy told his brother that he was getting off at the next station and asked if they could play some more later. The boy replied that he was also going on the next one and that he was visiting. If they happened to run into each other, they could play. The boy said that this was very good and that he had come to see his half-sister who lived in Zhuhai. If he had any problems, he could say that he was from him, and she would sort everything out for him. The boy explained that she was a beauty, and it was just a pity that she already had a fiancé. Meanwhile, the girl met the main character and said that he was very punctual. She asked the boy if he was hungry and asked him to go and chat on the way. The boy asked his sister if she was the one who had come to meet him and started crying. Jiang was surprised and asked her brother what he was doing there and when he had arrived. And so they found themselves in a huge, bright room. The boy told his uncle that he hadn't expected to find himself his sister's fiancé. He asked how the boy had won her affection and whether he could play with more than just toys. Almost all the young men from noble families had been chasing her, but she'd turned them all down and ended up falling in love with a rural tourist. The main character grabbed the boy by the collar and said that he could call him brother. He wasn't her boyfriend, but he'd come to grab a bite to eat with her. And it's not every day you get to dine in such a luxurious place. After which he let the insolent boy go. Then the kid turned to him again and, with a heavy sigh, said that it turned out he'd just come for a bite to eat. He'd been eating in places like this since childhood and was already bored. Street food was more interesting. Lo Feng was very surprised because he'd been living like this since childhood, which meant that this little rich man was already irritating him. Jiang turned her head towards the protagonist and explained that she would introduce him. The girl told her father that this was Luo Feng she had told him about, a student at Zijing School in Yancheng City. The father introduced himself as Zhang Tianya, the head of ancient medicine. The protagonist immediately folded his hands in front of him and greeted the man. Zhang Tianya said he wouldn't stand, and they would talk over food. The boys sat down at the table to enjoy a delicious meal. Luofeng thought that these were obviously people of status, and he needed to save face in front of them. The boy exclaimed that it was so delicious and smelled so nice. He asked me to stop looking at him and eat it too. The father and daughter actually stared very closely at the main character while he was eating. Zhang Tianya told Luofeng that his daughter had said he had cured a very serious illness in Yangcheng. The boy retorted that it wasn't worth mentioning, and that luck had simply turned his way. The old man exclaimed that this wasn't just luck. Cure a person's brain congestion in a couple of days. Luck alone couldn't. Only the divine 9-flavored Hua Tao soup could. The main character grinned and asked if he was telling the truth and said, laughing, that he didn't even know that. Zhang Tianya exclaimed that this was definitely the divine 9-flavored Hua Tao soup. It couldn't be any other way. He has the opportunity to learn about the divine 9-flavored soup in his lifetime. Luofeng listened attentively to the man. The boy asked his little sister about the divine 9-delicious Huatwo soup. He wondered what it was and why he'd never even heard of it. Zhang Tianya asked them to shut up. He said, "Don't be so careless with the divine soup, or it will rip out his tongue." The boy immediately covered his mouth with his hand, and beads of sweat began to run down his face. The protagonist rose from the table and remarked that visiting is nice, but home is better. Everything had been very pleasant and delicious, and he thanked them for the welcome. They asked him to stay a little longer. The man explained that they were, in fact, ancient medicine practitioners, and direct descendants of the miraculous healer, Hua Tuo. The divine 9-tasty soup is the greatest treasure for ancient medicine practitioners. Zhang Tianya asked Luo Feng to forgive him for his impudence. He simply wanted to confirm whether he truly possessed the recipe for the divine 9-flavored Huatwo soup. He explained that this was very, very important to him. The man didn't have time to finish speaking before he felt ill, and his daughter ran to her father. He asked her not to interfere in this matter, and having apologized to the main character, began to beg her to answer him this question. Jiang found herself in a rather awkward position and lowered her gaze, a little upset. Lo Feng said that let's say that's the case, but first he needs to raise his head and explain everything, then they can talk. Zhang Tianya explained that the divine 9-flavored Hua Tao soup is the greatest treasure and the root of ancient medicine. They still have a damaged copy of his recipe, and he asks to see it. He doesn't ask for the recipe under any circumstances. He simply wants to personally verify its authenticity. Of course, he'll definitely be able to thank Luo Feng. The man asked his daughter to quickly get the recipe from his suitcase. The girl began to search, rummaging through all the papers that were torn from different sides. The protagonist read about Desmodium latifolia, Asian plantain, and Japanese honeysuckle. He said that there were a lot of different recipes here, and many were badly damaged. Zhang Tianya explained that their lineage was very ancient, and that this was all that had survived to their day. Among them were the recipes he needed, and he asked for help, as it was very important to him. The boy continued searching among the torn papers and finally saw him. When the man heard that he had found what he needed, he began to sweat. Lo Feng read about 35 grams of dubious rush, and his eyes lit up like fire. The man thought that among hundreds, he had identified the right recipe at first glance. He looked at the main character thoughtfully and a little wary. The head of the 43 generations of ancient medicine doctors, Jiang Tianya, expresses his respect to their leader. The man bowed before the main character, getting down on one knee, which surprised everyone very much. Jiang opened her mouth in surprise, and the boy who stood next to his sister was also surprised. Luofeng closed his eyes, scratched the back of his head, thought for a while, and closed his eyes. The father bent over again and asked his daughter to pay her respects to their leader. The protagonist said to Chief Jiang that he should get up quickly and they could talk about it. The man asked not to call him Chief anymore, but simply Jiang Tianya. Luofeng asked to sit down quickly. The man bowed before the boy again with great respect. The main character asked the man to sit down too and explained to him what the matter was. Jiang Tianya replied that it was very simple. Healers practice ancient medicine and have a single tradition passed down from generation to generation. The covenant states that from the 13th generation, the head and root of ancient medicine are all not true heads, and only the keeper of the recipe of the divine 9-tasty soup Huatwo is the real head. A dubious promise. But what if a dozen people come up with this recipe at once? Then the community of ancient healers will have to expand its staff, and you could even assemble a football team that way. Jiang Tianya said that this charter was passed down to them from their ancestors, and commoners would not dare to violate it. Luofeng asked if they had accidentally signed up to search for someone who could make huadao soup in order to receive some kind of reward. Jiang Tianya replied no. They are ancient healers and already possess great wealth in this world. The total cost could be estimated at several billion. And why would they need a reward? The protagonist was very surprised when he heard such a sum. He wondered if they had made many enemies, and whether the descendants of some wealthy families were probably pursuing them. The man replied that the World Hospital of Ancient Medicine is political and conducts its practice to help civilians. Although it is divided into 3 teachings, 5 schools, 9 subjects, they are all in good relations. All the doctors of ancient medicine around the world are friends with each other. Luofeng found this very strange. If it were about money, enemies, power, or anything else, he might still believe it. But they seemed too good to be true, which made him doubt it. He needed time to think it over. Jiang Tianya replied that he understood that the leader couldn't accept his post immediately, and that was perfectly normal. He would await positive news from them and hoped for a quick response regarding their acceptance of the leadership of the ancient medicine hospital. Until then, Jiang would assist the esteemed leader. If the leader had any requests, she would be obliged to fulfill them. Luofeng remarked that he was still learning and didn't quite understand everything yet. Jiang Tianya asked the boy to let him explain everything about the 3 teachings. He began explaining Linduism, Manduism, and Taoism. These 3 teachings represent the highest power of ancient Chinese warriors. While the Sang Mo organization, led by Mo Yuan, the world's foremost demon, was finally defeated by 3 renowned figures, the mighty came, and the power of the people came, defeating the world's first devil. The 5 schools are the leading lights in the warrior world, and as their number of students increased, the 5 schools split into the military school, the Palace of the Flower Spirit, the School of Mercy, the School of Transmutation, and the Himalayan School. The 9 items of ancient medicine are the Red Fist, the Form of Consciousness, Fallen Flowers, Sea Demons, Sorrow, Eagles, Stars, and others. Jiang Tianya explained that these are the 3 teachings, 5 schools, 9 subjects. Of course, in the world, besides the 3 teachings and everything else, there are countless other schools, religions. Altogether, they form the world of warriors. The boy thought about how diverse this world was, and how he'd been abroad all the time, and didn't really understand it all. If we were to evaluate the 3 teachings and everything else, where would ancient medicine stand? Jiang Tianya replied that, conservatively, it was 17th. While the ranking isn't high, the position of medicine among the 9 disciplines is quite outstanding. Who in this maelstrom of worldly affairs hasn't encountered difficulties along the way? But no other discipline tries to compete with them. Luofeng thought that this was all so strange, and now, the issue wasn't even whether the proposal was good or not, but rather that he needed to thoroughly understand all of this, and until he figured it out, he would never agree to anything. The boy thought about how much he didn't know about this world. For example, that Jin Yilan was a martial arts master, and all those teachings. At this rate, any old man selling vegetables at the market could end up running some vegetable trading school. The girl approached the boy and asked when he was returning to Yangcheng. He wondered if she was really looking after him. Jiang replied that she did not have the strength to protect him, but she asked him to take at least this and that. It was the symbol and root of ancient medicine. She found some kind of souvenir-like object in her hands, and she handed it to the main character. The girl said he should always carry this jasper pendant with him. That way, when he meets a medical professional, they'll recognize each other. And, incidentally, his classmate won't have to worry about paying for treatment. When Lo Feng took the amulet, he replied that it was quite a nice little thing and thanked the girl. He remarked that his visit had not been in vain. A black car with tinted windows stopped right at the bus stop in front of the boy. Luo Feng was extremely angry and couldn't understand why the rain had started so suddenly. He decided he needed to quickly take a shower and go with Vivi. Meanwhile, some guys were telling the owner that she was forcing them to take extreme measures. They talked about how she knew debtors had to pay their bills. The girl replied that she wasn't the one who borrowed from them, but that it was Lin Xiangfeng who had borrowed from them. She hadn't known where he was for a long time, and they should collect the debt from him. They'd been divorced for a long time, and she had nothing to do with it. The man replied that he wasn't interested in their marital affairs. The guy told another guy he thought they should just go look for the building's deeds themselves. They'd find them, sell them, and maybe they'd cover the 550,000. Meanwhile, the girl started shouting that they wouldn't dare do such a thing. They'd just been talking about the debt being 500,000, so why had it now increased by 550? They simply wanted to seize her property, and that was too low. She wouldn't agree to it. This is too much, and this land could sell for 3 million. The guy told the other guy that this was their squabble, that these extortionists were notorious local gangsters. The second guy said they came because of her husband, and that was completely unacceptable, considering the woman was running her own business alone. One of the guys told everyone to shut up. He didn't care who she or her husband was, but they would return the money, and anyone who dared to go against it would have their tongue torn out. The guy asked the owner to quickly go upstairs with him for the contract. Otherwise, he would rip off all her clothes and throw her out into the street. The boy called them scoundrels and exclaimed that he would have to give them a real hard time. He clenched his fists and began to approach his opponents, dealing them powerful blows. He asked who dared to raise a hand against his wife. One of the guys said that they finally waited for this turtle, because he already thought that the guy died somewhere along the way. Everyone must be responsible for what they do. This does not apply to his wife, and he will go with him. The boy told Lin Xiangfeng that he wasn't in a position to bargain with him now. He could go with him, but he needed the money today. The man, seriously frightened, looked at the ground and replied that he had no money. Then the guy said that if he had no money, he had an apartment and a wife. They could take the girl and get at least something for her. He sent the rest upstairs for the contract. The man exclaimed that this was too much. They could do whatever they wanted with him, but if they touched a hair on his wife's head, he would dig them up from the ground. The guy responded angrily that he wasn't playing games here and asked his guys to beat him up. The guys immediately started approaching the man and rushed at him with their fists. The guy asked the other guy to give him money. The girl started screaming and asked him not to hit her, to take his house away from him, just not to hit him. But the man said that he would never give up the house and that he would rather die than give them the apartment. The girl began to sob again and beg on her knees not to beat him. She began to pray to God, asking him to come and save them. The guy was holding an umbrella in his hands and asked the little fellow who he was and whether he had come to ask for trouble. The main character laughed and replied that he simply decided to note how cool they were fighting and called them great. He asked them to ignore him and continue. The guys again called him a sick scoundrel. Luofeng ran up to those guys and started beating them up to protect the poor unfortunate man. They began to fly away in different directions and fall on their backs to the ground with a scream. The boy apologized and said that they seemed to have made a slight mistake in their calculations. Each hit will count as 50,000, and they'll pay them back now. If it's not enough, he'll add some of his own. The gang leader asked who he was and whether he even knew who he was talking to. How dare he interfere in their affairs? And he was a third-level hammer master from Baoshan. The guy smiled and said that in fact he was also a little famous. He was a bronze-ranked warrior from the Zhuan postal region and began swinging his fists. The boy called himself an elusive swindler. Looking at his opponent, Luofeng said that the other gangs, having come across him, begged on their knees for mercy. Then the enemy grimaced and looked at him with a surprised look, not understanding what he was saying. He became curious and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. He ordered his guys to seize him immediately. The girl started screaming, and with tears in her eyes asked the main character to be careful. The boys were already next to him, and with a deft movement of his leg, he kicked one of them in the knee. After that, He dealt a powerful blow to another scoundrel and he flew backwards onto the ground. He told Brother Lin that he might not be able to rent an apartment from them as early as next month, but now he would show him something worthwhile. The guy hit the other guy in the face with a huge brick with all his might, and he flew back. After such a powerful blow, he did a somersault around himself and fell on the stones on his back. The leader exclaimed that he was simply crazy and asked them to all gang up on him. He'd be damned if they didn't beat him up together. And now several seconds have passed, when the boys were lying head down and screaming in pain. Luofeng said that he heard him talking about shit and asked which one he preferred. Cats or dogs, cows or his own. He thought about how it didn't matter who he was or why he was so strong. He was protected by Mr. Liao himself, and he wouldn't dare. The boy remarked that he hadn't given him that answer, and it was immediately obvious he was retarded. He asked the others what they were standing there for, or if they wanted more. He asked them to leave while he was still nice. The opponents immediately began to leave, as they did not want to lie face down on the floor. The other guys asked to help the owner clean up because she is a good person. They thanked Luofeng, and the man noticed that he was saving them again. The main character approached Lin and immediately grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, approaching him. He explained that this was the last time he'd help him. The mistress was a good woman, and if he dared let her down again, he promised he'd get a lot more than those guys. He replied, clutching his head with his hands, that he would not dare and would never put her in danger again. But he needs to get out of here quickly. Their patron is the vicious maniac, Liao Huizhou, who's in league with an opium ring. They've committed many crimes, and he too has fallen into their clutches. Luofeng explained that he personally doesn't like to look for problems, but since they found him themselves, he won't give in. He told Brother Lin that he had to go now, and that he would visit them in the evening. He asked not to worry, that nothing would threaten him, and that he would personally get rid of this scoundrel. The man told his wife that he thought the boy was joking, but he was quite serious, and could he really be just a student? The woman smiled, looked after the main character, and said that he seemed to be a very gifted student. It was raining heavily outside and falling on the huge, spacious building. The protagonist approached Boss Dolang and said that he had come to accompany Vivi to class. When the man saw the main character, he immediately looked at him with a serious gaze. Then he smiled and asked them to come in and sit down. The boy asked what he wanted to talk about. The protagonist approached the table, and the man handed him a wad of cash. He asked to be allowed to express his gratitude for his care during this period in such a modest way. Chung said that Chu Lao-san had taken drastic measures this time, and that he'd apparently suffered enough from losing his business. He'd assigned 4 security guards for Vivi, so now he could relax a bit. Luofeng asked Boss Jung what he was saying, and he helped him so much that he couldn't accept the money. The man did not calm down and asked him to take them, because this was a sign of his gratitude. The boy said that Boss Jung was indeed very kind, but he couldn't accept them. He owed him a favor. If he could do anything for him, he should ask without hesitation. The main character turned towards the man and said goodbye, saying that it was time for him to go to class and that he would go. Chen thought that Luofeng was a promising young man, as well as strong and courageous. Even though Vivi was in love with him, he couldn't neglect the promise he'd made. A classmate asked her friend if her father had forbidden her from taking care of her, Luofeng. The girl replied that she didn't understand what was going on. Her friend advised her not to relax, but to watch how close he became to Qian Yilan. Tian Yilan told the protagonist they were going to the Happy Village in the fall and asked if he was in. This time, signing up was voluntary. The boy replied that he thought autumn would be boring. Vivi thought about him with a slightly saddened expression. She decided that this guy seemed to have already stolen her heart. Qian Yilan asked Luofeng to listen carefully, wondering if she could pique his interest. He wondered if he knew why the river's golden forest had become so popular recently. Because a rumor about this place recently surfaced. Someone witnessed a miracle in one of the currents. Namely, a dazzlingly beautiful, precious dragon stone discovered underwater. The protagonist replied that it was all nonsense, but the girl said it was true. Once upon a time, a green dragon with a pearl in its mouth swam along this river in distant lands. Every time, people are sent there to search for it. Chen Yilan told the boy that they should try in case they find this pearl, as it's incredibly rare. She said she would make them rich. The girl asked if he was really going with her and shook her head from side to side. Luofeng rested his head on the desk and said it was boring anyway. The girl called him a bore, and so the lessons were over. Vivi asked the children not to push her, and the car doors were opened for the lady. Luofeng thought that everything seemed to be going well for her, and that he would be able to relax and concentrate on his studies. The protagonist continued to watch the girl, and decided that his intuition was sounding the alarm. The boy started running after the car, and his umbrella flew far away. The protagonist cried out that something was wrong, and Vivi was in danger. He clenched his teeth, and sweat trickled down his face. The girl was in the car, leaning against the seat with her eyes closed and thinking about something. The man with the gun stood to the side and watched what was happening. The man immediately asked the boy what he had just told him. He started calling security. He asked everyone to rush outside and save Vivi. The guys gave the order to grab the opponents and not shoot, because there was a young lady there. The man who was sitting in the car opened fire and laughed as he looked at the guys with machine guns. Behind him was the main character who tried to confront the villains. The girl's father was already running as fast as he could to protect her, clenching his fists. The enemy told Jung that they had finally met. He burst out laughing and exclaimed that he had never even dared to dream of such a thing. Jung asked not to dare involve the younger generation in their squabbles. The man sent him away, saying he'd deprived him of his business and dealt with his gang. But the time had come for his revenge, and now his relative would be gone right before his eyes. He promised to make him regret what he'd done. Jung said he'd been constantly involved in his shady dealings, and even if he hadn't turned him in, someone else would have. If he hadn't cornered him by ordering a bunch of mercenaries to open fire in the city, he never would have gotten this far. The guy, surprised, asked if it was his wine and said he was about to put a couple of bullets in his daughter's head. The man asked her not to touch his daughter and promised to give him anything he asked for. The enemy exclaimed that the first thing to do would be to bang your forehead on the asphalt. The girl was found with her mouth tied, and wet tears were flowing from her eyes. He knelt down and asked to let his daughter go, promising to do everything. He continued to bow to his opponent and beg him to release his daughter quickly. His life is worthless, but he's asking for his daughter's release, and he's willing to do anything to make that happen. He asked her to leave him alone and said she was innocent. She continued to cry, her mouth bound. The enemy started shouting and asked him to shut up because his anger was not satisfied. He had just realized that he could only rest in peace after his death. He put the gun right to the man's forehead. Vivi listened to the whole conversation with tears in her eyes, and she was very scared. Suddenly, the main character appeared above the villain's head with a pistol and jumped as high as possible. The enemy hit his head on the car with all his might, and stones flew in all directions from such a powerful blow. He asked the main character who he was and what he wanted. The boy looked menacingly in his direction and replied that he was the one who had come for his soul. The man pulled out a sharp cleaver and, calling him an idiot, said that it was open. Luofeng continued to kick and punch him, using various techniques. The guys with pistols ran up to the scoundrel and asked him not to move and to tie him up immediately. The father ran up to his daughter and asked if she was okay. Vivi asked her father to run quickly because there was a bomb on her. The father was simply shocked when he heard the bomb tied to her belt ticking. Shun began begging and pleading for help. He asked his men to immediately remove the bomb from his daughter. The main character asked to stop and exclaimed that it couldn't be removed, and that if he loosened the belt even a little, it would explode. The enemy laughed and told Jung Gaijin that he hadn't planned to survive from the beginning, but this way they would die together. The man turned the scoundrel face down on the floor and asked him to calm down immediately. Chang asked what to do in this case and what he should do in such a situation. Drops of cold sweat began to run down the protagonist's face, and he became seriously afraid for the girl. He gives 1 minute to bring him scissors and any screwdrivers and everything like that. He continued to explain that he was giving only 1 minute and asked to act faster. The main character asked her not to worry and promised to neutralize her. Luofeng thought about how the situation would change and approached Vivi as quickly as possible. The girl begged the protagonist to save himself and not think about her. She didn't want him to die because of her. The boy said that they had so much time and they would still have time to chat and do their homework, and then start diffusing again, and there would still be some left, so he asked them not to be afraid. He continued to stand next to the girl, trying to remove the explosives from her. Chen Yilan had already arrived. The girl started screaming and asking if he'd gone crazy trying to defuse the bomb, but the boy ordered no one to come near. Luofeng said that he was in his right mind and asked him to step aside and make sure that all those not involved moved away as quickly as possible. One of the guys asked everyone to disperse immediately and said that he believed that he would succeed, but the enemy began to say that it was all useless and that they would all die, laughing menacingly. Cheng exclaimed, slamming his fist against the wall, that it was all his fault. If he had allowed Luo Feng to continue caring for Vivi, this wouldn't have happened. Vivi, with tears in her eyes, told the protagonist that as long as he was by her side, she was not afraid of death. The boy asked why she didn't believe in him at all. Looking at the girl, he asked her what color she liked, just to distract her a little. The guy advised him to cut the black one. If he didn't cut it now, it would be the end for everyone. Chang said, sweating profusely, that he was bluffing and that it must be red after all. Chenilan suddenly shouted to the others that it was definitely black. Vivi told Luo Feng that she liked him, so she hoped that they would meet in the next life. The main character smiled and told the girl that since she hadn't decided, he would choose the color. And so the boy, daring, took the scissors in his hands and began to cut the black wire. Everyone became wary because they were very worried that he would cut the wrong wire. When the bomb went out, Luo Feng immediately caught his breath. He said he'd guessed correctly by chance and told the girl she could now open her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she threw herself into the boy's arms. He asked her not to cry and said it was all over. The guys on the side told the protagonist he had an iron will and that he'd defuse the bomb in 3 minutes. They called him too tough. Chenilan slapped him and said he could do that too, and who taught him to cut wires like that? Luo Feng replied that he didn't need training for that, but tying them up was another matter. Chenilan looked at Luo Feng and asked how he knew he had to cut the black one. The main character smiled and replied that nothing, and that he simply really liked the color black. The girl immediately clenched her fist and began to throw punches at him, blushing slightly. The boy said that they would have fun another time, but now he had urgent matters to attend to. He whispered something in the man's ear, and the latter listened attentively and turned to him, saluting. The young man exclaimed that he could rest assured that once he'd settled things with Chu Lao-sen, he'd immediately begin his errand. Luo Feng remarked that he was counting on him in that case. The boy told Boss Jung and Vivi that he had one more unfinished business that he needed to deal with now and they could rest for now. Before he could finish speaking, the man looked at him and immediately said goodbye, waving his hand. The protagonist also waved back, and Chen Yilan asked how far he was going and said that she would give him a ride. He asked where she got the car and said he'd never seen her driving before. She replied that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to go. Luo Feng immediately replied that he was getting in. Chen thought that he didn't care about this old contract from 18 years ago, and if only Luo Feng wanted, he would give his daughter to him. Meanwhile, the main character was asked by a girl whether he really needed to go after this Liao Huizhou today. The boy then put on his shirt and asked why she was interested, or was she just worried about him? The girl replied that no one was worried about him and that he was simply tired from the day. She asked if he should rest today and prepare for such a hike. Luo Feng said it was okay, that they had already agreed on everything with Brother Lin. He was helping him because it was necessary. Besides, he was well prepared. Not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights was a piece of cake for him. Then the girl said that she didn't want to talk to him anymore and she didn't care, even if he died there. Luo Feng couldn't understand why he hadn't dodged. Maybe he really did need some rest, but during his service, he only got enough sleep once a week, let alone 3 days. The girl asked the main character if he really needed to go today. He replied that of course there was no other way. He thought to himself that today he would dig his enemies out of the ground and unleash his wrath on them. Meanwhile, a man was holding another man by the shoulders and he turned to the elder Liao. Then the elder, crossing his arms over his chest, asked why he returned empty-handed. The boy told the elder that he'd gone to collect a debt yesterday, but had gotten into trouble. Their debtor had a lawyer. Then the elder said that it meant he had not collected the debt and asked to put his hand on the table. When the boy placed his hand on the table, he stabbed it with a knife, and the boy began screaming in pain. He said it was his fault and asked for another chance. A young man in glasses approached the elder and asked to be sent. He promised to take the boys and not return without money, and no one would stop him. Liao agreed and asked him to gather people as he saw fit. The boy begged his boss to give him another chance. The boss then replied that he hated scum like him more than anything else and asked him to get out of his sight. The guy told the older man that things were bad and the police were raiding their bar. The older man asked him to stop talking nonsense and told Xu Sheng to deal with the police, while Zhou Wu went to collect the debt. They asked Commander Peng what was going on. They were running a clean business here, and he wanted to check, as they were always willing to assist the police in any way they could. An order was received to check the Black Owl Bar for any involvement in illegal transactions. The man inquired whether they had any dealings of this sort. The woman reported that no suspects had been found. The commander apologized to Manager Xu and said that apparently no suspects had been found, but they would still have to conduct an investigation today, and he was asking for their cooperation. The man replied that he was willing to cooperate. The guys realized there was going to be a test this evening, and it was just boring. It looked like they weren't going to hang out today, and it was time to go home. The guys announced a general meeting and walked out the door. The guy wondered what they were doing there, scaring away all the customers. It was as if they had come specifically to disrupt his business. The man told Luo Feng that he really was something else. They even cleared the area for him. The protagonist replied that it was time for them to get their hands a little dirty. How could this be? Such a big club and not a single customer. It seemed like things were really bad for them. One of the guys asked him what he was mumbling and told him to get out quickly because they were closed today. A man entered the room with a bat in his hands and asked permission to repay the debt. Then the guy asked what debt he was talking about. He told Brother Xu that it was their debtor, Ling Xiangfeng, and that same defender who had beaten Brother Wu's team. Now he's their esteemed guest. Mr. Lin Xiangfeng owes him 500,000. Everyone knows that debts must be repaid. Even the most uneducated understand this. And they need to somehow resolve this issue. Luo Feng asked if they ran their business through gambling and usury. He asked if Liao Huizhou was there and asked him to leave, as he had something to talk about. The guy called him a self-righteous jerk who treated Liao Huizhou so disrespectfully. He exclaimed, approaching with a blow, that he should get his manners. The main character hit the scoundrel on the head with a stool with all his might, smashing it into pieces. The stool shattered into pieces, and the next blow was a fist to the guy's face. The guy flew far back, hitting his back, and streams of blood flew from his mouth. Luofeng called them disobedient. Only after they get it good will they understand something. The guy asked how he dared to raise his hands and gave the order to beat him. But before they could reach the main character, he began to throw them in different directions. He dealt with these scoundrels and felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Jun's teacher was on the line. The boy asked what was going on. The teacher told the boy that yesterday's bandits had returned, and this time there were more than 10 of them. They were downstairs and were about to break down the door. The main character asked the girl to call the cops right away and said that he would be there soon. The boy asked Brother Lin where Liao Huizhou's office was. Luofeng told the girl that he would be there soon and that she should hold on until he returned. The guys appeared nearby and asked him not to even think about it, exclaiming that he wasn't going anywhere. The boss gave the order to seize him immediately. The protagonist immediately turned his head towards the villains and asked if they were really going to grab him. Before they could answer him, his leg flew towards the opponent's head. The boy began to scatter the guys with deft movements, dodging their blows. Suddenly, one of the roots lifted a stool over the boy's head, and he kicked him in the chest. He hit him so hard that streams of scarlet blood spurted from his opponent's nose. He apologized, exclaiming that he had hit him too hard, and headed towards the second opponent. Meanwhile, the commander inquired about the situation and why there was so much noise downstairs. The young man told the elder Liao that things were bad, that Brother Xu was losing, and all their guys were getting beaten up. The elder replied that he hadn't seen any visitors and asked what was going on. Was someone causing trouble downstairs and he'd send his man to sort it out? He asked Brother Zhang and said it was awkward to use his men to sort things out. He asked him not to worry, because Zhou Wu would sort it out now. The elder said that a couple of days ago, the brothers became victims of a conspiracy, and they needed to see who he brought with him. The big guy clenched his fists and his fingers cracked. He was getting ready for a fight. The boy exclaimed that before them stood the undefeated king of the greatest boxing matches, Yetu. The elder said that today was his debut and asked not to embarrass him. The boss thought that this was just great, and Brother John himself decided to help him. And if so, this lawlessness would definitely end. When the main character found himself at the top, he was simply surprised at how many of them there were. Suddenly there was a noise behind him, and a glass bottle flew straight at his head. The boy dodged it very deftly and just in time, because it would have ended up right on his head. The big guy was already flying towards the main character, clenching his fists to strike. But Lo Feng dodged just in time, and his blow missed his head. The boy was surprised who they had there. The protagonist clenched his fist and began to approach his opponent as quickly as possible. Suddenly the guy asked him to stop and came as close to him as possible. Both guys immediately grinned and looked together towards the one who came. The man approached the protagonist and exclaimed that he had saved his life and asked what he was doing there. He added that he had been in such a hurry this time that he hadn't even thanked him properly. Luofeng thought it was the man from the trash bag. He wondered if the guy was in league with these people. If so, he asked him not to be surprised if he didn't fraternize with him. The boy said they were all his brothers, and if any of them dared to offend him, just let them speak up and he'd sort it out. The boy was very surprised to see who had caused the chaos downstairs, and realized it was someone Ran knew, and he'd just been about to stand up for him. Luofeng rolled up his sleeves and asked if he was Liao Huizhou. Liao immediately greeted him, calling him brother. The protagonist replied that he had almost lost his home because of him, and asked if he should take care of him or apologize. The boy exclaimed that this man had saved his life, and how dare he cause him trouble. He started making phone calls and asked Zhou Wu to stop immediately and come back. He approached his boss and asked what was going on. but the boss replied that he had ordered them to return. Meanwhile, the girl cried and said it was great that those scoundrels had left, but she didn't know how her husband was. The teacher asked Sister Lan to calm down and said she believed in Luo Feng's powers and that he would keep her husband out of trouble. The man exclaimed that they had crossed all boundaries and how they would explain it. What had they done? He asked his subordinate if he would apologize. He walked up to him and hit him in the face with all his might. He asked him to apologize immediately. What did he just get him into? And if he doesn't apologize, he's in trouble. The boy was holding his face with his hand, and sweat was running down his face. He asked to see what was going on. They had no one else to blame, and he became seriously angry. Then the boy began apologizing to Brother Lin. They apologized more and more fervently. If it hadn't been for that incident, frankly, he shouldn't have gotten so carried away with gambling either. The boy asked me not to worry and promised to solve everything. Lose one promissory note and be done with it. In the end, Brother Lin was beaten, and they'd charge him a lot of money for the treatment. The elder one started to cry because his club was destroyed and the promissory note was lost. He could become a beggar. The man who was beaten after the blows asked if maybe he shouldn't have done that. Brother Liao replied to his brother that of course it was worth it and that he was saying everything correctly. The main character said to his brother Lin that everything would be fine and asked him to leave. Liao asked the boy to wait and immediately handed him his business card. He asked him to tell him anything if he needed to. Lo Feng waved his hand and took the business card, saying goodbye. The guy asked them to be careful. Walking alongside the protagonist, his comrade was very surprised by his connections everywhere. Luo Feng replied that it was pure luck and that he'd initially mistaken him for a sack of trash. The bespectacled boy told Liao's brother that the boy didn't seem so grateful. Liao asked him in return what he understood, and that he had saved his life that evening. He found a master who predicted that the man who saved his life was his lucky star. Once he won his favor, everything would go swimmingly. The boys stood in front of the elder Liao and said that they all obeyed him with their heads down. Liao suddenly grinned and turned his head to the side, wondering where Ye Tu had gone. Meanwhile, the guy clenched his fists and the main character stood in front of him. Luo Feng asked if he had come to bother him again, staring at his opponent. The enemy replied that no, and that he was a simple man who had come to ask him to teach him a couple of lessons. But the main character asked this guy to forget about it and turned away. He explained to the guy that he was not in the mood right now, and the guy turned to him. He said that he was Ye Tu, had won 17 battles in a row, and could guarantee that he would not harm him if he only confronted him with his own strength. The guy said that it didn't matter whether it was a victory or a defeat, he would pay him 100,000. Luo Feng stood with his back to the guy who asked him to be a teacher and said that he was not his opponent. The big guy began to untie the bandages that were on his hands and offered him 200,000. The protagonist asked him not to waste money and continued to stand with his back to him. But the guy didn't give up and offered him a whole 300,000. Luo Feng sighed and said that it seemed like he didn't understand anything about martial arts. Then the main character turned towards his opponent and asked to attack him. The guy asked him to be careful and said that few people survived his blow. Luo Feng began to call him to him and said that if he hit him, then they would talk. And now the big guy began to fly towards him with a blow and clenched his strong fist. The main character smiled and said that he was wasting his time and should have saved his strength. The big guy was already nearby, and clenching his fists, he drew his eyebrows towards his nose before attacking. He started waving his arms and legs. The main character had already grabbed him. He explained that you need to calculate your movements. The amplitude of the swing is too great, and it's easy to miss. The guy screamed excitedly and exclaimed as he approached the main character that he was just getting started. Before he could get close to the boy, he grabbed him and hit him with all his might. The boxer immediately flew far back, and the boy stood next to him, trying to figure out if he was okay. He raised his eyebrows warily and turned to the big guy again. He explained that you need to find easy solutions to problems. He asked not to try to do everything at once. No money is needed, the lesson is free, and don't forget to practice. Luo Feng began to walk away from his opponent lying on the ground and said, touching his shoulder, that he had not warmed up, and now his shoulder was itchy. The enemy stood up, and looking out from around the corner, followed the boy with his gaze. He told the boxing king that it was a good thing he came out of hiding, otherwise they would be lying here dead by now. The boy, sitting on his knees, realized that perhaps he should go home to raise pigs. One of the guys said that Luo Feng was so powerful. Their boss personally asked him for forgiveness, and his debt was paid. They almost broke into the house, and it was a good thing they were stopped at that very moment. Teacher Zhang asked Luo Feng who he was, when even their boss personally asked him for forgiveness. She asked if he was really just an ordinary schoolboy. The boy, closing his eyes, replied that of course he was. There are so many beautiful flowers at school. He will definitely take one of them as his wife. And someone suddenly started knocking on the door and asked to open it immediately. Shannelan slapped the boy and asked how he could have not signed up for the translation group. Did he really want to grab more? Luofeng inquired what was going on and asked if the boxer had come to ask for a rematch. The young man replied that no, he was Ye too, knew how to lose and keep his word. But he's a guy who doesn't respect other people's opinions. He won money and then took more, forcing him to personally find him and give the money back. The boy lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that he did not agree to his conditions. Then the boxer opened a small jar of liquid and drank it. Luofeng wondered to himself. The boxer exclaimed that this was payment for the drink, and he asked to wait until he trained and fought again. The guy took his friend by the shoulder and told the main character that they were leaving. Luofeng thought he was very strange, seeking him out simply to give him money. The boys exclaimed that he was the strangest one there. And so, early in the morning of the next day, Luofeng told the girl that he needed, as usual, a boiled flatbread with gravy and 2 eggs. The girl held a bag of food in her hands and said that he had become rich since he had bought so much. She handed him the bag of food and then threw herself into his arms. She exclaimed that it was him and began to hug him. Then the boy asked if they knew each other. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he didn't remember her. She introduced herself as Songdaying. The boy greeted her and asked why she was looking for him. He felt like they were meeting for the first time. The girl explained with a sadness in her eyes that she was writing him a love letter. Luofeng realized it was her and apologized for forgetting. One of them clung to him and told him he was so handsome, even more so than in the photo, and asked him to be her boyfriend. The protagonist, infuriated, asked Songdang to stop joking. The most important thing for him now is his studies, and he's a diligent student, and studying is his happiness. Songdang replied that it was no wonder Qian Yilan called him a nerd. In her opinion, he's not only a nerd, but also incompetent about love. All the girls want to be with him, so what's the joke? Honestly, if he transfers to her class, she will immediately become his girlfriend, then whatever he wants is possible. The protagonist exclaimed that in this case, she would have to compete with Qian Yilan. The girl said that it was exactly that way, and she wanted to defeat her, and take for herself what she wanted. Luofeng asked Qian Yilan if she had also come here to buy flatbread. Songdang became wary when she heard that girl's name. Suddenly she turned back because she heard something. She became angry and cried out while clenching her fists that Luofeng had deceived her again, and she promised to kill him. The boy opened the door to the elder and announced that they had finally found Luofeng's girl. The elder replied that they had done a good job and asked him to take a look. The man said that the last time they were with her at the bar, and there could be no mistake, it was definitely her. The elder gave the command to take her away and approached the girl with a cigarette in his hands. The man asked everyone to remember that he didn't want to know or hear about any incidents. He only wanted Luofeng's head. No one would dare harm the Black Fox gang. The guy said that this time there was only success. Failure was unacceptable. Otherwise, he would bury them alive. The man told the elder that he had nothing to worry about. They had carefully prepared a plan of action, and there could be no mistakes. The elder gave the command to his man to step over in this case, and he immediately agreed. The guy thought that even if he killed himself 100 times, it would not bring him satisfaction. The great feast would begin very soon. As he spoke of this, his eyes shone with a bright light. Meanwhile, in the office, the teacher stood near the blackboard and there was complete silence. The protagonist sat lost in thought, holding his phone in his hands. He thought about how she was tied up and why he needed to look for her. And when did Sen Jingmei become his girlfriend? Could it really be the Black Foxes again? They're the villains, and after all, she's innocent and needs to be saved. Luofeng raised his hand and told the teacher he needed to go to the restroom. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. The teacher looked at the boy and asked if he was going to the toilet again, after which she let him go. But the main character did not go towards the door, but towards the window and jumped down. He jumped through the window and ended up on the ground, which surprised and scared everyone. One classmate asked him if he had just jumped out of a window. The second one pointed his finger and asked if he was immortal. Meanwhile, the boy was already running along the road very quickly and thought that he needed a car. The driver asked him if he wanted to die and why he decided to jump under the car. If he damaged the car, he would never forgive him. Luofeng asked how much his car cost and put his foot on it. The driver asked me to remove his dirty foot and said his super cool car was just off the lot and cost 5 million. He couldn't earn that much in his entire life. The protagonist replied that in 20 years, it would already be trash, and then it would be worth no more than 3,000. The driver called him sick and asked him to get out of his car. Lo Feng tossed the guy 4,000 and said he'd borrowed his car for the day, but the boy started asking what he was talking about. Lo Feng grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. He threw the driver out of the car, and after thanking him, immediately got behind the wheel. The driver shouted after him that he hadn't borrowed it. He'd simply stolen it right in front of him. Luo Feng said on the phone that he was there. They're in Tiantai Park. In 30 minutes, if he doesn't arrive, they will start taking off her clothes. The protagonist heard a girl shriek on the phone. He called them idiots and asked why they were playing with him. He pressed the gas pedal with all his might, and the car flew forward so fast that smoke came out from under the wheels. Meanwhile, in the huge building, the laughter of the villains who had taken the girl hostage could be heard. One of the guys said that they could have fun with Lo Feng and that they would deal with him soon. The second guy replied that that was true, and while they were waiting for Lo Feng, why not play like adults with his girlfriend? One of them laughed and told the girl that her boyfriend was slower than a turtle, so he decided not to wait for him. He wanted to have some fun with her right now and began to approach her. The man placed his hand on her leg. Meanwhile, when the man put his hand on the girl's leg, she hit him with her head as hard as she could. Blood started flowing from his nose and he hit her with his palm, calling her rubbish. The guy exclaimed that she had ruined his mood. He asked her to go and take care of Luo Feng and leave the girl to him. While he was walking away, he began to reach out to the girl again and said that this hysterical woman needed to be reined in. The man grabbed his cheek with his hand and walked towards the door. He grunted in pain, and his friend stayed with Chen Jingmei. He asked the girl not to be afraid and said that he would be gentle before killing her. Is it really that you can't even touch it, and it's like a real model for him? He laughed and said that he was very sorry that she would not live to see the evening and took her leg in his hands. Chen Jingmei was terrified, tears streaming down her face. She saw a pervert in front of her and was terrified of what he would do to her. Suddenly the guy became wary and asked who was there, asking him to get out. The main character was already nearby and grabbed the impudent man's belt in his hands. He exclaimed, looking at him, that the guy was not bad, and he thought that he had approached unnoticed, but he still noticed. The guy called Lo Feng really cool and said he'd outsmarted over 100 of his guys and even managed to get to him. The protagonist replied that he wasn't that cool since he'd even noticed him. The guy laughed and asked if he knew why they called him a white shark. He bared his teeth and explained that they called him that because he could smell rage. He had 55 kai worth of rage. Luo Feng said that he had never encountered such superpowers before, and the guy deserved his attention. He thought that although he was calm on the outside, he actually understood that he was not his rival. However, as soon as he pressed the button in his pocket, several hundred guys would immediately be there and kill Luo Feng. The protagonist had already flown up to the villain and defeated him. Crimson blood began to flow from the guy's leg. Lo Feng held the remote control up and, turning his back to him, asked what they were talking about. Then he turned his head in his direction and asked how furious he was. The enemy thought that he was too self-confident, and his rage was twice as high as his, and he would not be able to stand up to him for a couple of minutes. We need to call for help immediately. The man couldn't understand why he couldn't say anything. Luo Feng asked if he was surprised. Didn't he himself like to press acupuncture points? He'd pressed a couple. And by the way, he still wouldn't be able to walk. Now he can't get away from him. And the guy immediately began to get nervous and enraged. The enemy couldn't comprehend what was happening. His rage was still greater than that of a battle-hardened warrior, and it was too terrifying. He simply cannot breathe, and, falling to his knees, exclaimed that it was impossible. Lo Feng approached him and asked if he was serious. He hadn't even had time to do anything yet, and the guy had already passed out and didn't even threaten him. Meanwhile, the girl was tied up and unable to speak because of the bandage on her lips. The boy remarked that he'd almost forgotten and that they had an observer there. He came closer to her and poked her above her chest with his fingers. He asked her not to worry and promised to help. Chen Jingmei asked how he got here, and they deceived him into coming here. The boy explained that he had to use old connections and picked up the phone. A ringing sound came through, and Luo Feng answered immediately, waiting for the line to connect. The guy said they weren't taking orders today, and the company wasn't working. Everything was booked a month in advance, and I needed to call back in a month. The guy asked me to get off my back and asked if he didn't recognize his voice anymore. Then the fair-haired man recognized the elder and exclaimed that he had finally called. The guy asked to talk later and first asked if he could find an address using that number, if he hadn't forgotten it yet. His friend replied that it would be no problem and would be ready in 5 minutes. He said that if Luo Feng was able to get inside, then he would be able to get out. Chen Jingmei told the protagonist that the entire gang of black foxes wanted to kill him. There were over 100 of them, and they were armed, so she asked him to forget about her and leave alone. Luofeng replied that black foxes were always asking for trouble. Now that he had a chance to finally deal with them, he wouldn't let it slip. The girl looked at him with a frightened expression and exclaimed that there were over 100 of them. Luofeng, turning in the other direction and lost in thought, replied that there were definitely more than 100 of them. And this reminded him of something. The important news was that the genius Teng Zian had been defeated by Huo Yan. The boy mentioned that Huo Yan usually couldn't fight on equal terms with Teng Zian. Besides, they had agreed to fight hand to hand. Truly impressive and completely unlike Xuanyuan. Yan Luowen will always be among the first. A friend asked if he was telling the truth about Yan Luowen being so cool. The guy replied that of course he was, and that he was Teacher Kan's idol. They say that such fame was achieved after defeating the Cheetah Special Forces. The boy couldn't believe it, and sweating a little, asked if he was joking. Suddenly the boys started screaming, and the boy started throwing them one after another. They fell to the floor screaming for mercy and writhed in pain as their bodies smashed against the stones. The main character continued to scatter these scoundrels in different directions. He had already killed a lot of guys from this 100, and they were lying on the floor. Suddenly one of the guys exclaimed that it was necessary to move to the attack. Luofeng asked why they all pounced on him at once, and whether they really thought that this would work out for them. He gave the command to kill Luofeng, but when he saw the black bears before him, he said they were no match for them. The boy turned to Brother He and said that the men had already been sent to attack, and they did not expect that Luofeng would kill them all. Before he could finish speaking, the guy was already next to them and pulled out a weapon. He came as close to He as possible, and, looking into his eyes, exclaimed that they had met again. The boys had already grabbed sharp cleavers and, shouting, "Die!" began running towards the main character. But the boy very deftly threw aside his opponent's weapons and dealt with them. He dropped another enemy to the ground who, falling on his back, broke huge stones. He started to run away, and Luofeng asked him to stop and asked if he didn't want to chat with him about the past. Then the enemy sent him with his past and called everything that was happening a horror. He accidentally bumped into a big guy who said the great white shark was probably dead by now, and the 4 generals were waiting for him. He told him to leave and decided to greet Luofeng. He stood in front of the boy and said that rumors had been circulating about him for a long time. He had been waiting for him and didn't even think he could slip past. Luofeng asked him if he had brought a pen with him, and he looked at him with great surprise. The boy explained that his words made him feel like a celebrity, and he could give him an autograph. The man became extremely angry and exclaimed that no one dared tease him. He decided to deal with Luofeng as quickly as possible and pointed a gun at him. The protagonist, upon seeing the weapon in his hands, grinned, frowned, and looked intently at his opponent. The projectile was already flying toward the boy, and he kept his hands in his pockets. The man exclaimed that Luofeng was a tough nut to crack, but let's see if a grenade launcher could crack his shell. He fired another projectile from the grenade launcher, and the boy very deftly dodged it. The enemy was simply shocked and wondered what was actually happening and how he could withstand the bullets. He couldn't come to his senses for a long time and, like a young boy, dodged a grenade launcher shot. Not only did he dodge, but he ended up behind him, which surprised him even more. When the boys turned towards the main character, they were seriously scared and screamed in fear. The man clenched his fist and, calling him a scoundrel, began to move closer to strike. Luofeng was already ready and grabbed his hand in his own, holding back the scoundrel's fist. The boy asked his enemy what was going on with the pen and whether he would bring it to him or not. He deliberately played on the man's nerves and he became angrier and angrier. He clenched his fist again and exclaimed as he approached that he would knock out all his teeth. But Luofeng grabbed his fist again, stopping it with his hand and twisting it to the side. When the boy twisted his arm, he began to scream in pain and fall to his knees. The main character approached him and said that he was asking him for the 3rd time whether he took a pen with him. The enemy started shouting and asking his guys if anyone had a pen. He asked for a pen to be given to Luofeng immediately. One of the boys immediately began to take it out and hand it over. He exclaimed that they were all crazy and asked the men to attack. They had to shoot him right now, otherwise they would never get rid of him. The guys put their machine guns down and started shooting at the boy, and there were a lot of them. Suddenly the man fell to his knees and streams of blood began to flow from his body. He called them freaks and continued to writhe in pain and scream as he was shot pretty hard. The main character stood opposite them and watched what was happening, and the fallen enemy. Is he really already dead? The guys said that most likely he really is already dead. The boy exclaimed that the silence was bothering him. One of them said he wanted to go home to his mother. Luofeng was already standing in front of the boys with his arms crossed over his chest and exclaimed that he was already here. The opponents couldn't understand anything at all and were surprised why he still didn't die, but they lost sight of him and shouted that they had finally found him. and needed to kill him. Someone asked for a ceasefire because they were killing each other. They actually hit one of their own, and the main character watched all of this very calmly, standing near the wall. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that it seemed that only the one-eyed man was left. Suddenly he glanced to the side and grinned, seeing a man running away. He approached him and asked where he was going. He clasped both hands and asked his brother to let him go and show him mercy. He explained that he was acting on orders and had no choice. Luo Feng replied that he had gathered over 100 mercenaries to kill him, and he was supposed to let him go. He found this somehow unfair and asked him what he thought about it. The man asked what he could do to make him let go. Luo Feng said that, frankly, they had given him a bit of fun today and asked to play with him again. If he wins at darts, he'll let him go. The man was very surprised. Luo Feng said that if he hits him, he'll be free. He decided he probably couldn't escape and would have to rely solely on his old skills. He rose as high as he could above the protagonist's head, who looked down at him. The man began to use 1,000 daggers and asked them to hit the target. He wanted Luo Feng to die quickly, and these daggers would fly towards the boy. Luo Feng looked ahead and said that now everything was in full swing. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. But the enemy decided that this was his last chance. He will never contact the main character again, and the man ran away. But he didn't even have time to take a few steps before he found himself on the ground, falling to his knees. Luo Feng exclaimed as he took off his jacket that they had had quite a good time and thanked the man. As he was leaving, he threw his jacket on the ground and said that he would send the autograph later. Outside, everything has long since become quiet. And where are the police that they have been waiting for so long? Chen Jingmei blushed a little and said that he had come to save her and that nothing would happen to him. She really hoped that everything would be okay with the boy, but suddenly some guy appeared behind her. He approached her and said that in her place, he would obediently lie down and not resist. The girl immediately turned in his direction and looked at him carefully, not understanding where he came from. Then the main character appeared on the threshold. He stood in the doorway and looked at the girl. Chen Jingmei ran up to Luo Feng and hugged him, starting to cry and saying that she was very glad that he was okay. But then she couldn't understand why he told her to lie down. The boy explained that he was talking to the person behind her. Then the enemy fell to his knees before the main character and, calling him a god, asked him to forgive him. Luo Feng asked if he could guess why he had spared his pathetic life. The boy replied that the great god intended to adopt him as a younger brother, and then the younger brother would help the great god deal with the remaining villains of the Black Fox gang. Luo Feng exclaimed that his thinking was correct and that he was the only one of the 4 generals left alive. When the police arrived, he asked that his identity not be revealed. The boy asked if he understood him, and then the boy answered his master that he obeyed. And finally the police arrived, who, as always, appear at the right time. Luo Feng told Chen Jingmei that he had to go and asked her not to say that he was here, and he promised the guy that he would go to jail and that he would not leave until he saw how he was arrested. And if he also dares to run away, he will definitely not like the consequences. The guy began to bow before the main character and promised that he would never do this. While they were sorting things out, the police burst into the room with pistols in their hands. Chen Jingmei was scared because they flew in here very unexpectedly and brazenly. The police gave the order to everyone in the room not to move and began to run up to the guy who was kneeling. They talked about the boy's right to remain silent. After that, they approached the girl and asked her to come with them. The guy in handcuffs started crying on the way and calling for his master with tears in his eyes. Luo Feng got into the car and said that he thought it would be more interesting, but there was only a pathetic cockroach and a bee with a gun. He still remembers well what it's like to fight for real. A huge fight broke out, and one of the guys flew, hitting sharp, large stones. The boys surrounded him from all sides and began beating him. It was a life-or-death battle. The fair-haired guy was hit with all his might in the face with a fist and in the head with a baton. There was a cruel guy behind him who tried to hit him. The fair-haired guy was already lying on the ground, and streams of blood were flowing from his mouth. And the guy felt like a hero and shouted joyfully like Mowgli who defeated everyone. Luo Feng, remembering all this, began to yawn and said that peace was still much better. He decided that he probably needed to return the car and didn't want to go back to prison. The main character was in front of the mirror, but his phone was on the table. He was told that Luo Feng was in Yangcheng and asked to know where exactly. As it was close to Jinlin village, they needed to meet, as the brothers wanted to kill him. Luo Feng, adjusting his hair and clutching his head, said that it was not worth it and that he himself would come to Jinlin next month. He asked not to tell anyone else, and if even one person found out, he would kill him. The guy replied that he had accepted and was waiting for his arrival. He was overjoyed that his boss had finally agreed to meet. Meanwhile, the girl wanted to thank him and said she left the police station without telling them anything. She really wanted to meet him today and treat him to a drink. The main character looked at his phone thoughtfully and grinned after reading the message. He replied to Chen Jingmei that he agreed, but he was resting today and they could meet tomorrow. So they agreed, and the next day came and the boy was already standing near the cafe. Suddenly someone turned to him and he, alert, asked a question. In front of him stood a girl who was wearing a beautiful dress and smiling sweetly at him. Luo Feng told Chen Jingmei that she really knew how to choose a place, and if he had known, he would have worn something better. The girl asked to be called simply Jingmei. As she said this, she blushed slightly, embarrassed. Then she closed her eyes and, smiling, exclaimed that he was always so cute. Luo Feng replied that he would now be embarrassed to talk about his shortcomings. Chen Jingmei blushed again and said that he probably didn't expect that girls could be so bold. She asked the boy to try the local cuisine, and when he took the first piece, he said that it tasted quite good. It might compete with Viennese dishes, but even in such a battle, this restaurant should win. Chen Jingmei asked if he was telling the truth and said that the owner didn't create the restaurant to make money, but to make new friends and give people the pleasure of eating. Many experts have high opinions of this place, so she brought him here. The boy remarked that he should try everything here then. There was another guy in the room, seemingly eavesdropping on the conversation. He ran to his commanders Xiaoliu and Xiaoye and said that Luo Feng, whom they asked to report, was downstairs and was having lunch there. The guy stood with a glass in his hands and said, looking off into the distance, that this didn't seem like a coincidence. He just told Xiaoye that he wanted to meet him. The guy holding the glass in his hands turned around and exclaimed that finally there was something interesting. The second one said that young Master Liu also wanted to go with them and meet Luo Feng. The boy laughed and asked them to go and meet the simpleton sitting on the first floor. But the brother asked Liu that it would still be better to wait for them here and headed towards the door. He smiled and promised to bring him here and arrange a personal meeting for them right in this office. Meanwhile, the girl laughed and told the main character that she had also been in a similar situation. Luo Feng heard someone clapping their hands behind him and said that finally, in front of them, was that very Mr. Luo Feng he had heard about. Chen Jingmei looked at this guy warily, and the protagonist also thought about it. The guy explained that he was from Group 28, and his name was Ye Xinshin. Luo Feng asked if they knew each other, and the boy replied that they weren't yet. His friend Liu Xiao wanted to meet him on the 5th floor, and he was very interested in him. Chen Jingmei told the boy that they were the Jiangdi family, local nobility. They probably wanted to befriend him. Luo Feng continued eating and asked if he was telling the truth. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in them at all. Ye Xinshin wondered why Luo Feng was turning down such an opportunity. Many people tried to become their friends to boost their reputation. The boy asked Chen Jingmei if they should eat somewhere else, as the food here wasn't all that special. The girl replied that it would be as he said. Ye Xinshin told the protagonist that he'd heard that he used to have the courage to fight or at least engage in conversation. So where did he put his swagger and not dare approach anyone? Because he was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of a beautiful girl. Luo Feng turned around and said that he suddenly felt an urge to go. Ye Xinshin smiled and replied that he had made the right choice and asked them to follow him. The boy furrowed his brows and thought to himself that he would definitely regret this. When the main character began to enter the room, Liu Xiao said that this must be that same Luo Feng. He turned to him and looking into his eyes said, straightening his tie, that he had heard about him. Luo Feng, calling him Mr. Liu, asked him why he wanted to see him. Liu replied that they would discuss this later, but first he wanted to ask one question. Then the protagonist said that he was all ears. The guy explained that he wanted to invite him to join their family, but first he had a few conditions. Luo Feng listened carefully to this guy and asked what conditions he was talking about. Then the guy began explaining that, firstly, their capital had to be at least 5 million, otherwise there was no other way. He wondered if this point would be a problem. The boy thought for a bit, lowered his eyes and answered that he wouldn't. Secondly, everyone who joins the Jiandi family is a disciple of Yancheng's extended family. He wondered which family they belonged to. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and replied that they clearly wouldn't be interested in his family. Then the guy asked if he had the right to be here in this case. Brother Liu's comrade thought that this guy was really cool and just as strong. He'd like to see him strangle him and then throw him out the window. Luo Feng asked the guy with a grimace who came up with such a stupid rule. Then one of the guys asked what they would tell him. He had no right to ask such questions. Suddenly, Chen Jingmei opened the door and called out to the protagonist. The boy replied that the girl had arrived just in time. She explained to him that these rules were set by Jiang Sanshou himself, so they had better leave here. The main character asked the guys who Jiang Sanshou was, and they looked at him thoughtfully. Ye Xinshin explained that he was very busy right now, and it would be better for him and the girl to get out of here. Then Lo Feng sat down on the sofa and said that while the owner was away, he should not listen to his trained dogs. The atmosphere here was really good, and he even felt like taking a nap. The boy turned to Chen Jingmei and asked her to sit down with him too. Yashinshin was simply shocked by how Luo Feng was acting and asked what he just called him. The main character smiled and replied that he simply said it like it is and he knows it himself. At this time, the girl suddenly grinned a little, turning away from them. Liu also didn't expect this turn of events and laughed, exclaiming that Luo Feng was just a joker. He really was Jiang Sancho's confidant and had nothing to be ashamed of. He came as close to the boy as possible and said that it was the same as being ashamed of your boss at work. Well, firstly, he's not afraid of embarrassing himself. Secondly, he's a bit tired right now, preparing for an important meeting, and he asked to talk later. Liu was already seriously angry and clenched his fists, replying that he would wait. The guy called Mr. Jiang and said they had an intruder named Luo Feng on the 5th floor. He was worried he might cause trouble, and if they had time, they'd better take a closer look at him. Jiang said he hadn't heard of him before and would send someone to sort it out. Liu explained that Mr. Jiang would be here soon and that he wouldn't be leaving now. The protagonist continued to stand calmly, arms crossed, and blow bubbles with his gum. Liu exclaimed that he was very angry and that this child was clearly an idiot. Yashinshin said he wasn't sure, but it seemed 80% true. Jiang appeared at the door and asked who was causing the trouble. They just couldn't say he was the one pointing the finger at Luo Feng. Yashinshin grimaced, pointed his finger at the protagonist, and exclaimed to Mr. Jiang that it was all Luo Feng's fault. Jiang asked him why he was yelling. Didn't he know how to behave properly in front of an important guest? He asked him to apologize immediately. Then the guy immediately bowed before the protagonist and apologized, saying he'd just been rude. He couldn't understand why he was apologizing to some kid or who he even was. It's surprising that such a little one is capable of instilling fear in people. And it seems like he's going to have problems. Chen Jingmei told Luo Feng that they had arrived and asked him to wake up quickly. When he inquired who had come, Jiang asked permission to teach him a lesson. Yashinshin grimaced as he thought that Luo Feng was unlucky today and that Mr. Jiang would show all his anger. Suddenly, the boy raised his hand and asked Mr. Jiang to wait a little. Then the gentleman turned his head towards Ying Shao and asked what was the matter. The boy asked his son-in-law what he was doing there when he addressed the main character. Luo Feng spread his arms towards the boy and asked where he had fallen from. The boys were very surprised when the boy called him son-in-law. Did they really know each other? Ying Shao asked everyone to listen to him carefully. To disrespect his son-in-law was to disrespect him and his family. He asked who had just dared to cause problems for his relative. The boys replied that they didn't know Luo Feng was a member of their family. No wonder he acted so boldly. The young man asked what plane they would be flying out of the country on. They told him he'd barely gotten the job. The boy started shouting and asked them to come forward immediately. The boys were seriously scared and all came forward with their heads bowed down. They were very scared because the boy had the highest influence in their family. Ying Shao approached one of the boys and asked if he had been causing his son-in-law any trouble. The boy replied no and asked permission to explain. Zhuang told him he was a complete idiot and asked how he taught him. After all, he was their guest, so why was he so rude to him? He received a hard slap from Mr. Jiang, and the guy began to say that it wasn't him. Then he asked how he ended up with them, without any moral values or upbringing. He hit him on the other cheek, and the guy turned red with tears in his eyes. Mr. Jiang asked the boy to hurry up and apologize to Luo Feng immediately. Then he bowed before the protagonist and immediately apologized. The boy stopped him and said it wasn't worth it. It was so sudden and he couldn't accept them. Chen Jingmei thought that Luo Feng was being too brazen and bold. The boy approached Shao and said that last time he treated him to dinner, and now he asked permission to invite him to the shawarma stand. Li Shao laughed and replied that he agreed, and that when his son-in-law called him to dinner, he could not refuse. The protagonist laughed and said that was very good. Mr. Jiang waved to the boys and wished them a good day. But suddenly the boy glanced to the side and asked to wait a little. He pointed to one guy and remembered that he was the one who gave him the contract. Li Shao recognized the guy who gave him the contract, and he nodded his head in agreement. Mr. Jiang told the boy that if he had any questions about him, they could come out and discuss everything. But suddenly the boy began to tear this contract into small pieces, after which, when he tore it into pieces, he threw it all on the floor and the papers flew in all directions. He said there was no need for it, and that he'd lost interest. He thought it would be better to work with grocery stores than with the Jiang family. The protagonist called Li Shao a real tiger, and the boy replied that he hadn't failed either. He'd managed to snag a beautiful girl besides his sister. Chen Jingmei blushed slightly and told the boy that they were just friends. He asked if it was true and said he couldn't believe it at all. Mr. Jiang watched them from the side. He turned to his men and said that he had just started talking about business. He grimaced in anger and clenched his teeth, preparing to strike. He began to pour out all his anger and exclaimed, slapping the boys on the cheeks, that it was all because of the two of them. He continued screaming and said they had destroyed everything. Streams of blood began to flow from the boys' mouths. They began to cry and beg for forgiveness from Mr. Jiang. Their cheeks were red and burning from the blows. The man continued to yell at them and throw them out of the room. The boys immediately began to run out, obeying their master and holding their cheeks with their hands. Meanwhile, the clinking of beer glasses could be heard, and the guys decided to drink it to the bottom. Lo Feng asked the boy what he was doing here in Yangcheng. Li Xiao replied that he wanted to help with the family business when he grew up. His father had allocated several billion for his education so that he could later manage on his own. The main character raised his glass with a smile and said that he probably ruined a good deal for him. The boy replied that even if these few billions went bust, he would make an even bigger deal and get what he wanted, or simply inherit his father's hundreds of billions. Luo Feng sweated from such a sum, and closing his eyes said that it meant they were really very rich. Chen Jingmei said that no matter what they said, it was really hot today. First they intimidated them, and then they ended up in their place. The boys continued to laugh and drink to the bottom, rejoicing at their success. The boy offered to give Mr. Liu a ride. Luo Feng handed them his sleeping brother and said they'd get there somehow. He put his arm around the girl's shoulders and they watched the drivers and the boy. Chen Jingmei was a little drunk and asked them to stand still and pour her another glass. Luo Feng remarked that the couple had pretended not to get drunk, but both had fallen asleep after just 2 glasses. The main character was dragging the girl on himself when suddenly some security guard shone a light in his face. He asked the boy who they were and asked him to stop. He was curious about what they were doing there. Luo Feng apologized and asked if this was Sun Mao's shelter. He explained that he had brought Chen Jingmei and that she was a little drunk. The guard recognized the girl and exclaimed in surprise that little Sen had returned. He opened the door for the boys and asked them to quickly enter the room. Chen Jingmei hasn't been sleeping well lately due to constant stress, and today she will finally get some sleep. The main character turned his head towards the guard and asked what had happened. He asked who he was to the girl, and if he was her boyfriend, then he should know about it, and they should discuss it. When he took the boy aside, he informed him that their shelter was facing a big problem. Everyone is counting on Xiao Ten's support. The man handed Luo Feng a cup of tea. He continued to explain that since Chen Jingmei was fired, he didn't know how long it would last. The protagonist looked closely at the man and asked what had happened. The security guard, sweating a little, began to explain that the land opposite them had been purchased by Ti Hong's company for the construction of a shopping center, which would benefit their orphanage, but he doesn't know why. They suddenly received a document stating that the land of their orphanage also belongs to them. They want to demolish the orphanage. The main character drew his eyebrows closer to his nose and, looking at the old man, exclaimed that this was very mean. The guard replied that indeed they had conspired with the Black Fox gang, but they had no evidence. Chen Jingmei had previously reported these scandals to the newspaper, and they had been somewhat muted. But now, if Chen Jingmei is fired, this is already going beyond all limits. Suddenly they heard some sound, and someone knocked rudely on the door and asked the old man to come out immediately. The man, approaching the boy, exclaimed that they were back. He asked him to just sit there and keep his head down. When he opened the door, there were a lot of guys with clubs. One of them told Brother Shai that he was just an old man, and it would be better for him to stay out of their way. They didn't want to lose the money, and they wouldn't leave without sorting this out. They're civilized people and not particularly rude. But if he doesn't agree again today, they'll pretend they didn't hear anything and come again. The boys asked their brother to understand them correctly, but the man asked what they were trying to achieve and said he wouldn't give his consent and was calling the police. The boy told his uncle that he'd told him several times that this place belonged to the Zhang family and that he wanted him to get out. Hadn't he read the documents? He should call his own police. The old man replied that it was because they were acting illegally. No one would take the shelter from him as long as he lived. But the guy said that, as he said, he lost and the old man could either pack his things or face problems. He explained to his grandfather that he didn't have to die for this. The old man asked him what he was planning and asked him not to be stupid. But suddenly this scoundrel approached the grandfather and broke his club into 2 pieces. The old man started shouting that it was illegal and asked what they were planning. Then the guy asked him what he thought and said that he was going to send him to his forefathers. Suddenly the enemy started screaming and raised his head up as a stone flew at him. The stone hit him right in the face, and he asked who did it. But the next stone again flew straight into his nose, and he began to squeal even louder in pain. He and the other boys began to cover themselves with their hands. They wondered who was throwing stones. The main character asked these guys to run away, and the guys called them bad guys and asked them to immediately get lost and get out of here. Then one of them clenched his fists and asked if they were tired of living. Luofeng smiled and said, "Who else could it be?" And he came to his grandfather's aid. The boy asked the little boy if he knew who he was. His son-in-law was Zhang Tikun. If that name sounded familiar, he'd better get out of here. The main character grimaced and exclaimed that he knew a turtle, and it was round. Then the boys laughed when they were called green turtles and green scoundrels. They were so angry they asked him to stop laughing and drag him here immediately. Luofeng continued to smile and told the boys and girls that they seemed to have chickened out and that they would deal with them. One of the guys jumped over the main character's head and called him a brainless bastard. But the boy very cleverly turned in his direction and asked what he had just said. He rose into the air as high as he could above the guy and kicked him as hard as he could. The guys did not expect such a turn of events and looked at their man who was lying on the ground. One of them pulled out a knife and, approaching the main character, exclaimed that she would avenge her brother. Luofeng immediately took his hand and looked at the tip of the knife that was in his hand. He made a very skillful move and turned the impudent fellow right onto the stones. Huge stones flew in all directions, and the boy kicked the rascal in the face. There was already another opponent behind Lo Feng, and calling him a good fellow, he asked him not to be so self-confident. He called himself an Iron Fist and asked to taste his incredible strength. Then the boy asked him to tell him how his fist tasted. He very confidently and quickly grabbed his opponent by the arm and twisted it, breaking it into several pieces. The boy started screaming in pain and called his right hand precious. Everyone was lying on the ground except one, and he, frightened, asked how it happened. The protagonist replied that if they hadn't played enough, they could continue to have fun. Then the man asked who he was and asked him to state his name. The little children began calling the Master Pumpkinhead and jumping up in unison. Lo Feng approached the boys and patted them on the head. He said that was his nickname. His name is Luo Feng, and he asked me to tell Zhang Tichun that he will find him sooner or later to pay his debts, so he should reserve a spot in the cemetery and wait quietly for him. The boys took off running, shouting as they ran that they weren't finished yet and would meet later. The little kids pointed at them and called them weaklings. They begged them to get out of there immediately. The old man approached the protagonist, thanked him, and said that now he too would have problems. Luo Feng replied that it was no big deal, that they had long had disagreements, and that sooner or later they would have had to confront each other. Now he can rest easy. They won't be around for a couple of days. The kids called their brother cool and their hero. Lo Feng told the boys they were doing great too. He couldn't have done it without them, but the next time they came, they should call him immediately. He'll fly to them as soon as possible to help drive them away. The boy looked at his assistants with a smile, and now he was already in the car, getting out of it and saying there was no need to call a mechanic. Suddenly he turned his head to the side as he heard someone calling his name. Behind him, there was a girl who exclaimed that this was a big coincidence, and she was here too, which meant it was probably fate. Luo Feng was a little taken aback and replied that it was truly a wonderful coincidence to meet her at his entrance. The girl, blushing slightly, said he didn't know what to say and asked him not to be a bore. The main character approached the girl and asked if she was looking for him. Looking straight into her eyes, the girl blushed and smiled, saying she was feeling really bored. She asked if he'd go for a walk with her in the park. The boy replied that no, it was dangerous there at night and it would be best for her to go home. The girl agreed and said that home meant home and they needed to go to the 4th floor. She asked if he would come with her. Luofeng was very surprised and asked if she had moved to the next apartment and why they had to go to her so late. The girl replied that they should, and they were in the same class. He was sitting at the same desk with her, so what's the big deal? Luofeng got angry and said that she was a schoolgirl. He would be stoned if they found out he was with her. The girl closed her eyes, lowered her head, and said that she had not told him anything like that, after which she opened one eye and told the boy that she wanted to go home to sleep. She explained that she would be nearby, in the neighborhood, and they could see each other any time. After she finished speaking, she turned away from the boy and walked toward her building. Luofeng was a little upset and told her to go to bed and lock the door. That was the only way to protect herself from any perverts. And at that moment, a sensational event was taking place in the Zhuanyuan Pavilion. Number 1 and number 2 were on the genius list. The guys were shouting that it was simply incredible and such a unique match. One of the guys said he hoped Teng Xian would win. After all, he had always been number 1, and Huo Yan simply couldn't surpass him. Teng Xian is ranked 2nd on the genius list. The boy remarked that he'd been number one all these years, but was overtaken. He disagreed and hoped he'd do everything he could to convince him he deserved this lofty title. The boy told Ten that he had always been his idol, but if he had the honor of competing against him again, he would naturally do everything possible to win. He had ranked first among geniuses, and so he began to run forward, getting faster and faster closer to his opponent. He made a high jump and began to fly towards his opponent, clenching his fists. It was above his head, and white, bright lightning began to come out of his hands and approach the guy. One of the boys in the crowd exclaimed that it was hard to imagine a genius warrior in his 20s possessing such explosive strength. At his age, he didn't have half as much power. Another replied that it was that lightning-fast fist strike, and he simply couldn't believe his eyes. The boy clenched his fist and thought that he couldn't lose this time either. He would reclaim his title as the greatest genius. The enemy stood below, waiting for this strong, powerful man to approach. He asked the elder not to be offended and extended his hand forward, which glowed with bright white rays. The genius began to prepare to repel the attack, and bright lights began to glow in his eyes. A powerful explosion occurred in the form of a flash as two of the strongest people met. A bright yellow fire rose up and in different directions and scattered lightning bolts. The one who turned out to be stronger fell to the ground and grabbed his chest with one hand. He exclaimed that this wasn't a classical martial art. He wondered if Huo Yan really knew one. He realized that he was the ancestor of Sky-Fi. After all, he was the better of the two, and this was his entire legacy. The enemy, extending his hand, told Ten that the past didn't matter. Then, for some reason, Ten hit him on the hand, and there was a flash. He said, "Don't do that." After which he asked them to disperse and said that the performance was over and he would continue training. And the opponent drew his eyebrows closer to his nose and looked angrily in his direction because he did not shake his hand. Meanwhile, the car was racing along the highway and was approaching some building. The main character sat on the sofa and read a book, carefully looking at the words. Someone started knocking on the door very loudly and asking him to open the door quickly. The boy immediately approached the door, opened it, and asked to come in. There was a lot of different food on the table, and the boy exclaimed to his sister that she had arranged a feast. He remarked that there were so many delicious things here. The girl replied that she was a teacher. The speaking competition is about to begin, and people from all over the province are participating. She's already recorded him, and he needs to concentrate. Luofeng thoughtfully said that if it would help him pass the exam, he would certainly try. But he had a question. Why, as Teacher Jun, was attaching such great importance to this competition? The teacher replied that he knew that she had a very difficult family, but she always dreamed of being a teacher. Luofeng smiled and said that now was the time to indulge in a gluttony, and for this, he was willing to give it his all. The teacher exclaimed that she believed in him and clenched her fists. Meanwhile, the boy's phone rang. He quickly snatched up the phone and exclaimed that he'd be there soon. He asked the teacher to remember to put the food in the refrigerator so that when he returned, he'd be hungry. The girl exclaimed angrily that Luo Feng could take first place. Meanwhile, one man said that he had previously worked with Zhang Tihong and knew that he was out to get him. So he decided to contact him himself and said that he would testify in court. The protagonist asked if he really wanted to testify against Zhang Tihong. The man said that he was willing and ready to take responsibility for what he had done earlier. Zhang Tihong has crossed all boundaries and wants to kill people again. If he's destined to die, he should at least take him with him. Lo Feng asked if he had any proof. The boy replied that he didn't yet, but he knew he had a hiding place. And once they found out where it was, they'd find a lot of interesting information. The protagonist looked closely at his friend and asked if he knew what the consequences would be if he leaked it to him. The guy replied that now was the time to change sides. After all, prison was the safest place for him. The guy doused himself with liquid from a bottle and said that even if he lost everything, he would make him pay. Luo Feng asked permission to kick his old ass in that case. The boy with the green head stood opposite his brother and held his cheek with his hand. He asked him to help him out and explained that Lo Feng had gone completely crazy and had beaten him up without even looking, like a pathetic worm. The elder was angry when he heard about Lo Feng again. The boy explained that he was tough, and those who were with him, like children, couldn't do anything against him. But the elder became extremely angry and told him to shut up immediately. He started chasing him away and told him to get lost. The green-haired man couldn't understand what Luo Feng had done to anger him so much. But since he had provoked this anger, he didn't have long to live. The man slammed his fist on the table with all his might. The elder exclaimed that their pathetic gang hadn't been able to eliminate one guy. Lo Feng had killed his son, and he had managed to escape him 3 times. Now he would find him himself and finish him off. The main character looked at the drawing that was on his comrade's table. He explained that they were planning everything for Friday, and that the two of them should continue to monitor Zhang Tiehong and report anything to him immediately. That's what they agreed on. Meanwhile, the boy approached his father and said the pig ears were sold out, and he'd bought a head and some spiced beef. His father asked him to come in and said they were going to eat. The protagonist said goodbye and explained that it was late and he was going to rest, while they could get something to eat. The guy with the bandaged head also said goodbye and said he needed to go. It was a bright sunny day outside, and the sun illuminated a tall building with a huge fence. The protagonist was standing near this building when someone called his name. He turned towards the guy and asked what exactly had happened. The boy began to explain to Luo Feng that he suspected he was currently involved in something serious, which is why he was avoiding him. He knew he might be a burden, but he wanted to help. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that he wanted to become like him, strong and confident. Luo Feng hugged the boy and said that if he could run for 4 hours, he would help him become strong. The boy thanked the main character and said that he would not let him down and would become stronger. Meanwhile, Chen Yilan was in the room and, crossing her arms over her chest, looked at the protagonist. She asked if he was ready and informed him that the game would begin soon. Luo Feng folded his hands behind his head and replied that he was ready to fight. Then the girl asked if he was for or against the trip. The boy replied that if she had nothing better to do, she could go. Chen Yilan asked why he was so boring and emotionless. Meanwhile, the girl approached the protagonist and said she hadn't thanked him for the last time. She asked if he was free that evening and said she wanted to invite him to the coveted dinner. Luo Feng immediately waved his hand at her and said he agreed, and so they parted ways for the evening. Chen Yilan immediately approached the boy and asked why he never agreed to meet with her. And so the evening arrived, and the protagonist found himself next to Vivi. The girl was wearing a chic long dress. One of the green-headed men told his father that it was Luo Feng and that he had stolen Vivi from him. The father chuckled, and looking at him exclaimed, "Well, he's just a schoolboy, and Dad will deal with him." The man sat at the table across from the protagonist. He told Luo Feng that he sincerely thanked him for the previous visit and dedicated this toast to him. He wished him that everything would always be easy for him in the future. Luo Feng replied to Mr. Zheng that he was very polite and asked if he had anything planned for today. Mr. Zheng replied that they were holding a charity auction today. He asked that we donate the money to children in the mountainous regions and enjoy the evening with them for dinner. The boy remarked that it was an excellent plan. Meanwhile, the girl thanked everyone for participating in the auction and said that all proceeds would go to help children in the poor mountain areas. She hoped everyone would participate actively. If each of them shows a little love, their world will be a better place. The first lot is a purple gold and jade bracelet. The starting price is 1,000. The guys immediately offered 200,000, raising their hands to take this lot. The girl exclaimed that it was sold, and the first lot sold for 200,000. She thanked Mr. Zheng for his donation and asked if he had anything else to add. Zheng replied that it was nothing special and that it was simply a sign of his concern. He hoped that everyone would be able to contribute to helping children in the mountainous regions. The boy thought to himself that, alas, sometimes he truly didn't understand the actions of rich people. A bracelet worth several $1,000s wasn't worth 200,000 yuan. The green-haired boy's father asked him to watch how arrogant Luo Feng was, because he was around Vivi and her father. The girl announced that the next item was a glass vase with a starting price of 1,000 yuan. The green-haired man immediately raised his hand and bid 600,000, but the guy said it wasn't even worth 3,000. Mr. Bao is really rich and a very serious guy. The girl raised her hand up and began to count 600,000 several times, after which she said that it was sold. She turned to Mr. Bao and clapped her hands, exclaiming that she congratulated him. The gentleman began to approach the table and said that he wanted to say a few words. The protagonist listened attentively and watched the proceedings. Mr. Bao was already on stage, preparing his speech. He said that it was common knowledge that anyone who participated in this charity auction had to bring an item to sell before they could enter. But there is one person in the hall who came without a fee and did not even identify himself. The green-haired man said that this has really been happening at charity auctions for almost 10 years now. As they say, rules are made for everyone, so he wanted to address this gentleman. He pointed his finger at him and asked him to rise. As it turned out, he pointed his finger at the main character and everyone immediately turned in his direction. Luo Feng looked at this impudent man carefully and his gaze was very serious. Vivi immediately stood up from the table and exclaimed that she had brought Luo Feng as their guest and what the problem was. The guy immediately grimaced and thought that it was a shame to be protected by a woman. He asked his niece not to be angry and said that he knew she had brought this man, but he was leading the way in saying that he was unworthy of taking part in such an event. Luo Feng rose from the table and told Mr. Bao that he was right, but he wanted to help the children in the highlands. How about putting something up for auction? The man replied that since he wasn't so hardened, he could naturally participate, but there were high-ranking officials and aristocrats everywhere, so he couldn't go back on his word. He also believed he shouldn't use the Zheng family's funds to participate, since the Zheng family had already contributed. Besides, the price of his bid couldn't be lower than his, and he wouldn't dare play by such rules. The son thought that his father was a great guy, and this time, Luo Feng would be the one to be ashamed. Vivi approached the gentleman and said he was deliberately making the game difficult, but the protagonist asked the girl to trust him. She looked at him carefully, blushing a little, and decided to really trust the boy. Mr. Bao asked what he wanted to put up for auction and asked him to show it to them all. He thought for a moment and remembered that he could offer something and surprise everyone. Luo Feng immediately turned towards the hall and, taking a plate with some item in his hand, explained that he would sell it. The guys exclaimed that he was sick and could have gotten out of this any other way. What kind of nonsense was that, and was it even smart? The second one exclaimed that he thought he was just an idiot, and that if he were in his place, he would have run away and not embarrassed himself. Mr. Bao looked closely at the boy and asked if he was completely serious about doing this. Luo Feng replied that yes, he did indeed want to auction off a steamed bun. This steamed bun isn't very popular with the public and might not be very tasty. The guests around began to giggle, covering their mouths with their hands and looking sideways at this boy. Mr. Bao exclaimed that Luo Feng was nothing but trouble, and how dare he mock him. Meanwhile, two guards were already approaching the main character to remove him from there. Luo Feng asked them not to worry too much, as he hadn't even started bargaining yet. Mr. Bao asked what he was doing, and asked them to stop playing around. Vivi continued to watch the main character and became curious about what he would do next. Mr. Bao's son laughed maliciously, and thought that Luo Feng was an idiot, and this time he should be ashamed in front of a bunch of rich people. The boy offered a whole $1,000,000 for it. Then one of the guys asked if anyone would be willing to buy the bun for such a huge sum. Mr. Bao asked them not to make him look like an idiot. If they didn't raise $1,000,000, he'd fire them all. When a man appeared in front of them, Mr. Bao was very surprised. In front of them stood the president of the Yijin Liao Heitu Corporation. Then the guy asked him if he thought he couldn't afford one measly $1,000,000. Mr. Bao said that he didn't dare, because everyone knew that for him this was just a drop in the ocean. He thought to himself why Liao Yiran was standing up for the protagonist, and this definitely made things more difficult. Luo Feng asked the girl to announce the lot, and she immediately agreed. She took the stage and announced that President Liao Yiran had placed a $1,000,000 bet. He asked if there were any more bets. The man replied that even if someone had money, no one would dare compete with Heitu. Luo Feng was having a lot of fun backstage, and this bun was definitely out of luck. When all the conversations ended, the hammer fell and the girl exclaimed that the lot was sold. She held out the plate with the bun towards the man and asked him to receive his prize. When he started biting into the bun, he also got seriously angry. He asked what kind of nasty stuff it was made of, and it was simply awful. Its taste would haunt him all day. He's an idiot and knows who's behind Luo Feng. Why did he even challenge him? Let him go, and let the shame haunt him. Mr. Bao told Mr. Liao that he would deal with the boy and that he would have something to do at home. Luo Feng approached the boy and thanked him for his support, calling him a friend. Liao laughed and exclaimed that he was always happy to help. His problems were his problems too. The protagonist said that in that case, he wouldn't bother him any further, and asked him to enjoy his meal. Mr. Liao wished the boy a good evening. Joe asked the student Luo Feng how he could have known that he would come to his aid. The boy explained that he'd met him at the entrance and that it was a lucky coincidence. They'd been on good terms before, and he knew he wouldn't refuse to help. Vivi called the boy a big show-off, and they continued sitting at the table. Meanwhile, a young man was sitting in the bar, sadly thinking about something. He held his glass in his hands and looked at it attentively with a very sad, mournful look. A man approached him and asked if he would mind having a drink with him. The boy turned his head in his direction and asked what brought him here. But he asked the same question in return. It's not exactly bullying, but their sister was kidnapped by a guy. It's been a while since she left for training, and he's worried something happened to her. Then the boy, enraged, asked who had taken their little sister and how he could just sit there. He asked for the name of this scoundrel, and the boy replied that his name was Luo Feng and that he went to the same school as his sister. Then the man silently turned to the main character and said that he was ready to die when he started pestering his sister. The man in the huge room clutched the bottle angrily. He exclaimed that it seemed Xiao Liu was still angry about the incident that happened a couple of days ago. It was because of Luo Feng that Ying Xiao got angry at Liu Xiao. Now everyone is in a terrible mood. Suddenly some guy burst into the room and started talking about Liu Xiao and Luo Feng. But the boss kicked him and exclaimed that the last thing he wanted to hear right now was Luo Feng's name. He asked him what was going on and asked him to speak immediately. The boy fell to his knees in front of him and told Liu Xiao that this man was going to come to school. When he asked again if the guy was telling the truth, he immediately replied that their school was holding an English-speaking competition. He'd seen Luo Feng on the list of registered participants, and it was definitely him. The boy grew even more angry and exclaimed that he was very happy. And since he was acting like an invincible dragon, he wanted to see what he was capable of. He will immediately take care of this matter, and wants him to fail the competition, be disgraced, and feel real pain. Meanwhile, the yellow taxi car was already driving along the road, approaching its destination very quickly. Lo Feng arrived where he wanted to be. The oral competition was being held at the University of Science and Technology. The protagonist decided to ask where the hall he was looking for was. He headed towards the room and suddenly some girl bumped into him. He immediately reached out to her, grabbed her hand, and asked the beauty to be careful. She immediately recoiled, blushing slightly, and exclaimed, "Of course." After that, she jerked her hand away and called him a pervert. She asked why he was groping her. Then the protagonist replied that it would be better to let her fall. She crossed her arms over her chest and said that there were so many geniuses around. So she didn't expect to meet a pervert here and asked what school he was from. The boys recognized Luo Feng from Chiching University and said he was hard to recognize. How could he not be ashamed to come to their school and grope their girls? Luo Feng exclaimed that this was all some kind of mistake. Two more guys approached them and asked if he was Luo Feng. He'd completely lost his shame, pestering a lady from the Liang family in broad daylight. The girl approached her little brother and said, clinging to him, that he wanted to take advantage of her like those other girls and began to cry. The main character, looking at these scoundrels, realized that they were playing a foul game. The guy glared at the main character and shouted at him to apologize quickly. Other fighters stood around him. The stranger angrily yelled at the boy to get on his knees quickly. He promised that Lo Feng wouldn't get into the competition if he didn't apologize. The protagonist stood there, lost in thought, and realized that the situation had become very confusing. If he didn't hurry, he would miss the competition. A girl with pink hair appeared from the side. All the school children looked at her with surprise and admiration. The girl with long pink hair looked at the main character with a smile. The protagonist was surprised to recognize the girl in front of him. He excitedly called her name. The partner winked slyly at the guy. She told him to leave all the problems to her. Song pointed her finger sternly at the stranger and sternly asked her if the main character had really been hitting on her. The student said in a capricious voice that Lo had deliberately cut into her when he saw how attractive she was. Song sternly told her surprised partner that the main character would never have looked at a girl like her. Song explained to the schoolgirl in an angry voice that Lo Feng was already taken and would never cheat on her. The stranger was shocked when she realized that the main character had a girlfriend. Lo stood silently next to his girlfriend. The students watched the protagonist walk away in admiration. The stranger shouted that Song was one of the coolest girls at Chingsong High School. She explained to her companion in a joyful voice that the situation had been resolved. The student was dissatisfied. He clenched his fist and shouted, "It's all because of that damn girl." The guy next to him said in a thoughtful voice that they needed to come up with something new. Song pointed her finger sternly at the stranger. She told her that her boyfriend was very popular at school. The frightened student looked angrily and silently at her partner. Song asked the protagonist on the go if he was joking. Lo Feng slyly replied to her friend that he was just messing around. The student ran after the main character. He shouted as he ran that Lo had insulted him. She called out to him from behind, frightened. The student ran up to the main character from behind and prepared to hit him with all his might. The main character turned sharply and hit the attacking guy with a very powerful kick. Lo calmly told his girlfriend to wait for him for a minute. The girl, frightened, agreed with him. A whole group of fighters suddenly rushed at the protagonist. The boss ordered his subordinates to all run to the yellow. The main character began to fight off his attackers with sharp and powerful kicks. Lo scattered the fighters who were attacking him with professional and powerful blows. The badly beaten boss sat and trembled. He looked at the main character with fear. The protagonist glared angrily at his beaten opponent. He told him he was rushing to the competition and that he should wait for him here. She told the protagonist on the go that he was much tougher than she'd heard in the local gossip. Lo replied to his companion that anything was possible. A frightened and battered fighter looked after them. Sho sat in the classroom and laughed loudly to himself. He decided that the main character was almost finished. The guy threatened that if someone offended his girlfriend Liu Yuchen, such a person would end badly. Two beaten fighters entered their boss Liu Xiao's office and called his name in fear. Xiao grew angry when he looked at his beaten subordinates. He angrily asked them how they had failed the entire plan. The subordinate told his boss that the main character had turned out to be very tough and their strategy hadn't worked. The boss was very angry because he could not match the main character in strength. Xiao hit one fighter on the head with all his might. He sternly reminded him that he should not mention the main character in his presence. The boss shouted at the frightened fighters to get lost quickly. Xiao gritted his teeth in anger. He decided to continue fighting against the protagonist until victory. Song performed on stage. She told the audience that English helps them all understand the world better. During her speech, the girl said that English helps one communicate with the world in a way that no one else can. The judge at the table told the girl that she had a strong accent. The woman held up a sign with a 7 on it. She told the girl that she didn't have enough ability to earn a high score. Song went backstage. She told the main character that she would support him. The guy replied to his partner that he would try his best for her. The girl shouted goodbye to the main character, wishing him luck. Lo jumped onto the stage. The host announced the main character's performance. The guy stood next to the podium. The judges were waiting for his performance. Lo, in a calm voice from the podium, told the judges that the title of his poem would be I Have Dream. The judge told the contestant in a thoughtful voice that he could begin. He was surprised by the boy's choice of such a difficult verse. The main character began his performance. A bright glow seemed to spread around him on the stage. The judges were very impressed by the guy's performance. They didn't understand what was happening in front of them. The judges couldn't understand where the guy got such a clear pronunciation from. The director said in an excited voice that she heard the voice of 1,000 angels. The main character continued performing on stage. People in the audience looked at him in amazement. She watched the main character closely from the side. She understood why he was able to interest that girl. Song looked at her friend with admiration. He became very attractive to her. Lo bowed to the guests and judges on stage. He thanked them for everything. The people in the audience were amazed. They shouted that the performance was wonderful and touching. The woman clapped her hands at the guy joyfully and admiringly. She shouted that he performed perfectly. The main character went backstage. He said in a sly voice that this time he tried hard. The main character looked at his classmate, Kao Sung, and shouted in a joyful voice that all this happened only thanks to her. She clapped her hands slyly. She shouted at the guy to invite her to dinner. It had to be fair. The man at the side asked Miss Jean what she would say about the main character. The woman grabbed the seal. She said the boy's talent was self-explanatory. Miss Jean put her stamp on the document. Lo passed the test completely. The girl looked at the tall building with admiration. She asked the protagonist in surprise why he invited her to such an expensive restaurant. Lo looked at the restaurant building with joy. He told the girl that he just wanted to thank her. The protagonist glanced joyfully at the building from the side. He realized that he wouldn't have to pay for dinner at this place. The waitress approached the customers from the side and asked what they wanted to order. Lo turned and looked at the waitress in surprise. He was very surprised to recognize his friend Jingmei. The employee told him with a smile that she worked there thanks to her cousin. She had gotten the job as a manager there. Song looked at her friend in surprise and said that he had many acquaintances everywhere. A girl with blue hair approached from the side. She happily greeted the guy and his girlfriend. The surprised protagonist looked at the two girls in front of him in amazement. The protagonist jumped to his feet in surprise near the table. She explained to him that they had seen a restaurant that had recently opened and decided to stop in. The girl approached and happily greeted Song. Surprised, Song greeted Liu Jing back. The main character shouted to the girls in an excited voice that this was all a big coincidence. The boy approached the restaurant with his sister. He told her in an excited voice that he had bought a hotel opposite her pharmacy. He wanted to show her the lobby. The client in glasses was very surprised when she saw the main character standing in front of her. The boy stopped, approached Luo in surprise, and sternly asked how he knew he would be bringing his sister. The protagonist anxiously asked Jian Xiaoxiayue how he was feeling. The boy was surprised when he saw a bunch of girls next to the main character. They also looked at him with surprise. Zhang winked slyly at the guy and said that he had gathered a lot of girls around him. At this moment, the main character's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and looked at it carefully. A friend asked the main character on the phone if he would have time to drink today. Lo was delighted. He answered his partner on the phone in a cheerful voice that he would be there soon. Lo smiled happily at the boy and told him not to get bored. He left all the girls to him. The main character suddenly broke away and ran off down the hall. He shouted to them that he would see them again. Chang looked happily after the boy as he ran away. He said that he wanted to be a man like Luo. The protagonist and his friends were standing near a table with a map. The guy said that today, at 8 o'clock, would be the best time to act. Lo Feng looked sternly at his colleagues and said that they were getting ready and leaving today. The man looked angrily ahead and shouted that everything would happen today. The man stood near the door and held a bag in his hands. He shouted that he would avenge his mother today. The fighter was lost in thought. An angry grimace appeared on his face. Late one evening, the protagonist stood with his accomplices outside a construction company building. The man said the workday was over, leaving only the core staff. Another fighter said that if the Black Fox gang is Zhang Tiawang's right-hand man, then this construction company is his left-hand man. The main character told his colleague that as soon as he got inside, he would definitely save everyone. The angry boss inside the building shouted to the fighters that this time they would get the territory of the orphanage. The leader explained to the soldiers in a stern voice that the excavator was outside. If anything went wrong, he'd have their heads chopped off. The fighters were very happy. They started waving their arms and shouting that they would destroy the enemy. The bald fighter shouted in a disgruntled voice that the protagonist had been very arrogant last time. Now they'll see what Lo can do this time. The bald bandit ran forward to the door. He shouted that he would do whatever he wanted. Suddenly the door flew to the side from a powerful blow. The fighter was thrown far back. The bandits stood and watched in surprise as the body of their accomplice flew toward them. The main character entered the room with his companions. He slyly asked the bandit if they had made it in time for dinner. The boss glared at the guy. He hadn't expected him to show up here beaten. The man demanded the leader release his wife and children. Lo looked sternly at the bandit. He shouted that he would not spare those who engaged in vile blackmail. The boss looked at the main character in surprise and said that he had simply come to save his own. The leader sternly asked the main character if he knew how many people he had. The boss pointed his finger at the main character and said in an angry voice that there were only 3 of them and they couldn't scare anyone. An unfamiliar fighter appeared in the doorway. The bandits looked at him in surprise. The warrior sternly told the boss that there were now only 4 of them. The protagonist asked Da-e in surprise why he was here. The fighter told his friends that he was an ordinary guy, but he was ready to fight for his mother. Lo praised his friend. An excited man stood nearby. The man happily hugged the guy. He cheerfully shouted at him that he was proud of him. The bandit swung the bat and rushed forward at the fighter. He shouted to him that he would soon see his family. The main character hit the bandit with all his might and shouted that he had ruined an important moment for him. The boss waved his hand angrily and shouted to his accomplices to run forward against the enemies. The main character stood calmly and watched as a bunch of bandits ran toward him. Lo Feng swung with all his might and with a powerful kick knocked the bandits away from himself. The main character waved his arms and legs in all directions. He scattered the fighters in all directions. Lo Feng swung his leg wide. He finished off the fighter who ran up to him with a powerful blow. The man frighteningly told the main character to be careful with the bandits. The bandit, after a powerful blow, flew to the side straight in the direction of his boss. The leader turned around in fear and shouted that he was being pushed back. He decided to get away as quickly as possible. Lo Feng looked at the bandits and angrily asked them, "Where are the hostages?" One of the fighters said that the hostages were in the farthest room. The protagonist turned angrily to the side. He prepared to go and rescue the hostages. The protagonist smashed his way through the door where the hostages were. The bandit took a fighting stance and prepared to fight back. The boss glared at the hostages. He shouted at them that no one would save them because he had blocked the passage. The gagged woman looked at the bandit with anger and hatred. She wanted to shout something at him. The frightened girl with her mouth tied wanted to shout something to the bandit. Suddenly, a very bright explosion was heard behind the bandit. Fire scattered around him. The frightened boss turned around and saw the main character standing in front of him in the doorway. The main character told the bandit in an angry voice that his company had very weak walls. A fighter ran into the room and began to scatter the bandits with powerful blows. The man was holding one of the fighters by the clothes. He anxiously asked the fighter how he was feeling. The man swung his hand and hit one of the bandits on the head with all his might. The fighter rushed forward against the bandit. He shouted to the surprised Thane that he would cover him. A whole herd of bandits rushed forward towards the main character and his friends. The beaten boss shouted in fear to his subordinates to stop. The bandits looked ahead in fear. The protagonist grabbed the boss by the clothes. The boss, terrified, shouted at his subordinates to stop. The delighted and freed woman ran to her husband, Kung Ge. The daughter threw herself on her father's neck. The beaten leader lay on the ground. The protagonist glanced at the prostrate boss Zhang and said that he must pay for his actions. He needed to be taken to the police. The bandits suddenly jumped up and threw down their weapons. They prepared to run away. The boss looked angrily at his subordinates. He shouted that they were traitors and stupid animals. Lo Feng walked up and angrily told the leader that his subordinates would get what they deserved. The protagonist told his friends that they were wounded and should not get involved in the fight with Tihun. He promised to punish the boss himself. The beaten man told the protagonist in a frightened voice that he would follow him. He knew where the boss's secret room was. The woman anxiously told her husband, Kung Ge, that the protagonist could handle everything on his own. She invited him to leave with them. The daughter, terrified, asked her father not to leave them again. Kun looked at the girl and said that he had done many bad things before. Now, he wanted to do at least one good deed. The man hugged the woman and her daughter. He wanted to leave with them and not have any problems. The main character stood to the side, silently looking at his friend and his family. Kun told his friend Tan that he trusted his loved ones to him. The fighter promised the man that they would take care of his family. Inside the building, the Taihong boss said in a joyful voice that he would finally meet the protagonist. He asked his subordinates if they were well prepared. The fighters with glowing green eyes nodded approvingly to their boss. The boss said in a stern voice that they now need to wait until Lo Feng comes to them himself. The protagonist and his friend were standing near a building in the evening. Kun told the boy excitedly that there weren't any guards around, meaning the bandits were waiting for them inside. Lo headed inside the house. He told his surprised friend to wait for him outside and only then come in. Kun looked after the main character with surprise. He was surprised by this guy. The protagonist opened the door and walked inside. They were already waiting for him inside. The stranger looked at his guest with interest and clapped his hands. The main character looked at the unfamiliar bandit with displeasure and asked who he was. The masked boss told the guy in an evil voice that he had to pay for breaking up his gang of black foxes. The main character angrily told the leader that he himself allowed this to happen and that he himself was not to blame for anything. The dissatisfied boss sternly demanded that the surprised guy tell him the truth. The main character suddenly jumped to the side and somersaulted to defend himself from the bandits' attack. Lo turned around with displeasure. He realized that he was being attacked by soldiers with nooses. The masked boss sternly told the guy that even if he was strong, he shouldn't hope to get out. A group of bandits stood around the main character. He looked at them carefully. The leader told the guy in a stern voice that he should die right there. One of the bandits rushed forward to attack the guy. Other fighters ran up from the opposite side. The protagonist dodged sharply downwards. A sharp blade flew overhead. Lo Feng jumped to his feet. He prepared to continue fighting off the bandits. The guy looked around carefully. He realized that the bandits were blocking his path with their weapons everywhere. The masked leader told the guy sternly that he had prepared for his arrival. The main character glared angrily at the stranger and shouted that he had never even dreamed of such a thing. The enraged chieftain stood above on the balcony. He shouted at his subordinates to finish off the guy and use the cycle of death against him. The fighters jumped up, surrounding the protagonist on all sides with bright red lightning bolts. Lo smiled at the bandits and said that it was very stupid to use such a weapon against him. The masked bandits rushed at the guy and used bright fire against him. The boss glared at the boy and shouted at him that he was nothing but a pathetic child. The leader took a closer look and noted with displeasure that the main character was alive and standing on his feet. Lo was holding the broken knives in his hands. He shouted that they would be very useful to him. Now he was armed. It was useless to go against him with such a weapon. Several bandits with blades prepared to attack the guy. He turned around and shouted that they could come. The main character deflected the knives flying at him from all sides with powerful blows. The leader was surprised when he saw that the guy had defeated all of his mercenaries with one blow. Lo threw the knives on the ground. He said they weren't made for killing. They were meant for the kitchen. Lo Feng rushed forward at the leader and shouted that he wanted to rip off his mask and see his face. The stranger grabbed his mask with his hand. The boss suddenly ran forward towards the main character and hit him on the head with all his might. After his opponent's attack, Lo jumped back sharply and pressed his hand into the ground. The protagonist reached his hand to his face and glared at the boss. The stranger reached his hand to his face and began to remove his mask. The man took off his mask and laughed evilly. He explained to the protagonist that he was a black fox. Lo Feng looked at the boss silently and displeasedly. He didn't say anything to him. The protagonist told the surprised man that they didn't know each other. The boss angrily yelled at the guy for making fun of him. Kun ran into the room. He shouted to the protagonist that the boss was Zhang Tiehong. Luo joyfully shouted that everything matched. The merchant and the leader of the dark organization were the same person. The main character glared at the boss and threatened to sentence him to several years in prison. Zhang shouted in an ominous voice to his opponents that he would emerge victorious today. Suddenly there was a sound of broken windows. Fighters with weapons appeared from them. The main character in Kunya turned around in fear and saw armed people. The boss raised his head up and put his hands to it. He laughed very evilly. Zhang looked down from above at his subordinates and shouted at them to shoot them all. Kun was scared. He looked around carefully and saw a huge number of armed people. The man looked around in fear with his one eye. He shouted to the protagonist that they were finished. The protagonist smiled slyly. He looked closely at the weapons in the fighter's hands. A dissatisfied Zhang began to look around. He didn't understand why his men didn't shoot. The angry boss slammed his hand on the table and demanded that his soldiers start shooting. The protagonist angrily responded to the leader, saying he couldn't give orders to his subordinates. Suddenly, the fighters pointed their guns at the boss. Lo Feng glared at the boss and said that he was one step ahead of him. A frightened Zhang turned around and asked the fighters in a trembling voice what they were planning. The commander appeared from the side. He shouted to the boss that he was surrounded by his best snipers. The protagonist listened attentively to the commander. The man shouted at the leader that he had another criminal case hanging over him. Zhang was terrified when he realized he had lost. The man was very scared. He screamed in a breaking voice that this couldn't be. The commander sternly pointed at Zhang with his hand and demanded that he not show senseless resistance. The boss angrily shouted at the soldiers to try and grab him. He picked up the remote control with the red button. The man pressed the red button on the remote control in his hand. He ran into the side door and shouted at the soldiers to keep up with him. The protagonist shouted in surprise that there was a secret passage in the wall. The commander ordered his subordinates to run after the bandit. Lo Feng placed his hand on the commander's shoulder. He said in a stern voice that the boss was always full of surprises and had planned everything. Lo turned around and shouted to Kun to take Captain Pena to the secret room. The man ran to the side and pointed the commander in the direction. The fighters ran towards the door. The commander watched them closely from the side. Lo told the commander that Wang Kun was a good guy, but he had done a lot of bad things for which he could go to prison. Wang could be very useful in this matter. Pen replied that he knew what to do. The protagonist arrived at the police station. He told the officers that they had been unable to catch Zhang. The man told the protagonist that they now had enough evidence to root out the Tihuna gang. Half of the revenge could be considered accomplished. The guy happily replied to his partner that he would take on the remaining half. The main character joyfully put his hands on the guy's shoulders. He promised him that he would make him strong. The protagonist woke up in the morning and went outside. The sun was shining brightly all around. He didn't get enough sleep. He stretched and happily told himself that today was Saturday. Lo turned around carefully and noticed a girl standing next to him. She looked at him attentively. He approached his girlfriend and asked with interest, "Is she really moving?" His partner explained to him that she ran away yesterday and was leaving today. The girl asked the main character, "Is he really happy?" The guy told the girl with great emotion that he was very sorry. They were never normal neighbors. She slyly promised the guy that she would go to her city and come back. Lo was very unhappy when he heard from his partner that she was still planning to return. The girl was unhappy because the protagonist no longer wanted to see her. Lo turned away and prepared to run away. He shouted to the girl that he needed to go to the toilet. She looked after the main character. She told herself that she would come back again to give him a slap. The protagonist abruptly opened the door to enter the room. He saw his girlfriend sleeping on the bed. Lo handed the girl a blanket and said that it was uncomfortable for her to sleep on the sofa. She jumped up very sharply from her seat and hugged the surprised guy. Lo stood in the girl's arms. He could not understand what was happening to him now. She thanked the protagonist with her eyes closed. He did not disappoint her. The protagonist was very surprised. He silently listed the names of Teacher Jun, his cousin, and Jian Lianmeng. Suddenly the girl came to her senses. She looked ahead in amazement. The main character looked at his girlfriend with excitement and said that she was very close. Suddenly the girl came to her senses. She swung her arm with all her might and hit the guy in the face with her hand. She handed him a rag from behind and placed it on the main character's bruised head. He angrily told his partner that they had already been through this. The girl apologized and explained to the guy that she had dreamed about him. Lo turned his head to the girl in bewilderment. She told the guy that she had received a call from the organizer yesterday and learned about his top score in the competition. She had been waiting for him and had fallen asleep. Lo joyfully waved his hands in front of his face. He shouted to the girl that he had promised her and done everything. The protagonist leaned back and fell into deep thought. He was recalling yesterday's boss battle. Lo Wang thought about it and decided to himself that Zhang's strength was much greater than that of old man Kanmo. The boss possessed the skills of a martial artist. He needed to discuss this with someone. The The main character was running in a tracksuit through the forest on a clear sunny day. The guy stopped in the middle of the forest and saw an unfamiliar girl standing in front of him. Lo looked at the stranger with interest. He decided that she would tell him the answer to his question. The stranger waved her arms in all directions. She was using the 8th level leopard boxing style. Lo turned away, closed his eyes, and began waving his arms as well. He thought to himself that he could improve the leopard print style himself. The guy suddenly extended his hand to the side and a bright red light emanated from it. The stranger looked at the guy with disapproval and sternly asked, "What is he doing?" He smiled and replied that he had decided to repeat her moves and then accidentally hit a tree. The girl slyly told the guy that he could ask her to be his teacher. Lo answered his partner that he was not cut out for violence and murder, but he wanted to ask her something. The guy showed the girl a mask and asked if she was familiar with this thing. The stranger looked at the mask in the guy's hands in surprise. She asked, "Where did he get this thing from?" The protagonist innocently told the girl he bought a mask at a kiosk near the park. His partner angrily demanded that the guy stop mumbling. The protagonist asked the girl if this was also related to Kanmo. The stranger examined the mask and said it was definitely not from the Kanmo organization. The mask belonged to one of the organizations of the 7 Gates of the Abyss of Evil. Lo Feng asked the girl in surprise about the 7 Gates of the Abyss of Evil. The partner said in a thoughtful voice that the people from the organization represent 7 evil forces. The girl listed in detail to the guy all the types of evil forces within the organization. The girl approached the guy. She asked him, "Where did he get the mask?" Luo told his partner that he found the mask yesterday during the police raid on Boss Zhang's nest. The stranger placed her hand on the boy's shoulder. She said he wouldn't dare go inside the boss's estate. Lo, smiling, confirmed to the girl that he wouldn't dare go there. He was just interested in gossip. The stranger told the boy that her uncle would be 80 years old next week. She invited him to go with him. Lo Feng glanced at his partner with displeasure. He told her that he didn't want to go to all sorts of strange places. The girl happily shouted to the guy that he would be able to hear a lot of gossip. Lo suggested that his partner arrange a meeting. The main character waved goodbye to the girl. He shouted that they would see each other again. The stranger stood and looked silently after the guy who had left for a long time. There were tables inside the banquet hall. There were a lot of people around. The guest with green hair was unhappy because the main character was late and did not answer the phone. Lo Feng sat outside on the edge of a large rock. He was too busy attending a birthday banquet. He wanted to find a place to learn a few martial arts styles of Chinese wushu. A guy in a suit appeared from the side. He came out to greet the guests. The host smiled at the guests and thanked everyone who had sparkled with smiles in front of him today. The organizer thanked the guests for coming to congratulate his father on his birthday. A competition was scheduled to take place at the banquet. The finalist was to receive a generous gift from the boy's father. The organizer stood inside a huge arena. There were many people around him. He officially announced the start of the tournament. The main character sat above him watching. The guy on stage shouted to the guests that the tournament had officially begun. Lo was sitting high up and watching everything. He thought that professional fighters didn't show up at such training camps. The fighter Ding Chong appeared. He flexed his arms and shouted that he would hurt anyone who wanted to. A fighter named Wang Jiacheng took the stage. The host shouted that the contestants looked strong and that it should be a fierce fight. Athletes were fighting each other in the arena. The protagonist stood above and said that he found it boring to watch guys fighting. A fighter with red hair suddenly jumped out into the arena from the side. He was ready to fight. The host shouted that Xinmin's older brother, Huo Yan, had arrived. He was the first person on the Huayuan pavilion list. Luo looked at the arena. He thought joyfully to himself, "The fun is about to begin." Both men clasped their hands and looked at their new opponent with anger and hatred. A bright glow appeared around Huo and the Red Dragon. He shouted to his opponents that they could begin. The man rushed forward at the fighter and swung his arm. He didn't like the way the fighter looked down on him. Huo closed his eyes and raised his hand above his head. He decided to attack his opponents with magic. The fighter jumped forward. He repelled the two men with the help of the Red Dragon. Lo stood above and watched the duel in the arena. He told himself that the snake fighting style was much more flexible than the leopard style. Huo looked proudly at the men lying on the ground. He told them in an angry voice that they hadn't trained enough to show themselves properly in the ring. The fighter glanced slyly around and angrily asked, "Are there people around who are stronger than his previous opponents?" None of the guests dared to fight against Huo, who was number 1. Huo looked around happily. He decided that there were no more rivals, and he could be called the winner. A girl in a large cloak suddenly descended from the sky. She shouted at the fighter to wait a minute. The stranger shouted to the fighter that she wanted to challenge him. She had a skeleton painted on her cloak. The old man looked ahead in fear and pointed at the cloak. He shouted that 7 enemies of the abyss had appeared here. It was the abyss of skeletons. Lo looked ahead slyly. He thought joyfully that an interesting show was about to begin. A participant from the 7 gates of the abyss of evil had arrived. The stranger angrily told the people that they might have already been forgotten. She said that Jiang Zi was sending holiday greetings to old Shinyaman. People looked at the stranger from the side in surprise. Someone shouted that the 7 gates of the abyss of evil should have disappeared many years ago. The old man shouted at the stranger to get out quickly. He didn't want to accept her congratulations. The girl assumed a fighting stance. She told the fighters that they could have a little competition. Hu swung his arm and rushed at his rival. He shouted at her that he would stop her rage. The spectators shouted words of encouragement for the fighter. They wanted Huo to beat the girl. The demon must know that intimidation will end badly. Hu jumped up and began to fight the stranger. She quickly dodged his blows. The warrior shouted at her opponent that he couldn't defeat her with such techniques. Hu got really angry. He shouted at the girl that she was very arrogant. The presenter looked slyly at the fighter and shouted that he had other tricks and he should win. The stranger looked at her opponent slyly and piercingly. She jumped up and prepared to kick him. The girl swung and hit her opponent with a powerful blow with all her strength. Hu received a powerful blow to his body. After that, evil spirits began to emanate from him. After a short battle, Hu fell to the ground with a bang. A shocked old man stood behind him and looked on. The elder was very frightened. He turned around and looked at the beaten fighter with concern. The old man turned around and glared at the stranger. The girl slyly told Master Pinyu that she was ready to fight him. Lo watched the fight closely from above. He said the appearance of the poor Lethan skeletons had a significant impact on the tournament. The spectators below were completely silent. Jiang jumped out into the arena from the side. She shouted at her opponent to hold back her horses. The warrior in glasses sternly demanded that the stranger stop showing off. Luo was very scared when he realized that Jiang had entered the arena. He knew that the unfamiliar woman was much stronger than her. The stranger glanced at her opponent. She said the local men were too lazy to allow such a beauty to wrestle in the ring. The male fighters knew they couldn't beat the stranger if even Huo Yan couldn't handle her. Jiang suddenly jumped up at her opponent, demanding that she start fighting. The protagonist watched the arena from above. It would have been hard for him to watch if his girlfriend had started getting beaten up. Lo glanced to the side and saw a black cape. At that moment, an idea came to his mind. The stranger swung her hand and a purple glow appeared near it. She shouted at her rival to be careful so as not to get hurt. The stranger attacked the girl with all her might, striking her with a bright bolt of lightning. Jiang was then sent flying. Jiang fell to the side after being hit by her opponent. The protagonist flew up from the side to catch her in his arms. A guy in a mask and a long cloak picked up the weakened Jiang in his arms. The girl looked very carefully at the main character. She recognized him. Lo sternly shouted at her not to say anything. The main character, with his girlfriend in his arms, landed on the ground after jumping. The guy stood on his feet. He turned to the audience and asked them for food. She watched him from behind in surprise. The master watched the protagonist from the side with surprise. The host looked at the arena. He said that Lo would be able to influence the situation. The protagonist stood in the ring. He offered his opponent to try playing. A dark aura appeared near the girl's hand. She angrily told her rival that he must first announce his name to her. The protagonist glanced slyly at his rival and said that he had a very long name. After that, the guy jumped up and shouted that he was sleeping under the open sky on 3rd Street in Chenmen. The stranger glanced at the protagonist. She said he had just saved his girlfriend, which meant he must be good at kung fu. Lo said in a cheerful voice that he was just passing by. The spectators around couldn't understand where the main character came from. He wasn't afraid of anything. The fan looked at the main character and said that he couldn't be stronger than Huo Yan. The girl swung her arms and prepared to launch a bolt of magical lightning. She shouted at the guy that he wanted to die himself. The protagonist looked ahead in fear. The girl jumped up and tried to kick him. He dodged in time. The stranger was surprised by her opponent's dodge. She jumped up and tried to hit him with her knee. Lo quickly dodged her blow. Lo thought to himself with excitement that the longer he evaded, the easier it would be for people to figure out who he was. He needed to deal with the girl quickly. The stranger glared at the boy. She told him he would die if he didn't stop moving. The protagonist decided to do something. Red lightning began to flash near his hand. A huge, sparkling red magical monster appeared next to the boy. It was a Xinyiquan strike. The elder at the side was very surprised and watched the protagonist with great excitement. The girl was surprised when she saw a bright fire in front of her. A red magical beast was rushing towards her. A bright flame hit the wall, and a very loud explosion was heard. The girl jumped back in fright. After the attack, the main character landed in the middle of a large hole in the wall. The audience was very surprised, and someone shouted that the leopard fighting style is very powerful. The stranger stood in clouds of smoke. She decided to leave as quickly as possible. Her goal had been achieved. The stranger jumped up and began to fly away. The protagonist decided it was time for him to leave too. Suddenly, someone extended a hand from the side and stopped the protagonist. The host sternly demanded that he identify himself and tell where he learned such a technique. Luo told his partner that he was just an unknown passerby. He advised him to check on Huoyan's condition. The presenter was frightened. He turned to the side and looked with great concern at the fighter near the wall. The protagonist ran away. The presenter ran up to the battered fighter near the wall and began calling for a doctor. Jiang stood next to the battered warrior's body on the bed. She explained that the demon's poison hadn't had time to spread widely, so the patient would need some time to recover. The boy thanked the doctor for her help. He decided to send someone for medicine. Jiang turned to the side and looked thoughtfully ahead. She realized that the protagonist possessed powerful strength. The foreman turned around and asked the boy with displeasure if they had identified the beggar. His partner replied that they had not. The old man said angrily that the stranger's leopard style was very good. Someone had taught the stranger. The boy thought for a moment and remembered that the stranger looked very familiar. He looked like Luo Feng, Chen Yilan's classmate. The old man asked his partner in surprise about his classmate. The boy explained that Luo always behaved strangely and little was known about him. The protagonist could have secretly learned martial arts with the help of Qian. He came to the arena today to show off. The old man turned around abruptly. He wanted to teach the child a lesson. The main character stood near a large building late in the evening. He prepared to go inside. A girl with a large bag appeared from the side. She waved her hand and shouted that she was back. Lo turned around and asked his girlfriend with displeasure why she had returned so quickly. His partner told him that she had run away from her grandmother. The main character looked closely at his girlfriend and wished her good luck. She approached the guy. She looked at him slyly and said that she wanted to go on a date with him. Late one evening, a guy was standing next to his girlfriend under a street lamp. He yelled at her and said she was a pervert. His partner told him he was a pervert himself and that she noticed him looking at her. A lonely cat was sitting on the roof and watching all of this from above. A group of 4 warriors stood on the roof of a building. Below them was a huge night city. The strangers in black clothes shouted to Yang Chen that they had arrived. The fighter said in a stern voice that they were obliged to eliminate the one who dared to steal their sister. Inside the hotel, the protagonist sat at a table next to friends. The man explained that Zhang Tihong had been arrested at his relative's house. The main character couldn't believe that the boss could get caught so easily. Lo asked his partners out loud what happened next. The man said that boss had arrived at the station after his arrest and committed suicide. The fighter jumped up. He was unhappy that Zhang had gotten away with it so easily. The main character told his partners in a stern voice that all this was very strange. An investigation was needed. The captain told the guy he would personally check everything. Kun was very helpful during the arrest, so he'll receive a less severe sentence and be released in a couple of years. Lo told his partner that after a few years behind bars, Lo could become a good person. A boy ran into the room. He greeted the main character at the table. Lo looked at the child and told him to join them if he was not busy. The boy looked slyly at the main character and asked him to help his sister at the pharmacy nearby. The protagonist agreed to go with the boy. He told him that Dr. Jiang was looking after him at the hospital. The main character and his companion entered the pharmacy building. They approached the girl. The guy thanked the girl for her help. Jiang replied to the client that all of this was her job. The boy looked around carefully. He told his sister that it was empty and there was not a single person around. Jiang closed her eyes and explained to her brother that the people around her were all healthy and did not need medical attention. The protagonist turned to the entrance and said that new patients would appear soon. An old man stood there with a young man. The master looked at the girl and congratulated her on the opening of the medical center. A young man stood next to him with a basket of fruit. The worker thanked Mr. Pina. The guy handed her a basket with treats. The guest turned around and angrily asked the main character, "What is he doing here?" Lo demanded that his partner give him a reason why he couldn't be there. The old man sternly demanded that the guy Zinin not be rude. Zinin bowed and recounted the details of the protagonist's life. He said that this guy had definitely disguised himself as a beggar in the ring. Luo had secretly learned Shinmen Kung Fu. The old man asked the boy, "Is he really a student of the ancient medical school?" He answered the master that he was just a university student. He came here to look around with his friends. The master became angry. He told Zinnen that the protagonist had gotten into many fights. He sternly asked his partner, "Does he really possess Shinmen kung fu skills?" The main character said in a thoughtful voice that he knew nothing about Shinmen. Lo Feng thought slyly to himself. He thought that the fighting technique was very magnificent, and he would like to learn it. The old man looked slyly at the guy and said that he could introduce him to a special combat technique. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance. He told the master that they could try it now. Zenon glared at the protagonist. He knew his father had a mastery level of 8, with a striking power of 1,000 pounds. Tin came up and told Mr. Pingyu that her friend was just an ordinary guy, and he wouldn't be able to defeat him in a fight. Luo told his girlfriend not to worry about him. Pin smiled maliciously. He told the guy that they would just practice and would not fight at full strength. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance. He asked Mr. Pina to give him some advice. An image of a blue demon appeared above the old man. He decided to show the protagonist the great power of Shinmen. A bright bolt of lightning appeared near the master's hand. The protagonist looked closely at the old man. There was a bright blue glow around the pin. The master looked at his opponent with a very angry, glowing gaze. The main character was warming up before the fight. She asked the guy not to fight. She told him that Mr. Pin was twice as strong as him. Lo looked happily at the girl and said that their fight would be very interesting. Shang turned around and looked at the protagonist with fear. She was worried about him. A girl with green hair got out of the car. She angrily told the protagonist that he had challenged the master himself. Lo stretched his arms. He asked his friend in a quiet voice, "Why was there a girl nearby?" The fighter explained to his friend that he was worried about him and called his girlfriend. The girl approached the old man from the side and asked him not to take the guy's words seriously. Ping looked at his partner with concern and said he wouldn't back down from the fight. He promised to be merciful to the guy. A bright glow appeared near the protagonist's hands. He shouted that he just wanted to test his strength against the master. Zinnen looked angrily at the main character and shouted that he thought too much of himself. Lo stretched out his hand forward. He shouted at Mr. Pinyu to start fighting. The old man ran forward angrily at full speed. There was fire in his eyes. The protagonist was surprised to see the old man's hand stop near his face. He stopped his hand near the old man's body. Pin swung his arm to the side and a blue demonic snake appeared next to him. He wanted to show the protagonist his true skill. The protagonist turned to the side. He saw a bright glow inside the mouth of a predatory snake. Lo very quickly dodged to the side. The old man rushed past him. The girl on the side was very surprised when she realized that the guy had dodged the master's attack. Ping was surprised. He couldn't understand how the guy could be so much faster than him. Lo very cunningly and quickly dodged to the side. The old man was unable to hit him with his brilliant blow. The protagonist waved his arms. He sternly told the master that his pathetic snake would not be able to bite him. Pin glared at the guy and shouted that he was being very impudent. He decided to attack his opponent with several demonic snakes. The protagonist dodged back sharply, and bright blue lightning flashed around him. Lo looked ahead in fear. The old man's snake-like style wouldn't help him in any way in a fight against him. Ping sternly shouted at the guy not to jump to conclusions. He wasn't going to back down. The main character called for help from a huge magical red predator. The old man was very scared. He saw a red predator in front of him. Lo attacked his opponent with a leopard against his predatory snake. Pin was thrown far away after the guy's attack. The girl realized that the main character was the mysterious man in the ring. The boy ran up to the old man and asked his father with concern if everything was okay with him. Ping glared at the guy. He shouted that Lo wasn't worthy of using such power. The protagonist glanced slyly at the old man and said that he had looked at him a lot. He had a good visual memory. Zinnen turned to the side. He looked at his father with great excitement. The old man became very angry. Bright lightning appeared around him. He shouted at the protagonist that this was unforgivable. Frightened, she shouted from the side at the guy to be careful. The protagonist looked ahead with a piercing and attentive gaze. He prepared to continue fighting. Pin swung his arm wide and launched a very bright bolt of lightning at the main character. The guy closed his eyes and assumed a fighting stance. He activated his magical skills. Lo summoned a bright red magical dragon. He used it to attack the master. A bright red explosion sounded near the old man. He stretched out his hand and activated lightning from it. The master was scared. He shouted excitedly that the guy had used a snake fist against him. The master could no longer fight back. He put his hands forward and tried to hold back the attack of red energy. Pin raised his hands in front of himself in fear. He didn't understand how this could be possible. The old man glared at the protagonist. The boy hit him with all his might, and the master flew backwards. The boy ran up to his father in fear and called him. A girl ran to the side and called out to Master Pinya. Zinnin held the old man in his arms. He anxiously asked his father if everything was all right. The protagonist, standing to one side, cheerfully said that the master would just lie around for a bit and be as good as new. Pin looked at the guy in fear. He asked him in surprise how he was able to use the snake fist. The guy smiled slyly at the old man and said that he did all this thanks to him. Pin felt worse. He started coughing blood and wheezing. Lo turned away. He told his friends that they needed to leave. The girl looked closely after the protagonist. The boy had managed to defeat a powerful 8th-level master. The girl watched the departing boy with bewilderment. She couldn't tell whether Lo Feng was her friend or foe. The fighter prepared for training. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then the guy waved his hand forward and launched a blue lightning bolt from it. The fighter, with the help of a very powerful magical blow, was able to destroy the mountain in front of him. An excited servant ran up from the side with a letter. The soldier, without turning around, told the guest to give the letter to him. The master read the message carefully. He received an invitation to battle. The fighter looked piercingly ahead. He shouted that he would have to fight Luo Feng. The fighter tossed the letter aside. He said that Master Zinyaman had been struck by some disciple. It wasn't worth the attention of the 5 sects. The servant held the letter in his hands. He told the master that he would return it to Yang Chen. The boy turned around and asked in surprise about his subordinate. Did he really talk about Yang Chen? The master waved his hand to the side. He shouted to the servant that he would definitely fight now. The subordinate bowed to his master and said that he understood. The guy looked ahead carefully. He decided to check the information about Yan Chen. The old man held the letter in his hands. He told the protagonist in fear that the Sinyamang were calling all the heroes to deal with him. Lo calmly replied to the old man that he would deal with it later. His partner anxiously explained to the guy that he didn't understand the full seriousness of the problem. The old man excitedly explained that people from the 5 sects would also be participating in the tournament. Their power was beyond ordinary imagination. One must not be careless. The guy looked at his partner and calmly asked what he could offer. The man excitedly told the boy that he could lead an ancient medical school. As a result, he would be able to rise in the eyes of the 5 sects and confront them. The protagonist stood up from his seat. He told his partner with a smile that he had to go on an autumn hike tomorrow. They could see each other later. Lo waved his hand to the old man as he walked and shouted that he would participate when he returned. The elder told the girl excitedly that they must do everything they had planned on the 15th. Jiang replied that she understood everything. The main character was at home, taking a shower. He stood under streams of water and thought about something of his own. The protagonist recalled his last battle, when he used a red demonic predator. Lo decided to himself that the more people there were from the 9 sections and from the School of 9 Forces, the better. The guy decided to return on time after the autumn hike. Then he would have time to relax and learn martial arts. The main character was taking a shower when a blue magic sign appeared on his body. The girl knocked on the room door. She invited the guy to go with her tomorrow. She prepared a snack for him. She noticed that the bathroom door was open. She decided to look inside. The girl entered the room. She realized that the guy was in the shower. She decided to look around. She was surprised to notice a photograph on the table. It depicted a girl. The main character came out of the shower. He looked in surprise at the guest in his room. The guy got really excited. He decided to take advantage of the situation because the girl was in his room. Lo grabbed his girlfriend from behind. He slyly told her that she had decided to rob him. The girl dropped the photo in surprise. The protagonist stretched out his hand in fear. He thought the photograph would break. She was very scared. She closed her eyes and abruptly darted to the side. Lo managed to grab the frame in time. He angrily asked his partner why she had touched his things. The girl calmed down. With tears in her eyes, she told the guy that he was very rude. The protagonist demanded that his girlfriend leave quickly. The girl ran out of the room. She shouted at the guy as she ran that he was very cruel. The main character stood and looked at the girl's photograph. He wanted to be with her. Lo Feng looked at the picture of his girlfriend on the table. He thought sadly to himself that if he could, he would take everything back and not be afraid of difficulties. The next day, the guy was riding inside a bus. His friends were inside. Lo sat in his seat. He decided that this trip had prepared a new challenge for him. 2 passengers were happily riding the bus in their seats and talking to each other. A boy standing next to the protagonist asked, "Where's Chin?" She was supposed to go with them. Luo told his partner that the girl wasn't feeling well. The protagonist remembered his girlfriend's words. Qian happily told him that she was sick, and therefore would not go. Suddenly, she handed the main character some fruit and offered to try it. Lo tasted a delicacy from the girl. The passenger looked slyly at the guy and said that he should like it sweet. She peeled the fruit for him. The main character smiled slyly at them and said that everything was very sweet for him. She laughed slyly in her place. The girl looked at the guy with great excitement. The main character was riding on a bus. There were many other passengers around him. The guy looked angrily at the protagonist from behind the chair. He wanted to take Jung Wei's girlfriend for himself. The girl stood at the computer inside the Zhuanyuan sect building, searching for information about the main character. She found nothing about him. An old man approached his partner and asked, "Is she testing people again?" The subordinate anxiously asked Mr. Fang if he had heard of Luo Feng before. The girl explained that this guy possessed great power, but the sect couldn't find any information about him. Feng said thoughtfully that there was no information about the guy. He could have been involved in martial arts and belonged to the military. The girl looked closely at the computer. She saw a photo of the main character and Captain Pen. The worker thanked Mr. Fang and ran off. She decided to find out everything about the main character herself. A group of passengers were riding in a carriage. One guy said that this train was more cramped than the previous one. We turned around and slyly asked the guy if he knew anything about entertainment in Xinfu village. Luo answered his girlfriend with a smile that he had never been to that village. The passenger looked slyly at the guy and said that he could go for a walk with her. An unfamiliar guy approached from the side. He sternly told the main character not to waste Jung Wei's time. Luo sternly demanded that the stranger answer the girl's question. The passenger angrily shouted that his name was Li Tian. The protagonist decided to ignore the stranger. He asked his girlfriend for some fruit. Wei handed him the treat. Li Tian approached the girl and told her in a cunning voice that a dragon was hiding in the pond of Xinfu village. It had a spiritual pearl inside it. He wanted to go there with her. We looked slyly at the guy and said that she was not interested at all. Lo turned around and asked the guy with interest, did he really mean the dragon's pearl? Li was surprised that his partner knew about the pearl. The boy joyfully shouted from his seat that Qian had already told them this story. She told the protagonist that she could escort him to the dragon's pearl. Li shouted at the girl in a displeased voice that she had just told him that she was not interested in the pearl. A female passenger told her friend the guide's words. He said it was all just a rumor. The diving team found nothing. She asked the boy, do they really want to check this out? The partner joyfully shouted that Lo Feng would have the last word. Lo looked at his phone. He said in a thoughtful voice that it manifests itself. If necessary, Li turned around with displeasure and asked the main character how he dared to refuse the girl. We turned around and demanded that the guy be quieter. The protagonist was busy. Li put his hands on his head in displeasure. Li stepped aside, dissatisfied. He very sadly decided to himself that he had lost. The protagonist was texting his subordinate. He told him he would arrive in half an hour. The passengers arrived at a large building. They looked around it with admiration. The owner of the house offered the guests a low-cost stay. Lo walked carefully near the building and looked around. He heard as if someone called him. The protagonist heard someone call him boss from the side. He turned to the side. There were two guys standing to the side. One of them happily waved his hand in greeting. The protagonist ordered his companion, Daer, to take his luggage. The boy replied that he would do everything. A guy ran up to the main character from the side with his hands raised. He shouted joyfully that they had finally met. Lo Feng swung his arm and hit the guy who ran up to him in the face with all his might and with a powerful blow. The fighter fell to the ground after the blow. He asked his boss to be gentle with him. Daer stood to the side, watching everything closely. Another hooded fighter rushed forward. He shouted at the protagonist for daring to hit his man. The main character angrily shouted at his opponent that he would beat him up too. Lo and his opponent looked at each other very angrily and silently. The main character swung his hand, and a bright lightning bolt came out of it. He prepared to attack. The fighter ducked very quickly. He folded his hands in prayer and shouted to the boss that it was his mistake. The protagonist stopped attacking his opponent. He looked at him attentively and with interest. The fighter took off his hood. He told the protagonist that he needed to make sure it was him. Lo Feng extended his hand forward to his friend and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character shouted joyfully to the fighter that he had gotten very fat. Lo Feng turned around and in a joyful voice suggested that his friends go and talk somewhere else. Daer He stood to the side with the girl. They closely watched everything that was happening. The main character and his companions entered the cafe. They sat at a table. The beaten fighter put his hand on his boss's shoulder in fear. He told the guy to look at his beautiful face. Lo grumpily reminded his partner that he was supposed to keep everything a secret. The friend raised his glass and, with a smile, suggested that the protagonist forget about everything and start drinking. The customers joyfully clinked their mugs of beer and began drinking them. The guy put his mug on the table and said that he had already forgotten how many years had passed. The fighter remembered asking the boss to give them a sign. They were all ready. The protagonist told his friends that there was no need to discuss the past. They should move on with their lives and enjoy the world. The fighter put his hand to his head. He said in a dissatisfied voice, "You can't just leave the past behind." The main character asked his partner how things were with the Dragon Ball. A friend excitedly told the guy that they had explored everything underwater, but hadn't found anything interesting. They had seen reflections of underwater rocks. The protagonist looked at his friend silently. He decided he needed to check everything out himself. The main character was sitting at the table, thinking about something of his own. His friends were already drunk and dozing. Lo left the restaurant. At that moment, she was watching him from around the corner. She didn't understand where he went alone without his friends. She looked around carefully. She didn't understand where the guy had gone. The main character approached the river. There was no one around. He decided that the right place was here. Lo looked thoughtfully into the water. After he arrived at the village, he immediately felt something strange. The guy suddenly saw some movement inside the pond. He jumped back in fear. Suddenly, a huge blue monster appeared from the water. The guy jumped sharply to the side. Lo Feng looked ahead happily and said that the right place was indeed here. The boy decided to look for the treasure in the water himself. He undressed and jumped into the cold water. He dived into the depths and looked around carefully. The protagonist looked around carefully underwater. He saw nothing and decided to return to this place tomorrow with equipment. The protagonist looked down carefully at the water beneath him. He saw a very bright glow there. Suddenly, some kind of beam came from the depths of the water and hit the surprised guy's body. The protagonist felt as if he was caught in fire. He could no longer breathe. Lo couldn't move any further. He remained in the water. Fish were swimming above him. The girl walked along the shore. She glanced into the clear water and decided to return here with the protagonist. She very realistically imagined the main character reaching out to her. The girl stood on the shore. She decided to apologize to the main character for the frame. She turned around in surprise and saw a guy lying down. She got scared and thought he had drowned. The girl swam up to the main character in the water. She called his name in fear. She swam up to the guy and hugged him. She frightenedly asked him to come to his senses. A bright glow appeared on the guy's back on his magical blue pattern. She continued to hug the protagonist. The glow on his back disappeared. Frightened, she pulled the protagonist out of the water. She tried to persuade him to come to life and pressed on his chest. She looked at the boy carefully. She realized that she had to give him CPR to save him. Lo was very scared and opened his eyes. He couldn't understand where he was. The guy found himself in a parallel reality. He saw a red glow and the names of various skills in front of him. The main character looked ahead in surprise and did not understand what he saw. Lo suddenly saw a very bright glow in front of him. It seemed to blind him. Lo came to his senses and looked carefully in front of him. He realized that it was she in front of him. The main character found himself trapped in the girl's chest. She felt embarrassed. She called the guy a scoundrel with a loud scream. She threw him aside with her hand. The main character came to and began coughing. Water was coming out from inside him. Lo Feng turned around in shock and looked closely at the girl. She didn't understand why the guy was staring at her like that. The protagonist looked closely at the girl's chest. She felt very embarrassed. She angrily shouted at the guy that he was an idiot. She turned around and ran quickly to the side. Lo didn't understand why the girl ran away. He just wanted to ask her how she ended up there. The girl rushed forward at full speed. She was upset and didn't understand how this could happen. She remembered how a relative warned her to be careful of men. He demanded that she be careful. A relative sternly told his partner that if anyone touched her intimate parts, they would have to be killed. The girl was scared. She didn't know what to do with the main character now. The protagonist thoughtfully recalled the monsters from the water. He didn't understand what they were. The boy recalled the mysterious space where he had been. He wanted to enter it again. He sat on the riverbank and meditated deeply. Energy moved through his body. Gradually, the energy penetrated deeper and deeper into the guy's body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The protagonist found himself in a parallel dimension. He got there thanks to the pearl. He saw the names of different martial arts in front of him. Lo extended his hand forward. He wanted to activate the void. With its help, he could bring back the dead. The guy decided to resurrect his girlfriend so he could see her again. The protagonist looked up and saw a book flying above him. These were secret inner powers. Lo opened the book and began to study it carefully. He decided to try the purple Kwai Donglai for himself. Suddenly, A dark aura appeared in front of the guy. For him, it was all great. He was sitting in a meditative pose. There was fire on his hands. Lu clenched his fist with all his might. He couldn't master all the skills completely. He wouldn't be able to practice the internal power of Kung Fu. The protagonist waved his arms and a bright glow appeared around him. He decided to get the necessary information at the hero's meeting. Lo met his friends in an alley. They decided to tell him something. The fighter handed the protagonist a flash drive with information. He checked the number he needed. Lo took the flash drive in his hands and confidently told his friend that he understood everything. The fighter smiled happily at his boss and told him to contact them if he needed their help. The protagonist promised his surprised friend that they would soon fight together again. The subordinates clenched their fists and joyfully shouted that their boss had decided to deal with the Zhuanyuan sect. Lo calmed his friends down and explained to them that he was talking about something completely different. The fighter sternly promised the boss that he would follow him no matter what. The protagonist stepped aside. He decided to return first and then contact his friends. The guys joyfully shouted after the boss that they understood him. Lo thought about it and decided that the day must come when they would destroy everyone who existed. Then they would learn the truth about the event on the cliff a year ago. Lo Feng very realistically remembered how the girl was falling somewhere down and he extended his hand to her. The guests were gathering around the bus to leave. Someone shouted that he still hadn't been able to see the dragon's pearl. Young people were wandering on the green lawn near the bus. Someone shouted that it was warm here and everything around was green. She was watching the guy closely from the side. Luo turned around and asked Wei with displeasure why she was looking at him. The girl next to her said in a sly voice that Wei wanted to ask the protagonist where he went during the trip. She couldn't find him, and she was lonely. We rushed angrily at her friend and shouted at Ta not to make anything up. Lo looked slyly at the girl. He told her to come to him. He wanted to tell her something. We became nervous and decided to approach her friend. She realized that he wanted to talk to her about something in person. A frightened girl stood near the wall. The protagonist told her that he had learned about the problems of the Haitian corporation. We reached out in surprise to take the flash drive. She asked the guy, "Did he really do it that quickly?" The protagonist turned to leave. He said goodbye to the girl and said that she could contact him if she had any questions. We happily replied to her friend that she agreed. She realized that the guy had kept his promise. The protagonist entered a luxurious hotel room. A boy approached him from the side. The protagonist thought about the guest in room 206. He turned around and asked the boy what had happened. The child looked at Lo happily and shouted that he had finally returned. The boy told his partner that there was a strange guest in the hotel room. He never left the room and ordered food delivery every day. This dangerous individual could be doing something illegal. The protagonist walked down the corridor with his companion. He said thoughtfully that there are many dangers in this world. A man pays his taxes and is left alone. A child told the boy that something could have happened inside the room. The protagonist slyly promised the boy that he would sort everything out. The child thanked the boy for being there. The old man stood near the corner. He told the protagonist that he had finally returned. The master told the boy to follow him to the abode of the ancient medical school. There he would take the place of head. Lo walked past the very surprised elder and told him on the go that he was busy. The master rushed toward the boy and grabbed him by the leg. He demanded that the protagonist quickly take his place. Lo grumpily replied to the old man that they would discuss the position of head later. The man handed the main character a small book and shouted for him to take it. Luo held a book with Tianxin tactical skills in his hands. He told himself that the old man wanted to make him the leader. The guy walked into the room. He couldn't imagine what tactic would be better for him. She greeted the guy happily. Luo thought with displeasure that Song Dian returned first. He decided that the girl might have hidden a knife and he needed to run. She smiled happily at the guy. She asked him out on a date. Song walked happily, holding a lollipop in her hands. The main character looked at her from behind with displeasure. The guy slyly asked his girlfriend, is she still mad at him? Song turned around and glanced at the guy with displeasure. The protagonist was afraid that he might anger the girl. After a short pause, the girl with the lollipop told the guy that she forgives him. The protagonist and his girlfriend were standing on a bridge. The girlfriend asked her friend if the woman in the photograph was important to him. Song told the guy in a sly voice that she envied him because he treasured the photograph. Bright fireworks appeared in the sky. The girl told the guy that her real name was Song Chiu Yun and that she was from the Dongnan Miao village. The main character was very surprised when he heard that his girlfriend's name was Song Chiu Yun. The protagonist looked piercingly ahead. He thought about the girl's name, Song Chiu Yun. A couple of hours ago, a stranger approached the protagonist from behind. He asked him in surprise if he really studied here. Lu turned around and asked his partner who he was. The The guy told him his name was Songban. He was looking for his sister, Song Chiu-yun, and decided to ask the protagonist about her. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully. He told Ban that he didn't know his sister. The guy told his partner that they had been looking for his sister and brothers for a couple of days. The school was closed during a school trip, so they were just waiting for her to return. Lo told his partner that classes would start tomorrow, and he would look for the girl. Ban thanked the protagonist as he parted and asked his name. As he walked, Lo shouted to his partner that his name was Lo Feng. The protagonist asked his girlfriend in surprise, "Is she really Song Ban's sister?" The girl turned around in surprise and asked the guy, "Is he really seeing her brother?" He told the girl in a shy voice that her relatives were looking for her. Song told the protagonist that her relatives were constantly watching her. She was under their surveillance. If they were seen together, she wouldn't be able to be near Lo. Ban and his friends ran up from the side. He called his sister with great excitement. The girl turned around. She looked at her brother in surprise. The guy angrily told the protagonist that he had deceived him when he said he didn't know the girl. A stranger from the side shouted at Lo to stay away from Song. The girl sternly explained to her brother that she hadn't told anyone at school her real name. Lo Feng couldn't have known about this. The brothers joyfully surrounded their sister from all sides. One guy shouted at the girl that she should have let them find her. From the side, he thought that the girlfriend's brothers were more like sisters. Song confidently told her brother that she didn't need protection. She could stand up for herself. Bai sternly shouted at the girl that she couldn't protect herself. The girl hugged the main character by the hand. She told the doctors to leave. The brothers got angry. Bai sternly asked the guy, what kind of relationship could he have with his sister? Lo looked calmly at the guy and explained that he was just studying with his sister. Bai swung his arm and prepared to hit the protagonist. He was unhappy because Lo touched his sister. Song was very scared. She shouted in an angry voice at her brother to stop. The angry Bai swung his leg with all his might to kick the protagonist. Song ran up in fear and clung to her friend. Lo looked angrily at the guy and said that he had a perverted concept of protection. The brothers continued to shout for the protagonist to let their sister go. One of them shouted at the protagonist that he was a warrior, but he was mocking a child. Lo shouted at his rivals that they were underestimating him. There were still more of them around. Song sternly demanded that her friend not argue with her brother. Bai swung his arm wide and rushed forward at the protagonist. He shouted at the guy that he had gotten him. Lo dodged a powerful punch from his opponent in time. The protagonist swung his arm sharply and hit the guy in the body with a powerful blow. He flew back. The frightened Bai saw a guy's hand stop in front of him. The protagonist told his rivals in an angry voice that he wanted to be alone with the girl. He felt his strength awaken even more after such a warm-up. A surprised Song stood next to him. Bai asked the protagonist in surprise, "Who is he?" The other surprised brothers stood to the side. Someone shouted, "No wonder Sister Q-Yun got close to the protagonist." Lo looked slyly at the fighters and explained to them in a calm voice that he was a very ordinary schoolboy. Lo told his brothers that he had a pure relationship with their sister. They shouldn't misunderstand him. The guy told the protagonist that if he stayed away from the Q-Yuns, they wouldn't bother him. Luo promised his partners that he wouldn't interfere with them sorting out their family relationships. The main character waved to the girl and her brothers as he walked away. He said goodbye to them. The protagonist waved goodbye to the girl and the boys and said goodbye to them. Bai watched as Lo left and said with surprise that he didn't know the boy possessed such power. We thought about it and decided that the main character might decide to break the rules of her family. Song decided that if the guy called their relationship pure, then he had decided to leave her forever. The sister angrily shouted at her brothers that they were getting on her nerves. On a clear sunny day, the protagonist was walking down the street along a path near a tree. He saw a familiar girl. She looked slyly at the guy and asked, "Is he really in no hurry?" Luo asked Jian, "Is she really skipping class because of a fake illness?" Zhang told the boy to be careful. The heroes turned to the Daoyao faction for help. The girl excitedly told the boy that the Daoyao faction was one of the 5 major sects. Their head princess was currently absent. Luo asked his partner, should he really be afraid of this sect? Luo turned and walked away. As he said goodbye, he told the girl that the sect members could find a spare princess for themselves. Jian shouted after the guy with displeasure that she was worried about him. Suddenly, Wei appeared on the street. She saw Lo next to her friend and excitedly called out to the protagonist and waved her hand to the side. She told the guy and the girl that they could chat and she was leaving. Wei glanced slyly to the side. Lo asked his partner with displeasure, was she really looking for him? Wei looked very carefully after Ni Yuan, who was leaving in front of her. She told the boy with admiration that her father was waiting for him near the school. He examined the flash drive and wanted to meet the main character. The man stood near the car. He joyfully called Wei and the main character to him. He waved his hand to them. Cheng happily shook the protagonist's hand. He praised him for gaining access to the fake account. Luo replied to his partner that it was all nonsense. We asked her father in surprise. Could the protagonist really have hacked his problematic account? The man enthusiastically told his partner that the boy had helped him and given him invaluable advice. With such a wealth of knowledge, he would be better able to manage the company. The girl looked at the main character with admiration and praised him. Lo praised his girlfriend in return. Cheng looked at the guy seriously. He said he wanted to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. The man extended his hand forward. He told the protagonist that he would take the position of general consultant at the Haitian Corporation. Wei was very surprised when she heard such words from her father. The protagonist excitedly explained to the man that he was just a schoolboy. The man cheerfully told the protagonist that he wouldn't have to sit in the office. He would set his own annual salary. He would help solve problems in the company from time to time. The guy looked at the man in surprise. He didn't know what to answer to his proposal. She advised the guy to agree. Zhang told the guy to think about all this carefully. Lo could come visit him any day. We told the main character with great excitement that she wanted to take him out. The guy agreed with her. She looked happily at the protagonist. She was pleased that he wanted to walk with her. The main character walked inside the hotel. A small boy ran towards him from the side. Lo greeted the child. The boy told the guy that the guest in room 206 was still inside. The customer asked the hay manager to deliver food, but the manager was on day off, so the guest made a mess. The boy pulled the protagonist along by the hand. He explained to him on the go that the client had rebelled and was throwing things. Lo promised to sort it out. The main character approached the door number 206. The boy, frightened, asked his friend to be careful. Lo opened the door of the room and confidently walked inside. He looked around there. Suddenly, a teapot flew past the protagonist's face. He barely dodged it in time. He shouted to the stranger that he really wanted to see what kind of monster she was. The main character looked closely and saw an unfamiliar girl in the room. The stranger in the hood angrily shouted at the guy to get out quickly. The protagonist saw a short, unfamiliar girl in front of him. He leaned over and told her he wanted to discuss some issues with her. The client glared sternly. She yelled at the guy to get lost. The girl waved her hand in front of her and a bright glow appeared near her. Lo dodged to the side in time. The protagonist continued to dodge the girl's blows in time. She attacked him with a bright bolt of lightning. Lo reached forward and grabbed the stranger's hand. He sternly asked her why she was hiding behind a mask. The stranger demanded that the guy let her go. The girl rushed forward. She shouted at the guy that he shouldn't know this. He crouched down in a fighting stance. Lo twisted the stranger's hand to the side and threw it on the floor. He angrily told her that she had to defeat him to avoid answering his question. The guest glared angrily at the guy and sternly demanded that he let her go. Lo suddenly grabbed the hood on the stranger's head with his hand and tore it to the side. The girl with green hair and green eyes sternly told the guy that he would regret it. The stranger fell to the floor. She sternly shouted at the guy that he was a sick idiot. The main character was sitting inside a hotel room. He calmly told the girl not to cry. The stranger, with tears in her eyes, shouted at the guy that he was very bad and was making fun of her. The main character told the client with a smile that he was sent to this room to scout out the situation. Lo glanced slyly at the client and reminded her that she was the one who attacked the workers first. The girl said with displeasure that the workers looked like bad guys. Lo asked his partner, "Does he really look like a bad guy too?" The client looked at the main character and said that he was good because he didn't attack her. The protagonist stroked the girl's head. He asked her name. His partner explained to the guy that she couldn't tell him her name. The protagonist glanced at his new acquaintance with displeasure. The girl continued to sit and whine. Lo promised the girl that he would simply call her baby. He offered to have a bite to eat together. The client looked at the guy with interest and said she agreed. The boy ran down the corridor. He anxiously asked the protagonist how he was feeling. He told his little friend that he had already figured it out. He just needed to organize lunch. The old man walked up to the wall and called out to the protagonist. Luo asked Xiaoya angrily, "Is he up to his old tricks again?" Xiao happily told the guy that he came to see if he had managed to read the Tianxin tactics. Luo replied to his partner that he hadn't started reading it yet. Luo told the astonished old man that he had accidentally learned new techniques. He wanted to know which school they belonged to. Xiao was surprised. He decided that the boy had stolen knowledge from the great schools. Lo looked at his partner with displeasure and sternly demanded that he stop talking nonsense. The main character waved his arms, and a bright purple lightning appeared around him. The old man watched the boy with glee. He shouted that he had used the heaven and earth palm. Xiao excitedly asked his friend how he had managed to learn such techniques on his own. Luo told the old man that he hadn't stolen this knowledge. He simply needed to determine its origin. The protagonist silently thought that the girl in the room was the missing princess of the Daoyao faction. The old man looked after the departing guy with surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. The protagonist asked the girl why she didn't want to leave the room. The little girl was wolfing down her food with a large spoon. She told the guy that she didn't know anyone in this place and had no idea where to go. Lo slyly suggested to his new little friend that they go for a walk. The little girl was delighted with the offer and stretched out her hands on the table in front of her. In return, he asked the girl not to cause any more harm to the hotel. The little one smiled very happily at the main character and said that she agreed. The main character was walking through the city late in the evening, accompanied by a girl. There was some unfamiliar guy with a hood standing to the side. He was taking pictures of everything on his phone. The little girl ran happily down the street and laughed merrily. The main character was watching her from behind. The protagonist was walking down the hallway with a girl. The little girl thanked the boy and said that thanks to him, she felt happy. The girl wanted to show the main character a photo on her phone. She wondered if the guy had met this man before. The little girl showed the protagonist a photo of her sister on her phone. It was a girl with blue hair and wearing a dressing gown. The girl, with emotion and tears in her eyes, told the protagonist that her sister had left her family almost 7 years ago. Lo glanced at his phone. He asked the girl, "Did she really come here alone to look for her sister?" The little one answered in the affirmative. The main character asked the girl why she was hiding. If her sister had seen her, she would have recognized her immediately. The little girl excitedly told the boy that her family had filed a missing persons report, but she couldn't return until she found her sister. The protagonist glanced at the girl and promised to find her sister. The little one joyfully told the boy that she could only rely on him. Lo stroked his new acquaintance on the head. He promised to meet her in the morning. The protagonist stepped aside. He realized that the girl herself would not be able to find the missing person. At that moment, some fighter with burning eyes ran up to the guy from the side and swung his arms. Lo rushed forward sharply and fearfully. He felt the breath of the Soldier King behind him. The man happily praised the protagonist. He said that few would notice his attack. Lo turned around and told the stranger that he didn't know him. The man introduced himself and said his name was Coder Morden. The fighter angrily told the protagonist that he would take his life. Lo sternly replied to his opponent that no one could take his life. Coder shouted loudly at the guy that he still didn't know who he was dealing with. Lo replied to his partner that he belonged to the list of soldiers of 100 nations under the name of Crane Tail. The man angrily asked the protagonist, how did he know about the military list and his call sign? He waved his hand at his opponent and said that now he was no longer so confident in his abilities. Coder rushed forward at the protagonist. He angrily shouted at the guy not to tease him. Lo very quickly and deftly dodged his opponent's attack. He asked him in surprise, who sent him? The protagonist suddenly and quickly extended his hand forward. He twisted Coder's arm and grabbed him by the head. The main character twisted his opponent's arm and leg backwards with a very powerful and sharp movement. Lo used all his strength and managed to break the fighter's leg with a powerful movement. The man felt severe pain. The protagonist threw him to the ground and sternly asked who hired him. Coder extended his hand to the side. He pulled out his knife and prepared to attack the guy. The protagonist knocked the knife out of the man's hand with a powerful kick. Lo held his knife to the frightened man's throat. He sternly demanded that he tell him everything quickly. The fighter shouted at the guy to wait a second. Coder shouted in a loud and frightened voice to the main character that Ye Shinshin was involved in everything. The main character repeated the name Ye Shinshin to himself. He remembered this guy. Lo realized to himself that Ye Shinshin disliked him so much that he decided to use a mercenary. The protagonist pointed a knife at the fighter from above his head. Coder shouted at the guy in a frightened voice that he needed money. He just wanted to make a living. Lo slammed the knife into the floor with all his might. The frightened man turned to the side and looked at the weapon. The protagonist sternly demanded that the beaten fighter convey a few words to his boss. Coder agreed to this proposal. The guy's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and asked the soldier if he had finished the mission. Coder, terrified, told his boss that he had almost died. Everything ended in failure. The boss's body was covered in bandages. He angrily asked the mercenary, could it be that he couldn't even defeat Lo Feng? A battered fighter was walking down the street. He decided to pass on a message from the protagonist to his boss. Koja conveyed to Mr. E that the main character had prepared a return gift for him. The boss got very angry. He shouted that Lo Feng was very arrogant. The guy was lying on a hospital bed. He angrily squeezed the phone in his hands. It turned out to be a big problem for him. He couldn't trust a single person. The patient hit the table with his hand. He felt a strong pain in it. Mr. E, after hitting himself on the table, felt severe pain and started calling for a doctor. The master sat on the couch in his room, communicating via tablet. He asked the master, did they really go to Yanchen? Pin told his partner that the protagonist and the princess were staying in the same hotel. They suspected that Luo had gained the girl's trust in order to attend a noble school. The old man shouted angrily that he would immediately send someone to Yanchen. He asked the master to protect their princess. The protagonist must not get what he wants. Pin looked slyly at his partner and told him that he had already sent a man. The master looked angrily ahead. He thought joyfully that the protagonist would finally be punished. The main character was standing in a large building. To his surprise, he sneezed loudly. A man approached a worker and said they were looking for a girl in a purple scarf. He didn't know which room she might be in. The worker asked the guest, why does he need this client? The main character said to the guy in a sly voice from the side that they came to the hotel and were looking for a little girl. This must be very suspicious. The soldiers turned around in surprise and looked at the protagonist. They called him by name in unison. The boy pointed forward. He told the protagonist that they had come here to retrieve the princess on the orders of Senior Master Shinmen. Luo slyly asked his partners, why does the old man need the little princess? The fighter showed the protagonist a photograph of himself next to a little girl as he was leaving the hotel. Luo suddenly reached forward and grabbed the fighter. He angrily asked, were they really spying on him? His partner explained in a terrified voice that this was all just their precautionary measures. They wanted to take the princess for themselves. The protagonist swung his arm wide and knocked the fighter back. He told him that if the master wanted anything from him, he should come to him personally. The fighters headed for the exit. One of them shouted to the protagonist that they would get him yet. Luo thought with excitement to himself that Shinmen had decided to unite with the Dao Yao faction. The main character entered the room. The princess asked the guy, why did he come here? The main character said to the girl in a serious voice that he knew she was the Dao Yao princess. The little one looked at the protagonist in surprise. She didn't answer him. The little girl screamed at the guy in a frightened voice that she had no idea what he was talking about. He replied that she couldn't hide anything. Her palm was the best proof. The princess asked the guy with excitement why he treated her so well. Lo looked slyly at the girl and said that for him, she was just a little one who needed help. The protagonist told the girl in a cunning voice that something had happened. Her location had been discovered by the Xiniming and the Dao Yao faction. The protagonist sat on the sofa next to the girl. He had just driven away the people who had come for her from Xinmen. The Dao Yao faction was expected to arrive soon. Luo asked the princess if she wanted to return home. The little one turned away. She didn't want to go back, since she hadn't found her sister yet. The protagonist slyly told the girl that she didn't have to come back then. The princess warned the boy that the elders might start persecuting him. Lo promised to help her find her sister. The guy extended his hand forward and stroked the girl. She still didn't believe that he would help her. The protagonist confidently told the girl that his word was law. The princess was very happy. Lo looked at the baby with joy. He decided that a new place needed to be found for her. The master sat on a chair in the room, surrounded by his subordinates. He informed Elder Fu that the protagonist had refused to give his people the second princess and had attacked him. The elder said in an angry voice, the protagonist is in his element. Pin warned his partner that if the second princess fell into the protagonist's hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. Fu told his partner in a cunning voice that he had sent his strongest student to capture the main character and the return of the second princess. The master fearfully asked his partner if he had confidence in his student. Fu asked Pinya, discontentedly, does he really doubt his students? Fu sternly told his partner not to compare the students of the Xinyi school and the Great Dao Yao school. The main character told his partner over the phone that the girl would stay with him for a while. He heard someone approach him from the side. He suddenly threw his hand forward. A frightened guy stood in front of him. The protagonist held his hand in front of him. He asked his friend with displeasure what he was doing there. Penguan told the guy with a smile that he had come to visit him. Lo stepped aside. He told his friend that he had recently been bothered by several thugs. Pan followed his friend. He told him excitedly that he couldn't miss an interesting fight. An unfamiliar fighter appeared from the side along with his subordinates. He sternly asked the surprised girl, "Where is the main character?" The gentleman pointed his finger towards the fighters. He wished his boss good luck. Lo explained to his friend that they first needed to scout out the situation. The protagonist came up to the side and asked the stranger if he belonged to the Zini organization. The fighter sternly demanded that the protagonist hand over the girl and come to talk to the elder. The main character smiled and told the strangers that they were joking if they decided to take the princess away from him. The fighter began to warm up his arms. He sternly told the protagonist that he would see how he would perform in battle. The gentleman stepped forward. He shouted at the fighter that he wasn't even worth the movement of his little finger. The stranger asked the boy if he was really protecting the main character. The gentleman replied to his rival that he was protecting his friend from people like him. The stranger angrily shouted at his opponent that he would take him out first. He attacked him with bright fire. The fighter jumped high into the air. There was a bright glow around him. The master rushed to meet him. The fighters fought each other in mid-air. The stranger shouted at his opponent that he would take him out first. Pan used the skill of continuous flow. The protagonist watched the fight between his friend and the stranger closely. He thought that Sun Mao seemed stronger than the little guy, but his palm skills were significantly inferior. The fighter shouted impatiently from behind at his opponent to attack. Lua very sternly told his friend Pan Guan to do it. The fighter pounced on his opponent from behind and swung his arm. A demonic warrior appeared above him. The gentleman turned sharply and prepared to counterattack the fighter. The latter decided to cover himself with his hands. The frightened warrior covered his face with his hands. He felt a strange impulse in front of him. The gentleman held a huge brush in his hands. He drew with it in the air and prepared to finish off his opponent. The gentleman waved his brush from side to side. He sternly told his opponent that he still had 2 more tries. The fighter swung his arms and ran forward. He angrily shouted at his opponent that he couldn't defeat him with just one hand. The master calmly told the warrior that he would completely defeat him. The fighter swung his arm. He sternly shouted at his opponent not to get cocky. Pan extended the brush forward and a fire appeared near it. He was using a magic feather. Pan struck his opponent with a powerful blow from his brush as he ran past him. The fighter was mortally wounded and began coughing up blood. The warrior fell dead to the ground. The master glanced at him furtively and said that was all. The fighter lay unconscious on the ground. Other warriors rushed to his side. A group of fighters pulled their colleague to his feet and headed for the exit. They shouted at the protagonist that he had crossed the line. The gentleman asked his boss how he had managed it. Lo told his friend in a joyful voice that he had defeated his opponent in just a couple of moves. Pan explained to the boss that he hadn't meant to brag to him at all. The protagonist confidently told his friend that the Daoyao sect would know just how tough they were. Pan asked his partner what happened to the group of people he had chased away earlier. Lo got ready to leave. He told his friend that he was busy now and they could meet later. Pan waved goodbye to his friend. The protagonist realized that someone was following him. He needed to hide the girl. The main character showed his girlfriend, a little girl. The girl looked at the princess in surprise. Luo told his partner that his cousin Luo Li was standing next to him. His parents had temporarily entrusted her to him. He felt uncomfortable handling the girl, so he bothered the teacher. June promised him that he could leave the child with her. The teacher sat down and looked at the girl happily. She told her that her name was Jun Lianmeng. The princess looked at the woman with displeasure. The protagonist nodded approvingly to the baby. The girl greeted the woman. June told the princess that she had already prepared a room for her. Lo promised the woman that if the girl immediately tired her out, he could pick her up after the call. June looked closely at the girl. She promised the boy that they would have fun together. The princess waved to her friend and said that she would be waiting for him. Lo Feng smiled at his girlfriend. He also waved goodbye to her. Fu shouted in an angry voice over the video link at his subordinate that he had disgraced his name. The fighter closed his eyes. He felt very scared and didn't know what to say to the elder. The elder angrily told the fighter that he had lost to a man without inner strength. The protagonist didn't even bother fighting. The warrior defended himself to the old man. Pin asked the elder what he would do next. Fu told his partners over the radio that they would keep the defeat a secret. They wouldn't do anything for now. The Sinman fighters were to keep an eye on the protagonist. The old man and the boy shouted that they understood. The elder said he would soon be going to Yanchen. The Diaoyao faction would be attending the heroes' meeting on Baiyun Mountain. He would have to personally handle this matter. The master told Elder Fu in a joyful voice that he would be glad to welcome him. The old man headed for the exit. The fighter told him that they needed to solve the problem with the main character now. He was worried about the princess. Fu told his partner in a displeased voice that only Lo knew the princess's location. The elder sternly asked the boy if he could track down the second princess. The fighter promised the teacher that he would complete this task. Fu thought to himself that it would not be difficult to kill the main character when they found the second princess. The main character was walking down the street. A girl ran up to him and shouted that she had business with him. Luo turned around and asked his girlfriend, "Did something really happen?" Jiang excitedly told him that the Daoyao faction had unexpectedly decided to participate in the Battle of Heroes. Their elder, Fu Jingheng, would also be participating. The main character said in a calm voice that everything was exactly as expected. Jian asked the guy with displeasure, "Did he really do something?" The main character smiled slyly at his partner and said that he had done nothing wrong. She told the boy in a disgruntled voice that, in addition to the Daoyao faction, law enforcement had also been called in. They were made up of masters of various disciplines. Jean looked piercingly at her friend and warned that luck would soon turn away from him. The main character said with a smile that law enforcement agencies sounded like something new to him. She handed the guy a notebook and shouted that he was annoying her because of his composure. He asked the girl what she gave him. Chang explained to her friend in a dissatisfied voice that this was the only method she could use to help him. The protagonist opened the notebook with great interest and surprise. He began to study it carefully. The protagonist carefully studied the contents of the notebook. It contained notes and detailed information about various warriors. Lu read the list of heroes in the notebook and told the girl he was impressed. Jean angrily shouted at her friend that he couldn't handle all these people alone. His chances of survival were minimal. The guy sat down on the sidewalk and told the girl that she should trust him. He wasn't alone and had helpers. She asked the guy with displeasure who could help him except an ancient medical school. Lo glanced slyly at his girlfriend. He told her that anyone who wanted to deal with him would inevitably fail. Jean looked at the guy with displeasure. She didn't know if she could believe his words. The girl turned around and walked away. As she said goodbye, she reminded the guy that she had warned him. Lo slammed the notebook shut. He shouted after the girl that she always seemed cruel and indifferent in words, but she always continued to help him. The main character picked up his phone and decided to call a friend and ask for help. The guy woke up in bed. He grabbed the phone with displeasure and asked who woke him up. The main character called his friend Tiamian. The guy was surprised to realize that it was his boss calling him. Tai jumped up on the bed. He shouted in a joyful voice that maybe he was still sleeping. The protagonist told his friend that he wanted to propose one thing to him. Tai replied that he was ready to listen. The main character told his partner in a sly voice that he needed his help in the upcoming battle. 3 hours later, the protagonist was inside the hotel. He looked around and looked for his friend. Shouting up to the main character from the side and asked in fear why he was again in trouble with the Daoyao faction. The old man grabbed the protagonist by the leg and asked in fear, did he really get involved with a dangerous faction and be attacked by their people? He calmly told his partner that this was an almost exact description of the situation. Xiao told the boy in a dissatisfied voice that he really was going to help the second princess. If that was really the case, Xinmen would set him up, and the Daoyao faction wouldn't let him go. The protagonist explained to the old man that if he promised to help, he definitely couldn't back out. He decided to raise as much noise as possible. He decided to attract the attention of 3 religions. Xie told the boy in a stern voice that the strength of the Daoyao faction should not be underestimated. He must make a decision. The ancient medical school fully supports him. The protagonist calmly explained to the old man that the faction wanted revenge on him. The ancient medical school should not interfere with this. Shai looked at the boy seriously. He said the ancient medical school would fight to the end. He needed a little time to return to headquarters for reinforcements. The old man rushed to the side. He shouted at the protagonist to avoid trouble and wait for his return. Lo looked after the old man as he ran away and said that he had not looked for problems for himself. The guy walked along the corridors of the hotel and looked around carefully. The protagonist heard someone call him boss from the side. He immediately became happy. Lo looked at his friends. He realized that the upcoming battle would be for the 3 of them. Tai rushed joyfully to his boss. He shouted to him that they would finally fight together. The main character looked at his friend with displeasure and said that, judging by the morning call, he didn't really want to move. Tai looked at his friend with fear. He motioned for him to calm down. The protagonist angrily shouted to his friend that he wanted to see if he had lost his powers. He asked his friend in a frightened voice that they go together next time. Lo started beating his subordinate. The master watched from nearby, holding his phone. The battered fighter lay on the ground. The protagonist sternly reminded his friend that without training, there would be no progress. Lo approached the door. He told Tia that this time he forgives him. He had something to discuss with his friends. The protagonist treated his fighters to tea and told them everything. Tai slammed his cup on the table in displeasure. He couldn't believe someone had attacked the protagonist. The master thoughtfully said that they needed to fight and finish them all off. The protagonist clenched his fist. He told the fighters that they would definitely win this battle. They could put on a fight that would shake the world of martial artists. The main character bumped fists with his friends. He shouted that there would be a battle of 3 heroes. The next morning, 2 soldiers lay unconscious on the sofa. There were bottles and glasses on the table nearby. The protagonist headed for the door. Even after a night of drinking, he needed to go to school. The guy looked outside and noticed it was raining. He figured the girl would go jogging and wouldn't take an umbrella. The protagonist was walking down the street holding several umbrellas. He told himself that the girl would complain again about the upcoming fight with the heroes. Inside the large hall, 2 old men sat in the center. Other meeting participants sat around them on sofas. The elder told the guests that a meeting of heroes would take place in a couple of days. They needed to help law enforcement capture the main character. Pin confidently told the participants that there was a big problem with Tianyan's daughter. He decided that the girl had defected to the enemy. The elder told the master in a stern voice that law enforcement would receive orders to capture Tianyan and her entire family. They would deal with the family after the heroes' meeting. Pin promised Elder Den that he would do everything. The master secretly wanted revenge on the protagonist for insulting Shinmen. Ken ran alone along the street between the trees. Heavy rain poured down on her from above. The girl was holding an umbrella. She glanced ahead and said that the guy was late. Several mercenaries appeared from the side. A woman with purple hair ran in front of them. The girl glanced to the side in fear. She realized that it wasn't her friend behind her. The purple-haired woman asked the girl if her name was Chen Yilan. Chen asked the strangers with excitement, "Are they really from law enforcement?" The strangers sternly shouted at the girl that they had come here to arrest her for treason. She directed her subordinates forward. Tian fought off the attacking warriors with powerful blows. She shouted that she had never betrayed Shinmen and that the protagonist was not a villain. The ninja tried to hit the girl with all his might, swinging his arm. He shouted that this was the end for her, and there was no point in arguing. Chen threw her attacker away with a powerful blow. She used the leopard technique. After a very powerful attack from the girl, the ninja flew back and hit the wall. Chen glared at her rivals and said that the darkness would not stop her. The woman, Tang Hong Yu, launched bright red ribbons in front of her. She shouted to the girl that she would personally take her to the elders today. Chen crouched down and used the red sleeve technique to defend herself. She shouted at the woman that she had no right to arrest her. She was a member of the Xinyamen. Tan slyly shouted to her victim that they would not have come for her if there had not been an order from Xinmen. The girl was frightened. She realized she had been branded a traitor and began to worry about her family. Tan shouted to the girl that she had opened up. She launched more red ribbons at her. Chen looked around in fear. She saw red ribbons flying around her. The girl looked in fear as red ribbons began to envelop her from all sides. Tang grabbed her victim with nooses and pulled her towards herself. She asked angrily, "Is this really all that Qianyan's daughter can do?" The girl was tied up on all sides with red ribbons. She couldn't free herself. The woman attacked her victim with red puffs. She shouted at the girl that she must feel the pain of Shinmen's betrayal. Chen looked ahead in fear. She decided to try to escape as quickly as possible now. The girl found the strength in herself and sharply pulled the red ribbons towards herself. Chen pulled the woman who was flying towards her toward the tree with red ribbons. The girl swung her hand and prepared to attack Tan. There was a bright glow next to her. A ninja ran up from behind and attacked the girl in the back with all his might. She was unable to defend herself and took a powerful blow. The girl was wounded and fell dead to the ground. A fighter stood behind her, and a Tan approached in front. The woman sternly grabbed the girl's head with her hand. She said in a stern voice that Qian's daughter had gotten involved with the main character and ended up like this. The beaten girl angrily shouted at the woman that Lo Feng wouldn't let them get away with anything so easily. Tan told the girl with a stern smile that another group of law enforcement officers had been sent to the main character. He would soon be taken to Baiyun Mountain. The girl couldn't look ahead any longer. Her eyes started to close. At the last moment, she asked her friend to run away. The protagonist walked with an umbrella over his head in the pouring rain. He wanted to see his girlfriend. Luo glanced around with displeasure. He said thoughtfully that Qian could have left long ago. The guy walked and looked around carefully. He noticed that the girl was not nearby. The protagonist turned around and saw an umbrella lying there. There were traces of blood near it. Lo stretched out his hand and squeezed the umbrella from earth with all his strength. Lightning flashed brightly in the sky above. The main character stood and stared piercingly ahead. Luo looked at the bloodstains on the ground. He didn't know what happened to the girl. The guy thought that the Chin men couldn't attack their own disciple. The protagonist looked closely at the bloody umbrella. He decided that the girl was strong and should have run away. At that moment, a bright fiery explosion was heard from the side. Several ninja appeared in the sky. The main character swung and with powerful blows repelled the attacking fighters. One fighter shouted to the main character that a law enforcement team had arrived to take him away. Lo looked at the fighters with displeasure and asked them, "Where is the girl Chin?" Warriors rushed at the protagonist from all sides. One of the attackers shouted at the boy not to think about others, but to come down to earth. Lo looked angrily at his rivals and sternly asked, "Do they really want to get all his attention?" The fighter waved his hand in the air in displeasure. He realized that he had seen Mirage in front of him. The protagonist pounced on him from behind. Lo swung his arm wide in mid-flight to hit the fighter from behind. The main character hit the fighter on the head with a powerful blow of his hand, and he flew into the ground. The attackers prepared to attack the protagonist. They wanted to crush him with the crowd. Lo looked at the fighters very angrily and shouted that he would send them all to hell. The warriors jumped up and launched a huge number of blades at the main character. He jumped and flew quickly forward. He decided to attack all the attackers at once. The protagonist rushed past the fighters and attacked them with a powerful blow of red energy. The attackers were struck by the energy blast and could no longer stand on their feet. Lo rushed past them. The fighters were in pain and fell to the ground. Lo lifted one of the attackers up by his clothes. Lo held the attacker by his clothes. He sternly asked him why Shinman had ordered the girl to be killed. The fighter excitedly told the protagonist that Chan had helped him gather information. Ultimately, she betrayed Shinmen. Elder Dung personally ordered the arrest of her entire family. The protagonist remembered his girlfriend's words. She told him there was only one way she could help him. The guy realized that he was to blame for the girl's death. The protagonist swung his arm to the side and threw the fighter to the ground. He angrily asked him how they dared attack his man. Luofeng looked angrily ahead and said that the Sinmen had condemned themselves to death. 15 minutes later, the protagonist was walking down the hallway. He saw a girl standing near the door. Song greeted the guy with surprise. She asked him if something had happened and why he was wet. Lo excitedly told his girlfriend that he had simply forgotten his umbrella. The guy asked the girl why she was there. She slyly told the guy that he wasn't at school and she decided to go check on him. She saw his friend sleeping in the room. Lo thought for a moment and immediately realistically imagined the sleeping Tai and Pan. A group of young men appeared in the hallway. Bai asked the worker, "Which room does the main character have?" The worker pointed to the correct door. Lo looked out from behind the corridor and noticed a large group of uninvited guests there. The protagonist realized it was time to act. He rushed forward with the girl in his arms. She was very surprised. She didn't understand why the guy threw her into the room. The protagonist slammed the door to the room. Song slyly asked him, "What is he doing?" The protagonist told the girl that her brothers were nearby. She nervously replied to the guy that she hadn't told anyone his address. Lo explained to his partner in a disgruntled voice that her brothers had come for him. The girl said she had warned her brothers not to dare touch the protagonist. Lofeng glanced away with displeasure. He said that he himself didn't know what was going on. Song glanced at her friend and decided to kiss him. The girl realized that she shouldn't make any noise, otherwise they could be found. There was a knock at the door. The main character stood next to his girlfriend in silence. Loshi warned her friend that if the brothers found him again, they would not be able to avoid problems. The guy whispered to his girlfriend that she should stand silently. He decided to deal with it himself. The main character came out from behind the door and saw one of the girl's brothers there. The girl Lo barely restrained herself with all her might from speaking. The main character looked happily at the guests and said that the Song brothers were in front of him again. One of the brothers told the protagonist that he wasn't at school. They were glad he was there. Bai asked his partner why he looked like a wet chicken. The protagonist explained to the guests that he got wet in the rain because he didn't bring an umbrella. He asked his brothers why they were looking for him. The guest bowed to the boy and said they had come to apologize for their previous rudeness. They wanted to help the protagonist in the upcoming battle of heroes. The protagonist looked at the guy in surprise. He asked again what he had said. Brother told the protagonist that the head of the Jian Medical School called him a future leader. The girl stood near the door, listening attentively. She was surprised to hear about the Battle of Heroes and the ancient medical school. Lo asked the guests with displeasure, what did they agree on with the school? Brother said that if their family fought alongside him in the Battle of Heroes, the medical school would form an alliance with the Dun and Miao. Bai explained to his partner that for the sake of this alliance, they were willing to go and help him in the battle. The protagonist told his partners that in that case, their best bet would be to negotiate with the headmaster Jiang himself. The boy realized that the school was reluctant to personally participate in the Battle of Heroes, so they made concessions and struck a deal with the village. The guy approached the main character and asked, "What will he say?" He answered his partners that he already had a plan. If he needed help, he would have told them. The guest told the protagonist that they would be waiting with Chief Jiang. All of this had to be kept a secret from Sister Chiu-young. Bai explained that the Battle of Heroes would be brutal. They didn't want the girl to interfere or worry. The girl stood near the door and listened attentively to the conversation. Her brothers said goodbye to the protagonist. Lo opened the door and walked into his room. He asked his girlfriend if she had heard everything. Song asked her friend with displeasure who he really was. The protagonist explained to his partner that he was just a neighbor to her. He advised her to stay out of these matters. She worriedly told the boy that heroes can be dangerous, so she fully supports her brother's desire to protect her from all this. The protagonist was surprised when he heard such words from the girl. He stopped and turned his head towards her. Song demanded that the guy promise her that he and her brothers would take care of themselves. The main character looked happily at the girl and told her not to worry. Song stepped aside. She decided that if the boy overcame all the difficulties and inherited the ancient medical school, then it would mean he was truly a gift from heaven. Tai was sleeping deeply and lying on the floor. He was snoring loudly and felt nothing. The main character suddenly approached and hit his sleeping friend with a powerful blow. Tai fell to the floor. He shouted in an angry voice that someone had attacked the sleeping man. Lo put his foot on his friend's head. The guy asked the protagonist in surprise why he was so wet. The fighter asked the boss with interest what had happened. The protagonist told his friend that his girlfriend had been kidnapped. The boss should have known the meeting place for all members of the Hero Society. Pan told his partner that all the participants had dispersed to hotels at the foot of Bayun Mountain. Shinment occupied the main 5-star Jiali Hotel. An excited Tai suggested the protagonist kill everyone and save a bunch of people. Lo explained to his partner that he wanted to defeat everyone at the heroes' meeting. Lo asked his friend what about his classmate. The gentleman happily promised his boss to leave this problem to him. Tai looked at him from the side with displeasure and didn't understand why he was there. At that moment, the phone in the protagonist's pocket rang. It was Teacher June calling. She couldn't find little Luo Li anywhere. Lo asked the teacher on the phone in a stern voice, "How did this happen?" The woman told the boy that Luo had disappeared in the blink of an eye after she told her that the main character hadn't shown up at school. The boy promised the woman that he would personally search for her. He realized the girl had assumed he had been captured by the Dioyo faction. At that moment, an unfamiliar woman ran past the door. The main character looked at her in surprise. The protagonist asked the woman on the phone to contact him if the girl returned. He and his friends turned around with displeasure at the stranger in the room. The purple-haired girl raised her hand. She joyfully called the protagonist an enemy of the martial schools. After a short pause, the gentleman asked the girl with displeasure who she was. The protagonist realized that in front of him stood a warrior from the abyss of skeletons named Jiang Zia. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Jiang Zi. She told the boys that she wanted to help them. Tai and Pan were very surprised when they realized that in front of them was a girl from the abyss of skeletons. Zi told the protagonist that Sinyamen had summoned her heroes to deal with him personally. The abyss of gatherings always avoided ordinary earthly affairs. Zi looked at the guys and pointed her finger at them. She said that she wanted to help them now. Lo asked his partner what the ancient school wanted to ask him in return. The girl extended her hand to the boy. She promised him protection from the abyss of skeletons. The guy's partner told him that an abyss of skeletons, along with the most ordinary student, defeated a bunch of heroes. Everyone was a winner. The main character asked the girl if she really wanted to recruit him to her school. Z explained to the boy that once the Hero Society met him and lost, martial arts would be abolished. It would be best for Luo to join her. The protagonist waved his hand in front of the girl. He explained to her that he had no intention of collaborating with the skeletons. He could take care of Victory himself, and she shouldn't worry about anything. Z pointed a finger at the boy with displeasure. She explained to him that he alone couldn't handle a battle with the entire society of heroes. The girl jumped out the window. She shouted goodbye to the protagonist, saying that even without him, the abyss of skeletons would come to the battle of heroes. After the guest's disappearance, Tai told the protagonist that she had large breasts but little brains. The master asked the boss if he should follow the warrior. The protagonist explained to his partner that they should not be distracted by trifles now, so that the gentleman could focus on rescuing his classmate. The protagonist told his disgruntled friend that he would go with him to look for the girl. Tai was very unhappy because he had to rush to find Luo Li. The main character hit his friend on the head with all his might and angrily asked what kind of nonsense he had said. Lo walked down the corridor. He had no idea where the girl could have gone. On the street, her partner told the girl on the phone that they would continue to monitor the target and choose the right time to take the necessary measures. The mercenary's partner asked the mercenary what was wrong with the Jung family. The girl happily replied that she would soon return the girl named Jung Wei to the family. The old man stood in the center of the room. He sternly demanded that the tied-up girl testify against the main character. The beaten hostage told the old man that Lo had done nothing wrong and that she would not pin false crimes on him. The master became angry with the girl. Another prisoner said that their Tsinyi school is known for its integrity and honesty. They cannot indiscriminately testify against others. Pin glared at the captives. He threatened them that if they didn't cooperate with him, they would be expelled from the school. They would never be able to use martial arts again. The prisoners were very surprised when they heard such words from the master. Pin sternly pointed at the hostages and said that if any of them defended the main character, they would be considered traitors. The girl sternly told the old man that the protagonist was his personal enemy. He was ready to deal with him at any cost. The master turned his back on the girl. He told her that the protagonist must die. He gave the prisoners another day to think about it. The elder left the room and slammed the door. He ordered the soldiers to keep an eye on the prisoners. The hostage said in a frightened voice that if they had fallen into the old man's clutches, nothing would help them. The guy said with displeasure that the Chinyamang had stooped so low to deal with the main character. The girl glared angrily ahead. She shouted that the main character couldn't lose. The man told the girl that she knew perfectly well how powerful the sects were. Did she really think Lo Feng could win in such an unequal fight? The girl wanted to say something to the man. At that moment, someone suddenly kicked the door down. The surprised hostages looked in fear in front of them at the man who had entered. A hooded gentleman entered the office. He told the captives that he had come on the boss's orders to save them. The girl asked the soldier if he knew the main character. The man asked the guest how he got past the guards. The master cut the ropes on the girl's body with a magic brush. He told the hostages to follow him. The boss was waiting for them. The fighter and the freed prisoners walked down the corridor. The bodies of guards were strewn everywhere. The gentleman pointed with his hand towards the door and told his companions to go in there. Acrid smoke appeared in the building. Pin asked angrily what had happened and demanded that everyone put out the fire. The fighter frightenedly pointed his hand at the wall to the master and told him to look there. On the burning wall was a message from the main character. The master looked at it in surprise. There was a strong fire on the top floor of the building. Afterwards, a powerful explosion was heard. The girl looked out the side window of the car. The gentleman was sitting behind the wheel. He informed his boss by phone that the message had been delivered. The fighters came with a message to their master. Den sat in a chair in the center of the room and listened to them attentively. The elder shouted angrily to the fighters that the main character had started the fire and ignited the war. Pin explained to the elder in a frightened voice that someone was helping the protagonist. The strangers passed by the cameras and silently neutralized dozens of the best students. Den said in an angry voice that they needed to deal with the main character. He also wanted to say something about Qian Yan's family. The elder pointed his finger to the side. He demanded that the Qian family members be brought to him and forced to apologize, then glanced angrily to the side. He said that if the main character showed up here, they would be prepared for brutal reprisals. The boy walked around looking for the little girl. He couldn't find her and didn't know how to explain this to Jun's teacher. Tai walked next to the boss near the building. He told him that they would come back here again later with the master and search everything thoroughly again. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from the side of the main character. He looked at her with fear. She crashed into the surprised guy from the side and did not want to move aside. Qian looked at the protagonist with an exhausted look and called him by name. Lo asked his girlfriend with concern, was she really injured? The girl answered the guy that small bruises didn't bother her. The main character promised the girl that he would help fix everything. She was treated unfairly. The partner explained to the guy that she didn't blame him. He said to his friend in a sly voice that with such classmates, it was not surprising that the main character loved studying at school. The man from behind told the surprised daughter that she should thank the main character. Ring rushed to the guy's side. She emotionally thanked him for saving her family. The main character bowed to the people and said that he was very sorry for bringing so many problems to their family. The man told the boy that the Xinjiang had gone too far with this matter. He asked what to do now. Lo told his partner not to worry. He promised to handle it and never let him down again. She told the protagonist in a joyful voice that he would now go with them. Lo, surprised, asked her where they would go. The girl told the protagonist that they were going to a place he had never been before. She pulled him by the hand. The man told the guy to come with them. They wanted to help him. The protagonist told his companions to return to the hotel and wait for him there. The guys told the boss that they would do everything. The main character was riding in a car with a man. He couldn't understand what Qian was taking him. 40 minutes later, the protagonist found himself near a luxurious building. The girl led him inside and told him it was the military department of the Wanyuan school. Outsiders were not allowed in. The protagonist was very amazed. He looked around the Zhuanyuan military sect with surprise. The girl joyfully rushed to the side. She said that her parents should connect to the Zhuanyuan system. They could find a solution to the problem. The protagonist looked up happily at the glass ceiling. He thought the Zhuanyuan weren't completely obsessed with huge buildings yet. This wasn't the largest abode of their power. In the huge hall, fighters stood and practiced their combat skills. There were huge monitors on the walls. The girl told her friend that she would take her parents inside first and that he should wait. The fighters continued training around them. The protagonist glanced closely at the monitors on the wall. They displayed the rankings of the cult's heroes. Lo analyzed the information on the large screens with interest. He saw all the great figures of the sect before him. Xian told her friend that he saw only the legends of Zhuanyuan before him. Yanluo occupied the very top. The girl told the main character in a joyful voice that if he meets the mysterious fighter, he will never regret it. The protagonist glanced slyly to the side. He told the girl that he would regret it if he wasted his time on this. Qian was angry because the guy spoke like that about her idol. She handed him a form and told him to fill it out. Lo looked carefully at the questions in the questionnaire. After that, the guy looked around and decided that his friends were not there. The old man entered the large hall. The boy greeted Elder Chun at the Yang Chen martial arts department. Chun looked around and said that this department looked modest and pathetic. The elder stopped and saw the protagonist from the side. He looked at him with concern. The old man looked closely at the guy from behind. He reminded him of someone. Chun walked through the Zhuanyuan school's military department building. He asked a soldier what was in the corridor ahead. The young man told his guest that there was a testing hall ahead for new recruits to test their strength before joining. Xiong was surprised when he heard about the newcomers. The worried boy asked the elder what was wrong. The old man told the fighter that he wanted to see everything again. A group of warriors followed him behind. The worker at the desk glanced at the protagonist's questionnaire. He told the boy he could begin the test. Lo began taking strength tests. They measured his hand strength and punching power. The worker analyzed the main character's stats and decided that the guy was very weak. Lo asked the employee if he could leave. The employee waved his hand at the guy and said that he could go. Lo turned away thoughtfully. He decided to himself that everything had gone well for him. A girl ran up to the guy from the side and asked how everything went for him. He answered that he managed it and she shouldn't worry. Zhang looked happily at the boy. She said that her parents' results were very good. The protagonist told the man and woman that they needed to go back. He found them a place to stay. The man thanked the guy for his concern. Lo looked at his companions and said that all this was his duty to them. An old man stood on the balcony inside the building. He told the fighters that their students' combat skills left much to be desired. The fighter told his guest that they were just a small branch of the school. They would continue their work. Chun heard a conversation from the side and turned around in surprise. The boy excitedly called out to Elder Chun. The elder glanced sideways at the main character and immediately recognized this guy. Chun demanded in a frightened voice that the fighter give him a list of people who had been tested today. The worried guy told the old man that he would do everything. The guy demanded that the worker quickly give him all the data for today. The boy sat at the table next to the elder. He asked him what kind of man he was. Chun answered his partner that he was incredibly lucky. The excited worker approached the old man and handed him a list of applicants. Chun looked closely at the list. He was amazed and realized that Lo Feng had returned here for some reason. The old man looked closely at the questionnaire. He didn't understand why the main character had poor performance. The boy asked the elder, "Is this really the guy he's looking for?" Chun handed the form to the guy Dongfan and demanded that he enroll the protagonist. The partner told the old man that he would do everything. Dongfan glanced at his notebook. He asked the old man, "Is there really something special about this guy?" Chun looked sternly at the fighter and explained that the main character was a member of the Hellish Brotherhood. Dongfan shouted in a frightened voice that the Hell Brotherhood was the strongest team in Xuanyuan history. It was a legendary group that ruled the era. Chun thought for a moment and said that the protagonist's goal is not to return to school. The old man told the boy with concern that this matter must remain strictly confidential. He needed to contact the protagonist if possible. Dongfan told the elder that he would do everything. Chun recalled the main character. He thought that such a strong soldier should fight. Half an hour later, the protagonist was standing with his girlfriend in the hotel hallway. Jean told him she wanted to go to the Battle of Heroes with him. Lo slyly told the girl that she couldn't help him in any way. He didn't want to save her again. The main character stroked his girlfriend on the head. He told her to wait for him at home. Jean told her friend in a dissatisfied voice that she would not forgive him if he lost to her. The main character waved goodbye to the girl and said that he understood everything. The guy mentally promised the girl on the go that he would get rid of everyone. 2 days before the meeting of the heroes, 2 elders sat and gave instructions to their subordinates. Shay stood next to the elder and told something to the other masters. The girl Song sat and looked thoughtfully ahead. Her brothers were next to her. Shang stood and talked animatedly about something with 2 guys opposite her. The main character beat his friend Tai with powerful blows, and he lay on the ground motionless. 2 days later, the protagonist looked out the window. He said that the time for battle had finally arrived. Near Bayun Mountain stood 2 fighters. One of them was looking through binoculars. The fighter with the baton asked his friend if the main character had shown up. His partner shouted to his friend that Luo was coming with someone. The protagonist walked with his friends. Pan Guang was the main lord of the Silver Feather. The fighter pulled the binoculars away from his face and laughed loudly. He shouted that there were 3 little idiots in front of them. A baton-wielding fighter demanded that the protagonist and his friends kneel before him. He warned the guests that 17 more lines of defense awaited them. The protagonist's friends suddenly teleported. Lo confidently walked forward towards the fighters. Tai and Pan suddenly appeared in the air and prepared to beat up their surprised opponents. One of the fighters hit the participant with a baton on the head with all his might. Another fighter hit one of the fighters with his knee with all his might. The protagonist told his friends in a thoughtful voice that they didn't need to rush. There were still enemies ahead of them. The warriors shouted to the boss that they were coming for him. A group of judges were sitting at a table on the Battle of Heroes stage. A guy ran up and decided to report some information to them. The fighter excitedly told the elders that the main character himself was not fighting. 2 fighters were protecting him. The elder joyfully announced that the woman fighter from his school, Red Fist's brother, had reached the 9th level of the Minjin. His striking power is 2,300 kilograms. The protagonist and his friends won't be able to defeat him so easily. The fighter fell to his knees before the elders and wanted to report the information to them. The fighter said in a frightened voice that the elder woman had been attacked by the protagonist's friends and had received serious injuries. Deng shouted at his subordinates and demanded that they all calm down. The next few lines of defense were guarded by 9th-rank martial artist Minjin. The last line was carefully protected by the Aoshin blade. Another elder turned around and shouted to his colleague that Aoshin had defeated many world martial arts legends. He was a short distance away from the Andijin rank. Deng said proudly that Aodin had taken refuge in Sinyamin a year ago. Pin, standing to one side, happily congratulated his colleague and said that Sinyamin would eventually receive another great general. The old man shouted in a stern voice that Aoshin would kill the protagonist and his friends with extreme cruelty. The girl next to him thought fearfully that Lo Feng couldn't possibly lose. A group of medical vehicles stood in a forest clearing. A battered soldier lay on a stretcher. The protagonist asked his friend how many lines were left. He told his partner that they were on the last line. Someone was watching the main character from above and swung a blade at him. The stranger from above swung a huge sword and prepared to hit Lo on the head. Pan suddenly jumped out from the side to protect his friend. He blocked the blow with his blade from behind the protagonist. The gentleman swung his arm and with a powerful blow sent the unfamiliar fighter flying. The protagonist calmly continued to walk forward. The fighter threw the attacker aside with a powerful blow, after which a loud explosion was heard. Suddenly, another opponent in red appeared in the fighter's path. The master said in a displeased voice that all this had to end someday. The angry stranger shouted to the protagonist that Tian Chiu Feng, a disciple of the Red Fist School, would now fight him. The protagonist looked calmly ahead. The opponent's fist stood next to his head. Tai suddenly appeared from the side. He thrust his hand forward and stopped the flying blow aimed at the main character. Fen was very surprised when he saw that someone was able to block his blow. Then looked at Fenya with displeasure and said, "Is this really the best fighter?" The elder shouted in a frightened voice for the protagonist to retreat. Fen continued to wave his arms in all directions. Tai very quickly dodged his blows. The protagonist angrily told the fighter to stop playing with Ironhead. They were in a hurry. The master angrily called the attacker a weak fighting rooster. Fen turned around and rushed forward at the fighter. He was angry because the fighter called him a weakling. Fen flew down on his opponent. Pan took out his magic brush and prepared to fight him off. The gentleman calmly swung his brush and with a powerful blow threw his opponent aside. Tai grabbed the fighter who was flying towards him by the clothes. He shouted to his friend to bring his opponent back. A battered Fen lay unconscious on the ground. After this battle, a shadow of shame hung over the Red Fist School. The fighter ultimately never reached Anjin. Tai pointed at the beaten fighter. He told his friend that it was his opponent. Lo discontentedly told his subordinate to hurry up. Den angrily shouted at the protagonist that he would not be able to become part of the martial arts world after passing 18 levels. The main character turned around and looked with displeasure at the stage where the elders were. Pan glanced disapprovingly at the elder on stage. He said he wanted to ruin their boss's reputation. Tai told the protagonist that he wanted to deal with the old man and couldn't stand him any longer. The main character told the fighters in an angry voice that they could deal with the elder. Lo and his fighters suddenly rushed forward from their place to attack the masters. The main character landed on the ground after the jump. His fighters ran up from behind. Lo asked the surprised old man how he himself could become a warrior without inner strength. Den thrust his hand forward. He accused the protagonist of secretly learning the techniques of his Zinyaman school's snake style and of grabbing one of his students. The protagonist calmly told his partner that he had committed no crimes. He decided to appeal to heroes from all over the world. The protagonist spread his arms wide. He asked the guests if any of them had ever seen him use Shinyaman School Zinyaquan for his own purposes. Den looked sternly ahead and said that the world respects only the strong. Shinyaman wants to deal with the main character who betrayed their city. The old man demanded that the boy accept his punishment with honor. The protagonist angrily repeated to himself the old man's words about the world being ruled by force. Lo turned to the guests and asked which of them had a strong fist and could prove their strength. Lo Feng sternly pointed his hand to the side and said that he could deal with anyone who wanted to. The old man looked at the main character with great anger and surprise. The masked girl said, in a thoughtful voice, that she didn't expect Lo to go so far. The guy decided to present himself as a superhero. The spectators in the stands were waiting for the duel. Someone shouted that the main character wouldn't be able to defeat the elder of the den. Den decided not to waste time. He abruptly jumped up from his seat at the table. Den landed in front of the main character and his fighters after the jump. A dark aura appeared near the elder. He held a sparkling ball in his hands and told the fighters to attack him all three at once. The master told the old man in a stern voice that he could defeat him himself. Tai cunningly told the elder that he could try to fight him. Several more old men flew up to help Den. Pin told the boys that they had really turned to the sage. The gentleman looked at the old men with displeasure and said that there would be 2 more opponents against them. Tai joyfully stretched his arms and said that now they would fight 3 on 3. The main character pointed at Dan and said that he would fight with this old man, and his friends would fight against other masters. The subordinates from the side shouted at the guy that they would do as he said. Tai pointed his hand at the elders and said that they would now try to compare their strength with each other. The boy suddenly rushed forward at the old man. The master put out his hand and defended himself from him. He jumped back. Pan extended his hand forward with the brush. He prepared to fight against Elder Pina. The old man looked at the boy with an angry and hateful gaze. He assumed a defensive stance. Pen waved his brush to the side. The girl on the side joyfully shouted that the main character and his friends were very strong. Shu glanced at the table. She said that if the Daoyao faction didn't intervene, the protagonist and his friends could win. The old man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to worry. Their ancient medical school would support the protagonist and his friends. The audience on stage watched the protagonist and Elder Den closely. Once Den defeats Lo Feng and helps the other masters, the battle will end immediately. The fans on stage excitedly shouted words of support for the elder of the Dana. The protagonist stood a short distance away from the old man. People around him were shouting for them to start the fight quickly. Den rushed forward to attack the guy. He shouted that he would teach him to be a man. A bright green glow appeared around the elder. He summoned a magical beast. A huge green predatory and magical snake flew straight toward the main character. A bright red magical snake appeared next to the protagonist. He prepared to use it. Lo Feng swung his red predatory snake and prepared to attack his opponent. The old man looked at the guy carefully and shouted that he had really learned the Sinyaman fighting techniques. The elder summoned a blue magical wolf to protect him. Den prepared to attack the guy with the predator. He shouted at his opponent not to hide. Lo told the elder in an angry voice that he could approach him. The protagonist looked at the magical predator and told the elder that his leopard was a little old. A demonic monster appeared above the protagonist. He shouted at his opponent to meet his beast. The protagonist activated his huge predatory beast and sent it to attack his opponent. The red demon rushed forward to attack the blue magical beast. The protagonist on Earth fought against the elder. The spectators stood to the side and watched the battle of the masters with great excitement. The red predator rushed forward and bit the blue monster with all his might. The red predator finished off his demonic rival and grabbed his body with his paws. A bright explosion was heard behind the elder. He looked at the guy in amazement. The elder pointed at the boy and accused him of studying his school's techniques. Luo calmly replied to his partner that his personal style of fighting was completely different from Shinmen. The masked girl thought the main character was very powerful. Den couldn't handle him. The spectators around looked at the guy in surprise. The girl thought he had defeated Elder Ping using Shinyakwan techniques. Qian thought for a moment and decided to herself that the main character was the very same hero in the cloak. The girl thought dreamily to herself that it would be great if the hero in the cloak took her as an apprentice. The protagonist stopped abruptly. He turned around and looked closely at the girl next to him. Zhang noticed that the guy had stopped next to her. She looked at him carefully. The main character turned around and smiled at the girl. He blew her a kiss and a heart. Zhang turned away shyly. She was very touched by the guy's attention. The elder sternly demanded that the boy continue fighting. He threatened to force him to kneel and admit his mistake. Den assumed a fighting stance and swung his arms wide, surrounded by a bright blue glow. The old man jumped high into the air for a follow-up attack. Lo stood on the ground and watched him closely. The elder activated 2 predatory magical beasts and directed them at the guy. Lo Feng stood calmly and watched as 2 predatory magical beasts flew towards him. The main character summoned a huge red predator to protect himself. Lo Feng held out his lessons and a bright glow emanated from them. He shouted that it was time to finish. A huge red and predatory monster flew forward straight at the elder. Pen extended his brush forward towards his opponent. There was a bright glow around him. The guy jumped high into the air and prepared to kick the elder on Earth with all his might. During the battle between the fighters, a bright fiery explosion was heard. People on Earth covered themselves with their hands in fear. The spectators stood silently, deeply impressed by the duel between the protagonist and the master. There was a powerful explosion. The bodies of the fighters flew to the side from a large pile of fire. The unharmed protagonist stood surrounded by his friends. There were clouds of dust around them. Zheng looked happily at her friends and shouted that they had won. The spectator in glasses looked ahead joyfully and shouted that she couldn't believe it. The beaten master elders lay on the ground, silent and motionless. Fu was very disappointed with the master's loss. He looked ahead with displeasure. The protagonist was very pleased with his victory. He looked ahead with joy. The power of young geniuses in the world of martial arts has not yet been fully revealed due to their youth. The protagonist and his friends defeated their rivals. They exceeded expectations and shocked the audience with their skill. Their appearance shocked the world and dazzled those around them. Invitation tickets to the Battle of Heroes were scattered on the ground. The boy said in surprise that a very young warrior was fighting against the Xinjiang. The beaten elders knelt near the earth. They could no longer fight. Ten shouted angrily that the world would fall into decay. An evil genius would become the head of chaos. The frightened old man turned around and demanded that Elder Fu restore justice and defeat the enemies. The masters knelt before the table. They asked Elder Fu to defeat their enemies and restore their long-standing glory. Pen clenched his fist in displeasure. He said the masters have good acting skills. They want to portray good as evil. The spectators in the stands looked closely at the elder at the table, waiting to see what would happen next. Fu looked ahead attentively and piercingly. He was thinking about what to do next. The spectators all bowed to the elder and asked him to take action. Fu stood up and demanded that the protagonist return the second princess to him. He promised that his faction would not bother him again. The protagonist spread his arms wide. He told the elder that he didn't know where the girl was. Fu jumped high into the air. He didn't believe the guy who didn't know where the princess was. The elder landed on the ground, with a very dark aura surrounding him. The protagonist told his friends to step aside. They might not be able to handle Elder Fu. The friends told the boss they agreed. Spectators ran up to the table and wanted the money back for their tickets. They would have been unhappy that there was only 1 fighter left instead of 3. The elder told the protagonist that self-confidence is a bad human quality. Lo smiled at the old man and said that he could start with his strongest attack. A powerful aura appeared next to the boy. Fu rushed forward with sparkling eyes. He shouted to the guy that it depended on his abilities. Den glared ahead. He said that the protagonist wouldn't be able to win this time. Fu suddenly extended his hand forward, and a bright glow came out of it. The guy managed to jump to the side. Suddenly, a huge red magical predator appeared above the main character. A demonic snake attacked him from the side. The protagonist rushed forward to attack the old man. Fu jumped back sharply and dodged back. A girl ran up from the side. She shouted at the old man not to hit the boy. Lo and the elder turned to the side in surprise. Lo ran up and looked ahead with a weak gaze. She looked tired. The protagonist turned around in fear. He realized that the girl would now have to return home with Fu. She wouldn't be able to escape again. Lo shouted angrily from the side and demanded that the elder stop the fight. Fu was very surprised when he realized that the second princess was standing in front of him. The main character was happy that the girl came out to protect him at a difficult moment. The old man bowed and said in a submissive voice that he was glad to meet the second princess again. Lo ran up to the main character very happily. She called him crazy brother. Den was very shocked that the girl called the main character brother. He didn't understand what kind of relationship she could have with Luo Feng. Luo glanced at the protagonist and said with a smile that she was not late. Lo smiled happily at the girl in response. The girl strictly ordered the elder not to hit her half-brother. Fu bowed to the princess and said that he would do everything. A spectator wearing glasses said excitedly that she finally felt relief. The girl took off her glasses and said that the main character was well prepared for the meeting of the heroes. The protagonist reached out to the girl's head and stroked it. Luo looked at him with admiration. Chang glanced sideways at the protagonist and said that he was always lucky with girls. The masters were shocked when they realized Elder Fu wouldn't fight. Deng said with displeasure that the protagonist was friends with the second Daoyao princess. A warrior fell headfirst from above. Other battered fighters lay around him. A surprised elder stood to the side. Den looked in surprise at the battered warrior on earth. He had a dark mark in the shape of a skeleton on his back. The elder turned around and angrily asked who dared to kill his disciples. The main character in Fu turned around in surprise and looked at the warrior's body. The protagonist stared intently at the body of the lying warrior with the mark on his back. He didn't understand what was happening. Fu pointed fearfully at the fighter's back. He noticed a skull symbol there. Pin took a closer look and said fearfully that this was the work of the hands of the abyss of skeletons. Surprised spectators stood to the side. They looked ahead in fear. People all looked up at each other and saw magical petals falling from the sky. The stranger put his hand on his face. He shouted to the people that the petals could be poisonous. They had to hold their breath. An unfamiliar woman suddenly appeared from the side. Subordinate warriors surrounded her. The warrior in the long red robe said that the skeleton abyss heard that all the great martial arts schools had gathered for a meeting of heroes on Bayan Mountain. The stranger glanced slyly ahead and said that these three guys had taken her glory. She and the fighters had come here to teach the blue-eyed women proper fighting. The beaten elder glared angrily at the stranger. He was starting to cough blood. The onlookers looked at the warrior with surprise and hatred. The boy shouted in fear, "The evil school of Qi Yuan has been reborn. Now the world of martial arts will be shaken by a new bloody storm." Fu extended his hand to the side. He told the people not to worry. There were no 13 blood demons in front of them. The old man said that 13 blood demons had joined forces and become very powerful. They could be compared to the true devils of hell. The old man looked at the woman carefully and said that her name was Yin Wunyan. The woman spread her arms out to the sides, and a bright demonic explosion echoed around her. She shouted to the old man that they had come here today to pay them all off. Yin turned to the side and joyfully rushed at the little girl. She shouted that she was pleased because the second princess of Daoyao was here. The warrior said she wanted to take the little girl for herself. Perhaps soon another female warrior will appear in the world of martial arts. Luo ran up to the protagonist and said with tears in her eyes that the woman was scaring her. Luo promised the little one that nothing would happen to her when he was near her. The elder angrily shouted at the woman that his master had defeated 13 demons. He would defeat even more today. Yin took out her warblades. She sternly told the elder that she would carry out the will of her sect today. The woman swung her knives. She commanded her sisters to attack. The elder stood calmly. Warriors flew above him, and small bombs fell near him. Suddenly, a very powerful explosion was heard. Everything around was covered in dark smoke. The warriors jumped back. After a powerful explosion, the mercenaries were thrown back by the shockwave. Luo stood to the side and watched the battle. He said the girls wouldn't be able to defeat the elder so easily. He could even fend off their combined onslaught. Luo from the side told the protagonist that demons were skilled in poison. The warriors raised their hands in unison. A huge magical skull appeared above them. A spectator screamed in fear that they were looking at the legendary pink skull. The man replied that after the skull touched a person, their face would become covered in red spots. Then the body would rot, and only the skull would remain. A bright glowing pink skull appeared in the sky. The old man jumped back in fear. Yin flew very sharply and quickly from behind the elder and stuck a knife into his back. The wounded elder turned around and mentally asked the protagonist to take the princess. Yin threw the wounded old man's body aside. She turned further towards the spectators. The woman stood on the stage. She told the audience that perhaps someone else wanted to challenge her. The guys in the crowd stood angry, but they were afraid to fight against a woman. Yin looked at the fighters with displeasure. She asked angrily, "Are these really the best warriors in the world?" The main character appeared from the side. He slyly told his rival that he was ready to fight her. She, wearing glasses on the side, looked at the main character with fear and called him by name. Zhang watched her friend with great attention. She called out to him in fear. The princess sternly demanded that the guy beat the old witch. The protagonist told the woman with a smile that he himself was not a hero, but he wanted to challenge the abyss of skeletons. Yin sternly asked her subordinates who would give the protagonist a worthy final duel. Several mercenaries surrounded the guy from both sides and threw magic sand at him. The protagonist stood calmly and watched as the dark aura flew towards him. A girl from the side shouted at the guy to be careful. The protagonist suddenly took off. Dark aura was behind him. He ran forward towards his opponent. Lo swung and hit the mercenary with a very powerful blow, sending her flying far back. The protagonist began to attack in all directions, scattering mercenaries to the sides. The protagonist stood in the center of the square. He shouted to his rivals that instead of 13 demons, there were 11 left. Lo raised his hand high up. A bright yellow glow appeared next to him. The main character looked sternly at his rival and said that they would now fight. Yin was very scared. She looked at the main character silently and with excitement. A bright fiery glow appeared around the guy. He prepared to attack the woman. Tai joyfully shouted that the boss's powers had returned. Pan said in a satisfied voice that he had always felt that the protagonist had not yet revealed his strength. The gentleman turned to the side and said that the protagonist lacked the unstoppable, furious spirit of universal evil. The boss held back for a very long time. A dark purple aura appeared around the woman. She was holding a blade in her hands. Yin suddenly extended her hand to the side. She shouted at her subordinates to kill the protagonist together. Lo stood calmly and watched as mercenaries rushed at him from all sides. One of the girls swung her arm in mid-flight and prepared to hit the guy from above. Lo stood calmly and watched as several rivals with weapons flew at him. The woman raised her hand and began to activate the spell. There was a dark aura around her. Lo looked up carefully. He saw a huge pink skull descending towards him. The guy extended his hand to the side and a bright, fiery glow appeared near it. The main character waved his hand and attacked the skull, flying at him with bright fire. The main character used a powerful fire attack to repel the dark magic flying towards him. The protagonist looked around in fear. He saw the mercenaries descending toward him. A bright, fiery explosion resounded on the ground. The mercenaries were blown aside by the powerful blow. The protagonist jumped up and swung his arm wide. He was getting ready to hit one of his rivals. Suddenly, a very bright, fiery explosion was heard. The earth began to crack. The protagonist closed his eyes and clenched his fist. Clouds of dust flew around him. He stood in the center of the square. The ground next to him began to crack. A surprised woman ran up to him from the side. Yin looked at the guy with fear and asked in surprise, "What is he?" The protagonist turned around sternly and told the woman that his name was Lo Feng Baohenya. The woman put her hand in her pocket. She took out several small demon bombs from her clothes. Yin looked angrily at the guy and said that she would never die at his hands. The woman jumped high into the air and threw several bombs to the side. Lo looked at her with fear. A very bright explosion suddenly erupted. The main character covered himself with his hands. Spectators on the side saw a very powerful explosion. Dark aura began to spread around. The woman disappeared in a puff of smoke. She shouted to the guy that they would meet again. Her reprisal would be cruel. The main character shouted in a frightened voice to the people to protect the girl. As the poisonous smoke of the skeleton abyss sect enveloped everything, Elder Fu continued to walk forward. However, Jingheng suddenly discovered that the second Princess Li was missing. A stunned Shen began to look around in search of the little girl. Suddenly, Luo called out to him, saying that she was okay, and the old man immediately turned around. Where he saw the princess in the company of Pan and Mien, Fu sighed with relief. The main character was also delighted by her sudden appearance and smiled. At this point, Jingheng apologized to the young master, saying that he had believed the rumors and had drawn the wrong conclusion from them. The young cultivator replied that the main thing was that he realized this in time and took the right side. Those around were shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. Everyone was genuinely happy that Feng had managed to defeat the 13 demons, thereby raising their fighting spirit. People literally chanted his name, and from then on, Baohini became a folk hero. having shed the stigma of a traitor. Shu, Qian, and the second princess also rejoiced at the success of their beloved. Lo, in turn, accepted the congratulations with pleasure and basked in the rays of glory. At a certain point, everyone lined up in such a way that they created a corridor, along which Feng, Guan, and Tie hurried to pass. Shen once again apologized to Baonia and said that naturally all charges against him were dropped. In response, the guy stated that he simply wanted to defend his honor, and that was the end of the incident. Of course, Dan agreed with him and said that everything that happened was a misunderstanding. Fu immediately ordered the second princess to be escorted and follow the skeleton abyss. Suddenly, Luo tugged at Luo Feng's sleeve and looked at him pitifully. However, Bao Henya paid no attention to her and invited Jing Heng to have lunch together. Soon they all went to the famous Ying Shao Hotel to celebrate the occasion. Everyone began to drink to such a gifted teenager, and the young man reciprocated. Most of the fighters said that from now on, they would be at his service and would always help him if necessary. Luo Feng, in turn, thanked everyone and said that their support meant a lot to him. The elder noted that now their school will overcome all difficulties, and in the future will pass into the hands of Baonia. At that moment, Jue suddenly ran up to the guy and said that he was simply incredible today. Xian also rushed to her beloved and declared that he had become a true legend. Thus the girls instantly met with their hateful glances. The young man replied that he always keeps his word, and therefore emerged victorious from the battle. Xiao immediately made a toast, proposing to drink to him and the ancient medical school. Qian tried to attract Feng's attention and asked him to have a drink with her. Naturally, the main character noticed their silent squabble, but did not show it. Suddenly, the second princess rushed towards the young master and called out to him. The young cultivator was genuinely happy to see the little girl and hurried to leave the girls. The ladies were extremely unhappy with this, and Qian even demanded that he return immediately. Meanwhile, Bao Henya went to elder Jing Heng, asking if he could have a drink with him. Fu agreed and greeted Luo and his friends, saying that they were the heroes of the day, after which they had a nice chat and started drinking alcoholic beverages again. Luo, in turn, was upset that no one was paying attention to her. As a result, she rushed off in an unknown direction while Feng was talking to Sheng. Of course, the old man understood perfectly well that Bao and Yapan and Mien had a great future, because they had talent. A moment later, Jinghen began to look around and realized that Li was nowhere to be found. The shocked elder immediately ordered a search of everything and found the girl. After some time, the servants came running to him and reported that they had not been able to find Luo. Naturally, Bao Henya, stunned, volunteered to help him search for the princess. Shen thanked him for his help and asked him to let him know as soon as Li showed up. Of course, the guy agreed, understanding how important it was for the elder. At the same time, Feng had no idea where exactly to look for the little girl. Luo also asked Guang to monitor the movements of the Daoyao faction and prevent them from getting close to Lan. The teenager then began to think about where to start looking for Luo. Naturally, many people wanted to help in this difficult matter. Su urged Feng to be careful, stating that the 13 demons were clearly involved in Li's disappearance. However, the self-confident teenager assured that everything would be fine with him. Suddenly, Qian told him that she wanted to talk to him about the Wanyuan sect. Song, in turn, also offered to help, as his family was temporarily located in the ancient medical school. The aunt urged the young man not to refuse their services. Naturally, they wanted to introduce him to Yilan. Out of politeness, Feng thanked them, not understanding why they were so kind to him. Meanwhile, one of the guests hurried to inform Chuyun that they had gotten Luo drunk. The girl was immensely happy about this, believing that everything was going according to plan and that she would soon get what she wanted. After all, everything would depend on the coming night. At that moment, she took out a certain potion from her purse. After a certain amount of time, the main character slowly walked to his home, where the extremely cunning Chuyun rushed to carry out her plan. The girl immediately poured the contents of the bottle into a glass of water to offer it to Lo later. San's medicine was completely colorless and tasteless, and it was also difficult to identify. The young lady took advantage of this. The young master entered the room and suddenly found Song. The girl immediately offered him a glass of water and said that the brothers told her about how the guy had shocked everyone with his strength today. The stunned young cultivator asked why she was dressed like that and still not sleeping. Chuyun replied that she suddenly heard him come back and decided to meet. Then she offered him a glass of water. Luofeng kindly took the glass, and the girl waited impatiently for him to finally drink it. Song sat down on the sofa, anticipating the moment when Boweni would appear before her in a completely different form. However, someone suddenly knocked on their door, which made Chuyun extremely unhappy. The young man immediately put the glass on the table and headed towards the front door. The indignant girl asked who decided to come to see them at such a late hour. The teenager noticed that this was the second princess of Daoyao, and she had finally been found. Upon opening the door, Feng indeed found Luo standing on the threshold, who stated that she had been looking for him. Song was confused, not understanding why the little girl had come to Boinia. Lo began to explain that she couldn't hide with Teacher Jun all the time, because the faction couldn't find her. At this point, the young man took hold of a glass of water, and Chu-yun hastened to correct the situation. She snatched the glass from his hands with a lightning-fast movement and urged him not to drink it. A stunned Feng asked what was going on, and why she was acting so strange. Second Princess Li also couldn't understand her rather suspicious behavior. Song herself stated that the water had already become stagnant, and that it would be better for her to pour him new water. Bohinya couldn't shake the thought that she might be up to something bad. Suddenly, Luo asked the guy to talk about her sister. Luo was surprised. The embittered Chu-yun understood that now she would have to wait for the right moment again. The little girl, in turn, asked Feng to help her find her sister. The teenager noted that they couldn't put her on the wanted list and asked for some more clues. Li said that her name was Yuame and that she had a red birthmark below her collarbone. Bohinya said he had a friend named Mei. Then Luo asked about the birthmark. Feng wasn't sure about that, and besides, a princess should be distinguished by her nobility. But Liu was clearly behaving differently. He added with a smile that she was clearly not her sister, and that they simply had similar names. Meanwhile, Yue suddenly sneezed, assuming that someone was remembering her. The girl saw her sister in the Jung family mansion and headed towards her. He asked why she was acting so strange today, believing it was because of Law's disappearance. Vivi replied that she was simply worried about the important guests who were expected to come to see their father. Naturally, Mei questioned her answer, realizing that she missed Feng. At this time, Jiang came out of Geishan's office and said that she would wait for news from him. Of course, Jiang assured her that he would definitely tell her everything soon. Seeing an unknown person in the corridor, Vivi wondered who she was. Liu Yue immediately pulled her sister back, saying that this woman was extremely dangerous. Because she literally exuded hostile power, the sister was surprised, not understanding why their father would get involved with such a person in that case. Meanwhile, the protagonist assured the little princess that he would examine all the evidence and urged her to hide with Teacher Jun. The girl thanked the young master, saying that she would eagerly await news from him. Chu-yun continued to be nervous, not understanding why Luo was still in the room. At the same time, she was well aware that her grandmother would approve of Feng's candidacy as her fiancé, since he was the head of an ancient medical school. Suddenly, Song left the room and remarked that it was already late and it was time for the girl to return home. However, Li objected to her, saying that today she wanted to stay right here. This literally shocked the young cultivator, as well as Chu-yun, who couldn't come to terms with it. But Li began tearfully asking Lo for permission to stay the night in his apartment. Naturally, he couldn't refuse her, and eventually agreed, noting that it was only for one night. An enraged Song couldn't believe that some little girl could ruin her plans. In fact, the little girl understood what the insidious Chu-yun had planned and deliberately thwarted her plan. The girl was literally furious, but she couldn't do anything to the princess, which made her even angrier. By then, sisters Vivi and Liu Mei had gone to their father to find out what was going on. Gaichin greeted his daughters and noted that they had finally returned. The girls immediately asked why this woman came to him and what they talked about. Tian said that this was Zhongtian's daughter, to whom he had made a promise, and now the time had come to fulfill it. A stunned Vivi asked what promise exactly he was talking about. Shen replied that her father wanted to accept her as a disciple, and they had discussed the possibility. Liu Mei immediately objected, asking her uncle not to do this, because Zhang was a dangerous person. In addition, he practices black magic, and with its help takes away the youth of girls, feeding on their power. Suddenly, Vivi burst into tears, saying that she would not become a student of such a bad person. Yue, in turn, added that Zhang may have been good before, but now everything has changed radically. The stunned Geishan immediately hugged his daughter, saying that in that case, of course, he would not allow her to be taken away. An extremely worried Zhang asked what they would do if Zhongtian tried to force them. Father intended to hire security, but Mei reported that this man's men were highly skilled fighters. But at the same time, she convinced that she could protect Vivi. The girl's face instantly changed. Tian was also surprised and asked her if Liu Yue was hiding something from them. She then revealed that she had been homeless when Vivi had picked her up off the street 7 years ago. But in reality, she is a minion of one of the 5 martial schools, and the eldest princess of the Daoyao faction. Gaichin and her daughter were shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the protagonist was constantly thinking about how he could find Yue. At this moment, Qian suddenly called out to him and said that she had good news. The puzzled young master asked in response why she looked so happy. The girl said that the Guanyuan sect informed her that her parents and he had passed the test and could receive an orange card. The young cultivator couldn't understand how no one noticed his fraud. asked if she had bribed the examiner. An enraged Qian replied that the clan was famous for its honesty. Luofeng immediately tried to calm her down, saying that he was actually very happy with this outcome. Naturally, she had doubts about this, noting that he was obliged to come, especially since Dongfang personally decided to congratulate him. Bohini understood that after the selection, like everyone else, he was obliged to appear for initiation, but he decided to be an exception. During the lesson, the boy kept thinking about what had happened and suddenly remembered Vivi and Mei. Not understanding why they hadn't come to school today, Lo kept looking around. Meanwhile, Yue tried to persuade her sister to go with her father to the Daoyao faction, but she refused. However, Liu stated that the Abyssal Skeleton sect could harm them, and therefore they needed to hide. Vivi stood her ground and said that she had already decided everything, and naturally Geichen supported her. A few minutes later, Feng called her, and the girl asked what had happened. The boy asked her a counter-question, asking why he and his sister hadn't come to school today. Then Zheng told him about the arrival of a certain Z, and Mei stated that she was a member of a dark guild. However, Liu urged her not to tell him everything, because then he would also have to be dragged into this matter. At that moment, Baoheni stated that she was indeed from the Abyss Skeleton clan. Surprised, Vivi revealed that Lo also knew about the existence of this sect. The young man urged her not to discuss such things over the phone and said that he would come right away. It was unclear, however, how she tracked down Zheng and her family. A couple of days later, Zhang tried to call Geichen, but he didn't pick up. Realizing that her plans had fallen through, Z immediately gathered her henchmen and ordered them to go to his home. Soon the main character arrived at Vivi's house, who hurried to greet him. The young master asked the girl to calm down and tell him what had happened. A sad Zheng told him the whole story, and they began to think about what to do next. The young cultivator confidently declared that he would not allow this guild to harm her family. What really managed to calm her down, Vivi noted that Mei told her everything. Yu herself was thinking not only about her sister's safety, but also about how she could protect herself in the future. A puzzled Liu asked how she knew about the existence of this group. Zheng then explained that she was actually in hiding and was a member of a martial arts school. An extremely indignant Mei declared that this was her secret and that she could not tell anyone about it. Shocked, Luofeng asked if she was really the heir to the Daoyao faction. Vivi added that she left her as a child, and only now has this become known. An embittered Yue once again protested, saying that she had to keep this a secret. Bohenia asked again if she really had a mole on her collarbone. A distraught Liu immediately attacked him with her fists, saying that he knew too much. She also began to accuse him of following her, because such a detail could not be easily found out. Vivi, in turn, tried to calm her friend, saying that Feng was a good person and was not capable of such a thing. As a result of the sudden scuffle, they all fell to the floor with a crash, which was extremely painful for all participants in this performance. At a certain moment, Bohenia saw that very birthmark just below his collarbone. The girl was extremely outraged by this, and again began to insult the teenager, calling him an indecent person, which the guy categorically disagreed with. He said he only did it for one reason, then handed her a photograph of herself as a small child with Li. A stunned Mei literally froze in place. Vivi also recognized her in the photo. Then Luofeng realized that he was truly lucky to have found Sister Luo. Yu immediately asked him where he got the photo, believing that he had been sent to find it. The guy said that her younger sister Lu was looking for her, and a perplexed Vivi asked for everything to be explained to her. Mei said sadly that she really was her sister, who, even in childhood, made a promise that she would definitely find her, no matter what the cost. For a moment, Yue was literally lost in her memories and almost burst into tears. Unexpectedly, Zheng showed a desire to go with them to meet the second princess. The young man did not argue with her and agreed, after which they headed towards the exit. Soon Baohenia brought them to Li and knocked on her door, but no one opened it. Feng knocked again, and a moment later Luo came out to the door, saying that Luo had come early today. Seeing her little sister, the little girl was simply speechless. Mei was also in shock. Li suddenly burst into tears, not believing her eyes. She slowly moved towards Liu. While Yue said it was like a dream, she was in a similar state and did not say a word. After a couple of seconds, they finally hugged, and Mei apologized to the little girl for having to leave her. The main character and Vivi stood to the side, with sadness in their eyes, just watching what was happening. By that time, the Abyss Skeleton clan had carried out a pogrom at Zheng's house, beating up all the guards. Z, in turn, stated that he should not have ignored her calls, and that is why she had to visit him. The stunned Geichen said that Vivi was not here and that she would not lure her to her side. The enraged girl once again began to beat the bodyguards, saying that it was better not to mess with her. Chang then ordered him to answer where exactly his little daughter was. Meanwhile, Luo began to thank the young master for helping her find her little sister. At the same time, Lee mentioned how Feng defeated Elder Fu. Ye was shocked by how skilled Luo was. The second princess added that he was able to defeat all the participants in the hero competition and even 13 demons. A shocked Mei asked what was really going on there. The girl began to talk about how Xin Yiming wanted to destroy Feng. Liu asked the young cultivator where he got such strength and where he learned it. Vivi noticed that Bao Heni was indeed very strong, and she was convinced of this herself. The young man tried his best to change the subject, but the persistent Yue asked again who he was. But he began to evade the answer again, and then Liu called him a common scoundrel. Unexpectedly, Luo made things worse by saying that Luo had called her stupid earlier. Vivi just laughed. But the guy himself understood that the impulsive Mei would have a different reaction, which he, of course, guessed right, because the girl again began to rush at him with her fists. After a while, Zheng's phone rang, and she was surprised to find that it was her father. But when she picked up the phone, it became clear that it was Z talking to her. A stunned Bao Heni immediately realized that her family was in danger and needed help. Zhang urged her to return home, but her father's sharp cry terrified her, who demanded that his daughter not even think about coming home. Of course, Feng recognized her voice. A shocked Vivi ordered Z not to touch her parents, but she said that if Zheng returned, they would be alive. After which the connection suddenly broke off. The shocked girl did not know what to do. Naturally, everyone began to calm her down, saying that Lo would definitely help them. A tearful Vivi asked him for help, saying that she was in a difficult situation. Bao Heni immediately replied that he would do everything possible to save her family. Meanwhile, Yilan tried to call her lover, but he didn't answer. The parents asked why he hadn't come, and the saddened Qian replied that she had no idea. Dongfang, like the others, was extremely outraged by Feng's behavior. After all, this was the first time that Venerable Fan personally came to present the orange card. But the student did not show up. Yilan knew he probably had a good reason, but she wasn't going to let it go that easily. After a certain amount of time had passed, the executive director called for everyone to disperse, as Lo had not shown up. Chen apologized to him for Feng's absence and promised to bring him back soon. Dongfang declared that for the sake of Bao Heni, he was willing to bend the rules and wait for him, because he had to join their sect. Everyone was shocked by the director's sudden decision, because Fan had never given anyone such an opportunity before. Yilan, in turn, thanked him for his kindness, realizing that he clearly knew about Luo's achievements in the hero tournament, after which the executive director left the guild, hoping that they would soon meet with Feng. At this time, Z continued to cause trouble in the Zheng family's house and demanded that Vivi be handed over to her. Geishan declared that he would never give his daughter to Zhongtian, and that his long-standing promises were now worth nothing. Suddenly, Zhang grabbed his neck and began to squeeze it, saying that he would not stop what was destined. At that moment, the main character appeared and said that he could stop her. However, the young master appeared in a slightly different form, wearing a tattered robe and declaring that he was the Blade of Vengeance, Zheng Tu. The stunned warrior of the skeleton abyss could not understand what was happening and who he was. Sometime before Lo appeared, Mei noticed that in this outfit, he looked more like a bandit than a savior. But the young cultivator replied that Zhang shouldn't recognize him. And besides, he had his own scores to settle with this clan. Vivi said that her parents would definitely keep his secret a secret. At the same time, Yelio realized that her sister did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, Luo said that he should think about his nickname. Feng asked what name would suit him. And then the second princess suggested that he call himself the Blade of Vengeance Zheng Tu. Bohemia liked the nickname and went to rescue Vivi's parents. The girls wished him luck and began to wait for the guy at Lee's house. The teenager promised to return soon. Zheng was delighted with her beloved, and with every minute she fell in love with him more and more. Mei thought the name sounded very familiar, but she couldn't remember where exactly she had heard it. Luo explained that this was the name of a famous magician who was the guardian of the abyss of hell. Yue was shocked, because he belonged to one of the 7 cursed factions, just like the skeleton abyss. Then the little girl realized that she had chosen a very unfortunate nickname for Feng. The first princess sincerely hoped that the young man would be able to get out of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang couldn't understand how the Blade of Vengeance could be here. Lo, in turn, ordered her not to say his name out loud, as it was forbidden. Suddenly the thugs rushed towards him, trying to overcome Bao Henya. However, they were unable to do this, because the teenager was superior to them in strength. After he dealt with Jiang's henchmen, the boy immediately headed towards her. Then he delivered a crushing series of blows, and Z was instantly sent flying backwards. Realizing that it was indeed Zheng Tu, she began to beg for mercy. The girl also named her father, but this had no effect on Lo. But suddenly the protagonist wondered how Zhang knew about the Blade of Vengeance. The young master then stated that her father had no right to attack the Zheng family. Vivi's parents were shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Jiang immediately said that she regretted what she had done and did not know how important these people were to him. Besides, she understood that he was much stronger than her and, in general, his guild was more majestic. The young cultivator noted that it was extremely foolish of her to hide behind her father's name. However, Z said that she simply expressed herself incorrectly and did not mean to offend Zheng Tu. Luo himself did not expect that his pseudonym would help in this matter so much and changed Jiang's attitude, after which he hit her and ordered her to ask for forgiveness, and she no longer had the right to enter the house of this family. The girl instantly fell to her knees, and her henchmen with her. Then they all apologized to him, adding that they were in his debt and would never set foot in that house again. Feng immediately urged them to leave the Zheng family's territory, which they subsequently did. After a certain amount of time, they headed towards the exit and finally relieved everyone of their presence. Gachin, in turn, thanked the savior and asked who he was. The young man hastened to untie him and took off his mask. Everyone was shocked. After all, it was Baoyin who saved them. They couldn't believe their eyes. At that moment, a joyful Vivi ran into their room and hugged her parents. Lu saw Luo and asked why she chose this particular nickname for him. Lu Mei noted that the most important thing was that he didn't give himself away and everything worked out. But Feng continued to be indignant that they forced him to use a false name because he could get into trouble. However, Li said that Tu was seriously injured 10 years ago and most likely died. But Yue stated that it was possible that he had actually been healed and had reached a higher level. The guy thought about it, realizing that pretending to be the Blade of Vengeance was clearly not a good idea. Tian and his wife continued to thank Baonia and say that they were in his debt. Naturally, the young man replied that it was not a problem for him and everything was fine. Adding that martial arts had finally come in handy, Guy asked where he had learned these techniques. The mother suddenly told her daughter that she now had to find a way to thank the teenager. Vivi replied that she understood this perfectly well and was just thinking about this issue. Soon, Luo Feng went to his home, where he went out onto the balcony and breathed in the fresh air. Realizing that now all the problems with the Zheng family were resolved and he could go about his business, he suddenly discovered a missed call from Qian. Meanwhile, the defeated Z faction was indignant at its defeat. Jiang was just as furious as they were about what had happened, and suddenly one of her henchmen asked what they should do next. Jiang responded menacingly that they would have to return to headquarters and tell the leadership everything. She understood perfectly well that too many of her plans had fallen through recently, and therefore it was necessary to involve her father. At this time, Yilan finally found the main character and called out to the guy. The young master greeted his classmate and asked what had happened. An enraged Qian claimed that he had disgraced her by not showing up at the Zhuanyuan sect and not answering his calls. The young cultivator replied that, unfortunately, he had lost his phone and had no way to tell her. At the same time, Yilan informed him that Dongfang had made an exception for him and agreed to give him a full-time job. Bohinia, extremely surprised, asked why he needed to work all day. The girl said that Lo's results exceeded all expectations and that's why he made concessions. Feng immediately suspected that the executive director had found out something and clearly wanted to talk to him. The irrepressible Yilan again asked when he intended to visit the sect so that she could go with him. However, the young man suddenly said that he would never agree to meet with Fan. A stunned Qian asked him in return why he didn't want to meet him. Then the teenager said that in fact he had a huge number of enemies in this guild, adding that these were his personal problems and she had nothing to do with it. He also agreed to help her if necessary, since he could get her into trouble. The girl smiled and replied that it didn't matter how many enemies he had, as she would always take his side. But suddenly her smile changed to anger. Bohinia could not understand what was going on. With a lightning-fast movement, Yilan punched him in the stomach, telling him that he had to carry his phone with him so that she wouldn't get nervous, after which she calmly left in an unknown direction. The guy was shocked by her behavior. At the same time, he had absolutely no idea what to do with this restless girl. After some time, he was suddenly met by members of the Song family. Luo asked what happened. Brother Kyuyun replied that their grandmother would soon turn 100 years old, but they could not find their sister. Of course, the teenager promised to help them find the girl, which the brothers were immensely happy about. Meanwhile, Song stuck to her plan as always and poured the potion into the glass of water again. She sincerely hoped that today she would definitely be lucky and Feng would belong only to her. A few minutes later, Baohin returned home and went into the living room where Kyuyun was waiting for him. The young lady was overly smiling and asked if he had taken the girl home. The guy answered positively, adding that he had a very important conversation with her. Pouring himself a glass of water, he said that his brothers had asked him to find her on the occasion of their grandmother's birthday. However, Song asked him to detain the brothers, as she had some important business. Besides, after this she will be happy to go to her grandmother's birthday party. Feng agreed to help her and find a reason for the brothers to delay her trip. Although he found it all rather strange, he slammed the door behind him. But the teenager took a glass of water with him, and Chuyun began to think about whether she should go after him or wait for him in the living room. Tormented by certain thoughts, Song literally could not pull herself together. After all, she had been waiting for so long for the moment when the main character would fall into her net, and there will be no turning back. But after some time, nothing happened. But she knew one thing for sure. Now the young master had nowhere to run. The young cultivator, in turn, went to his room reflecting on what had happened. In addition, he needed to gather information about the 3 sects and obtain the bone regeneration technique. At a certain point, Luofeng drank a glass of water and sat down on the bed, assuming that the purple smoke would definitely help him achieve enlightenment. Soon Bahina began to cultivate in order to finally achieve success. Several hours passed, and the guy was gradually approaching another breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he discovered a magic core, which indicated that his meditation had progressed. This was the purple combat technique, which made the teenager immensely happy. Kyuhyun, in turn, could not understand why nothing was happening, since several hours had already passed. Opening the door to the young man's room, she suddenly saw him right on the threshold. Luofeng looked rather strange and stared intently at the curious girl. As a result, she jumped back sharply, as she did not expect him to be standing at the door. At the same time, Song noticed a strong glow coming from the room and assumed that it was the effect of the potion. Bohini, in turn, asked why she was hiding behind his door. Chuyun replied with extreme hesitation that she was just passing by and decided to take a look. Suddenly she saw an empty glass on the dresser and realized that he had drunk the water, but there was no effect. Closing the door behind him, Law noted that she had better return to her room because he was training. A shocked Song couldn't understand how such a dose of the medicine had no effect on him, believing that Feng is too strong and such drugs do not work on him. The guy himself understood that with the first level of Minjin, he would be able to hide his true power. Anticipating his journey into the world of martial arts, the teenager was literally beaming with happiness. The next day, Baohine met with the Song brothers again and suggested that they personally look for her at the school. However, they reported that the security guard did not let them through, and therefore it was impossible. The young man looked at them carefully and noticed that perhaps they did not have the appropriate appearance. The elder brother replied that every time they came to school, Chuyun seemed to deliberately not show up. Then Lo suggested that they split up and simply surround the educational institution from all sides, because having seen them, the girl could easily leave through the back door. The brothers thanked him for his help and hastened to resort to his recommendations. Feng himself understood that they were incredibly stupid, but this only played into his hands. After finishing all the lessons, the main character finally went home, but Vivian Yue unexpectedly met him and asked him to come visit them, because his father wanted to thank Luo. The young master replied that he was currently very busy and therefore could not meet with Geishin. All this time, a nervous Chuyun was watching what was happening, because she understood that Zheng was her rival. At the same time, Song admitted that the young cultivator might have liked another girl. This thought made her furious, and suddenly the girl turned her attention to one of her brothers, who was sitting in a tree. Chuyun hurried to disappear from his sight, but he still noticed her. The young man immediately called out to his little sister, but she rushed to climb over the fence. He realized that Feng's idea had really worked, and he rushed after Song. Bohinia, in turn, met the girl's younger brother again and explained that he had only caught a glimpse of Chuyun. The upset guy said that they would find her anyway, and thanked him for his help. Lo noted that for him this was a mere trifle and wished him luck in his search for the girl. A moment later his phone rang, and the teenager hurried to pick it up. His older brother told him that he had finally found a sister, which of course made him happy. He added that he was currently following her footsteps to the house and would soon send him the address. The delighted young man replied that he would eagerly await good news from him. At this time, Chuyun finally got home and decided to prepare for Feng's arrival, understanding that even if she fails to start a relationship with him, her brothers will always help her. After which, unsuspecting, the girl took a shower to think about everything carefully. Meanwhile, her brothers were already downstairs at the apartment complex, having learned that Lo lived there. At the same time, the older brother insisted that she entered this particular house using an electronic key. Then they began to wonder whether Baonya might not have known that she was living in the same house with him. After a certain amount of time, Feng returned to his home, where he unexpectedly met the Song brothers, who reported surveillance of their sister and found out that she lives here. The stunned guy realized that now he would have big problems. At that moment, Luo remembered how Chuyun suddenly called him and asked him to stay with her. Because the pipes in her apartment allegedly leaked, then he agreed. Feng had no idea what kind of situation he would find himself in the future. The Song brothers, in turn, invited him to go to his home to continue searching for Chiu-yun together. However, when he got to his apartment, Bohina suddenly announced that he had lost his keys. But one of them found that the front door was unlocked, which was quite strange. Lo was horrified, assuming that she had simply forgotten to close the door behind her. After which the brothers entered the main character's apartment completely unceremoniously, where they unexpectedly discovered a rather shocking picture and simply froze in place. No less surprised, Chiu-yun was wearing just a towel and asked what they were doing there. They had the same question for her, as they did not expect such a turn of events. The young master finally realized that he could not get out of this situation. An extremely indignant Song once again asked her brothers why they had come. The boys answered her with the same question, saying that this was the apartment of a young cultivator. They also demanded an explanation from Lo Feng, who tried to escape. Bohina stated that it was most likely by chance that she ended up in his house. However, the girl urged the teenager to tell them the truth. The guy didn't know what to do. Then Chiu-yun took matters into her own hands and revealed that she was actually Luo's girlfriend. Everyone was simply shocked by such an unexpected statement from the young lady. Feng also couldn't understand why she was doing this and was only making things worse. In connection with this, Bohina began to deny everything. But the persistent girl stood her ground. The enraged Song brothers again demanded that Lo explain what was happening. But Feng also continued to deny it, saying that they had misunderstood everything. Suddenly one of them said that they understood why they had done all this, because they wanted to make a surprise. And in fact, they were only glad that Bohina turned out to be her chosen one. The teenager didn't understand what was happening, and how he had managed to avoid trouble again. At the same time, the Song brothers intended to please their grandmother and tell her about what had happened, because she will be happy that her granddaughter will marry the head of an ancient medical school, after which they hastened to leave the lovers alone, calling Feng their brother, which once again confirmed the absurdity of the current situation. When they closed the door behind them, the stunned young man asked her how long she had been planning this. The girl in turn only smiled. Bohina insisted on stopping lying to everyone. But Chiu-yun said that she had no intention of lying, and besides, she really was his girlfriend. A puzzled Lo asked again what she really wanted from him, and why this performance. Song replied that she simply wanted to fulfill her grandmother's request, and he should help her with this. The guy was surprised and continued listening to her. Chiu-yun said that the old woman had long dreamed of finding her a worthy husband. All Feng has to do is pretend to be her boyfriend and go with her to her birthday party. The shocked teenager asked her again if it was really that important. The girl replied that if he refused, the old woman would marry her off to some scoundrel from another village. In the end, Bohina could not resist and agreed to help her in this not-so-simple matter. As a token of gratitude, Chiu-yun suddenly kissed him, something Luo had never expected, after which the girl immediately went to her room, containing her emotions. Closing the door behind her, a joyful Song couldn't believe that this situation with her brothers had only turned out to be beneficial, naively believing that now the main character will not escape from her and will become her husband. The young master, in turn, felt used and understood that this would not lead to anything good. Meanwhile, Jun was very worried about the young cultivator and Lee, so she decided to call them. But suddenly someone knocked on her door, and Meng slowly moved towards the door. Opening the front door timidly, she saw her father on the threshold, which surprised her greatly. The old man said excitedly that he had finally found her. Then they went into the room. The father noted that they hadn't seen each other, or had a heart-to-heart talk for so long. Meng immediately made it clear that if he wanted to convince her again, nothing would come of it. However, the old man stood his ground and insisted that this was an incredible opportunity for them. The girl suddenly burst into tears, saying that she didn't want this and that she should have the right to choose. The old man noted that her choice literally decides the fate of the family, and she is obliged to do the right thing, adding that in a couple of days they would come for her, and if they did choose her, the disaster would pass them by. Besides, they had no right to expose themselves to such a risk. Meng was horrified. Her father took her hand and said that one day she would understand that this was all for their family. Through her sobs, June asked when exactly they would come for her. The old man lowered his eyes and said sadly that the day after tomorrow they would come to their house. Suddenly the girl got up from the table and said that she needed to think everything over, after which she locked herself in her room and hurried to call Baonia. Feng, extremely surprised, asked her what had happened to her, since she was calling him so late. Meng asked him to come see her tomorrow evening. She wanted to say goodbye to the guy. The next day, Lo came to her house and saw an extremely unexpected picture. Teacher June was wearing a charming dress with a glass of wine. The young man froze in place. Then he looked around the table and asked if it was some kind of holiday today. The girl remained silent, then suddenly grabbed the bottle to pour Feng some wine. At the same time, She stated that she does not need a reason to get well drunk and have fun. Soon they began to have a pleasant conversation, Mung constantly pouring wine for herself and him. At a certain point, it seemed to the main character that June had already stopped drinking. In this regard, the young master said that they should slow down. But the girl, who had been drinking heavily, had a completely different opinion on the matter. Suddenly, Mung attacked the young cultivator, which discouraged him. Bauhini did not expect such a development of events and did not know what to do in this situation. Suddenly, June asked him what kind of person he considered her to be. Feng replied that she was the best teacher and helped him with his apartment. So it is obvious that she is a very good and positive person. Meng immediately closed his eyes and asked if he was interested in who she thought he was, adding that he was a special person in her life. Lo continued to be amazed. But a moment later, the teenager pushed her away and said that he had better leave, as she needed to rest. June lay down on the sofa and thanked them for their help, saying that she was doing great. A puzzled Baonya asked again if she was sure everything was all right, because her behavior indicated otherwise. However, Mang assured him that everything was fine and that it was indeed better for him to return home. After wishing her good night, Feng headed for the exit. Jun only watched him go. Then, right at the door, she called out to him sharply and said goodbye, which seemed rather strange to him. As soon as he left her apartment, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had said goodbye to him forever. After which, lost in his thoughts about what had happened, he went home. Meng moved slowly towards the window, realizing that they would never see each other again. The next morning, the young man rushed to school to find out what had happened to June. Suddenly, Chiuyun stopped him and declared that they would go to school together today. But Bohemia said that he had too much to do today, and so they would go together next time. Song said that she simply wanted to declare their closeness, and that Lo didn't want it. Feng soon arrived at the school and immediately headed to the teacher's room, but Meng was not there. Instead, Lan was in the room, and he asked her where June had gone. The girl responded in surprise that she had left, which was indeed extremely suspicious. The stunned teenager once again asked why she decided to leave. He was also interested in where exactly she went, but Lan didn't know the answers to these questions. She only gave him a letter that Meng had left especially for the young man. But when he hastily opened the envelope and began to read what he had never expected, in the letter, the teacher said that they would most likely not meet again, because some problems had arisen in the Shenhua Palace. Lo couldn't understand what relation she had to the 5 factions and naturally decided to sort everything out personally. The main character instantly ran out of the office and fled in an unknown direction. Soon the young master went to the Zheng family and informed Yue about the disappearance of the teacher. And since she left from behind the Shenhua Palace, Luo guessed that Mei might have some information. Then Liu thought that Meng might actually be the chosen one, just like her. The puzzled young cultivator asked what exactly she meant. Suddenly, Yue declared that Jun had done the right thing because the Shenhua Palace had chosen her, and it was for this reason that she herself ran away 7 years ago to visit the Tiandi Temple. Baohenya seemed to be speechless, and besides, he didn't fully understand what was being said. Mei said that every 5 years an enlightenment ceremony is held at the temple, and all the great warriors want to go there. Also, only one person is chosen from each supreme teaching. But there is also a dark side to what is happening, where 5 factions select girls based on their appearance. Luo Fen again asked why this was so important to them, since she was talking about warriors. Yu continued her story, saying that most often girls are taken as slaves, and this custom is called the initiation of concubines, since representatives of the 3 teachings cannot do anything without instructions from above. And that is why many students look for their partners among the girls of the Tiandi Taoist temple. As it turned out, Liu Mei was also chosen as a slave, which is why she ran away. The enraged youth could not believe that all 5 factions had joined forces to commit such a horror. Yue added that if a girl is chosen, her family receives generous gifts. And this has been going on for decades. Naturally, the guy understood perfectly well that he had to save his teacher. Suddenly he asked Mei where exactly this temple was located, and the girl was surprised. But Liu stated that he had no specific location, and this was always communicated to all factions in advance. At the same time, she tried to dissuade Baohena from looking for the temple, since only representatives of the 3 teachings can visit it. However, the teenager was determined and asked how he could enter this sinful place. Mi reported that some heads and elders of the 9 sects could get there. After thanking her for the information, Luo Feng immediately set out on his journey. Luya wished him luck, even though she knew perfectly well that he couldn't get by with just that. Soon the teenager went to Chui, which was a real surprise for her. Baohenya flew into the office like a madman and immediately declared that he was ready to head the medical school. The extremely surprised girl noted that he had been rejecting their proposals for so long. But Feng said he wasn't ready to take responsibility, but now things have changed. She said that the situation had changed somewhat and that it would now be much more difficult to do. However, Lo sharply replied that he did not have time and that he had to become the head of the school right now, before the meeting at the Tiandi temple. Surprised, Zhu asked the protagonist how he knew about the enlightenment in the temple. The young master replied that he could not explain everything at the moment. Xiao, in turn, said that she would definitely talk to her father about this. Upon returning home, the young cultivator began to realize that he definitely needed a backup plan, since there was no guarantee that he would be given the position of head of the school. At this moment, Chuyun met him. The girl immediately suggested that he go shopping, which he really didn't want to do. But Song said that her grandmother's birthday was next week, and they couldn't come empty-handed. Of course, Bauhina had no choice but to refuse, and they ended up going outside. After a certain amount of time, they came to the antique market. Exhausted from the girl's excessive shopping, Lo asked why she decided to bring him here. Chuyun replied that her grandmother simply adored various antiques, and that was why they were here. Suddenly it occurred to Feng that Song really saw him as a millionaire. Soon, merchants began to offer them various goods in the form of Genghis Khan's sword and the horn of Zhu Wanzheng's own cow. But the young lady's gaze fell precisely on the jade pillow, which cost 20,000. In connection with this, she used her feminine tricks and got a discount. Bauhini understood perfectly well that in the company of such a beautiful girl, it would be much easier to bargain. Suddenly he noticed a wooden box and thought that it was a good option. The seller remarked that it was an incredible box with a secret inside, for only 500 yen. Lo decided to check and immediately opened the box, where a very ordinary stone lay. Feng immediately became indignant, saying that this impudent man was trying to deceive him. At this point, the guy grabbed Chuyun's hand and said that it was time for them to leave here. However, the merchant apologized and agreed to provide a 10% discount. But Bauhini refused again, so the seller agreed to give away the jade pillow for only half the price. And along with the box, Lo happily took the pillow and took the box with the stone. When she got home, the girl became indignant, saying that they needed to go shopping again. The puzzled young man objected, stating that she had bought a jade pillow. But Chuyun replied that it was her gift to her grandmother, and he didn't choose anything except the box. Feng, stunned by such logic, seemed speechless for a moment, but then finally agreed with her. At that moment, the box with the stone inside actually began to glow, but Lo didn't pay any attention to it. Meanwhile, Z went to her father to report the failed mission. Kneeling before him, she declared that she was ready to be punished for what had happened. The old man, in turn, asked what exactly had happened, as he was thirsty for details. At the same time, Zhongtian assumed that the young master had interrupted them again, and he asked her about it. Cheng replied that he was indeed very strong and had defeated the association's heroes, intending to stop them. But Tian didn't believe in the guy's supernatural powers and said that he would soon deal with him. Since he had disrupted an important event, Z suddenly asked if the Blade of Vengeance 2 was really related to the Zheng family. Zhang didn't know for sure if this was true, and said that in any case, it was better not to enter into conflict with him. Moreover, the priority was to destroy the gates, and for this it was necessary to reunite with the other sects. In this regard, it was necessary to find out where exactly the main base of the 9 gates was located. Therefore, Jiang had to help in the search, and naturally the girl agreed. Meanwhile, Yilan once again caught up with the main character at school, which he was not very happy about. Suddenly she asked how it happened that he had descended to the first level of Minjin. The young master replied that this was in fact his true level, but Qian objected, calling on him not to make a fool of himself, since he had caused such a stir at the hero competition. At the same time, she again demanded that Luo meet with Dongfang, but the teenager again refused. Suddenly Yilan grabbed the young cultivator's hand and dragged him toward the car, saying that Fang had asked her to bring Feng to him. Bauhini understood perfectly well that the guild's executive director was up to something. After a certain amount of time, the persistent Qian finally brought Luo to the elder. Nan, who was standing nearby, thanked her for her help, and began to take a closer look at the guy. Not understanding why Dong had such high hopes for a person with the first level of Minjin, unexpectedly, the director asked them to wait near the entrance to the park, and he himself approached Feng. Nanya was clearly stressed by this whole situation, because Fan had never treated him like that. Sundun greeted Baonya and introduced himself once again, stating his name. But Luo suddenly interrupted his speech and said that he was an ordinary person and had no intention of joining the Zhuanyuan clan. Suddenly, the elder's expression changed, and he said that he was aware of the teenager's affairs and knew of his involvement with the Devil's team. Having started listing various nicknames, Feng did not expect such a turn of events. The director also asked which of the listed names the young man bore the title. Bauhina continued to pretend as if he didn't understand what he was talking about, repeating that he was an ordinary guy. Dongfang then challenged him to a duel, indicating that if he won, Luo would reveal his identity. The teenager broke into a sly grin and, of course, agreed to fight him. Fan immediately assumed a fighting stance and said that he would do everything to win this fight, after which, without wasting a second, he pounced on Luo Feng, delivering fierce blows. But the extremely skilled Baoina easily bypassed all attacks, studying the enemy's techniques. Dunn himself understood perfectly well that the boy was deliberately hiding his true strength. However, he naively believed that he could still defeat him by using his magical skills. But Feng once again surprised him with his abilities and again avoided all the blows. The protagonist literally mocked the sect elder, saying that he would not be able to handle this fight. This only provoked Dongfang, who again rushed to attack, but Luo successfully blocked it. The young master then unleashed a series of crushing blows, causing Fan to collapse to the ground. The young cultivator rushed towards him with a victorious gait and asked if this was all he could do. The defeated director accepted his loss and stated that it only confirmed his suspicions. Having added that Feng was indeed a member of the Devil's team, the guy did not deny it this time. After reminding him of their agreement, the executive director in turn again urged him to join the sect. Baohini again refused him, noting that he could not even defeat him. So the answer was clearly negative. At that moment, a stunned Yilin ran up to them and asked what had happened. Fan claimed that he simply wanted to demonstrate a few techniques to Lo, but he was unable to interest him. Nan, in turn, asked why the elder needed a first-level person, Minjin. Of course, Chen stood up for him, saying that Feng was very strong. Realizing that the situation was getting tense, Luo decided to quickly go about his business, and Yilan also hurried to escape. Dongfang explained to Jiang that Baohini was actually very talented, and they should all look up to him. Naturally, Nan was dissatisfied with the master's statement and wanted to deal with a newcomer in the future. At this time, the thugs were discussing the murder of Feng, who was clearly in their way. The leader of the bandit group insisted on dealing with him quickly. Singh asked how to get rid of this Baoinia, since even Hao couldn't do it. He replied that he had hired a foreign mercenary at a very high price and that everything would be decided soon. A stunned Chen asked the gang leader again who this hired killer was. The thug assured him that this man was much stronger than Di and would deal with Lo, and at the same time, bring him the woman he needed. At this time, Xiuyun prepared a sumptuous dinner for her lover and began to wait for his arrival. A moment later, the front door opened slightly, and the girl thought it was Feng. However, no one entered the apartment, so the surprised Song decided to check who had come to see her. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared on the threshold with a door handle in his hands, who noted that the girl was indeed quite pretty and that it was not for nothing that he was hired. Shocked, Xiuyun asked who he was and what was going on, and the guy smiled, after which he said that a good sum of money had been paid for it, and now he was obliged to bring it to the customer. Song immediately jumped back, demanding that he not touch her and leave her house. Naturally, the assassin didn't do this, and Xiuyun fired several needles at him. But the extremely skilled killer easily blocked her efforts and rushed towards the girl. The girl was horrified by how quickly he deflected her sharp needles without getting hurt. The mercenary, in turn, did not waste time and pounced on the young lady. Saying that she couldn't do anything against him, Song still managed to dodge the blow. However, another attack followed, which caught up with Qiuyun. The end result was that she literally flew into the table, and plates of food flew in all directions. After several blows, Song completely lost consciousness, which the thug took advantage of. Having easily grabbed the girl, he rushed to leave the confines of the protagonist's apartment. After a certain time, the young master returned home and could not understand why the door was open. When he entered, he found the house in disarray and immediately realized that someone had broken into his apartment. The young cultivator also saw traces of a fight and realized that Qiuyun had been kidnapped by someone. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a piece of paper. Lo instantly rushed toward it. It turned out to be a note left for him, from which he learned that he should go to the abandoned factory. Meanwhile, Xingchen and his men went to meet Captain Milliken. The extremely arrogant thug asked why they had come and what they wanted from him. He replied that he had brought him the agreed-upon portion of the money and that upon completion of the task, the captain would receive the entire amount. Milliken noticed that they were just in time and immediately ordered Bu to bring the girl. A moment later, Feng dragged in an exhausted Xiuyun, who could barely stand on her feet. Among the crowd of people, she was surprised to recognize Xingchen and called out to him. The guy approached her and said that he would definitely get her out of here, but Song demanded that he not touch her. Asked what he was really up to, Chen's expression instantly changed, saying that today she would see him take revenge on Feng for all his misdeeds. A stunned Qiuyun objected, saying that he had no right to do that. Ba, in turn, thought about it, because he had already heard this name once. Milliken immediately handed the order over to his killer, and ordered him to deal with Baohenia. Once outside, Feng hurried to send all the information he had to his boss, who at that time was fighting off yet another group of criminals who intended to rob his mansion. Juan pointed a gun at them and said that he should have thought about it earlier, but they still asked him not to kill them. As soon as he received the message, Quan decided to see who was bothering him again. But when the thugs saw the order for Lo Feng, the guy literally went into shock. Dropping the pistol from his hands, he seemed to forget about the bandits who were kneeling in front of him. They themselves could not understand what had happened, but Yan understood that this would be an extremely difficult matter. After some time, Feng spoke on the phone with his boss and returned to Milliken. Realizing that an extremely exciting performance and a serious opponent await him, Sin, in turn, asked the captain. When the young master would come to them, the leader of the group replied that he had left him a note. The dumbfounded Qiu Yun nervously said that he was using her as bait. Chen suddenly grabbed her and said that as soon as Luo appeared, he would be finished off. However, Song once again said that he had no right to harm Feng, but Yi noted that it would be much more pleasant for him to kill Baohenia, since she loved him so much. He added that the young cultivator had become a nuisance to everyone and had brought trouble upon himself. Suddenly, Song burst into tears and shouted out her protagonist's name, which, a couple of seconds later, appeared with a roar on the abandoned farm, as a result of which an explosion occurred. None of the bandits had time to understand anything. One of the captain's frightened henchmen reported that Feng had come alone. Entering the factory, Lo said that he did not expect to run into professional mercenaries. Qiu Yun immediately urged him to run away, saying that it was a trap. But Qing Chen, on the contrary, was very happy about his appearance. The enraged guy ordered him to immediately release Song, since he had nothing to do with it. Milliken immediately ordered the teenager to be killed, and the mercenaries, in turn, surrounded him. They were all armed, but Baohenia was not at all afraid. Declaring that they would regret their decision, his eyes shone with an unknown magic. After which, with lightning-fast movements, Feng began to deal with the bandits. The captain was horrified by the boy's abilities, realizing that they had clearly underestimated him. Soon, Luo rushed to Xingchen to deal with the villain once and for all. However, Ye put the gun to Song's head and ordered the boy to surrender. Baohenia immediately froze in place, after which one of Milliken's henchmen walked towards him. Eventually, he began to beat Feng, who did not resist. A couple of seconds later, he found himself again in the sights of the mercenaries. Realizing that this was the end, Chen could not be more pleased with the outcome of the confrontation and declared that victory was his. Lo noted that he was a real coward because he was using a defenseless girl as a shield. In response, Sin declared that he would die a long and painful death before Song's eyes. Qiu Yun, in turn, urged him not to do this and to come to his senses before it was too late. Baohenia also demanded that Yi put an end to this circus, promising to finish him off. The mercenaries watched the events with great pleasure, aiming their guns at Lo. The main character could not calmly watch as the thugs bullied the girl. In connection with this, the young master nevertheless decided to try his luck and once again attacked them. Having dealt with the bandit standing nearby, the young cultivator snatched the machine gun from him, after which he pointed it at Qingchen and ordered him to release Song so that they could resolve all the issues. But Yi noticed that there were dozens of weapons pointed at him, so he wouldn't survive in any case. Feng said nervously, did he really doubt his abilities? Sin, in turn, became nervous, because he understood that Lo was not as simple as he seemed. Milliken immediately ordered his men to open fire. But at that moment, Bu put a pistol to his head. He ordered everyone to immediately lower their guns before he shot the captain in the head. He added that being Lo's enemy turned out to be extremely unprofitable. Everyone was in shock. An enraged Chen began shouting that Feng was a traitor and was making a mistake, realizing that the situation had now become more complicated and he needed a backup plan. However, he was not there. Baohenia decided to take advantage of the moment and shot at Sin. The bullet hit Yi straight in the shoulder, which was quite painful. Chen subsequently released Qiu Yun and stepped back, letting out a wild roar of pain. Feng then dealt him a series of crushing blows and caught Song. After asking her for forgiveness for putting her in danger, the girl sighed with relief, saying that she never doubted him and always believed in him, unlike the others. Milliken suddenly asked Bu why he was doing this. Feng replied, because of Huan. Luo was shocked by this information, realizing that he was under Quan's command. The captain was also perplexed, calling him a traitor and wondering how this was possible. Most of the mercenaries knew this name too, because Huan had conquered the Middle East in just 1 year. Feng, in turn, said that he had been given orders to help Feng. The boy asked him again if he was really talking about the mad shadow leopard. Bu answered positively and urged him to go to his boss, as he was waiting for the young man. At this point, Milliken suddenly broke free from his grip and ordered his men to open fire. But before they could do so, Feng had already shot him in the head. The captain was hit with precision and instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Everyone was horrified. The wounded Xingchen immediately ordered the rest of the bandits to kill everyone, especially the traitor. So, machine guns were pointed at them again, and it seemed there was no escape. Baohinya shielded Qiuyun and urged her not to be afraid, assuring her that everything would be fine. Enraged, Ye once again ordered the mercenaries to kill the traitor and Feng. At that moment, multiple shots were fired, but in the direction of the bandits themselves. The rest were eliminated silently, and Xingchen was shocked by this turn of events. Realizing that he definitely couldn't get out of this now, he was extremely scared. Soon, absolutely all the mercenaries were killed, which made the main character happy, who turned Qiuyun away from the terrible picture so that she would not see this nightmare. After a couple of minutes, Huan finally appeared. The young master did not expect to see him. Feng immediately reported the work done to his patron. Quan, in turn, praised all the fighters and said that everything went more than successfully. Upon seeing the young cultivator, a joyful Huang immediately rushed towards him. At the same time, he bowed to Feng and said that he was glad to see the boss in good health. A stunned Song couldn't understand what was going on and why the bandit was calling Lo boss. Shadow Leopard noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and turned his attention to the girl. This also came as a surprise to Boo and the others, as they had no idea that their boss would be Baohinya's subordinate. Song, in turn, demanded an immediate explanation from the teenager. Suddenly, Feng began to list the merits of Huang, who literally set a record, having taken over the Middle East and created a stir by becoming the best mercenary in the area. Everyone began to call him the most terrible killer, because he became a symbol of mercenaries. A stunned Lo asked his protege if this was all true. Quan replied that they were clearly exaggerating, and that in reality everything was somewhat different. It was extremely unusual for Feng and the others to see their boss as a dog, who hangs around Baohinya and calls him his boss, which was quite strange. Everyone began to actively discuss this moment, but Song did not understand how many more secrets she would learn about Lo. Meanwhile, Xingchen was brought to the protagonist and made to kneel. Huan immediately attacked him with insults, saying that he would finish him off right now. However, Feng urged him to calm down and give him a chance to talk to Ye. Naturally obliging, Quan stepped aside, thereby giving the boss a chance to personally get even. An enraged Chen, in turn, began to say that if it weren't for the help, Luo would already be dead. Suddenly Baohinya dealt him a crushing blow, making it clear that he was in no position to be insolent. At the same time, he noted that Song was worth killing him for, but Qiuyun did not want this. Then Feng agreed to spare his life, saying that it would become unbearable because he would be known as a loser, where absolutely everyone would laugh at him. Sin continued to curse at him, after which the young man ordered Shadow Leopard to blow up the abandoned factory and deal with Yi. Huan immediately began to carry out his patron's order. As a result, he began to beat Chen, who was unable to do anything against him. After several heavy blows from Quan, Xingchen lost consciousness. The girl watched what was happening in horror, but Lo urged her not to look at it. Suddenly Qiuyun looked at her lover, realizing that she had never seen him so cruel. He also ordered Song to go home and wait for him there, and the young lady did not contradict him. After all, no matter what, Feng risked his life to save hers, and it was worth a lot.